Chapter 431. Do you understand? Zanina said to Leia seriously. Leia nodded affirmatively. In that case, then you should depart for Dian as soon as possible. War will soon break out in Dian, Zanina said. Why? Leia was puzzled. Haven't you noticed? A large number of armored units are being transported to the northwest of the Elven Empire. Every day, you can see military trains departing from Loya City for the Elven Empire's capital. They're loaded with tanks, armored vehicles, and large-caliber artillery. Do you think the Yin will give this equipment to the Elven Empire? They don't even have enough for themselves, so this equipment has only one use, to prepare for the upcoming war. Listening to her mother's words, Leia nodded, half understanding, and was then escorted out of the palace by the guards. Before leaving, Zanina spoke earnestly. Remember, you must strive for what you want. Standing still won't get you anywhere. Leia was then sent to Dian. At the dining table in the Duke's mansion in Dian Sin City, the situation was already tense. Yin Xian, absorbed in her meal, suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. At first, she thought it was a maid. But then, her eyes were covered. Guess who I am? A strange voice echoed, leaving Yin Xian bewildered. Who is this? Why have I never heard her voice before? Could it be a human trafficker? That's not right. Where would a human trafficker come from in the Duke's mansion? Yin Xian's little brain was already overloaded. She couldn't fathom who was living with her. Looking at Yin Xian, whose head was practically smoking. The person behind him chuckled, then spoke slowly. Yin Xian, you don't even recognize me? Hey, you leaned over to Yin Xian, face to face, and said seriously. Who are you? Yin Xian, I'm Hey You. So? Didn't expect that? Hey You popped out his chest proudly. Yin Xian looked incredulous. You're Hey You? How you get so tall? And aren't you flat? Yin Xian's words nearly made Hey You fall to the ground. What do you mean I'm flat? You're the flat one. I'm no longer the same person I was before. Only you're still standing there. Hey You pointed at Yin Xian and popped out his chest again. Oh! Yin Xian said, then casually picked up his bowl and continued eating. This froze Hey You in his tracks. No, won't you refute it? As the two were conversing, Leon and his group arrived at the restaurant. What's wrong? Leon couldn't help but ask, looking at Hey You, who looked hopeless. Nothing. Hey You shook his head and sat down in his chair with a look of disbelief. The maid hurriedly placed the food in front of Hey You. Hey You suddenly felt the cake in front of him no longer smelled good. Leon was at a loss for words as to how to comfort Hey You. What was going on? Before Leon could sit down, Yin Xian pounced. But the next second, Yin Xian suddenly felt himself being lifted up. Yin Xian remained suspended in midair, and due to inertia, he spun in a circle. Turning around, he saw his sister Xuanxing, carrying him. Sister, let me go! Yanqing struggled in midair. Eat well. Xuanxing put Yanqing back in her seat. Yanqing, woohoo! Sister, you don't love me anymore. Let's break up. I'm running away from home. Just as Leon was about to enjoy his meal, Xuanxing and the other girl sat down on either side of him. Lion, No, it's just a meal, so this isn't necessary, is it? Lion glanced at them in confusion. Smiles filled their faces. Lion was about to eat some vegetables when young Kinky blocked his way. Then, as Leon stared in shock, young Kinky placed a bunch of pork kidneys in Leon's bowl. Lion, Lion looked at Xuanxing for help. But the next second, Leon regretted it. Because Xuanxing placed a plate of leeks in front of Leon. Not only that, Xuanxing's competitive spirit was piqued after seeing the food Yun Chi had picked up for Leon. The two of them frantically took turns picking up food for Leon. Lion watched as the food in his bowl gradually piled up into a small mountain. Stop! Lion finally couldn't help but speak. Because if he kept picking up more food, neither of them would be able to determine the winner, but Leon would definitely die. The two of them snorted coldly, and turned their heads away. Lion picked up his bowl. Looking at the food that was almost towering over his head, Leon considered not eating. But as a good young man of the new era, he absolutely couldn't waste it. Lion opened his mouth and said, Look at me devouring everything. Half an hour later, Leon lay in his chair, feeling hopeless. His belly was already as big as a watermelon. Lion, it seems you like it. Would you like some more? Yun Chi said with a smile, seeing that Leon had obediently finished everything. Lion waved his hand quickly. If he weren't a level 5 Dochi Knight, he would have died long ago. And Xuanxing practically stuffed a plate of leeks into Leon's mouth with her own hands. Lion nearly choked to death. And then, Yanqing glanced at the empty table, looking somewhat hungry. And Hayu had gone upstairs to change because his clothes didn't fit. Yinxin's eyes fell on the cake on Hayu's plate. Looking around, he realized no one was paying attention. Then, he carefully dragged Hayu's plate over. And directly, he stabbed the cake inside. Hayu? Mine. Just as Yinxin was about to savor the food, footsteps suddenly sounded on the stairs. Oh no! Hayu is coming. Yin Xian looked around, but couldn't find any place to hide the cake. Glancing at the cake in front of him, Yin Xian finally made up her mind and stuffed it into her mouth. Leon, who was lying down to rest, saw this scene and his eyes widened. No, how many gluttons are there in my house? The cake was so large in Yin Xian's mouth that she couldn't swallow it at once. Hayu looked at the empty plate, then at Yin Xian's bulging mouth. Then she let out a look of understanding. She gently patted Yin Xian's back, and Yin Xian shuddered. Have you seen my cake? Yin Xian shook her head. Then what's in your mouth? Hayu's expression was one of confidence. I'm eating eggs. Yin Xian's eyes were blank, and she said with a look of smartness. Eggs? Hayu dabbed a little of the cream on the corner of Yin Xian's mouth and asked with a puzzled look. Eggs with cream? The three Leon men across from them were practically choking with laughter. As expected, the stupid dragon and the cheesy bunny-eared girl were made for each other. Chapter 432. Just as Leon was being pampered at home, poor Hans had already returned to work. Initially, Hans had planned to return to Diyin with the aircraft carrier fleet. But he was strapped to a plane and flown back from the sea. Due to the previous plane crash, a lot of documents had piled up. Later, Hans was injured again and took another round of work-related leave. The Intelligence Bureau's files began to pile up. At first, Hans thought he could avoid work by taking leave. But he soon realized his wishful thinking. Reality was cruel. The Intelligence Bureau's files didn't decrease because of Hans' sick leave. On the contrary, they piled up. Hans's personal car took him to the capital. But the guard at the door stopped him. Director Hans, the capital was completely damaged due to the previous rebellion and cannot be used normally. The Intelligence Bureau has moved to the tent area to the side. The guard said, pointing Hans to the tent area. Hans nodded and headed towards the tent area. Arriving at his workstation, Hans was stunned by the mountain of documents. If Leon's work documents were packed in boxes, then Hans's were hauled by truck. Due to the previous rebellion, the intelligence agency had captured a large number of collaborators and spies. There were also numerous rebels and their families. As the head of the intelligence agency, Hans had a separate tent. But it was already overflowing with documents. Most of these documents dealt with prisoner handling. Hans picked up a document at random. As soon as he opened the first page, he saw a plan for dealing with Colonel So-and-so. Flipping through it, Hans discovered that the colonel had 4 children and a wife. His parents and grandparents were still alive. In total, his family consisted of 14 people. However, after interrogation, it was revealed that all 13 of them knew of the colonel's involvement in the coup, and they hadn't reported it to anyone. The youngest child was only 13 years old. The Intelligence Bureau showed no mercy and wrote down all the solutions on the last page. Of course, this was the most radical option. There was also a more moderate option, to send all children under 18 to the East Continent, forbidden from returning to Great Yin for life, and stripped of their Great Yin citizenship. As the head of the Intelligence Bureau, Hans personally preferred the first solution. He knew that if you don't root out the grass, it will grow back again. But just as Hans was about to choose the first option, Tina's image suddenly flashed through his mind. What was wrong with him? Why did he keep thinking about her? Hans looked at the documents in his hand, feeling strangely irritated, and then tossed them aside. He walked out of the tent and into the open space outside. He brought a small stool and finally sat on it, gazing into the distance. When the intelligence officers saw Hans sitting outside, they couldn't help but distance themselves from him. Because this was the greatest terror in the intelligence agency. In their eyes, Director Hans was absolutely cold-blooded and ruthless. Hans gazed at the distant sky, lost in thought. When Hans boarded the plane, he brought Tina with him. But as soon as he got off the plane, Hans sent Tina to the Dian orphanage. He felt he simply didn't have the energy or time to care for her. But in less than a day, Hans found himself thinking about Tina several times. Hans' heart was pounding. Every time he was working on documents and saw someone underage, he'd think of Tina. What was wrong with him? After much thought, Hans couldn't come up with a solution. Just then, Hans suddenly spotted an old man selling candied haws at the entrance of the temporary office area. Looking at the candied haws, Hans was stunned. For some unknown reason, Hans found himself walking up to the old man selling candied haws. "Sir, would you like some candied haws?" the old man asked as he saw Hans approaching. But when the old man saw Hans's military uniform, despite his outward calm, a hint of fear lingered in his eyes. Although they loved Diane and were sincerely grateful to Leon, while they support the National Defense Force and all those who contribute to the Yin, the people of the Yin have always harbored a fear of one institution. That is the Yin Intelligence Bureau. Though they know that as long as they don't commit any crimes, the Intelligence Bureau won't come knocking. However, witnessing their neighbor being taken away for a crime, never to be seen again, ordinary people will feel a certain degree of fear. So the old man would be a little apprehensive, but if it were a National Defense Force soldier, he would definitely be very accommodating. "How much are the candied haws?" Hans spoke calmly. Of course, he noticed the fear in the old man's eyes, but Hans was used to it. When he put on his Intelligence Bureau uniform, he was already prepared to be scorned. "1 copper coin for 2 strings, the old man said as calmly as possible. Hans then took out a copper coin and handed it to the old man. The old man took 2 strings of candied haws, and Hans returned to the small stool with them. Unconsciously, Hans began to eat. As he ate, Hans' eyes began to moisten. It seemed as if he had never eaten candied haws in his life. When his parents sold him, Hans didn't cry. When he struggled to survive in the Sin territory, Hans didn't cry either. When almost everyone in Yin was terrified of him, he still didn't cry. But why was he crying now? Hans stared at the other string of candied haws in his hand, stunned. Looking at his own shadow, Hans finally understood why he felt so empty inside. Because his greatest enemy is himself, the loneliness he wants to hide within himself. Hans looked at the candied haws, took a deep breath, stood up, and approached the old man who was about to pack up his stall. This frightened the old man quite a bit. "Sir, what can I do for you?" "I take all the candied haws." Hans looked at the less than 100 strings of candied haws, and handed the old man a silver coin. Then, under the old man's astonished gaze, he walked off carrying the candied haws. The old man looked at Hans as he walked away, then at the silver coin in his hand, feeling lost for words. Hans's sight of him carrying the candied haws shocked the entire intelligence agency staff. What happened to the director? Has he been possessed? Amidst everyone's astonishment, Hans got into the car, carrying the candied haws. Then he drove straight to the Dian orphanage. Chapter 433. Hans drove all the way to the orphanage. The orphanage was brightly lit at dusk, far from deserted. The cheerful laughter of the children emanated from within. "Give me the ball, let's play." "Okay. Children, it's time for dinner." Just then, Hans arrived at the door. The children were stunned by the sight of him carrying a candied haws basket. A teacher approached and, upon seeing Hans's uniform, immediately spoke. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Hans pointed at the candied haws basket. "Give these to the children. I go find Tina." He then took a bunch of candied haws. The teacher nodded, took the candied haws basket and spoke. "Tina? Is that the one who's been here the past few days? She's a little unusual. She always likes looking eastward by herself. Because her home is east," Hans said, and walked inside. The teacher handed the candied haws to another teacher and led Hans out. The orphanage was large and employed numerous teachers to teach these children, orphaned for various reasons. Many of them had been orphaned since the beginning, before Leon arrived. After becoming leader, Leon, in addition to providing compulsory education, established orphanages and imposed strict regulations. Teachers were not allowed to discriminate against any child. At the same time, the Intelligence Bureau also placed intelligence officers in the orphanages to ensure that these children, without parental care, could have a complete childhood. Of course, some of the orphans were because their families had lost their lives in the war during Leon's rule. Although Leon was only an ordinary man, he couldn't influence the war or protect everyone. But he would do his best. For these unfortunate families, Leon would strive to improve the laws of Great Yin, to ensure these children could grow up safely. Due to Leon's dedication, the orphanage occupied a very large area. Furthermore, the orphanage and the Great Yin school complex were practically separated from the capital by a single wall. The capital afforded a full view of these schools. In the core area of Sin City, only the capital housed these schools, and the barracks of the 1st Regiment of the Imperial Guards Division, and Leon's Duke's Palace. Inside the orphanage. A few minutes later, the two arrived in the backyard. Tina was sitting on the steps, resting her hands on her chest, gazing at the eastern sky. The teacher wanted to call Tina, but Hans stopped her. Hans sat down beside Tina. Thinking it was the teacher who was looking for her, Tina spoke. Teacher, yeah, I eat later. I'm feeling a bit down right now. Why? Because I'm a bit homesick. And Uncle Hans isn't here, Tina said somewhat dejectedly. Wait, why does that voice sound so familiar? The next second, Tina looked up sharply. Uncle? Beside her, Hans was holding a string of candied haws, looking at her with a wide smile. A child who doesn't eat well isn't a good child. Tina hugged Hans and burst into tears. It had only been 2 days since they'd been apart, but during those 2 days, Tina had truly felt how lonely it was to be alone. Although the children and teachers at the orphanage cared deeply for her, the cultural differences and the unfamiliar environment were overwhelming. This made Tina very uncomfortable. Tina couldn't sleep that first night. Uncle, where have you been? Don't you want me anymore? Tina snuggled into Hans's arms like an abandoned kitten. No, I'm here, aren't I? Hans smiled and handed the candy bowl to Tina. Uncle. Tina was slightly taken aback, because in her impression, uncles were always icy. Why are you standing there? If you don't eat, I eat, Hans said, reaching for the candied haws. Tina hurriedly took it, then said with a smug look on her face. Uncle gave it to me. How can I give it back? Just when Hans thought Tina was about to take a bite of the candied haws, she put it away. What are you doing? Hans asked, somewhat puzzled. Uncle is a very busy man. Whenever I miss him, I take it out and look at it, and I stop missing him, Tina said with an innocent smile. Although Tina was about to turn 18 and enter adulthood, she was well protected by her parents. Her pure heart remained untainted by this cruel world. Even after her parents' death, Tina never gave up her love for this world. Because Tina believed that there must be an ideal world in this world. Arriving in Dian, Tina instantly understood that this was her ideal world. You child. Hans was stunned for a moment, then touched Tina's head. Tina lowered her head sheepishly, then smiled. Just as Hans was about to spend some more time with Tina, a soldier from the Intelligence Bureau arrived at the orphanage and found Hans. Director. Seeing his anxious subordinates, Hans understood the seriousness of the situation and looked at Tina. Tina smiled, then spoke seriously. Uncle, are you going to work? I heard from those soldiers that you always protected this lovely country. Although I long for you to spend more time with me, I hope you can protect more people, so there won't be more Tinas. Tina smiled heartily, then pulled Hans up and pushed him toward the soldiers. You? Hans glanced at Tina, straightened his clothes, and turned to leave. Tina's smile faded only after Hans disappeared at the end of the corridor. 2 hot tears flowed. Like Hans, she feared loneliness the most. But she knew Hans was the guardian of Dian, and he wouldn't waste his precious time on her. Tina! You must be strong. You must study hard and become a hero like the uncle. Tina looked at the candied haws in her hand and carefully wrapped it in a cloth. In the car. Hans had regained his indifference. Director, you processed most of the documents before you left, but there are still a few you haven't dealt with. While leaving them unaddressed isn't a big deal, the problem is that the prisoners listed in these documents have suffered a serious accident, the soldier said sternly. Hans then spoke. What happened? A pregnant woman has given birth. After the soldier finished speaking, a deathly silence fell in the car. This was the one thing the Intelligence Bureau hated most. That a prisoner had a child. The prisoners held by the Intelligence Bureau were almost all extremely vicious criminals. Hans sighed, then spoke firmly. Wait until the older one has recovered and follow the procedures. As for the younger one, send him to the East Continent, change his identity, and keep him alive. As for those minors, don't let them go to the East Continent. Cut the Gordian knot and get what needs to be done. I don't want to see them causing any trouble in the East Continent. Hans finally regained his composure and became the cold-blooded director again. To outsiders, Hans may appear cold-blooded, but Hans' heart is warm. Tina, you're right. I am a protector. I will stop at nothing to eliminate all enemies. Everything, only by crushing all enemies will there be no more pitiful people like Tina. Just when Hans was feeling high and mighty, the car suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Director, the car broke down. Chapter 434. Why? Why does the vehicle I'm riding in keep breaking down? Hans asked a soul-searching question. The soldier was sweating profusely. He had heard about Hans' plane crash. And today, the once reliable military vehicle suddenly broke down. How could this not remind the soldier of Hans's plane crash? Thankfully, Hans was quickly picked up by the soldiers who arrived. After all, Hans still had a lot to deal with. The next day, as the sun rose, Sin City revived from the darkness. People began a new day, going to work and school. Everyone's face was filled with longing for a future life and a sense of happiness. While Leon was still slumbering, the Guards Division outside the city had begun its daily training. Although the Guards Division had never experienced war, its soldiers were elite troops drawn from various major units. Almost all of them had participated in battles large and small. It could be said that the Imperial Guards Division was a battle-hardened force that had never fought a single battle. The Imperial Guards Division's primary mission was to protect Sin City. For the Yen at this point, this mission was a breeze. There wasn't a single enemy visible along the entire Dayan border. If the enemy wanted to attack Dayan's mainland, they would first have to defeat the Dayan-controlled territory surrounding Dayan. Dayan's mainland had become the safest place in the world. And Sin City had become even safer than any other city in the world. The Imperial Guards Division consisted of 6 regiments. Although it was organized at the division level, it fell far short of the 16 regiments required of a regular division. Of the 6 regiments of the Imperial Guards Division, 1 was stationed near the capital, and 2 were stationed outside Sin City. 3 more regiments were stationed in 3 directions of Sin City. In fact, the regiment near the capital wasn't initially stationed there. After the coup, the military deployed a regiment near the capital to prevent a recurrence of this kind of situation. To prevent this from happening again. The 3 regiments inside the city had minimal daily training. But the 3 regiments outside the city were in dire straits. Their daily training load was 1.2 times that of ordinary soldiers. And they had even less leave, almost no rest. The headquarters of the 3rd Regiment of the Imperial Guards Division. The 3rd Regiment was stationed in the northern area outside the city. An infantry platoon was training in the light rain. Fleischham, having returned from leave, was currently undergoing training. No one in the 3rd Regiment knew that Fleischham's brother was William. His comrades in the same squad only knew that he had a brother. Fleischham also wondered if he could achieve great things after leaving William's protection. As a young and energetic man, Fleischham was filled with fighting spirit, believing he could surpass his brother William. But reality was cruel. Early in the morning, Fleischham's company received orders for an armed cross-country run. 5 kilometers, fully armed, and dinner afterward. Training in the Guards Division was different from that of other units. Commanders often issued training orders unexpectedly. For example, for an armed cross-country run, the call to assemble might be sounded in the middle of the night, while you were sound asleep. The half-asleep soldiers began training directly at night. While this training may have been brutal, it made the Guards Division a highly responsive force. When the call to assemble sounded, within 5 minutes, the Guards Division soldiers were fully armed and lined up. This clearly demonstrates the high overall quality of the Guards Division. In the morning, clad in body armor, helmets, large backpacks, and AK-47s, the Guards Division soldiers began their armed cross-country run. To increase the difficulty, although each Guards Division soldier was not equipped with live ammunition, they had several bricks stuffed into their backpacks. This effectively made up for the ammunition load. Several companies from the 3rd Regiment simultaneously conducted their armed cross-country run. The companies were competing against each other. Because people are competitive, seeing others ahead of them can fuel a desire to win. As a result, several companies began to compete with each other. Brothers of 1st Company, listen up. Overtake 234th Company. If we take 1st place, we get an extra meal this morning. The company commander ran to the front of the line, holding a loudspeaker and roaring. The soldiers of 1st Company instantly charged forward with all their might. The commander of 2nd Company and several other company commanders watched and immediately erupted in curses. Damn it, this is unethical. Don't rest, everyone in 2nd Company. If you take 1st place, I give you an extra meal based on the standard of 1st Company's extra meal. The commander of 2nd Company roared at the top of his lungs, not even needing a loudspeaker. This truly delighted the soldiers of 2nd Company. Hearing about the extra meal, they easily surpassed 1st Company. 3rd and 4th Companies also began their own races and encouraged their soldiers. The 4 companies raced towards the finish line. Fleischmidt, who was in Company 1, was a little out of breath. Because they were an armored company in William's unit, they often relied on armored units for transportation. And at the time, they weren't equipped with body armor or AK-47s, the weight of each was completely different. Fleischmidt, having just joined the Guards Division, was a little unaccustomed. A comrade nearby couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay? You're new here, so don't push yourself so hard. A few more days of practice will suffice," the comrade said, taking Fleischmidt's AK-47. Fleischmidt didn't refuse. He was truly exhausted. The other soldiers in the Guards Division weren't much better, but they had adapted to this kind of training. Everyone saw the newcomer Fleischmidt's performance and didn't mock or complain. They'd been there before, too, and the company would take care of newcomers. After all, before, all you had to do was charge forward with your Mauser rifle. Now, you have to wear body armor, carry an AK-47, and carry a backpack while on a long-distance assault. This is a tremendous test for the soldiers. The other companies also have a certain number of new recruits, and these new recruits make the differences between the companies not much different. This makes the company commander very anxious. Because as long as their training meets the standards, and they receive commendations from the Guards Division, they can rotate with the troops in the city. Although it's only a month, the scenery inside the city is much more beautiful than the bare coal mountain outside. Yes, the Guards Division uses this method to determine which regiments will be stationed in the city. This also promotes the Guards Division's training. After all, opportunities are reserved for those with strength. While the Guards Division was doing morning exercises, Leon was forced to start his own. Chapter 435. Keep your lower body steady. Don't let your legs shake. Look how shaky you are. Ouch. Leon was currently doing horse stance, and Shuangxing, beside him, was coaching him with a whip. If Leon's movements were even slightly off, she would whip him with a small whip. The ones who felt the most relaxed at the moment were Heyu Young Kinky and Yanqin. The three of them were lying on 3 benches. Wearing sunglasses, they enjoyed the late autumn sun. Leon's screams could still be heard. Heyu listened to Leon's screams, and couldn't help but say, "Small fish, why are you so weak? Did Sister Shuangxing teach you a lesson? She told you not to give me cake every day. Isn't that right, Yanqin?" Yanqin, hearing someone calling him, quickly stood up and glanced around in confusion. "Who's calling me?" Looking around, Yanqin lay down again. "Never mind, sleep is the most important thing." Yunqi, now resting on his side on the bench with one hand supporting his head, watched quietly as Froststar trained Leon. "Lion, although you're already a 5th-tier Dochi Knight, you probably can't even defeat a 4th-tier one. Your combat skills are practically zero." Froststar gave Leon no face at all, directly pointing out all of his shortcomings. "Lion, we're husband and wife after all. Can you please give me some face?" Froststar seemed to read Leon's mind and spoke calmly. "It's no use telling me now. While we protect you, you must grow up. What if one day we're gone and a powerful enemy attacks? What will you do?" Upon hearing this, Leon's expression instantly grew serious, and he began training even more earnestly. A few hours later, Lion's legs were shaking uncontrollably. "Okay, that's enough for this morning's training. Time to eat," Froststar said, then turned and left. Lion collapsed onto the floor, his clothes soaked with sweat. Yun Qi, who was standing nearby, immediately took out a handkerchief to wipe Leon's sweat. Froststar, who had returned, saw this and clenched the handkerchief in her hand. "Humph. You playboy?" Froststar said, then turned and walked into the living room. Lion lay on the floor, not caring how dirty it was. He was too exhausted to think about these things. But the thought of afternoon training made Leon feel sick. But there was no other way. To become stronger, you must persevere. In the dining room, Lion struggled to eat. The intense training had left Leon's hands swollen and sore. But the morning was just an appetizer. In the afternoon, Leon still had to spar with Froststar. This was what Leon feared most. When sparring with Snake, Snake would show some mercy, but Froststar was relentless, whipping Leon hard. After lunch, Leon fell asleep. Lion, Yunqi, standing nearby, tried to call out to Leon, but Leon was faster. She opened the door, leaped onto the bed, and fell asleep in 3 seconds. This stunned Yunqi. "I won't listen. You're all witches. You're disturbing my Tao." Then, before he slept for 2 hours, a sleepy Leon was dragged out of his bed. "You jerk. Get up. Sister Froststar wants you to go down to train." Heyu, in his Lolita form, patted Leon's face. Leon opened his eyes blearily. "What time is it? You scumbag. It's almost 3 in the afternoon. You're such a scumbag," Heyu said sarcastically. Leon jumped up at the words. Good boy. He slept until 3. Leon immediately stuffed a piece of cake into Heyu's mouth. "Go play somewhere else, you little brat." With that, he jumped straight out of the second-floor window. Leon had intended to land perfectly, but having just gotten out of bed, and not yet fully relaxed, one of his feet caught on the window. He plummeted to the ground. Bang! Lion, landing headfirst, didn't seem to be hurt, but instead, he had dented the ground. "Are you up?" Yunqi swung his tail, and pulled Leon out. Leon adjusted his hair without blushing or fluttering. "It's fine, perfect landing, But the next second, Leon looked at the people in the courtyard and froze. Mom? Aren't you traveling? Yes, there was another woman in the courtyard who had just arrived. Leon's mother, Irina. Since bringing Irina back to Yin last time, although Leon had taken time to spend with her, Irina knew the heavy burden on her son. So she took the initiative to suggest traveling to various countries. Leon agreed without hesitation and handed over his entire stash of savings to her, allowing her to travel without worry. In fact, the reason Leon agreed so readily was because he was afraid Irina would pressure him into marriage. In just 1 year, Irina left Yin, first toured the territory, and then traveled to the Eastern Elf Empire. Finally, they disguised themselves and journeyed to the Demon Empire. Although Irina was alone, as a 7th-ranked Dochi Knight, she had no safety concerns. However, Leon still dispatched intelligence agents to secretly follow his mother Irina. He had originally thought Irina would continue her travels for another 2 months. But unexpectedly, Irina suddenly returned. Leon was completely upset. Because Irina's return meant pressure for marriage. The very mention of marriage sent the family into a state of chaos. Because Leon was faced with a crucial question. Who would be the first wife? Leon looked at Xuanxing and Young Kinky. As if they had guessed Leon's thoughts, they exchanged glances, and their gazes seemed to fly. It was over. The two, who had previously lived in peace, had suddenly descended into a state of war. However, just as Leon was racking his brains to figure out how to appease them, his mother Irina spoke. By the way, on the way back, I ran into someone you know, or rather, someone you let down. Leon's face darkened at this. He had already guessed who it was. He saw Leia entering through the main entrance. Legs of various sizes trailed behind her. Leon, oh my goodness, the backyard war has officially begun. It wasn't that Leon hadn't considered bringing Leia over. But Leon wanted Leia to familiarize herself with the affairs of the Forest Elf Kingdom first. Because, according to Zanina, Leia would take over the Forest Elf Kingdom. Leia was different from Yun Qingqi. Yun Qingqi possessed a powerful military force, able to control the country, and the people under his command through force. But Leia was different. She lacked immense power, which meant she needed to win over as many people as possible. This was essential for becoming a leader. Leon planned to take her over in 2 years, once she had fully developed her own makeshift team. However, Leia's appearance disrupts Leon's plans. It's over. The backyard war is about to begin. Chapter 436. Looking at the 5 women in the courtyard, Leon was sweating profusely. Although Heiyu and Yin Xian hadn't officially joined the battle yet, Irina had already returned, and her presence would undoubtedly bring war to this peaceful home. As Leon's mother, she couldn't wait to have a grandson. So of course, she would do everything she could to increase the number of competitors. The more fiercely they fought, the more Irina would get what she wanted. After all, they were competing for her precious son, Leon. Who knew, in their frustration, they might do something outrageous. Perhaps even a conflict would ensue. Wouldn't that mean they could have grandchildren? Irina, I'm already invincible. As a bystander, Irina was certainly invincible, but as someone involved, even at the center of the storm, Leon wasn't having it so easy. Before Irina returned, the women could still get along well. After all, there was no battle for the title of first wife. But things were different with Irina's return, because she was Leon's mother. She was also Frost Star, and the other's mother-in-law. To become the head of the royal family, she needed Irina's approval. Without Irina's return, the fight wouldn't have broken out. As soon as she returned, things erupted completely. Yun Qingqi ignored the others, and simply picked up a plate of grapes. Twisting her waist, she approached Leon. Lion, don't come over here. Lion, open your mouth. I feed you. Yun Qingqi lifted a grape with her delicate hand, and held it to Leon's lips. Lion's mouth was tightly shut. He could already sense Frostar's murderous intent. Like a weak and helpless rabbit targeted by a big bad wolf. What could he do? Just as Leon hesitated, Yun Qingqi seemed to realize his predicament. However, Yun Qingqi ignored him and became even bolder. Seeing Leon's reluctance to eat, Yun Qingqi instantly put on a charming and adorable look. Leon, do you dislike me? I know I upset you. I just said a few more words, and you become so disgusted with me. Sob. Leon, no, buddy. Sis, Snake, why have you changed too? Leon felt sick watching the sobbing Yun Qingqi. He had originally thought the seductive version of Yun Qingqi was his strongest form. But the previous charming version had completely brought Leon to his knees. He truly couldn't handle it. What straight men fear most isn't flirtation, but a crying girl. A girl who cries so much, after a punch, would probably sob for a long time, right? Will you eat it or not? Yuan Qingqi said pitifully, truly pitiful. Leon had no choice but to eat. Although he could already feel Froststar's sharp gaze. Tired, destruction, watching Leon eat the grapes, Yuan Qingqi's face instantly lit up with joy. But Froststar's murderous aura was almost condensing into a physical form. Beside them, He Yu and Yin Xian, sensing this terrifying murderous intent, hugged each other. Like helpless little creatures. Laya, somewhat at a loss, stood beside Irina. Leon! Start training. Draw your sword. Froststar's voice rang out. At this, Leon's face instantly paled. It seemed he couldn't escape this fate after all. Leon pinched Yuan Qingqi's face, then, with a fearless demeanor, walked towards Froststar. The pinched Yuan Qingqi froze in place. Wait! He just touched me! Has this idiot finally come to his senses? The Yuan Qingqi's tail twitched, and his face suddenly flushed. Is love about to begin? Just as Snake's mind raced, Leon had already arrived in front of Froststar. Looking at Froststar, whose face was covered in frost, Leon spoke nervously. Wife! Don't call me wife! Leader Leon! It's time for training! Froststar said emotionlessly. Leon, Looking at the stunned Leon, Froststar said coldly. Draw your sword. Really? Leon could only draw his sword. But Froststar, on the other side, instantly conjured a long sword from the ice in his hand. Lion, Can I block this? Just as Leon was wondering, Froststar attacked. Froststar charged directly at Leon. Without any unnecessary movement, he struck down. Powerfully charged and launched. Ding! Lion had no time to dodge, and could only raise his sword to block. The next second, Leon felt the immense force radiating from the sword. He dropped to one knee, his right knee smashing against the ground. However, Leon was unharmed. Although the force was terrifying, it was still within Leon's tolerance. Seeing Leon block the attack, Froststar sheathed his sword and struck again. Leon quickly rolled to the right, dodging the blow. Froststar, seeing this, immediately pursued. Leon was forced to block. After 5 or 6 consecutive blocks, Leon's hands were shaking from the recoil. This woman didn't hold back at all. She attacked fiercely. During this, Leon tried to counterattack. But the overwhelming strength meant Leon had no chance to strike back. Every time Leon tried to draw his sword, Froststar's insane reaction speed blocked the attack. After several unsuccessful attacks, Leon was forced to turn to defense. He tried to conserve his strength as much as possible. But the disparity in strength made it impossible for Leon to resist. In less than 5 minutes, Leon's sword was sent flying. Looking at Leon's trembling hands, Leon realized for the first time how weak he was. Looking at the stunned Leon, Froststar felt a flicker of pity, but in her anger, she spoke coldly. What good is a weakling like you doing on the battlefield? With that, he melted his sword and headed straight for the Duke's mansion. Leon froze for a moment, thinking about Xuanxing's words. Yes, if I went to the battlefield, wouldn't I just be a burden? Leon walked into the Duke's mansion with a look of despair. Yuan Qingqi wanted to comfort Leon, but seeing his absent-mindedness, he didn't know how to start. Leon returned to his room, and sat blankly in his chair. The living room was filled with people. Yuan Qingqi couldn't help but look up at the second floor. Although Xuanxing's face was calm, he was panicking inside. Will Leon be okay? Did I hit him too hard just now? Should I apologize to him? Will Leon ignore me? He Yu was still eating, as if Leon had nothing to do with her. But Yanqing, the supposedly silly rabbit, suddenly had a moment of wit. Leon must be feeling sad right now, right? I want to cheer him up. Yanqing secretly grabbed a few candies and ran out. Everyone thought Yanqing was out having fun, so they ignored her. But Yanqing finally got smart for once. Yanqing came directly to Leon's window, aimed, and jumped in. But Leon didn't look as hopeless as one might imagine. On the contrary, he looked excited. Ha ha! I'm such a genius! Chapter 437. Lion was initially upset after being defeated by Froststar. But he quickly figured it out. It wasn't my enemy who defeated me, it was my wife. Is it shameful to lose to my wife? It's not shameful. Don't look at how powerful Froststar is now. Who knows who will bully whom at night? Thinking things through, Leon quickly focused on his own strength. Although Leon could practice now, but without any inherent talent, Leon's training speed was as slow as a snail's pace. He might not even reach the 9th level in his lifetime. So Leon was thinking about how to improve his combat effectiveness. As he was thinking, he saw a suit of armor hanging in his bedroom. Wait, armor? Lion suddenly remembered Kinberg's suit of armor. He immediately took it out. Although the suit of armor exuded an ancient knightly style, it still couldn't change the fact that it was a high-tech product that surpassed all current technology in Daehan. On the surface, it looked like armor, but in reality, it was an exoskeleton-powered armor. But this exoskeleton armor was too rudimentary. It was essentially the exoskeleton's powertrain system, adorned with knight armor. With such crude manipulation, this exoskeleton armor had been cobbled together. Looking at the exoskeleton armor, Leon had an idea. He decided to modernize it, solve the armor's defensive issues. He immediately got to work. Leon took out a blank sheet of paper and began to sketch the armor's exterior. At the same time, reflecting on his past knowledge, he began to design and modify the armor. First, regarding defense, the original knight's armor had certain gaps. These gaps determined the armor's defensive power. Using this armor, Kuenberg could use his fighting spirit to fill these gaps. But Leon couldn't do that. His fighting spirit couldn't manifest at all, which meant Leon couldn't unleash the full power of this armor. But Leon wasn't going to give up easily. After drawing inspiration from the armor's structure, Leon began designing a new armor. First, he examined the original armor and found its strength to be astonishing. So Leon decided to recycle it, adding another layer of armor to the original. Also, he used special metals in the vital areas. Though these special metals used minimal material, they possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities. Leon's acquisition of these metals was inseparable from the Witch and Baryon. In fact, Kuenberg had also considered modifying this armor back then. But by then, Kuenberg had become a supremely powerful warrior. The armor's modification plan was thus delayed. So, the armor came into Leon's hands. As a young man of the new era, Leon expressed the urge to modify this armor. After some work, Leon looked at the blueprint in his hand, very satisfied. He might not have eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run. Although exoskeleton-powered armor was somewhat difficult to understand, Kuenberg had already completed this step. Leon only needed to make slight optimizations. This optimization resulted in a complete transformation. The original knight style had been transformed into a technological style, and its defensive capabilities were greatly improved. Leon looked at the armor with a touch of heartache, because it consumed so much rare metal. But it was all worth it. Once for all, there will be another. Just as Leon was about to rest for a moment, Yenchine jumped in from the window. Their eyes met. Yenchine? What are you doing here? Leon was puzzled. Why didn't Yenchine come here the usual way? Leon, aren't you crying? Yenchine asked blankly. Leon, ? Why would I cry? Now it was Leon's turn not to cry. Sister said you were completely worthless, Yenchine said, lowering her head. Leon shook his head, feeling a bit amused. Don't worry, I'm not a child like you. I won't cry over a few words. Yen Xian, ? Why do I feel like you're hinting at me? Yen Xian couldn't figure it out, but she still took out the candy from her pocket. Here you go. Leon didn't want to accept it at first, but after seeing Yen Xian's innocent look, Leon gave in. Sure enough, those big-eyed, animal-eared girls are the most annoying. Leon took the candy from Yen Xian and smiled as she watched him accept it. Regardless of Leon's expression, she patted his head. Be good, little Leon. Leon, Yen Xian finished her words, and before Leon could react, she flew out. She was afraid of being caught by Leon. If she was caught, she'd have nothing to eat. In Yen Xian's eyes, Leon was an unforgivable evildoer. Whenever she made a mistake, Leon wouldn't hit her, he simply canceled all her desserts. Yenchine was completely dejected by this cancellation. Desserts were more important to Yenchine than her life. Yenchine's exact words. You can skip meals, but you can't stop eating dessert. Shuangxing had no other options. She thought about asking Yenchine to cut down on her dessert intake. But when the rabbit gets angry, it bites. Shuangxing was nearly kicked out by Yenchine. As a bystander, Leon could only secretly rejoice. Shuangxing. You finally had this day. Ha ha ha. Shortly after Yenchine left, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Leon said. Squeak. The door opened a crack, and a head poked in. Leon's face darkened when he saw it was Heyu. Because Heyu always loved coming into his room and causing trouble. Although Heyu's room was filled with dolls, she always came to Leon's room to get them for free. Because, in Heiyu's eyes, Leon's room was filled with strange and bizarre things. For example, the large globe and the physical map of Daehan's homeland. Heiyu always enjoyed using the dolls to fight on the sand table. Thankfully, after playing, Heiyu would use restoration magic to restore the messy room. But what Leon didn't expect was that Heiyu would still take some small items. For example, the model of the Midway-class aircraft carrier on Leon's desk. The first thing Hayu did when she took it home was to hide it somewhere. Once the hype died down, Hayu would take it out and play with it. Yin Xian asked her where she got it. Hayu said confidently, "Leon gave it to me." "Leon, I'm so unlucky to have encountered these two top-tier black holes. What a misfortune for my family," Hayu said, looking at Leon in the room. "Zuinyu, are you okay? If you're upset, I can turn into a dragon and make you." Hayu's face flushed red as he spoke, and a surge of heat rose from his head. "Leon, Chapter 438. I'm fine. If you keep saying that, I promise you get into trouble," Leon said with a scowl on his face. Hayu grimaced disdainfully and said, "Small bastards are always like this, dreaming of one day turning the tables and becoming the master. Small bastards are just small bastards after all," Hayu said, hands on his hips, a look of pride on his face. Leon walked over with a sullen face. Hayu, with his eyes closed, didn't notice Leon. By the time he realized what was happening, he already picked him up. "It's over," Hayu's short, weak limbs thrashed in the air. After realizing the reality, Hayu knew he couldn't escape and said pitifully, "Small bastard, I was wrong. Can you be gentler?" Leon smiled a perverse smile. He. If I'd known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? That little bitch needs a lesson." Leon adjusted Hayu's posture and raised his hand to slap her. Slap. Ouch. Hayu instantly donned a mask of pain. "Bad Silver. All you know is spanking me. If you're brave enough, let's have a real fight." Slap. Ouch. "Do you accept this? Will you dare to do this again?" "I don't accept it." Ouch. "I will fight this evil force to the bitter end. Come on. In 18 years, I'd be a good dragon again." Hayu spoke with a determined look, like a prisoner about to be executed. Leon's mouth twitched at the sight. "So I'm the unforgivable villain, right?" Slap. Another slap. Ouch. Slap. Slap. Ouch, ouch. Leon was stunned. What's going on? Why does it feel like the crying is controllable? Lion glanced at Hayu in surprise. After being hit several times, Hayu suddenly noticed that Lion had stopped hitting him and couldn't help but look up. "Why didn't you hit him?" "Lion?" ? Lion then realized that there wasn't a single tear on Hayu's face. His crying was all fake. Lion couldn't raise his hand to hit him, nor could he not hit him. "Aren't you afraid of the pain?" Hayu broke free from Lion's restraints and landed steadily on the ground. "It doesn't hurt when you hit him. That's how trash is. They have no strength at all. They really are trash." Lion, Looking at Hayu's smug look, Lion went to the window and confirmed it was open. Then he picked Hayu up. Hayu was confused, and before he could react, Lion threw him out of the second floor. "Go!" Hayu landed steadily in the swimming pool. Splash. "Go cool off," Lion said, closing the window. Hayu slowly emerged from the water. "You scumbag. Is that all you got?" Hayu's voice, magically transmitted through the glass, reached Leon's ears. Lion muttered, looking at the manuscript on the table. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. "Just wait." Lion then picked up the phone and called the arsenal. "Hello? It's Leon. I need these delivered to the Duke's palace as soon as possible." After doing all this, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, let's see who has the last laugh. Although the people downstairs hadn't gone upstairs, their powerful mental powers had already known everything that had happened upstairs. Yuan Chichi said calmly while eating grapes. "It seems Leon wasn't hurt, but someone else is in trouble. Leon might not even talk to her anymore." Yuan Chichi closed his eyes after saying this, his face full of enjoyment. Yinshin looked around nervously after hearing this. "Could it be me? Did Bunny do something wrong again?" Shuangxing remained silent on the surface, but inside, she was almost unable to contain her anger. "Leon hasn't said anything yet, and you already made a conclusion? Who has the final say in this family?" Shuangxing knew that waiting for Leon to take the initiative was difficult. At least for now, Leon simply didn't have the strength to do so. So Shuangxing decided to strike first. Lion couldn't defeat her anyway. If she could conquer him, the position of master of the true palace would be hers, but all this would have to wait until night. Though Yuan Qingqi's eyes were closed, she had already guessed Shuangxing's intentions. "What? Soft tactics don't work, so you're trying to force them? Have you asked me? With me here, there's absolutely no chance of anything happening at the dinner table." Lion finally came down for dinner. After all, his mother, Irina, was still here. No matter what, He had to show his mother the proper respect. At the dinner table, everyone was very calm. Heiyu and Yanqi were fighting over the food as usual. Xuanxing ate silently, while young Kinky kept piling food onto Leon's plate. But Leon kept feeling an inexplicable sense of strangeness. It was as if the calm before him was the last quiet before the storm. What was wrong with him? Why was he feeling this way? What Leon didn't know was that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After dinner, just as Leon was about to go upstairs, the Arsenal's transport truck arrived outside. Leon received a shipment of rare metals. With the help of the guards, crates of metal were carried upstairs and delivered to Leon's room. The women, though somewhat puzzled, didn't question him. After all, each of them was preoccupied with their own plans for the evening. At night, after a busy day, Leon prepared for bed. But just as he was about to turn in, he heard a knock at the door. Confused, Leon opened the door anyway. Heiyu, dressed in pajamas and holding a teddy bear, stood at the doorway. "What are you doing here? It's thundering outside." "I'm scared," Heiyu said with a look of grievance, then hugged Leon's thigh. "Leon, what do you want?" "I want to sleep with the scumbag." "I don't want to sleep alone." Leon sighed, looking out the window at the shimmering sky. Never mind, let her have her way for once. But just as Leon closed the door, knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded again. Leon looked at Heiyu, who shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Leon calmly opened the door. "Leon, do you know where Heiyu is?" "It's thundering and I'm scared," Yanqi said with a sad face. A pair of ears drooped, and ruby-like eyes flickered as she looked at Leon. "Heiyu is here with me, come in." Leon shook his head. What was going on tonight? Heiyu and Yanqi met quickly. Neither of them showed any emotion, but instead embraced each other like good friends. Was he overthinking it? Leon looked at Heiyu and Yanqi, lost in thought. But just then, the door knocked again. Leon, Leon could only open the door again. But Heiyu and Yanqi exchanged a glance. "Why is there someone here?" "I don't know. What should I do now?" "Hide." Leon reached the door and opened it. But the next second, Leon froze. Chapter 439. Lion opened the door and found Leia standing outside. Leia's usual style of dress had changed. Previously, she had always worn something solemn and elegant. But today, she was wearing a sexy nightgown. Lion was completely stunned. Leia, sensing her gaze, lowered her head in embarrassment. The usually elegant Leia was now at a loss. Her small hands nervously pinched her nightgown. Her mother said this would allow Leon and her to confirm their relationship, but could it really do that? Lion was confused. Leia lowered her head and was about to speak. But suddenly, a door opened at the end of the hallway. Leia's expression changed instantly. She pushed Leon inside, and then closed the door behind her. "Don't let anyone see me like this," Leia said shyly. Leon was at a loss for words for a moment. But as he looked at Leia, he seemed to have guessed what was coming next. However, Leon had no intention of actually doing anything, because it was too hasty. Although Leon didn't know why Leia had done this, he respected her. Leia was interested in him, but Leon didn't want to rush into it. After all, Leia had just arrived, and doing something like this would be too much for Leon's conscience. The most important thing was that there were two good-for-nothings in his room. Leading them astray would be terrible. While Leon was lost in thought, Leia had already walked into the bedroom. Lion suddenly remembered that there were two good-for-nothings in the bedroom, and immediately ran in. The bedroom was completely empty. Where was the person? A crack had appeared in the wardrobe nearby. Two pairs of eyes were peering through the crack. "Sister Leia? Does that mean we don't have a chance tonight?" Yanqi whispered. "What are you afraid of? It's just one more person," Heiyu said with disdain. Leia looked at the empty bedroom, her face redder than before. Leon's attention was elsewhere in the bedroom, wondering where those two good-for-nothings had gone. He hadn't noticed Leia undressing at all. When Leon turned around and saw Leia's body, Leon felt a sudden rush of heat in his nose, and quickly turned his head away. Leon didn't know what to say. Leia hugged Leon and whispered softly, "Leon, do you think I'm a loose woman?" Leon was at a loss for words. At that moment, two pairs of eyes in the closet suddenly widened. It was as if a new world had opened up. "Wow! So you can have a baby just like that?" Yen Xian patted Heiyu's head and said, "Don't pat me. How would I know? Who would have a baby with a small fry?" Heiyu said disdainfully, but his eyes never left Leon and the others. Just at this awkward moment, there was another knock on the door. "Lion, Leia hurriedly put on her clothes. Lion hurried to the door, but as he neared it, he stopped what he was doing. For some reason, he had a feeling something big was going to happen behind that door. Knock, knock. But a knock on the door reminded Leon it was time to open it. Leon had no choice but to open it. As soon as he opened it, he saw Yun Qingqi standing at the door, dressed in a black lace nightgown. In his hands, he held a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses. Leon, Snake, why are you here? Leon asked. In the room, Leia panicked upon hearing this. What should I do? What should I do? Where should I hide? After putting on her clothes, Leia suddenly spotted the closet nearby. Got it. Leia walked over to the closet and opened it. The next moment, Leia froze. Because Heyu and Yanqi were staring at her eagerly from inside. You? Just as Leia was about to speak, Heyu jumped up and covered her mouth. Yanqi dragged Leia in and closed the closet door. Inside the closet, the 3 women stared at each other. Heyu and the other woman shushed each other. Leia nodded, and Heyu finally released her hand. The 3 women exchanged glances, their eyes filled with embarrassment. Leia, in particular, thought about what had just happened, and how the 2 men before her had seen it. Leia wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Heyu looked at Leia with a wicked grin. Sister Leia, you don't want this to be known, do you? Hee hee. Leia felt completely unwell upon hearing this. She froze for a moment, unable to resist asking. What are you doing? Heyu licked his lips, gazing at Leia's voluptuous figure. Hee hee. Slurp. At the door. What's up? Great leader Leon, won't you invite me in for a moment? Yun Qingqi licked his lips and said seductively. At the same time, he gently twisted his body, revealing his body beneath his pajamas. Leon was about to lose control. Little Leon had already saluted. Leon, can you show some courage? Little Leon, how about you try? Before Leon could react, Yun Qingqi had already leaned against him. She whispered softly in Leon's ear. Leon, the night is precious. Leon knew what Yun Qingqi was up to, of course, but he was worried about the 3 people in the room. There were already 3 of them, and Yun Qingqi was here too. Why was it so lively tonight? He had training tomorrow. Was he going to survive? Seeing Leon in a daze, Yun Qingqi assumed he was just shy. He pushed him in and closed the door with his foot. Then he immediately filled 2 glasses with red wine. 1 sip? Leon shook his head. As a modern-day man, Leon didn't smoke or drink. Even after traveling to this world, Leon maintained these habits. Yun Qingqi ignored Leon and took up his glass, gulping it down. And the reason Yun Qingqi had brought the wine was simply to find an excuse. After finishing his drink, Yun Qingqi instantly became a playful figure. He leaned against Leon, delicate and frail, and spoke seductively. Leon, I'm drunk. You won't do anything to me, will you? No, I'm not ready yet. You can't do this. Yun Qingqi tugged at his clothes as he spoke. Leon was stunned. What was going on? Was he being a scoundrel, or was Yun Qingqi being a scoundrel? Leon was truly stunned. He had never seen Yun Qingqi like this before. What exactly was going on tonight? Yun Qingqi didn't care what Leon felt, and simply pushed him onto the bed. Then he approached, step by step, like a big bad wolf about to devour a little white rabbit. 3 pairs of eyes in the closet were now fixed on the 2 of them. What is this? I don't know. Don't look. Children shouldn't be watching. Chapter 440. Just as Yun Qingqi was about to attack Leon, a discordant sound echoed. Knock, knock, knock. The door rang again. Leon felt uneasy at the sound. There were 3 people hiding in the room now, 1 on his face. And there was another one at the door, that could fill a mahjong table. No, there were more than enough to fill a mahjong table. Leon was surprised by the knock. After a brief silence, he immediately pushed Yun Qingqi aside and approached the door. Leon had already guessed who was standing at the door. Nonsense. There were 4 in the room, so who was the other one? Is there any need to ask? But Leon didn't look happy at all, because he knew that if he opened the door, a world war might actually break out tonight. Knock, knock. The rapid knock on the door brought Leon back to reality, and he had no choice but to approach the door and open it. Upon opening the door, Frostar was standing there. She wasn't wearing her usual smart outfit, opting for a more casual long dress. Leon, ? No, there's a problem. These sluts actually want to rip my waist. Leon. Frostar whispered softly. Frostar? What's wrong? Leon said, blocking the door tightly. Because Leon knew that if Yun Qingqi and Frostar met, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. I'm sorry about what happened this day. I want to make it up to you. Won't you invite me in for a chat? Froststar lowered her head as she spoke, her face flushing. Looking at Froststar's initiative, Leon was dumbfounded. Are you still the ice rabbit? Sister, where's your aloofness, your reserve? Just as Leon and Froststar were dealing with each other, inside the room, Yuan-Chinchi suddenly felt something staring at her. As a 9th level expert, she quickly locked onto the source of the gaze. Looking at the wardrobe nearby, she caught a whiff of fragrance in the room. Yuan-Chinchi had guessed something. Then, she casually walked towards the wardrobe. Inside the wardrobe, watching Yuan-Chinchi approaching, the 3 women panicked. It was as if they were meeting their lover and then being caught by the mistress of the house. Yuan-Chin grasped Heiyu's dragon horn with both hands, the two of them folded together. Watching Yuan-Chinchi approach, Yuan-Chin couldn't help but speak. What should we do? Heiyu, think of a solution. What can I do? Heiyu said nonchalantly. Beside her, Leia fiddled with her skirt at a loss. What should they do? Yuan-Chinchi arrived in front of the closet. She could already sense the tension and fear of the 3 people inside. However, Yuan-Chinchi didn't see through them. But she decided to tease the 3 women. She reached out, pretending to open the closet door. The 3 women's hearts were in their throats. What should I do? It's over. Yuan-Chin, don't step on my tail. Stop talking. Leia covered their mouths, bracing herself for death. Forget it, destruction, but the next second, Yuan-Chinchi turned and left. The 3 women breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of this. But the next second, Yuan-Chinchi appeared in front of the closet like a ghost. He opened the cabinet door directly. I found you guys? Yuan-Chinchi said with a smile. Ah! Ghost! Help! Yen-Xian jumped up in fright, grabbed Heiyu's dragon horn, and threw her legs over Heiyu. The little girl Heiyu had to bear the weight of an adult. Unsteady on balance, Heiyu stumbled forward. Bang! Yen-Xian's legs blocked Heiyu's view, and Heiyu crashed into a pillar. Huh? So many stars? Why are there so many Yuan-Chinchi sisters? Heiyu stretched out her little hand, shakily pointing at the Yuan-Chinchi in front of her. The next second, Heiyu and Yen-Xian fell to the ground. The 2 women standing there were stunned. Yen-Xian also crashed into the pillar. They both had gone to sleep. Yuan-Chinchi couldn't help but hold his head with his hands at the sight of this. Then he set his sights on Leia in the closet. What about you, little elf? What are you trying to do? Yuan-Chinchi said, clinging to Leia. Leia instantly transformed into a steam princess. Leon, who was struggling with Xuanxing outside the door, also heard the commotion. He ignored Xuanxing and rushed back. The moment he entered, he was stunned by the scene before him. Heiyu and Yuan-Chin lay unconscious on the ground, and Yuan-Chinchi, clinging to Leia, looked like a big bad wolf ready to attack a little white rabbit. It was so shocking. Xuanxing, who arrived later, was also stunned by the scene. After a brief moment of shock, Xuanxing felt deeply wronged. Everyone said they should be reserved, but they all chose to attack at night? Fine, fine. And why should I be the last one? Froststar was extremely unhappy, and the chill from her body couldn't help but show. Beside him, Lion, wearing thin clothes, felt the chill and couldn't help but sneeze. What's going on? Isn't winter yet? When Yuan-Chinchi saw Lion and the others come in, he also let go of Leia. Instead, he set his sights on Froststar. Oh my, isn't this the aloof Froststar? Why are you following our lead and launching a night raid? Yuan-Chinchi walked over to the bed as if no one was around, lying down on it, making a seductive gesture and teasing. Froststar's face was cold, but in reality, she was already utterly ashamed. She was using indifference to mask her shyness and embarrassment. I finally managed to be brave, but ended up being seen by so many people. Woohoo! I'm dying. Yuan-Chinchi seemed to notice Xuanxing's shyness, and decided to help her overcome it, continuing his teasing. It's okay, the bed's big, right? It's no problem to have one more person like you. I don't mind. Yuan-Chinchi said, stroking the soft bed beneath him and looking at Xuanxing seductively. Xuanxing was now desperate for a place to crawl into. She glanced at Yuan-Chinchi, then at Leon, snorted, and left. Leon was stunned. What was going on? Leia, who was standing nearby, also tried to escape, but under Leon's puzzled gaze, she ran back to her bedroom. Leon sighed as he looked at the 2 idiots lying on the floor. Then, he picked them up, one in each hand, and carried them back to his room. After doing all this, Leon returned to his bedroom. He looked at Yuan-Chinchi lying on the bed. Yuan-Chinchi had already assumed a posture of waiting to be picked. Leon's mouth twitched. Forget about doing anything tonight. because he could feel the 4 women locking onto him with their mental powers. Besides Xuanxing and Leia, there were also Heiyu and Yunqin. They hadn't fainted from the beginning. And there were experts. Chapter 441. Lion stared at Yun Chi-Chi, unsure what to do. Although Yun Chi-Chi acted like, come over and play. But Leon knew he couldn't possibly do it with Yun Chi-Chi under the eyes of the other 4. Was that reasonable? Yun Chi-Chi was also certain that Leon wouldn't make a move, so he used all his tricks to tease Leon. If Leon was taught a lesson now, he wouldn't be so shy in the future. Lion, thank you. What? I'm in this state, and you're not taking any action? Are you still a man? Yun Chi-Chi's clothes slipped off as he spoke. Lion, eh? Without hesitation, Leon walked over to Yun Chi-Chi and helped her put her clothes back on. Do you think this night will have any consequences? Lion grumbled. Yun Chi-Chi smiled. Regardless of Yun Chi-Chi's feelings, Leon immediately pulled her up. But Yun Chi-Chi was like a nail, firmly fixed to the bed. Leon was a little surprised. With his strength, pulling Yun Chi-Chi up would have been no problem at all. But now he couldn't. Leon looked at Yun Chi-Chi speechlessly. What are you trying to do? I want a hug. Yun Chi-Chi said in a coquettish voice. Leon's skin crawled with goosebumps. Looking at Yun Chi-Chi's expectant eyes, Leon sighed and finally lifted her up like a princess. Leon carried Yun Chi-Chi directly to her door. Opening the door, Leon wanted to let her go, but Yun Chi-Chi wouldn't let go. Leon could only carry Yun Chi-Chi to the bed. The moment he placed him on the bed, Yun Chi-Chi's arms suddenly exerted force, bringing Leon and Yun Chi-Chi into direct contact. Yun Chi-Chi seized the opportunity and kissed Leon. Leon, shock! Leon tried to pull away, but Yun Chi-Chi's legs had transformed into snake tails, tightly entangling Leon. Realizing his inability to break free, Leon finally gave up. Since he couldn't refuse, he might as well enjoy it. Just as Leon was bracing himself for the coming storm, Yun Chi-Chi suddenly let go of him. Alright, go back quickly. Everyone's watching. Did you have any unhealthy thoughts just now? Yun Chi-Chi licked his lips, looking as if he saw through everything. Leon's face paled slightly when he heard this, and he hurried back to his room. After Leon left Yun Chi-Chi's room, the other 4 women breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Yun Chi-Chi didn't make a move. Leon returned to his room, his mind a mess. Tonight, too much had happened. Leon's brain was barely enough. First, let's sort it out. Tonight, all 5 women came. Although the 2 Heiyu women didn't show any expression, they were definitely not that simple. As for Leia. Leon paused at the thought of Leia. Leia tonight. Leon knew he had to formally target Leia. She had taken the initiative so far. If he didn't take action, would he still be a man? After confirming Leia, Leon thought of Yun Chi-Chi. Snake? Basic operation, no need to worry. But what Leon didn't expect was that Frost Star was also here, and Frost Star looked like that. Leon was sure he'd never seen her like that. If there hadn't been anyone else tonight, Leon might have gotten to see Frost Star's gentle side. Damn it! You're all my fault for ruining my plans. 4 women, you're so arrogant, you're so great, if you can, just stay out of bed again. Lion fell asleep thinking about it. But the 5 women's struggle wasn't over yet. At this moment, they were entering the post-battle settlement animation. The worst off were Heiyu and Yen Xian, who gained nothing and even had a big bump on their heads. As expected, the IQ of the loser was questionable. The women were actually comparing notes with each other, wondering who had ultimately won tonight. On the surface, it seemed like none of the 5 had gained anything. But the clash of masters often lasts only a split second. Although Leia hadn't gained anything, her relationship with Leon had been clarified, and her bravery tonight had greatly increased her standing in Leon's heart. Yun Chi-Chi continued to perform steadily. Although he didn't get the food, he earned a kiss from Leon. At least that was better than those 2 gluttons who got nothing. Heiyu Yen Xian, eh? Although Xuanxing barely spoke a word, she got what she wanted. That was Leon's forgiveness, and Leon seeing a different side of her. As Leon drifted off to sleep, he had no idea of the inner conflict among the 5 women. Otherwise, Leon would definitely have complained. I thought battlefields and politics were complicated enough, but I didn't expect there were even masters. Of the 5 women, aside from the 2 Kuroba women, whose faces were filled with regret, the other 3 women slept peacefully. This was a good move, Kuroba. Just wait, I definitely snatched Leon away. The next day, Leon woke up as usual, and went downstairs to find the maids already preparing breakfast. At the table, the 5 women sat upright in their chairs. They looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Leon was puzzled, But when he saw Irina sitting at the head table, he understood everything. In the restaurant. Ha ha ha. No, I can't hold it in anymore. Let me laugh for a moment. Irina was laughing so hard that her mouth couldn't stop. The 5 women all tried to find a place to hide. You mean, the 5 of you went on a night raid on Leon last night, but none of you got any food? Ha ha ha. Irina laughed again. The 5 women all lowered their heads simultaneously. Even the most open-minded Yuan Qingqi felt embarrassed, and lowered his head silently. No, even if each of you 5 stripped him a single piece of clothing, he'd still be naked. How could you not have eaten any of them? Irina finished, laughing again. Leia's face had turned as red as a monkey's, but Xuanxing turned her head away, trying her best to maintain her cool image. He Yu and Yanqing, on the other hand, played dumb and devoured their breakfast. Ah, the bread is delicious, heh heh. Yuan Qingqi gave an awkward smile, and then shook her head. Of course, she could bow down to the overlord, but Leon might not object. But what about the other 4 women? Although Leon had never said he liked them, he had never refused their requests either. Leon was a shy boy with no idea of love, so Yuan Qingqi planned to let him experience the feeling of love. But plans couldn't keep up with changes, so Yuan Qingqi had to board the train first and buy a ticket later. Isn't she buying a ticket now? The innocent little virgin had already been taken away by her, so could he ever escape from her clutches? Chapter 442. Leon came downstairs and saw this scene. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, especially after he overheard their conversation. He was completely terrified. What innocent little virgin? What about being stripped and eaten? Frightened, Leon almost turned back and ran upstairs. This world is so terrifying. Just as Leon was about to turn back, he suddenly remembered. This is his home. What was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Leon walked downstairs with a clear conscience. But as soon as he sat down at the table, the pressure from Irina came crashing down on him. Xiaong, when are you and Yuan Qingqi getting married? And Xuanxing? You have to give them an explanation, right? Leon instinctively wanted to escape, but he didn't stand up. Instead, he said seriously, now is not the time. The war isn't over yet. Let's wait until things settle down. For once, Leon didn't avoid a problem, but chose to face it head-on. Because Leon said, Man, fight! This is your home, you have the final say. It's just a few goblins, right? Come on, Leon! Invincible. Thinking of this, Leon straightened his back. The women didn't show any expression at this answer. But Yuan Qingqi's eyes were filled with approval. Because Leon had finally taken the most important step in closing the door to love. He finally dared to face them. Yuan Qingqi appeared calm, but in reality, he hooked Leon with his foot. Leon looked down, and saw it was Yuan Qingqi. What did he mean? Yuan Qingqi looked at Leon with satisfaction. This left Leon somewhat puzzled. Breakfast ended in this exchange. Just as Leon stood up to leave, Yuan Qingqi, who had been standing nearby, came up behind him and bit his ear. Leon's eyes widened instantly. Good job. Come find me later. Leon shuddered. For a moment, his entire being perked up. Looking back, Yuan Qingqi had already walked away. Leon glanced around, somewhat bewildered. Had he been teased? The women returned to their rooms, paying no attention to Leon and the others. Leon, regaining his composure, suddenly remembered that he still had important matters to attend to. He hurried upstairs. He then picked up the blueprints and prepared to begin the modification. But when Leon picked up the block of metal, he froze. What should he do? I didn't seem to know how to smelt iron. How could he melt the metal? Leon fell into deep thought. But then, a sudden thought struck him, a top talent. Baryan, as a top-tier warrior, Baryan, even before joining the army, was a renowned blacksmith. Yoshi, Leon, without hesitation, immediately called Baryan. Baryan was relaxing at home, when he suddenly received a call from Leon. After a brief conversation, Baryan immediately set off for Leon's residence. Although he had no idea what Leon was planning, he had heard that he needed a blacksmith. And the plan had to be kept strictly confidential. Leon had no choice but to call Baryan over. After all, what they were about to do was earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Soon, Baryan arrived at the Duke's residence and headed straight for Leon's bedroom. The maids were somewhat surprised. Although they had never seen the real Baryan, they had seen his portrait. They had seen the portraits of almost every high-ranking official in Diyin, and they were required to memorize them. Only in this way could they ensure that guests at the Duke's mansion felt at home. Baryan went straight to Leon's bedroom. Pushing the door open, he was met with a scene of explosions. Leon was pounding a large hammer against a piece of metal. After seeing this, Baryan looked up and saw that it was indeed Leon's bedroom. What's going on? What kind of muscular leader? Leon felt his gaze and turned to find Baryan standing in the doorway. Seeing Baryan approach, Leon dropped his hammer. Senior Baryan, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you. Feeling Leon's intense gaze, Baryan withdrew his hand somewhat uncomfortably. But Leon showed no concern. Instead, he spoke rapidly. Senior Baryan, can you shape metal? Please look at the blueprint, Leon said, handing it to Baryan. Baryan was stunned when he took the blueprint. Looking at the contents on the blueprint, Baryan couldn't help but ask. Did you draw this? Leon nodded. Baryan suddenly said seriously, Are you sure you want to build this? Leon nodded, then asked with some confusion. What's wrong? Any questions, Senior? Baryan shook his head. It's okay. Let's get started. The two immediately began their scientific research. The sounds of hammering and Leon's cheers echoed throughout the Duke's mansion. The maids didn't dare ask further questions, still filled with curiosity about Leon. What's wrong with the leader? Why did he suddenly go mad? The 5 women also noticed this, but when they used their mental powers to detect it, they discovered Leon and Baryan fiddling with a set of armor. They immediately lost interest. What? I thought Leon was cheating. Lion? ? Am I that kind of person? After a day of crafting, Baryan had shaped all the armor. Some key parts were forged by Baryan himself. These key parts were the breastplate and shoulder armor, as well as the leg and hand armor. After Baryan's forging, these parts had reached the level of quasi-artifacts. After all, Baryan had infused a portion of divine power into the metal during the forging process. Because of this divine power, the metal underwent a complete transformation. Baryan didn't stay for dinner at the Duke's residence. Instead, he patted Leon's shoulder. He had the look of a man who understood everything. This left Leon somewhat bewildered. But Baryan had already left, and the exoskeleton armor hadn't even been assembled yet. Because Leon still faced a major problem. That was the armor's power source. The Do Chi within him alone wasn't enough to power it. He had to find a power core. Checking the time, he realized there was still some time before dinner. Leon immediately pulled out an encyclopedia and began searching for a suitable power core. Then, as Leon was absorbed in his reading, a tail wrapped around him. Leon lowered his head and saw the familiar snake tail. He sighed silently. Never mind, it's time to accept reality. No! I can't just give in like this. I have to fight. Leon immediately took control, grabbed the tail, and pulled it towards him. Yunqing Qi? Chapter 443. Don't be like this. I want it. No. Why not? You've been talking all day, why can't you take action today? Leon gave a lewd smile. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Today, he's going to take over and become the master. No. Yunqing Qi said with some resistance. But in reality, she was secretly delighted. She screamed so loudly so everyone could hear. Crack! Xuangxing crushed the cup in her hand. The maid beside her was stunned and hurriedly lowered her head. But Xuangxing quickly spoke to her. It's okay. It has nothing to do with you. Go away. In He Yu's room. He Yu, upon hearing the noise, looked dejected. All gone, he become a loser once again. Wow! I'm so sad. I want to eat 10 cakes. The other women also had complicated expressions. It was evening soon, and when the maid arrived to tell Leon to go downstairs for dinner, Leon was practically on the verge of collapsing. He'd been careless. High-level hunters often attack in the form of their prey. Leon, let's play a little longer. Yunqingqi's alluring voice rang out. Leon was so frightened that he quickly jumped out of bed, quickly dressed, and ran downstairs. He didn't care if his back hurt. Nonsense. If I stay any longer, I'd die. He had clearly become stronger, and had prepared for so long. But why did he collapse at the first sign of trouble? Leon couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't understand it. It was too abstract. As expected, the prey's weakness was all feigned. I'd never be fooled again. At the dinner table, something happened that frightened Leon even more. The women targeted them. Frostar, in particular, once again gave Leon a bad look. Leon could only smile awkwardly. What the hell was all this? He Yu and Yin Xian devoured the food in front of them. They had lost their usual liveliness and cheerfulness. Laya ate the food in front of her in small, slow sips. Leon stared at the strange table, completely at a loss for words. Yunqing Qi, standing nearby, looked at everyone with disdain, like a victor. Just that look made Leon want to rush over and slap her in the face. That look was truly despicable. The way she flaunted her beloved possession in front of her friends nearly made Leon lose his composure. No one spoke, only the clatter of cutlery. Seeing this, Leon wanted to speak up to lighten the mood. But before he could open his mouth, the words were choked in his throat. Frostar was staring at him intently. Leon, what's going on? Dinner ended in this atmosphere. Leon knew what he had to do. He couldn't eat everything in one go though. But he had to calm them down one by one. After all, the lessons of his previous life were still fresh in his mind. Makoto or Dodo? The difference in the backyard was just a matter of thought. Leon decided to launch a surprise attack on Frostar tonight, but before that, Leon needed to protect himself. Because tonight was sure to be just as turbulent as last night. Leon locked the door, and put a do not disturb sign on it. Then he put on his armor, and went to sleep. They couldn't possibly strip me of my armor, could they? After doing all this, Leon set his magic alarm and fell asleep peacefully. As the master of the Duke's mansion, Leon had spare keys to all the rooms. So a night raid tonight was necessary. Before that, let's gather our strength. Soon, Leon fell into a deep sleep. But the others hadn't gotten to sleep yet. Yuan Qingqi had no plans for a night raid tonight. She had already gotten what she wanted today. If she went back to Leon, what would the others do? To become the first wife, one must possess the magnanimity of a first wife. In fact, Yuan Qingqi wouldn't tell you that the reason she didn't go back to Leon tonight was because she had already drained him dry. Xuanxing and Leia lay in bed, unable to sleep, wondering how they should deal with Leon. Should they take the initiative, or wait for him to take the initiative? But it felt like if they didn't take the initiative, the position of first wife would be further and further away. What they didn't know was, Heiyu and Yanqi were quietly approaching Leon's door. Heiyu, you never expected that? If we act quickly enough, we have a chance. Heiyu said smoothly, as if victory was certain. Yanqi nodded beside him, his eyes full of anticipation. Yanqi hadn't actually planned to come along, but Heiyu said that if Yanqi came, he'd give her a share of his cake tomorrow. Yanqi was almost asleep, but upon hearing Heiyu's words, he instantly perked up. What? Cake? Shit, however, when the two tiptoed to the door and looked at the label, they were petrified. Heiyu, incredulous, turned the door, only to find it locked. Heiyu froze in place. No! Why would you lock the door? Heiyu knocked on the door in disbelief. But Leon, wearing earplugs, couldn't hear the knock. Wow, this rabbit is so white, so soft, and so fragrant. Leon was still talking in his sleep. Heiyu stared blankly at the door, while Yin Xian, standing beside him, asked, quite out of place. So what should we do now? Should we go back? What about tomorrow's cake? Heiyu heard this and looked back at the door. She burst into tears. Wow, what a loss. The cake is gone, and Leon didn't get any. Heiyu instantly lost all hope in life. What the hell is going on? It wasn't like this last night. Heiyu walked towards his room, his face distraught. Yin Xian couldn't help but ask from behind. Where's my cake? Eat, eat, eat. Go ahead and eat. You be last in line. Heiyu placed the cake in Yin Xian's hands, with a sad face, and slammed the door shut. After closing the door, Heiyu dove directly into bed, clutching the covers and bursting into tears. It's gone! Everything is gone! After crying for an unknown amount of time, Heiyu fell asleep. But the simulated alarm clock in Leon's hand began to vibrate. Leon awoke from his slumber. My turn. Leon struggled to remove his armor, opened the door, glanced around, and made sure no one was watching. He tiptoed toward Xuanxing's room. Hi. I'm here. Chapter 444. Leon opened Frostar's door. Then he walked straight in. He arrived before Frostar. Frostar suddenly sensed someone approaching and woke from her sleep. But before she could speak, Leon covered her mouth. It's me. Stop talking, or everyone will know. Seeing Frostar nod, Leon finally let go. Frostar's eyes were filled with confusion. It's all because of you. Leon looked at Frostar, who was looking puzzled, and couldn't help but speak. Frostar looked even more innocent. What's wrong with me? Didn't I just say a few more words? Didn't I just give you a cold shoulder? After all, it was a mistake. How could you despise me like this? Looking at Frostar, who was about to drop a pearl, Leon was dumbfounded. No, sister, where's your aloofness? Where's your reserve? Why are you suddenly dropping a pearl? Leon suddenly felt a headache. Frostar looked at Leon, who looked like a fool, with a cold snort, turning his head away. Looking at Frostar sulking, Leon twitched his lips, then climbed onto the bed, threw back the covers, slid under, and embraced Froststar. The movements were smooth and flowing. Froststar felt Leon's embrace and struggled symbolically, but found that Leon didn't stop, and she didn't push him away at all. Leon, there's a chance. Leon decided to go one step further and take her down completely, but the moment he touched Froststar, Leon suddenly felt dizzy and flew away. Bang! The wall was cracked with cracks. Oh my god, are you trying to murder your husband? Lion slid to the ground, unable to help but exclaim. Froststar saw this and hurriedly explained. That's not the case. I accidentally used too much force. Lion struggled to climb back onto the bed, hugged Froststar, and fell asleep. Humph. I'm angry too. The kind that can't be coaxed. Froststar let Lion hold her, her whole body flushed like a bright red apple. This seemed to be the first time Lion had held her. Is this what being held felt like? Froststar's imaginations began to run wild. So when he asked, would I give it to him or not? Just as Froststar was torn between her inner turmoil, Lion had already fallen asleep. Never mind. I had to get up early tomorrow to inspect the arsenal. Sleep first. And then Froststar waited for over half an hour before realizing Lion was already asleep. Froststar, well, I regret it now. Can I go back? The next day, Leon woke from his sleep, and Froststar was still sound asleep beside him. But that sleeping position was indeed a bit indecent. Originally, they were both lying down, not touching each other. But while they were sleeping, Froststar turned over and draped her legs over Leon, using Leon as a pillow. Wake up, little bunny. If you don't get up now, you won't have any food? Leon said teasingly. Froststar said drowsily. Don't make trouble. Let me sleep a little longer. Leon will feed me. Lion, ? Lion ignored the words and got up to get dressed. He still had things to deal with. When everyone saw Leon emerge from Froststar's room refreshed, including Yunchi-Chi, the other 4 women were petrified. Has their house been robbed? Or did Bai Kai go looking for the pig herself? Heiyu's defenses completely shattered upon seeing this. No, last night, I thought nothing happened, and now it's not me who's telling me. The moment Heiyu stepped outside and saw Leon, her defenses instantly shattered. Ugh! I'm going to die. Ugh! Why? The cake is gone. Not only did I not get to eat it, but someone else ate it. Heiyu suddenly felt that living was a mistake. Why did everything go against her? I'm going to die. Don't stop me. Heiyu sobbed, ready to jump from the 2nd floor. Yen Xian, standing nearby, hurriedly grabbed Heiyu. Don't die. What will happen to my cake if you die? Heiyu's sobs stopped upon hearing this, and she stared blankly at Yen Xian, then cried even harder. So you were only after my cake? Ugh! I don't want to live anymore. Since Heiyu was born, she had never cried so hard as she did today. Seeing this, Leon's mouth twitched. How could this silly, cute dragon girl still be so foolish now that she's grown up? It felt like if she kept being foolish, she'd become a moron. No, it seemed like she was already a moron. Leon walked over and picked up Heiyu. Heiyu felt Leon's embrace and continued to sob. Don't touch me. Let me die. What's the point of living? If you keep up this, I won't care about you anymore. Leon stroked Heiyu's head and said calmly. Heiyu froze for a moment. She stopped crying and making a scene. Then, like a little girl, she tugged at Leon's clothes. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his expression was filled with resentment. No, don't leave me. Seeing this, Leon finally gave in. As expected, the most stern man fears acting cute. And so, an amusing scene unfolded at the breakfast table. Leon fed Heiyu mouthful by mouthful with a spoon, instantly transforming into a dad. Leon, 2 kids out of wedlock, what are you guys saying? Irina couldn't help but twitch her lips at the sight of this. As expected, this black dragon is no pushover. It seems Xiaong still has a long road ahead on his love journey. And there are experts. Froststar, on the other hand, had completely changed her usual aloofness. The blush on her face never faded, and she even smiled foolishly from time to time. Irina nodded in satisfaction at this. Xiaong finally got it. After breakfast, Leon headed straight for the arsenal. However, this time, there was no secret visit to the arsenal. Instead, a special convoy escorted Leon to the arsenal for a formal inspection. This was the final preparation for the Battle of Kursk. All the arsenal's stockpile of tanks had been sent to the front lines. Over 3,000 reserve tanks had already arrived in the Western Elven Empire. The tanks of each armored division had also been transported to Fallen Leaf City on the western border. The armored forces were to arrive in the Kursk region within 3 months to complete their preparations. But they were still making final preparations for the battle. Many of the armored units' tanks had been damaged by the battle and needed repair and maintenance. As a result, only one armored division was currently deployed on the Kursk plain. The other armored divisions were on their way to the Elven Empire. The infantry army had not yet set off. But the arsenal had been operating at full capacity these days. They were frantically producing individual anti-tank equipment. Because Leon and his men had learned that the Papal State possessed equipment that was comparable in power to tanks. Chapter 445. Leader. As Leon arrived at the arsenal's management staff had already arrived at the gates, awaiting his arrival. Although they had received the news in advance and had made thorough preparations, the moment Leon arrived, they still felt nervous. After all, how could they not be excited and thrilled to see their long-cherished leader appear before them? Leon waved to each of the managers who greeted him. Although Leon strongly opposed this kind of formality, since this was a public inspection, he had to maintain his reputation. Perhaps in the past, Leon could have ignored this concern. But now, things were different. Not only were everyone in Diyin watching Leon, but countless eyes were also on him outside Diyin. So, even if Leon himself didn't want to engage in such formalities, his subordinates had to maintain their reputation. After shaking hands with each manager, Leon headed inside the arsenal. Having entered the arsenal, Leon headed straight for the production line. Compared to the munitions in stock, Leon cared more about the workers on the production lines. Although a large number of undead creatures have now replaced workers in dangerous positions, many jobs still rely on workers. These workers have become the treasure of Diyin. Lion has repeatedly improved workers' wages, and the basic salary for Diyin workers has now reached 8 silver coins. This also includes 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Because Diyin's population growth is currently slower than its economic growth, and Diyin's rapid economic growth, Leon has established a comprehensive medical system, with the exception of some minor medical supplies. All major illnesses are free. Education is also completely free. From birth on, virtually all upbringing expenses for every citizen of Diyin are covered by the Diyin government. Leon has fulfilled his promise. He once said he would ensure that all Diyin citizens have enough food and clothing. And he wanted to help Diyin people rise to prominence. He has done it. Now, neighboring countries are trying every possible way to join Diyin. Everyone wants to obtain Diyin citizenship. But to prevent infiltration from other countries and protect the interests of his own people, Leon has raised the difficulty of obtaining Diyin citizenship to a nightmare level. To become a Diyin citizen, you must be more committed to Diyin than the locals. However, the worst sufferers are those sinful leaders who escaped earlier. If they hadn't fled during the winter of divine punishment, perhaps their fate would have been different. But there is no medicine for regret. They will eventually pay the price for their actions. Although the vast majority of Diyin's current population is refugees from the Violet Principality. But 10 million refugees have already made Great Yin their home. They, along with the people of the Sin territory, have joined in the construction of Great Yin. The prosperity of Great Yin today is inseparable from the contributions of the citizens of the Violet Principality. Although some of these 10 million refugees have returned to the Violet Principality, Great Yin has always maintained a welcoming environment for these returning refugees. Because they have fought for Great Yin, the door to Great Yin will always be open to them. Many of the Violet people have also joined the Great Yin National Defense Force. Most armored divisions were composed of people originally from the Sin territory. But almost all infantry divisions were composed of Violet men. There were several Violet infantry divisions. Although Leon had expressly forbidden soldiers from altering their uniforms, these Violet men would often carve a violet flower onto their helmets. At first, Leon wanted to ban it. But he found it impossible to stop the soldiers from doing so. Over time, Leon gave up. However, he didn't encourage this practice. He felt it would create a distinction between the two armies. What Leon didn't know was that these Violet infantry divisions would become the backbone of the upcoming Battle of Kursk. Lion entered the factory. The workers were absorbed in producing weapons on the production line, oblivious to Leon's presence. A manager tried to alert the workers of Leon's presence, but Leon stopped him. Lion didn't want to delay the arsenal's operations because of himself. After a brief inspection, he found the workers' working conditions met standards. He decided not to continue his inspection, as further inspections would likely disrupt production. Leon then arrived at the place he longed for most, the arsenal's weapons warehouse. The Diyin arsenal might sound small, but it now manufactures light weapons, heavy weapons, and armored units. It even has a missile production line. So the arsenal is Leon's lifeblood. To ensure its safety, Leon located it near the residences of Caddis and Winster. Even Chester's home wasn't far from the arsenal. If anything happened to the arsenal, Caddis and his men could rush there first. So, the arsenal was even safer than the Duke's palace. Lion arrived at the arsenal's warehouse. The weapons warehouse wasn't out in the open air. It was buried underground. First, he had to open a metal gate. Then he had to enter an underground passage. The passage was wide and long, enough to accommodate 4 heavy trucks abreast. At the end of the passage was the main entrance to the arsenal. Standing at the gate were 2 7th-level Dochi knights, who had been transferred from Caddis's Duke's palace. Caddis had 12 squire knights. Among them, Carl was the most powerful. Of the 12 squire knights, the weakest was a 7th-level Dochi knight. This was enough to demonstrate Caddis's strength. But Leon said, "Mine. All mine, squire knight. Give it to me." Soon, everyone entered the armory. As soon as he entered, Leon's eyes lit up as he looked at the mountain of weapons before him. Because the first thing he saw was boxes and boxes of Mauser rifles. Currently, the Great Yin National Defense Army has stopped equipping new recruits with Mauser rifles and started equipping them with AK-47s. After leaving enough replacement Mauser rifles for former soldiers, nearly 1.2 million Mauser rifles remain piled up in the warehouse. Most of these Mauser rifles were manufactured before the East-West Elf War. Because Leon was promoting that time every day, Great Yin was facing a powerful enemy. This caused the arsenal to work overtime to produce weapons and ammunition. Lion, don't look at me, it's not my problem. In addition to these millions of Mauser rifles, there are also billions of rounds of ammunition. Not only that, there are over 20,000 MG42s in stock. The number of AK-47s has also reached 800,000, and they are gradually replacing Mauser rifles in the hands of active soldiers. The inventory of RPG-7 rocket launchers is less than 100,000. The majority of these rocket launchers have already been sent to the front lines. However, the arsenal before us actually does not contain this many weapons and equipment. Because you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, these weapons are just the tip of the iceberg. The number just reported is only the total. Looking at the weapons on the list, Leon finally felt a sense of security. Especially when he saw the artillery and armored units that followed, Leon felt even more reassured. Chapter 446. Lion glanced at the weapons list. When he saw the number of artillery pieces, he was completely excited. The number of artillery pieces over 100 millimeters alone reached 3,000. And now, all the artillery pieces of the Great Yin National Defense Army, across its 5 armies, were already in place, so these 3,000 pieces were redundant. What made Lion even more excited was that the artillery reserves weren't measured by the piece, but by the ton. Lion looked at the weapons list, and couldn't help but pump his fist. To achieve this goal in one fell swoop, the Battle of Kursk must be won. If the Battle of Kursk fails, Great Yin will lose control of the Demon Empire. Once control of the Demon Empire is lost, the entire northwestern border of Great Yin will be exposed to the Papal States. Lion will absolutely not allow anyone to threaten the Great Yin mainland. So, even if it means fighting to the bitter end on the Kursk plain, even if it means risking everything, he will not hesitate. Besides the artillery, there is also a large inventory of missiles. First, there were the Fiery Sun missiles. Currently, 12 missile silos had been built within Yin. The number of Fiery Sun missiles had reached 200. They could strike all surrounding countries within an hour. They could even directly attack the Papal States. But Lion had no intention of exposing this powerful weapon. The V-3 rocket inventory was nearly depleted, with the majority already deployed on the northwestern border of the Elven Empire. They were ready to provide firepower coverage of the Kursk plains at any moment. What made Lion even more pleased was the inventory of armored units. Although the arsenal was stepping up production of light weapons and anti-tank weapons. However, the production of armored units did not fall behind. First, the T-62 tanks. All 200 T-62 tanks have been deployed to the Guards Division. In addition, the warehouses contain 180 Tiger tanks, 80 King Tiger tanks, 300 Panther tanks, 800 T-34 tanks, and 120 IS-2 tanks. With these tanks, an armored division could be temporarily assembled. In fact, the inventory far exceeds this. The 8 armored divisions on the front lines have a combined tank count of approximately 10,000. However, to ensure the continued fighting on the front lines, the arsenal has already shipped over 5,000 tanks as spares to the Elven Empire. This has completely drained Lion's coffers. Originally, these tanks were intended to equip the armored divisions in preparation for future unification of the continent. But now, with the Papal States troops approaching, Lion has been forced to disrupt his plans. After inspecting the warehouses, Lion headed straight for the Arsenal staff cafeteria. Lion's schedule for today was to have lunch at the Arsenal, and then visit the aircraft manufacturing plant in the afternoon. Tomorrow, he would head to the shipyard at Nanchuan Port. Lion would be conducting administrative visits for the next few days. Lion's schedule was packed. Lion had protested, but only in thought. Truly quitting was impossible. Entering the cafeteria, Lion headed straight for the food window. Currently, all the cafeterias in Dian's factories are free for workers. And they follow one principle: as long as you don't waste food, you can eat as much as you want. The cafeteria workers went about their business as usual. But suddenly, sensing the somewhat noisy crowd, they quieted down. Looking up, they saw Leon at the back of the line. The pressure now fell on the workers waiting in line for food. What should we do? The leader stands behind us? Is that even reasonable? Some workers tried to leave, but were stopped by Leon's guards. The guards relayed Leon's orders. As usual, now is the way it is. Just ignore Leon. The workers had no choice but to accept this order, but it terrified the leadership. Many managers, upon seeing this, were nearly terrified. Shorten life. Is this how you treat your leader? The management could only watch helplessly, while the workers fought the pressure and got their food. Leon finally reached the window. Now it was the cafeteria lady's turn to be stunned. Leon looked at the spoon the cafeteria lady held, and a flash of memory came to him. The cafeteria lady here wouldn't be shaking, would she? But Leon was overthinking it. The cafeteria lady was about to drop the large plate of food on Leon's rice. She kept piling food onto Leon's plate. Leon, shock! Leon hurriedly stopped the lady and said, "Enough. If you keep hitting me, I become fat." The lady immediately withdrew her hands and looked at her companion with a somewhat awkward expression. The companion looked at her nervously. "Don't look at me. We have no grudges against each other. Why are you trying to hurt me like this?" Leon's arrival had definitely made the cafeteria feel different than usual. But Leon didn't care. He suddenly decided to stay for dinner because he wanted to see what the food was like. After all, some cafeterias in his previous life were quite abstract. Lion had suffered such a loss before, and now he would never let his people repeat the same mistake. However, as Lion was conducting his inspection, the Demon Empire was not at peace at the moment. Although the 1st Armored Division was stationed on the Kursk Plains and had repelled 4 attacks by the Demon rebels, but peace was not unrest elsewhere in the Demon Empire. The Demon Empire's capital, Negadro. After Latafe's death, Negadro had fallen. A large number of insurgents and rebels entered Negadro. Then began their revelry. Initially, these demons had no intention of burning, killing, or looting. But at the instigation of the Vatican, the rebels began to attack their own people. That's what the Vatican said. "Your God has forsaken you, and you have offended the goddess of light. You do not deserve forgiveness, but the great Pope has communicated with the goddess, and she is willing to give you one chance. If you kill even one demon, your sins will be forgiven." Although this deception is lowbrow, don't forget that this is the era of feudal theocracy. The demon rebels quickly began to attack their compatriots within Nicodero. The demon rebels did not join the rebels, and began to engage them within the city. But how could the rebels defeat the rebels, who had received weapons from the Papal State? The rebels were quickly strangled and began to collapse. The entire city of Negadro has become a living hell. Fellow citizens of one nation, for the sake of a so-called god, are turning against their own compatriots. Whose responsibility is this? Negadro, a purgatory-like city, is littered with corpses. At first, these rebels sought only to atone for their sins by killing one person, but they soon discovered that these compatriots were extremely wealthy. The looting and slaughter far exceeded their military pay. The evil of humanity is thus unleashed. But within this living hell, there is a faint ray of light. Inside the Great Flame Demon's first factory. Factory Director Leadville is now reporting the situation to Great Flame. Chapter 447. Roger. The factory will be closed within 7 days, and all workers will return to Dayan mainland within 10. Leadville ended the call. He glanced at the National Defense Army officer standing nearby. The factory before him was the largest Dayan had established in the Demon Empire. Although it was just a factory, Lion attached great importance to it and assigned an infantry platoon to protect it. However, the factory now faced a significant challenge. First, it was located on an isolated island surrounded by a canal. There were only 2 bridges leading to the outside world. But a few days ago, the Demon Rebellion blocked both bridges, and they sent troops to guard the entrance. Before that, all personnel from the Dayin embassy in the Demon Empire had evacuated to the factory, because the factory was now considered the safest place. The location alone was a natural barrier, and secondly, the factory's exterior walls were built to national defense standards. They could withstand direct fire from 75mm anti-tank guns. The embassy's garrison consisted of a single infantry company. So, there were now nearly 300 Wehrmacht soldiers inside the factory. The rebels were aware of this situation, and due to the factory's importance, they refrained from launching an attack without authorization. The two sides thus lived in peace. But soon, this balance was disrupted. The demonic rebels, instigated by the Vatican, began a frenzied massacre of their compatriots. The entire city of Nicodero was transformed into a living hell. The rebels were beaten back by the rebels and forced to relocate. At the same time, they also withdrew their defenses of the factory. In reality, the rebels hadn't initially planned to attack the factory. Although it was a great yen factory, the medicines and daily necessities produced there were almost all used on the demons. This greatly improved the lives of those living in Nicodero and the surrounding areas. The rebels' defense along the riverbank also provided some protection for the factory. After all, Nicodero now had not only the rebels, but also a large number of private armed forces. However, with the rebels' withdrawal, the factory was exposed to everyone. Inside the factory, Captain Brad, the factory is likely to face an attack from multiple forces. Can your company withstand the enemy's attack? Captain Brad of the National Defense Forces said seriously. For now, there's little problem for us to hold on to the factory. The food in the factory is enough to sustain tens of thousands of us here for over 3 months, but this also means we can't evacuate quickly. Tens of thousands of people is a significant number, and evacuating them all would be difficult. After hearing Brad's words, Leadville's expression grew increasingly serious. Originally, the Supreme Commander wasn't Leadville, but the ambassador. However, during the transfer, the ambassador was attacked by demonic rebels. The ambassador was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Although Leadville was only a factory manager, his rank was significantly higher than Brad's. Furthermore, Brad was solely responsible for military affairs, so Leadville had to coordinate all the work. However, just as the two were discussing how to defend themselves, a sentry quickly ran in. The captain's in trouble. There are so many refugees outside. The sentry panted. Brad and Leadville exchanged a glance and immediately prepared to set off for the gate. They quickly reached the gate. Although it was tightly shut, they could still hear pleading outside. Please open the door. The Wehrmacht soldier on the watchtower gripped his Mauser rifle tightly. The machine gunner had already loaded his MG42. But as he was about to lock onto the refugees, he hesitated. How could these refugees be enemies? A large number of elderly, weak, women, and children, laden with luggage, blocked the gate, their faces utterly haggard. Many were starving, skin and bones, pale and emaciated. And there was hardly a man among them. How could such people be enemies? Leadville reached the watchtower, looked down, and was stunned by the scene below. Brad also rushed over and witnessed the same scene. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the complexity in the other's eyes. The two quickly descended to the surface. What should we do? Leadville asked. We have no obligation, but can we really stand by and watch them perish? Brad lowered his head and whispered. Leadville was stunned when he heard Brad's words. Leadville then said, Why don't we ask the people at the factory for their opinion? Brad nodded. Just then, faint screams suddenly rang out from the crowd outside. A large number of demon rebels suddenly appeared in the distance. They began slaughtering the refugees at the rear of the crowd. Seeing this, the sentry immediately sounded the battle alarm. At the same time, he reported the situation to Brad. Leadville, seeing this, ignored it and immediately ordered the gates to be opened. The soldiers of the infantry company immediately ascended the watchtower, ready to fight. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the infantry platoon, originally responsible for guarding the factory, stood on both sides of the gate, ready to maintain order. As the metal gate swung open, the refugees swarmed in like a swarm of swarming chrysalis. But soon, the platoon leader's MP40 began to fire. The refugees were stunned. Everyone, take your luggage, line up, and wait. Leave space for those behind you. Anyone who dares to run will be shot on the spot. The platoon leader roared, and the previously chaotic crowd instantly quieted down. Because 4 MG-42s were already positioned at the gate. Under the pressure of death, the refugees instantly formed a line. The refugees on the bridge and along the riverbank immediately began to pour into the factory. Upon seeing this, the demon rebels intensified their pursuit. Brad, atop the sentry tower, saw this and immediately drew his flare gun, ordering his soldiers to fire flares. A large number of red flares landed behind the crowd. The demon rebels were stunned by this sight. Brad grabbed a megaphone and addressed the demon rebels on the opposite side. Anyone who dares to cross the red flares will be declared a war against Yin. The rebels were stunned upon hearing this. Although they were unaware of the political conflicts at the top, they knew full well that they could not defeat the National Defense Army soldiers. The rebel leader immediately ordered his men to halt their attack. Brad breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the rebels stop outside the area. But the factory had suddenly been flooded with over 10,000 refugees. What worried Brad wasn't these 10,000 refugees, but the next arrival. Chapter 448. The demon rebels quickly retreated. Tens of thousands of demon refugees stood on the factory grounds. The National Defense Force soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the retreating rebels. Safe for now. Brad quickly descended from the watchtower and began ordering the soldiers to register the refugees' information. Leadville was currently reporting the situation to Yin. At first, Yan's heart was in his throat when he learned that the factory where Leadville was located was surrounded. But after hearing that they had retreated, his heart was at ease. But when they heard Leadville order the refugees to enter, their hearts were in their throats again. Next time, could you please finish your words in one go? It really breaks your heart to finish halfway through. Congress didn't hesitate and immediately began discussing Leadville's assistance to the refugees. They even convened an emergency meeting. Because Leadville's actions were not only military-related, but also deeply political, Congress had to study and discuss them. Leon also learned of this, but he discovered that the meeting place for Congress had become the Duke's palace. Shouldn't Congress be held in the capital? Why was it held at my house? Leon's small mind was filled with confusion. But the meeting had to proceed as usual. Leon had originally wanted to rest up that night, but he was forced to hold a meeting in his room. Senior military officials had all arrived at the Duke's palace, along with the cabinet ministers and the prime minister. This scene frightened the maids at the Duke's palace. They had already seen the portraits of these high-ranking officials, but they hadn't expected to see so many today. And all of them were present together. After a brief moment of shock, the maids immediately went to work. Although they had no idea what was happening in Leon's bedroom, they continued to work tirelessly, bringing pot after pot of tea to Leon's bedroom. Because, within the bedroom, a huge disagreement arose between the cabinet and the military. The military was divided into two factions. The conservatives believed that Leadville's actions were completely pointless, and would ultimately cost the lives of tens of thousands of workers. The radicals, on the other hand, believed that Leadville could simply hold on to the factory until reinforcements arrived. The radicals believed this because Negadro, as the capital of the Demon Empire, was a crucial transportation hub connecting the eastern and western parts of the Demon Empire. If the Battle of Kursk failed, it would mean a retreat to the Elven Empire. But now, Negadro, where Leadville was, appeared in everyone's sight. If they could capture Negadro ahead of time, even after the Battle of Cusco failed, the army could still retreat to Negadro. A new line of defense would be formed in Negadro. The cabinet decided to support the radicals, believing that the more lives Leadville saved at Negadro, the better for Yan's politics. Although the cabinet was somewhat selfish, doing so simply put Leadville and tens of thousands of workers on the line. But politics is cruel. Politicians can sacrifice the interests of many for their own ends. So the three sides began to rail against each other. Although the conservatives faced the radicals and the cabinet, their firepower was no less. They practically attacked both the cabinet and the radicals, utterly uttering them. No matter what the cabinet and the radicals said, the conservatives silenced them with a single sentence. If they fail, tens of thousands of lives will be lost, and can they hold out until the armored forces reach Nicodero? The conservatives quickly gained the upper hand. But Caddis, the backbone of the military, remained silent. He was observing Leon's expression. Lion looked at the bedroom, which resembled a market, and did not speak to stop them. Instead, he pondered everything they said. Although the three factions held their own opinions, they all made sense. But politics isn't about listening to whoever is right, it's about who can maximize benefits. The three factions argued fiercely. The maids kept bringing tea. Many people argued so hard their throats were hoarse, drinking tea from pot after pot without a single pause. The restrooms were nearly overflowing. But the debate still yielded no conclusion, knowing the decision lay beyond their grasp. They argued so vigorously to get Leon's attention and his approval. Lion, observing the chattering crowd, finally spoke. Marshal Caddis, if the armored forces depart from Fallen Leaf City, how many days would it take to reach Negadro? Lion's words brought everyone to a halt. Caddis then spoke. The straight line distance from Fallen Leaf City to Negadro is 1,500 kilometers. Without any enemy interception along the way, we could arrive in as little as 5 days. If the enemy conducts conventional interception, it could take 10 days. If they gather a heavy defense, it could take more than 2 weeks. Caddis offered a conservative plan. Hearing this, Leon suddenly spoke up. It seems that Princess Adelheid of the Demon Empire is currently in the Great Yin territory. Hearing this, the Prime Minister immediately spoke up. Reporting to the leader, Princess Adelheid of the Demon Empire is currently in Fallen Leaf City. Due to her special status, we have ordered her protection. Hearing this, everyone must have guessed what Leon was going to do. Lion looked at Caddis. Marshal Caddis, if Adelheid were to raise an army and launch a surprise attack on the Demon Empire in her name, could we reach Negadro within 7 days? Caddis was silent, then spoke seriously. Currently, the eastern region of the Demon Empire has been less affected by the uprising. If Adelheid were to raise an army, she would definitely reach Negadro within 10 days. After hearing Caddis's answer, Leon looked at the crowd. Everyone understood Leon's intention. And after learning of Caddis's prediction, the conservatives chose to remain silent. Because, as military officials, they certainly understood the importance of Adelheid. If Adelheid was willing to raise an army, the entire eastern region of the Demon Empire would be within their grasp. At the very least, it would ensure that after the defeat at the Battle of Kursk, the Papal States would find it difficult to attack the Great Yin mainland. Although Leon knew this battle could only be won, as a leader, Leon had to prepare for both scenarios for the Great Yin. A leader cannot be a madman, a gambler who places the fate of the nation on the line. Lion saw the silence and realized that everyone understood his intention. Lion picked up photos of the tragedy in Negadro and distributed them to everyone. You may be wondering why we need to capture Negadro. First, Negadro's geographical location is crucial. Secondly, who can guarantee that what happened in Negadro won't happen again on the land of the Yin? After Leon finished speaking, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 449. With Leon's final decision, everyone agreed to Leon's plan. The original plan to mobilize 2 armored armies to the Kursk plain within 3 months was changed. The first armored army, as originally planned, would proceed northward from the western region of the Elven Empire to the Kursk plain. The second armored army would immediately depart from Fallen Leaf City to launch an attack on the Demon Empire. At the same time, Leon ordered Congress to send personnel to Fallen Leaf City to bring Adelheid to the city, to discuss the formation of an army to recapture the Demon Empire. He also gave Ledwell, who was in Negadro City, supreme authority. He was instructed to do everything possible to rescue as many demon refugees as possible. At the same time, Leon began to pressure the Air Force. He was instructed to do everything possible to airlift supplies to Negadro, because Leon knew that the Demon Rebellion had not yet begun its siege of the factory. This was because the Demon Rebellion was fighting a fierce battle with the Demon Rebellion, but their defeat was already a fact. The Demon Rebels will soon withdraw from Negadro. But that will be the time when the factory will face its test. Inside Negadro City, a large number of tents were set up in the factory grounds. In just one night, the factory took in a full 20,000 refugees. And dozens of smaller groups were heading here. Leadville looked at these poor people, and when they entered the factory, a look of relief crossed his face. But soon, a look of worry filled his face. As the number of people grew, food supplies would soon run low. According to incomplete statistics, there were still nearly 500,000 refugees in Negadro City. These refugees would most likely all flee to the factory. 500,000 refugees? The factory's food supply couldn't sustain 500,000 people. Although Ledwell had received a notice from Lion that the Air Force would deliver supplies to support Negadero, could the Air Force truly feed these hundreds of thousands of people? Ledwell glanced at the several grain merchants in the city. 1 or 2 of them had already been strangled by the rebels. Their grain had been confiscated by the rebels. However, some merchants had managed to survive with their own private armies. But the food they held was a death sentence for them. Both the rebels and the rebels were eyeing their supplies. Ledwell surveyed the food in the factory and decided to take a risk. If 10,000 people could eat for 3 months, and 30,000 could only eat for 1 month, how many days would 100,000 people have enough to eat? Ledwell called Brad and told him his idea. Brad nodded and spoke. You're right, but it's dangerous out there. I take a platoon and go find food. Ledwell interrupted Brad. Those merchants won't give up their food easily. I have to go with you. They haven't met you, but many of them have had ties to me. A flicker of hesitation crossed Brad's face as he listened to Ledwell's words, but he quickly agreed. Although the factory was defended by only a single infantry platoon, it housed equipment that would be the envy of even the infantry company guarding the embassy. That's a Panzer IV tank, and 4 half-track armored vehicles. Brad looked at the Panzer IV tank, knowing that it would be necessary to defend the factory for a long time to come. However, Brad chose not to bring the tank this time, opting instead for 2 half-tracks. After all, their mission now wasn't to fight. It was to gather food by any means possible. Soon, the 2 half-tracks and 4 military trucks rolled out of the factory. Many refugees, observing this, assumed the high-ranking officials were attempting to flee. The crowd erupted in a commotion. But the soldiers' warning shots were quelled. The soldiers shouted at them from loudspeakers. "They're not fleeing, they're going to give you food. Since you come here, you must behave. We're not demons, we're just ordinary people. Who wants to have blood on their hands?" The crowd gradually quieted, but their faces remained filled with worry. Because words sound nice, who can guarantee the truth? After leaving the factory, Leadville and his group drove into the city of Nicodero. But soon, Leadville was shocked by the scene before him. Since the buildings near the factory hadn't been damaged by the war, Leadville still held out a glimmer of hope for the city. But the scene before him left Leadville speechless. Ruined buildings, corpses strewn everywhere, even those hanging from the eaves along the road. The entire city of Nicodero was filled with the aura of death. There was no hope of life. Even large numbers of crows were gnawing at the corpses. In the distance, sporadic gunfire could be heard. It looked like the end of the world. Even Brad, a soldier, tightened his grip on his gun. Brad was a veteran of the 1st Armored Division, but due to a leg injury sustained during the defense of the Elven capital, he was forced to transfer to a second-line unit, assigned to the embassy's protection mission. But Brad had never seen anything like this. Although the defense of the Elven capital was not much different from what he was seeing, it was a battle between armies. This was simply an army slaughtering unarmed civilians. Leadwell trembled as he removed his glasses. The scene before him filled Leadwell with immense fear. He was afraid, fearing that this very scene would be repeated on the land of Great Flame. Leadwell was 37 years old, a native of the Sin Territory. Before Leon became the Grand Duke of Sin Territory had been constantly trampled under the iron hooves of the orcs. The crimes committed by the orcs in the northern region of the Sin Territory were almost identical to what was happening before him. That's why Leadville was reminded of the humiliation of the past. However, Brad placed a hand on Leadville's shoulder. "Don't worry, as long as we're here, this will never happen," Brad said, touching the silver side dragon head emblem on his chest. Leadville immediately cheered up. "Yes, we are no longer the weakling we once were. Now everyone looks up to us. The hardships we endured in the past have finally paid off. A nation's strength is not only due to the sacrifices of its predecessors, but also to its history. Never forgetting the suffering it endured will ensure its perseverance. What has been suffered will one day be returned to the enemy. The Orc Empire will eventually pay the price for their actions." Chapter 450. To ensure the smooth progress of the operation, Leadwell and his team draped the Great Yin flag on their half-track armored vehicles. Because they couldn't guarantee that there weren't any enemies hiding in the buildings on either side, the rebels didn't want to antagonize Great Yin, so they didn't dare attack Leadwell's convoy. The demon rebels, upon seeing this, immediately reported the situation to their commander. The demon rebel commander was momentarily undecided. Because the Papal State couldn't provide direct support to the rebels at this moment. Not all rebels were led by a single leader. The demon rebels in Nigodro City were led by another rebel leader. They were not the same rebel force that attacked the 1st Armored Division. This demon rebel force was strangling the rebels. The battle with the rebels had already consumed most of their energy. And because of their massacre, a large number of demon residents began to join the rebels, fighting to the end. At this critical juncture, the demon rebels couldn't possibly provoke Yin, because they knew they couldn't possibly provoke such a behemoth. So, as Leadville's convoy drove down the street, both the insurgents and the rebels spotted it, but the conspicuous red flags on it made them deeply wary. The Leadville convoy arrived unimpeded outside the mansion of the city's largest grain merchant. Although it was called a mansion, it was actually no more than a small fortress. First, there was the outer defensive wall, constructed of concrete. It was also equipped with numerous firing slits, and Brad even spotted 2 loud Gonma cannons through the slits. The guns were already pointed at the convoy. And the gate wasn't just any old wooden door, but a heavy metal one. How could this be a mansion? It was a wolf in sheep's clothing. No wonder the rebels and the insurgents had taken turns attacking the mansion but failed to capture it. Leadville got out of the car, approached the gate, and spoke directly. "I'm Leadville, the director of the Great Flame Demon First Arsenal. I'd like to meet your master. I have a way to protect him from the rebels and the insurgents. The soldiers inside the fortress glanced at each other, then saw the half-track armored vehicle and the great flame flag atop it. Finally, they decided to inform their master of the situation. Soon, the gate opened. A middle-aged man in a dark purple robe hurried out. Unlike the other merchants, he wasn't as slick back as he was. Instead, he looked thin and haggard. Mr. Leadville. The middle-aged man rushed out and shook Leadville's hand. Leadville was somewhat flattered, then spoke. Mr. Bush, there's no need to get so excited. We came to you to seek cooperation. Bushy was slightly taken aback, then spoke. I wonder what brings you here, Mr. Leadville. How much grain do you have? Leadville got straight to the point. Bushy, hearing this, gave an expression of someone who had seen through everything, then spoke calmly. I still have 9 million kilograms of grain, but the warehouses where it's stored are now in the hands of the rebels. Because these warehouses are under magical restrictions, they dare not act rashly. If they force their way through the gates, the restrictions will be triggered, and the grain inside will be reduced to ash. We need your price for all the food, Leadville said calmly. Upon hearing this, Bushy's head shot up, his face filled with disbelief. That's 18 million kilograms of food, even enough to feed 500,000 people for a month. Leadville actually wants it all. Looking at Bushy, who stood there in a daze, Leadville glanced at the darkening sky and couldn't help but speak. Mr. Bushy, this food isn't for military use. It's for the demon refugees we taken in at the factory. And we're not here just for this food. We also need to collect raw materials for medicine. Hearing Leadville's words, Bushy was instantly in awe. Mr. Leadville, are you sure this food is for my compatriots? Bushy asked uncertainly. Leadville nodded. Of course. If you don't believe me, Mr. Bush can send his men back with the convoy. There are already 20,000 refugees inside the factory, and the number is rapidly increasing. Upon hearing this, Bushy immediately grasped Leadville's hand. Mr. Leadville is so righteous. I considered helping the refugees, but if I dared, the rebels would launch a general attack on the mansion. The rebel leader has ordered that no one is allowed to help these refugees. Bushy burst into tears as he spoke. As a demon, he could only watch helplessly as his compatriots were slaughtered, unable to do anything about it. Rest assured, Mr. Bushy, we will do our best to help the refugees, Leadville said firmly. Bushy wiped away his tears and spoke. In that case, your factory's defenses must be weak. I take my men to the factory to help you. Leadville felt a flicker of joy upon hearing this. But Bushy spoke. But I have a request. Go ahead. I hope that, regardless of whether we succeed or not, Yin will come forward to protect my wife and children. After hearing Bushy's request, Leadville fell silent. Then, he spoke. I can't give you an answer, but I will put my wife and children with yours. Bushy nodded and turned to the butler. Gather everyone and help them capture the grain warehouse. Then Leadville and his men witnessed nearly 500 soldiers emerge from the mansion. Most of these soldiers were retired demon soldiers who had served in the defense of the elven capital. Weary of war, they had undergone transformation into Yin and returned to the demon empire. Most people chose the same path as them, retiring and finding work to support their families. A small number joined various factions, seeking opportunities to strengthen the demon empire. Looking at these 500 demon soldiers, both Leadville and Brad's faces lit up with joy. With these 500 men, the factory's defenses would be significantly improved. With Bushy joining them, the group marched towards the rebel-controlled area. They soon arrived at the rebel-held warehouse. Seeing the large number of unidentified armed men approaching the warehouse, the rebels immediately raised their guns and engaged Leadville and his men. Seeing this, Leadville thought a fierce battle was about to break out. But what happened next made Leadville admire the rebels. Chapter 451. Leadville and his group saw the rebels entering combat mode and prepared for battle. The soldiers on both sides raised their guns and faced each other. Just as the situation became tense, the rebel commander arrived. And when he saw the great Yin flag behind Leadville and his group, the commander was nearly terrified. Goodness, they're really going to cause trouble for me. You all want to give me a good time, right? Seeing their commander approach, the rebels immediately reported the situation. The commander immediately ordered the soldiers to lower their weapons. No matter what, this side must not fire first. The rebels were forced to lower their weapons. But the vigilance in their eyes remained. Leadville, seeing the rebels lower their weapons, ordered his own soldiers to do the same. The two armies paused. Just as the commander was about to inquire about Leadville and his group's purpose, he spotted Bushy in the ranks. He immediately understood what these people were up to. Although the rebels were unwilling to compromise, Negotiation was necessary. This was because the rebel commander had participated in the Southward War, that is, the war against the Elven Empire. While he had not experienced the defense of the Elven Empire's capital, he had felt the shock of the Great Yin Air Force. Especially when swarms of Stuka bombers flew overhead, that shock was something the commander would never forget. So, the commander knew that these Great Yin people before him were truly powerful. No matter what they said, he absolutely could not strike first. Because even though it's just the demon army fighting within Negadro City right now, it's really pushing the Yin into a corner. The overwhelming B-29s could completely overwhelm Negadro City. The rebels would have nowhere to cry. So the commander had to be cautious with these men before him. "Who are you?" the commander asked politely. "I'm Leadville, the director of the Yin Demon Factory No. 1. Due to the massacres perpetrated by the demon rebels, our great leader, Leon, couldn't bear to see the demons suffer such a disaster, so he ordered me to establish a safe zone at the site of the factory. But now, with more and more refugees pouring into the safe zone, food supplies are running low. Mr. Bush has agreed to donate all his food to the safe zone free of charge," Leadville said seriously. But the donation wasn't free. Leadville provided Bush with an equivalent amount of gold coins at market price. Bush didn't take advantage of the national crisis to profit. He was already a good businessman. Leadville insisted on giving money to Bushy because Bushy had exchanged all his wealth for food. He had heard that the Demon Empire was at war with the Papal States. So, he planned to seize this opportunity to extort the noble's wealth. But things went against his will, and Bushy's plan failed. Not only did Bushy not sell the food, he nearly lost his life because of it. If Leadville hadn't arrived today, the demon rebels would have launched a full-scale attack on Bushy's mansion tomorrow. However, fate is such a tricky thing. After hearing Leadville's words, the rebel commander was at a loss for words. "Are you sure?" After a long pause, the commander asked. "I swear as a member of the Great Yin Citizens Party that the establishment of a safe zone is inevitable, and Great Yin has already agreed to our plan to accommodate refugees," Leadville said firmly. The commander nodded, then looked at the rebel soldiers behind him. "Everyone listen. Make way for these heroes, so they can take the food back." The rebel soldiers were stunned by the order, but they quickly carried out their mission. Though they didn't understand why the commander ordered them to do so, they were clearly here for the food. The rebels' food supply was running low, and the food in these warehouses was their lifeblood. But now, the rebel soldiers began to discuss privately. Leadville was stunned by this, then looked at the commander and said, "Sir, has your army run out of food?" The commander lowered his head and asked, "We haven't run out of food yet, but we be soon." "If you give us the food, what will your troops eat?" Leadville asked. "Don't worry about that. I'm giving you the food so you can save more people. We already destroyed Negadro. We no longer want to compete with our compatriots for the chance to live, because we're their brothers." The commander spoke forcefully, then looked at his men. "Everyone listen. De Yin has established a safe zone at the factory. Their purpose is to house our compatriots. The rebels have already begun slaughtering them. And they were merely begging for forgiveness from that so-called God, and this so-called forgiveness came at the cost of the lives of our compatriots. They are no longer our compatriots. There are no such people in the Demon Empire. De Yin could have just walked away, but they stayed, paying the price for our mistakes. So should we give up the food?" the commander said, looking at the soldiers. "Yes." Someone said yes, and then all the rebel soldiers echoed, "Yes, yes, yes." The rebel soldiers were full of fighting spirit, even volunteering to help the National Defense soldiers carry the food. Seeing this, Leadville ordered the factory to send a fleet of trucks to transport the food back. The Great Yin Congress had already contacted the demon rebels on behalf of the nation, and informed them of the existence of the safe zone. Initially, the demon rebel leader had no intention of agreeing to the Great Yin's establishment of a safe zone. After all, this was in their own country, and within their occupied territory. But Great Yin gave the demon rebel leader an ultimatum. "This isn't a request, this is a notice. If you dare attack the safe zone, prepare to be wiped out. If you don't attack the safe zone, then no matter how your army performs in the Demon Empire, the Great Yin army will never attack you." Hearing this, the demon rebel leader was forced to agree. He had already spotted a B-29 bomber flying overhead. It was a B-29 bomber dispatched by the Air Force to support Leadville. This was a way of putting pressure on the demon rebel leader. "See? If I can send one bomber today, I can send hundreds or even thousands tomorrow." So, with Diane's mediation, the safe zone within Negadro City was officially established. The rebels also helped with publicity for the safe zone. At the same time, a large number of refugees from the rebel-controlled area were sent to the safe zone. Due to the fighting between the demon rebels and the rebels within the city, 80% of Nagadro City's refugees fled to the rebel-controlled area. But with the rebels' defeat, the fate of these refugees became a problem. Thankfully, the establishment of the safe zone gave them a glimmer of hope. Chapter 452. The demon rebels watched as the factory convoys brought carloads of food back to the factory, their faces filled with disbelief. They couldn't understand how the factory could receive so much food. The rebels weren't short of food at the moment, but who would be bothered by an abundance of food? But the rebel soldiers could only watch helplessly as the food was transported to the factory. Although the rebels had taken control of the western part of the city, the eastern part remained under the control of the rebels. A large number of refugees poured into the factory from the eastern part. The rebels attempted to circumvent the factory from both sides and rob the refugees, but were repelled by the rebels. They couldn't understand why the rebels, who had been so vulnerable, suddenly erupted with such tenacious fighting power. The rebels' defenses made it impossible for them to stop the influx of refugees into the factory. They had also considered launching a direct attack on the factory, but their leader stopped them. "Boss, it's just one factory. What are we afraid of?" A soldier grumbled in confusion. "What are you afraid of? If you dare attack this factory today, we all be dead tomorrow." The leader slapped the soldier in the face. The soldier looked at his leader in confusion. "You haven't experienced that war, so of course you don't know how formidable the enemy inside the factory across the way is. Remember, see that red flag? It not only symbolizes a powerful nation, but also a chasm we can never cross." The soldier stared at the scene in bewilderment. Although he couldn't understand the leader's words, he could hear the fear of the enemy before him. Is De Yin really that terrifying? Just as the demon rebels on the other side were about to make their move, Brad and his men were watching from their watchtower. Brad realized that the rebels were unable to break through the rebel lines from either flank, and the factory was likely to become the next battlefield. Although a safe zone had been established, who could guarantee that the demon rebels would not break the treaty? So, Brad ordered the refugees and workers in the factory to join the work. They were to help the Wehrmacht build fortifications. At the same time, he ordered a squad of soldiers to carry explosives and place them on the western bridge. If the demons launched an attack, Brad would order his soldiers to blow up the western bridge to block the demon rebels' advance. It turned out that Brad's idea was correct. Because at that moment, inside the demon rebel headquarters, the papal envoy was beating the demon rebel leader harshly. "A small factory has blocked your advance? Tell me, what good are you guys?" The rebel leaders didn't show a shred of discontent as the Vatican's envoy railed against them. Instead, they endured the abuse in silence, because they knew they had no standing to challenge the Vatican. "Your Excellency, De Yin has intervened and won't allow us to attack the safe zone." The demon leader spoke under pressure. "De Yin? Who is De Yin? You're just making excuses for yourselves. Don't you want to be saved and join the goddess of light?" The Vatican's envoy roared. Everyone present bowed their heads. "Damn it, all you do is bark and groan. It's not you who's fighting the war, yet you're here to give orders." Although the rebel leaders were deeply displeased, they dared not show any expression. The Vatican's envoy, seeing this, grew even more smug and spoke. "I don't care what method you use, but within 3 days, you must launch an attack on the factory. Otherwise, the Vatican won't mind replacing the leaders." The leaders were collectively stunned. They hadn't expected to reap what they sowed. But the arrow was on the string, and had to be fired. They could only muster their troops, and prepare to launch the attack in 3 days. Even further away, in the safe zone, an overwhelming number of refugees were pouring into the factory from the eastern bridge. At first, it was a small group of a few dozen, but later it swelled to hundreds, even thousands. Brad wasn't sure the factory could handle so many refugees, but Leadville said, "We take as many as we can. If they don't come in, the only outcome for those who remain outside is." Brad nodded in agreement. Besides the rebels inside, the entire city of Nagadro was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of rebels. Otherwise, the rebels would have abandoned Nagadro and moved away long ago. After all, staying here and consuming them further would only lead to death. In the safe zone, inside the factory, a large number of refugees stood in the square, while Wehrmacht soldiers were guiding them to their respective areas. Because there were so many people, the soldiers couldn't distinguish them clearly, so they simply divided them into several areas in batches. The factory was currently operating at full capacity 24 hours a day, but the machines running there were only those used to produce clothing and medicine. After all the medicine outside had been swept up by the two armies, and many of the refugees were already suffering from colds or inflammation from injuries. Food and medicine were urgently needed by the refugees. The refugees looked at everything inside the factory, finding it hard to believe that it was all real. So the safe zone really existed, and as long as they entered it, they had a chance of survival. But the demon rebels were gathering, and the safe zone was becoming increasingly dangerous. And just when the safe zone was in imminent danger, Lion was ready to greet Adelheid at the capital. Early in the morning, Leon headed straight for the capital. But as soon as he got out of the car, he saw a large number of officials blocking his way. Lion asked them what was wrong. They didn't say anything, just kept blocking Leon's way. Lion, ? What's going on? Why are they all traitors? Lion immediately sensed something was up, so he captured a soldier and, under Leon's coercion and bribery, he finally told the truth. When Leon learned the truth, he was completely stunned. He stared at the Capitol building nearby in disbelief. Really? I just went out for a while, and my home is gone? Leon began to question his life. A group of officials tried to comfort Leon, but he waved them off. He then sat down on the stairs with a look of despair on his face. Over 1 million gold coins had been spent on the Capitol building, and you tell me it's just burned down? That's 1 million gold coins. The training cost of an armored division is only 200,000 gold coins. 5 armored divisions. Just gone. Leon was furious. He would be a traitor if he didn't take revenge, so Leon ordered the military to send another 500 tanks to the Kursk front. You dare to steal my home? I beat you to death. Chapter 453. Actually, the capital itself isn't worth 1 million gold coins. It's so valuable because it's filled with artwork. Lion thought, after all, it's the capital. This is the face of Great Yin, it can't be tarnished. So Leon piled all the valuable items he scavenged from the Holy Empire inside the capital. Vases, paintings, and statues. He piled them up as many as he could. And then tragedy struck. Many of the artifacts weren't actually destroyed by humans, but rather damaged by the battle. Lion, this makes me sad and angry. Lion regretted it. If he had known, he would have saved all these artifacts and exchanged all the precious items for gold. Gone, all gone. After a brief moment of sadness, Leon recovered. Now that things have come to this, let's eat. No, let's meet with Adelheid first. Although the interior of the capital was in ruins, the square outside had been restored. So Leon planned to meet Adelheid in the square, and then directly invite her to the Duke's palace. The Duke's palace might be a little shabby, but it was still a respectable place after all. Soon, a car pulled up to the side of the road. Adelheid, dressed in a long dress, stepped out. As a teenager, her face should have been filled with a smile. But in reality, Adelheid's expression was cold, filled with disgust for the world. Looking at the girl, Leon thought to himself, I'm sorry for being born a human being. Leon quickly shook his head, shaking the terrifying image from his mind. Why does it feel like this princess has an emo aura? Adelheid approached Leon. Leon didn't act like a leader, because the most urgent task now was to convince Adelheid to raise an army. Princess Adelheid, Negadro's city has fallen, and the Papal States intends to annex the Demon Empire to contain the Great Flame. That's why I decided to send troops to the Demon Empire to keep the Papal States out. However, Negadro City's geographical location is crucial. If Negadro City is under the control of the National Defense Forces, then even if we lose the first battle, the National Defense Forces can form a second line of defense to block the Papal States' advance. Adelheid listened to Leon's words, but she didn't take them seriously. Instead, she looked stunned. Leon was a little surprised. Sister, with so many people watching, as a princess, can't you at least cooperate in a formal setting? But Leon didn't understand why Adelheid acted this way. Adelheid's condition was due to fragments of memories constantly flashing through her mind. She seemed to have a brother, but why couldn't she remember anything about him? Brother. Adelheid suddenly squatted down, clutching her head, and said in agony. Hearing this, Leon looked up sharply. What had she just said? Brother? Logically, shouldn't her memory have been erased? Do you remember Latiface? Leon couldn't help but ask. Latiface? Adelheid uttered the name blankly, and the next second, a sharp pain hit her, and she fainted. Upon seeing this, the guards immediately ordered the reporters to hand over all their cameras. Meanwhile, the soldiers on duty outside the area immediately cordoned off the scene. Caddis came to Adelheid's side and used his mental power to search. She's fine, she just fainted from the pain. A priest will be all right. After hearing this, the guard commander returned the cameras to the reporters. This truly frightened the reporters. Although they knew that Adelheid's sudden fainting could not be reported, the guards' nervous expressions made them even more nervous. What if they wrote something they shouldn't have written, or filmed something they shouldn't have filmed? They'd probably have to go to the Intelligence Bureau for questioning. Half an hour later, inside the Duke's mansion, Adelheid woke up and burst into tears, clutching her pillow. Leon, Miss, I can't bear to cry while hugging this pillow. Because it's a precious gift Yunchinchi brought from her home. As a qualified leader, you must learn to save where you can and spend where you can. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation? Just enough to eat. So, upon arriving at the Duke's residence, Queen Yunchinchi saw the shabby scene. She immediately called for someone to pack up and move all her belongings from the palace. That day, Leon finally understood why everyone loves to live off their wife. Princess, let's get down to business. The 2nd Panzer Army is awaiting orders at the border. Leon couldn't help but speak, looking at Adelheid, who had been crying for a long time. But before she could finish, Yunchinchi twisted her waist hard. Ah! What are you doing? Look how sadly I'm crying, and you're forcing me. Yunchinchi suddenly burst into tears. Leon, ? No, Shishi, are you in menopause? Why did you suddenly become like this? However, Leon's guess was correct. Shishi had indeed reached a special period. She was pregnant. The strong woman had suddenly transformed into a timid little woman. But neither of them knew it yet, and no one else knew it either. However, after hearing this, Adelheid regained his composure and spoke. Sir Leon, do you know my brother Latiface? Yes, not only do I know, I also know he's fallen, but for some reason, almost everyone has forgotten his existence. Leon said. Is that so? So why did he fall? Adelheid said blankly. Because he stopped the Papal State's attack, but the price is that everyone will forget him. Adelheid couldn't help but exert force with his hands, tearing the pillow into shreds. Leon, The 3 people in the room were stunned. Why would you tear down my house for no reason? Adelheid apologized hastily. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just so angry. It's okay, it's just a pillow, worthless. Yunchinchi wiped her tears and said nonchalantly. Leon was dumbfounded. Just a pillow? Worthless? Snake, this pillow is almost as much as my monthly salary. Leon looked at his prodigal wife and couldn't help but shake his head. Never mind, it's your wife, you have to pamper her no matter what. Getting back to the point, Leon turned serious and spoke. So, Princess, are you willing to raise an army and reclaim the Demon Empire? Of course. I make the Pope pay for me. Even if it means sacrificing everything. Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Steady! Everything is smooth sailing. Chapter 454. Adelheid finally agreed to form a new army. Because the southeastern region of the Demon Empire is currently close to the Yin, it has been minimally affected. Although Latiface has fallen, the new nobles in the southeast remain staunch royalists. They also learned that Adelheid had fled to Yin. However, they learned this news from the marketplace. They were puzzled as to why the news of the princess's escape to Yin had spread from the marketplace. This was thanks to the intelligence officers. They reported the information to Hans as soon as Adelheid arrived in Yin. Since Leon was at home dealing with the backyard war during those days, Hans took the initiative and ordered his intelligence officers to spread the information. Thus, the entire southeastern region of the Demon Empire learned of Adelheid's survival. This news gave these new nobles, who had previously been aimless, a glimmer of hope. They had originally believed Adelheid to be dead. They believed the road ahead was bleak. But the news that Adelheid was still alive was like a shot in the arm. It snatched them from the brink of death. After learning that Adelheid was still alive, the new nobles began to assemble their armies, ready to launch a new war. They wanted to reclaim everything from the Demon Empire and eliminate those traitors to it. But they were also waiting for an opportunity, Adelheid's return. Some far-sighted politicians waited until they saw Adelheid enter the Great Flame. It suddenly became clear that Adelheid would inevitably rely on the Great Flame to reclaim the lost territories of the Demon Empire. Although the two nations harbored hatred, they now faced a common enemy. They could only temporarily suppress these personal grudges. That afternoon, Adelheid returned to Fallen Leaf City. Then, escorted by the Wehrmacht, they reached the northwestern border. When Adelheid saw the steel torrent of armor clusters, she was stunned. In the eyes of this princess, war should be a battle of cold weapons, not these steel behemoths before her. With Adelheid's arrival, the 2nd Panzer Army launched its offensive. And the slogan along the way was, "Recover lost territory for Princess Adelheid. Great Flame and the demons jointly resist the foreign enemy." With such slogans, the enemies along the way had no reason to intercept the Wehrmacht. How could you intercept the Wehrmacht? What excuse could you use? To intercept the Wehrmacht would be to oppose Adelheid. To oppose Adelheid would mean betraying the Demon Empire. Although Adelheid currently lacks any military support, she still carries royal blood and is the legitimate heir to the Demon Empire. Many soldiers of the 2nd Armored Army were excited, for their starting point was the same as the starting point of the Western Expedition during the Holy Empire's heyday. They were about to retrace their steps and fight all the way to the Papal States, restore the prestige of Zhongzhou. Let the flag of Great Yin fill the world, as the 2nd Armored Army, leading Adelheid, poured into the southeastern Demon region. The entire southeastern region was in an uproar. Many new royalist nobles gathered their entire armies and defected to Adelheid. At the same time, Leon granted Adelheid certain rights. This allowed her to recruit a portion of her own troops to serve as her personal guard. Originally, Adelheid had planned to personally lead the army on the front lines and fight the enemy to the bitter end. But the ensuing battle disrupted her plans, forcing her to remain in the rear, providing logistical support for the main army. In the southeastern gateway of the Demon Empire, a majestic city stood atop a high mountain. This was the barrier of the southeastern Demon Empire, the city of Dirac. Since its founding, this city has only been captured twice, once during Kimberg's Western Expedition and once during Alexander's Western Expedition. The rest of the time, neither the Elven Empire nor the Orc Empire had been able to capture this city, because it had been captured by Alexander decades earlier. Dirac City once again strengthened its defenses. Looking at the majestic city, Adelheid felt a flicker of hesitation. Can the army take it? What Adelheid didn't expect was that the National Defense Army sent a messenger directly to the city gates and delivered a harsh warning. Listen up, everyone inside. We are the Great Yin National Defense Army. We have been entrusted by Princess Adelheid to help her recover lost territory. Please open the city gates immediately and accept the princess's consecration. Otherwise, the Great Yin's iron torrent will crush this city. With that, the messenger fled. After all, that was what his superior had told him before the messenger arrived. Remember, it doesn't matter whether the order is delivered or not. What matters is that you return alive. As a soldier of the Great Yin National Defense Army, your mission tells you not to stop here. How precious is your life? How can the lives of these enemies in the city compare to yours? If the nobles in the city heard this, they would be furious. Our lives are not worth a soldier's? After hearing the National Defense Army's order, some nobles wavered, but the majority remained steadfast. They refused to surrender to Adelheid. Although a large portion of the nobles in this city were royalists, Adelheid lacked the strength to prove his worthiness for the throne. Ladifith was able to secure his position as Demon Emperor precisely because of his immense personal strength. When he first ascended the throne, due to his youth, many nobles chose not to obey his orders. Ladifith led his army to defeat them one by one. Ultimately, he secured his position as Demon Emperor. But how could Adelheid prove himself worthy of the Demon Emperor's position? Let the National Defense Army answer this question. Lion initially wanted to directly incorporate the Demon Empire into its territories. But he realized that Great Yin was taking too big a step. First, Great Yin was already preparing to incorporate the Holy Empire, sending a large number of grassroots officials to begin assimilating the Holy Empire's people. But everything requires a process of assimilation. Just because I occupy the land doesn't mean it's mine. To fully integrate a place into your territory, you must ensure that its people share the same culture as you. They can retain their culture, but they must learn Great Yin's. This meant that before the Holy Empire was fully assimilated, the Intelligence Bureau had to simultaneously plan the assimilation of the Elf Empire. Furthermore, if they were to forcefully take over the Demon Empire now, Great Yin would be unable to annex it. In the end, the people of the Demon Empire would be trapped in the dire straits of local armed separatism. Lion wasn't a god, so he couldn't become fat all at once. He could only move forward step by step. Politics wasn't just theoretical talk. If he wanted to expand his territory, he had to rack his brains. Conquering territory was the worst strategy. Assimilating culture was the best. When red flags filled the land, other nations would naturally be incorporated into the Yin. Chapter 455. Soon, the nobles in Dirac City sent a signal. They refused to submit to Adelheid. The Wehrmacht officers couldn't help but pump their fists upon hearing this news. Great, finally, a battle. I've been so tired from all the rest. The commander of the 2nd Panzer Army immediately ordered all its artillery units to begin bombarding Dirac City. At first, the defenders of Dirac City were smugly pleased and disdainful when they saw that the Wehrmacht didn't immediately launch an attack. What? This is the legendary Great Flame. It doesn't look that impressive. Great Flame. I'm waiting for the artillery. What are you barking about? The 2nd Panzer Army had 4 artillery brigades. Each brigade had over 1,000 guns of various types. When 4,000 guns were trained on Dirac City, Dirac's fate was sealed. And Adelheid foolishly believed that the Wehrmacht didn't attack because they were worried about Dirac City's defenses. However, Adelheid was still too naive. Adelheid walked among the companies and noticed that the soldiers didn't show the same nervousness they had before the battle. This puzzled her, so she asked a soldier, "The battle is about to begin. Aren't you afraid? And why aren't you preparing to attack?" The soldier had never seen Adelheid before, but her gorgeous clothes and long silver hair made her easily recognized. This was the demon princess Adelheid. So he spoke. "Your Highness, it's not that we're nervous, it's just that there's a very real possibility that this city won't survive the upcoming bombardment." Adelheid was slightly stunned by the soldier's words. What? Dirac City won't survive? Adelheid soon understood what the soldier meant. Because within half an hour, the bombardment of Dirac City had already begun. To ensure the 2nd Panzer Army had the power to deter the remaining forces of the Demon Empire, Leon had specially prepared a Gustav for the 2nd Panzer Army. And it was a modified and enhanced Gustav. With one such salvo, Dirac City would likely have been destroyed. However, the army commander didn't order the Gustav to be used. After all, there were still a large number of civilians in the city. And the artillery was operated by experienced gunners. After all, accidentally injuring civilians would have a negative impact. Inside Dirac City, the demon nobles were celebrating in their mansion. They had noticed that the opposing Wehrmacht hadn't launched an attack for a full hour. Of course, the demon nobles weren't worried that the Wehrmacht was building siege engines, because there weren't any trees suitable for building siege engines within dozens of kilometers. But they overlooked one thing. The Wehrmacht didn't need to build siege engines to attack the city. Swish, swish, swish. A dense burst of ear-piercing sounds came from overhead, as countless shells rained down on the walls of Dirac City. Boom! 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 The demon soldiers only then realized that their enemy had finally launched an attack. After a brief pause, the demon soldiers were dumbfounded. Because they had no way of withstanding the great flames bombardment, the once sturdy city walls instantly crumbled under the ravages of the artillery fire. Adelheid was completely stunned by this scene. What the hell is this? A colonel accompanying Adelheid couldn't help but grumble to the soldiers beside him. Give our princess a little yin shock. The soldiers nodded in agreement. As the bombardment began, the troops on the ground also began to move. Armored units were assigned by company, one tank with one infantry squad. The attack formation was already in place. Then all that mattered was waiting for the artillery fire to completely destroy the demon defenses. However, as the Wehrmacht waited, the demon nobles in the city were in a state of panic. They had barely recovered from the sudden devastation of the city when they were struck by artillery shells. The intelligence personnel in the city had already reported the exact coordinates of these noble residences to the artillery units outside, next to a 150mm howitzer. A sergeant with a silver medal on his body looked at the orders in his hand with a chuckle. The orders are as follows. Precision strike at these coordinates. All 5 shots must hit. Coordinates. A nearby recruit couldn't help but ask, "Sergeant, what's this?" The squad leader tapped the recruit's helmet, then spoke. "This is your chance to change your fate. Bring the shells and propellant." The recruit hurried over to fetch the ammunition. The squad leader, with the help of the other soldiers, began loading the ammunition. Looking at the bullet in his hand, the squad leader couldn't help but kiss it. The stronger the waves, the more valuable the fish. My bonus depends on you, baby. Then, with one smooth motion, he placed the bullet in the designated spot. A soldier immediately inserted the bullet. Another soldier loaded the propellant. The squad leader was adjusting the firing parameters. This one shot, maybe even a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Boom! With a cannon shot, the shell slammed directly into a noble mansion in the city. It accurately hit the courtyard of the mansion, blasting the noble, who was eating lunch, into the air. But one shot wasn't enough. 5 were needed to crush the enemy to ashes. Not only did this cannon begin precision strikes on the noble mansions in the city, but many heavy artillery also received precision strikes. As a result, the demon nobles were reduced to rubble by the precision strikes before they even left their homes. The bombardment lasted for a full 2 hours. After the bombardment, the walls of Dirac City were reduced to rubble. Adelheid stared at the scene in amazement. Is this the powerful great flame my brother had spoken of? As the artillery fire began to subside, the soldiers of the 2nd Panzer Army received the order to attack. All soldiers began to prepare for the fierce battle that was to follow. However, their expectations were proven wrong. Before the Wehrmacht soldiers could even approach, a white flag rose from the ruins. Though the demon soldiers hadn't wanted to do this, they were already overwhelmed. Before they could even comprehend the Wehrmacht's intentions, they were immediately engulfed in artillery fire. They were bombarded for 2 hours, and their noble commander was completely out of reach. Morale plummeted. When the Wehrmacht launched its attack, the demon soldiers, unable to contact their commanders, ultimately surrendered. After all, the enemy was Princess Adelheid, even though the Wehrmacht was leading the attack. But despite the facts, they were still considered our own. Surrendering to one's own people is not shameful. So, less than 3 hours into the battle, the demon soldiers surrendered. Dahlak City fell to the Great Flame. Chapter 456. 3 hours after the battle began, Dahlak City surrendered. This meant the entire southeastern region of the Demon Empire had completely lost its defenses. The 2nd Armored Army could advance directly and sweep through the southeastern region of the Demon Empire at top speed. The 2nd Armored Army commander had already decided to swiftly clear the Demon Empire. Let the 1st Armored Army see what professionalism means. And while the 2nd Armored Army was swiftly advancing through the Demon Empire, the 1st Armored Division of the 1st Armored Army was currently facing a minor predicament. Since the Battle of Cutty Village, which had annihilated the vanguard of the Demon Rebels, the Demon Rebels had halted 200 kilometers east of Cutty Village. Neither attacking nor retreating, they simply held on. For a moment, the 1st Armored Division was unsure how to deal with this Demon Rebel force, because the Armored Division itself only had 50,000 men. Gudry, leading an infantry regiment on the long march to Cutty Village, had already stretched the front to its limit. After all, relying on trucks to transport supplies along a 500-600 kilometer front was practically impossible. So, the infantry regiment led by Gudley was stationed in Cutty Village. However, all signs indicated that the Demon Rebels were gathering a large force, preparing for a new offensive. Meanwhile, the Papal State was also preparing to make a move. Having shattered its 5 million strong army with a single blow from Latif Ace, the Papal State's forces were instantly depleted. Originally, they had planned to spend 3 months retraining their troops. However, since Tiyen had first deployed an armored division on the Cusco Plain, the Papal State became anxious and hastily withdrew some of its troops from the border cities. A 100,000-man army was cobbled together and sent directly to the Kursk Plain. At first, the commander of the 1st Armored Division didn't take this army seriously. After all, it was only 100,000 men, who could he look down upon? But soon, the commander of the 1st Armored Division felt the formidable power of this army. Kursk Plain. Although many villages on the plains had received news of the impending war, many were reluctant to leave. This place was not only their home, but more importantly, it held the land they depended on for survival. So, even after the Wehrmacht arrived at the Kursk Plain, many demons chose not to leave. Instead, they remained on the Kursk Plain. 50 kilometers west of Cutty Village was a village called Rab. Gudry and his heavy tank battalion happened to pass through this village. Since the infantry regiment had already established a base in Cutty Village, the offensive mission gradually shifted to a defensive one. Gudry's heavy tank battalion also received orders to retreat, to prepare for the possible arrival of the Papal army. As it grew dark, Gudry had no choice but to order the troops to station outside the village. This terrified the villagers. In their view, the presence of troops near the village meant they were extorting money. While the Wehrmacht soldiers were enjoying dinner in the camp, dozens of people gathered at the village chief's house, quietly discussing something. "Chief, that army outside looks quite formidable," one villager said, somewhat guiltily. "Nonsense! Didn't you hear about that night in Cutty Village? 800 men took on 3,000, and it was resolved in a matter of hours." Another villager immediately spoke up. "What should we do? This army doesn't look formidable." A female villager whispered. "What else can we do? According to the old rules, every household should contribute some food and send these men away." The village chief shook his head, sighed, and then spoke calmly. "But now every household has no extra food. If we give it to them, what will we eat?" The female villager muttered softly. Her husband quickly covered her mouth, silencing her. But no one present disputed her words, because what she said was true. They really had no food. "Have a good fight. Send them away, and we be safe." The village chief tapped his cane, concluding the decision. The villagers were reluctant to say anything, as this was the best solution. Because there was an unwritten rule in the Demon Empire that if an army was stationed near a village, the village was required to provide a certain amount of food. This was an unwritten rule of the Demon Empire for thousands of years. So, soon, the village erupted in cries. Many women in the homes couldn't help weeping. because they had to surrender their essential food supplies. The Wehrmacht had apparently noticed this. The sentry on duty immediately reported the situation to his squad leader. The report was then passed up the chain of command, and eventually, Guderi learned of this unusual phenomenon. Guderi, who was eating noodles, couldn't understand why the village was filled with cries. He hadn't invaded the village, so why was there so much crying? Just as Gudli was at his wit's end, the sentry ran in again, announcing the arrival of the village chief. Upon hearing this, Gudli immediately set down his bowl, and went out to greet the village chief himself. However, upon seeing the village chief, and the cart of grain behind him, Gudli seemed to understand the reason for the cries that had erupted in the village. "Village chief, what are you doing?" Gudli asked. "It's just a small gift. I hope you accept it, sir," the village chief said with a smile. "Our army has regulations that prohibit us from taking even a single needle or thread from the people," Gudli said with a smile. The village chief froze in his tracks. He couldn't understand why such an army existed in the world. They wouldn't accept their grain? It was free food. However, just as the village chief was lost in thought, Gudli called over the logistics officer. He pulled him aside and had a conversation. "How much food is left?" "Probably 500 to 600 kilograms, but the supplies will arrive tomorrow," the logistics officer said, somewhat puzzled. "Take out all 500 to 600 kilograms and deliver them to the village later." Gudli patted the logistics officer's shoulder and said affirmatively. The logistics officer looked at the pale and thin village chief, then at the cart of food behind him, and understood the situation. Then he nodded, promising to do it. This wasn't the first time Gudli had acted like this, and the Wehrmacht tacitly approved it. Troops were helping local villagers during their marches. This wasn't just a good deed, it was also for future plans. Just as the village chief was at a loss for words, Gudli approached him and spoke. Chapter 457. Village chief, this food is from us, and it's also from Diane. The village chief's face was filled with disbelief when he heard this. He couldn't believe the army would actually offer them food. At first, the village chief didn't want to accept the food. He thought it wouldn't be given to them for nothing. But the truth was, he overestimated it. A military truck pulled the food directly into the village. It was piled up at the village chief's house. At first, the soldiers wanted to help the village chief distribute it door to door. But the village chief refused, and the soldiers had no choice but to leave. Looking at the food in the yard, the village chief sighed. What should he do? But just then, many villagers rushed over. They saw a military truck approach the village chief's house, moving something, and then leaving. Looking at the villagers at the door, the village chief spoke calmly. "Just now, those soldiers brought some food over. Instead of taking ours, they gave it back to us," the village chief said, pointing to the food in the yard. The crowd looked at each other, unsure what to do. This was their first time seeing such a strange army. Seeing this, the village chief spoke up. "In that case, we leave this food here for now, and return it to the soldiers tomorrow. Take your own food home." The village chief then called over several young people, and began returning the food to the villagers. After receiving the food, the villagers didn't hesitate, but instead hurried home. They didn't take the food distributed by the National Defense Forces, because they didn't believe in free lunches. The night was long, and most people in the village couldn't sleep that night. They were afraid the soldiers would come and rob them. But when the roosters crowed the next day, there was no sign of anything. Not only were the villagers dumbfounded, but even the village chief was stunned. What was going on? A few brave villagers ventured outside the village. But what they saw stunned them. The Wehrmacht soldiers originally stationed near the village had all left. Only traces of the fires they had built the previous night remained. They were gone just like that. The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment. Soon, the village chief arrived, and upon seeing the scene before them, he muttered, "To think there was an army like this in this world." Diane, as the first rays of morning sun shone into Leon's bedroom. Leon knew another hard day was about to begin. After getting dressed, Leon went downstairs for breakfast as usual. After several days of backyard warfare, the 5 women were now in dire straits. They refused to give in to each other, their rivalry reaching a point of complete incompatibility. However, the most awkward situation belonged to Leon. If only he had only one wife. It's truly difficult to have 5 jealous wives. It's truly like surviving in a tight spot. Breakfast went on as usual, but Leon noticed that Yun Qingqi wasn't in the right state today. Yun Qingqi seemed to have lost his appetite for the past few days. "What's wrong with Qingqi?" Leon asked. "Qingqi, are you okay?" Yun Qingqi shook his head and smiled, indicating that he was fine. Leon reached out and touched Yun Qingqi's forehead. The temperature is normal, shouldn't there be any problem? But Leon didn't have time to dwell on it. He was going to the capital today to discuss its reconstruction. He also liked to visit several universities in Sin City to see how they were doing. Take your time eating. I'm leaving now. Leon quickly finished 2 bites, put on his coat, and left. After Leon left, the 5 women's eyes suddenly became sharp. The previously calm aura of the 5 suddenly changed. Hey, you transformed into a queen and said coldly, Yun Qingqi, you possessed Leon for so many days. It's time to return him to us. Return him to you? Of course, it takes skill to obtain Leon. Only the strong deserve everything. Yun Qingqi said disdainfully. Seeing this, Shuangxing also joined the fray. Qingqi, it's almost time. Yun Qingqi was slightly taken aback after hearing Shuangxing's words, then spoke. It all depends on your abilities. If you took the initiative, why would it be my turn? After all, Leon really loves someone's dragon horn. Heyu nearly fell off his chair. Although Lai appeared frightened, she was actually already planning her actions tonight. That's right, I have to take the initiative. Yinxin, on the other hand, remained indifferent. Leon? What's Leon? Is it delicious with candy? Bunny, I'm going to eat 5 candies today. Watching the women fighting each other, their mother, Irina, was grinning from ear to ear. As expected of my daughters-in-law, they have unique ideas. I didn't expect Shaon to like dragon horns. What kind of fetish is this? Leon, sitting in his special car, couldn't help but sneeze. Who's that? Who's talking about me? Leon arrived at the capital, and went straight to the cabinet to discuss the capital's reconstruction. Although the capital is just a building, its significance to the Yin is immense. Thus, the cabinet must dispatch a dedicated person to oversee its construction. After discussing for most of the morning, they decided on the height of the new capital. It would be 99 meters. A full 30 stories high. However, it would take more than 6 months for the capital to be completed. During this time, the Yin government officials would need to find a suitable office space. Leon could only search for several buildings in Sin City to accommodate these officials. However, just as Leon was still discussing this, a phone call came in. Watching the guards anxiously looking for him, Leon realized the seriousness of the situation. He picked up the phone, but the next moment, Leon was shocked. What? I'm a father? Qingqi is pregnant? Lion put down the phone, bewildered. The cabinet members present were in an uproar upon hearing this. What? The leader's wife is pregnant? Lion didn't have time to think and rushed out. All he wanted now was to get home and see Qingqi. After rushing out, the cabinet members were instantly excited. The leader is finally going to have a child. The minister's hearts were finally at ease. The cabinet members immediately informed the other high-ranking officials of the news. As a result, before Lion even arrived home, the entire Yin leadership knew that Lion was going to be a father. In the elven capital, Caddis, who had just gotten off the train, heard the news and immediately called his wife Zoe. Mother, hurry over to Lion's house right now with gifts. His wife is pregnant. Not only Caddis, but many high-ranking officials also began calling their wives. Let them go straight to Leon's house. As soon as Leon arrived home, he saw Zoe flying in. Leon, ? Chapter 458. Leon stared at his Aunt Zoe, stunned for a moment. Aunt? What's going on? Leon asked, and Zoe hurriedly lifted the nutritional supplements in her hand. Seeing the bundles of food in Zoe's hands, Leon was stunned. Isn't news supposed to spread so quickly? I, as a father, haven't even had time to get home, and you're already here? As the two were conversing, many high-ranking officials' wives rushed over upon hearing the news. Leon hurried inside, ordered the maid to greet the guests, and summoned the battalion commander of the Imperial Guard, who was responsible for guarding the Duke's palace. He had him strengthen security at the Duke's palace, and then he headed straight for the 2nd floor. Because he was going to see Qingqi, after 2 lives, this was his first time as a father. This was huge news for Leon. Leon arrived outside the room, but staring at the simple wooden door, he didn't knock. At this moment, Qingqi was in her room, with Irina and several other women gathered inside. Qingqi was leaning uneasily on the bed. Although she was a public figure, she was so concerned about her rivals, and even her own mother-in-law. Qingqi felt completely bewildered. Standing at the doorway, Leon hesitated, wondering why he didn't have the courage to go in. Leon rubbed his hands nervously. Zoe, who had just come up from downstairs, saw Leon lingering at the doorway and spoke. What are you doing? Aren't you going in to see your wife? Zoe's words startled Leon. At the same time, Everyone in the room could hear the conversation outside. Suddenly realizing it, Leon was just outside. Froststar opened the door. She saw Leon outside. Leon saw Froststar looking at him, and gave an awkward smile. "Good morning." Zoe saw this, shook her head, and then pushed Leon inside. As Leon entered, his entire body tensed. He looked uncomfortably at Yun Qingqi on the bed. Yun Qingqi couldn't help but laugh at Leon's nervousness. "Hey, isn't this the great leader? Why are you so nervous like a child?" Since they were all acquaintances, and could be considered family, Leon didn't put on airs and spoke. "It's a bit exciting. This shock is really too great. It's just burning my brain." Everyone couldn't help but laugh at Leon's words. Because Leon could easily solve any problem, except emotional ones. But when it came to the backyard, Lion was like a helpless rat. So, while the high-ranking officials didn't discuss Lion's life publicly, they would privately claim that he was henpecked. Some high-ranking officials, with ulterior motives, as well as foreign envoys, often attempted to infiltrate Yin through Lion's backyard. They often visited Yun Qingqi and the others, bearing valuable gifts. But they were always turned away by the guards at the gate. And the 5 women weren't interested in these things. After all, while they weren't particularly wealthy, they were already well off thanks to their abilities. So what did they need these gifts for? Although the wives of Yin's high-ranking officials often organized tea parties, Yun Qingqi and Shuangxing were always present. However, the 2 women understood the sensitive nature of their positions, and therefore refused to accept the kindness of the other women. The women could only set aside the tasks their husbands had entrusted them with. Unbeknownst to them, their every word and action was being observed by the Intelligence Bureau. However, these actions were standard practice. As long as the women didn't do anything harmful to Yin, the Intelligence Bureau wouldn't actually take action. And among these women were spies planted by the Intelligence Bureau. After all, the Intelligence Bureau wasn't just comprised of male agents. Even the seemingly harmless maids in Lion's Duke's palace were actually many secret agents trained by the Intelligence Bureau. It could be said that everything that happened daily in the Duke's palace ultimately ended up in Lion's hands. Including the daily battles between the 5 women at home, the war in the backyard never stopped. Lion was overwhelmed. Wasn't this another major development? Yun Qingqi was pregnant. What worried Lion wasn't just that Yun Qingqi's pregnancy would upset the other 4 women. In reality, Lion was worried about the chain reaction Yun Qingqi would cause if she became pregnant. Yun Qingqi's pregnancy meant Lion would have a child. If Lion had a child, something even more terrifying would happen. That would be a series of reactions both within and beyond Great Yin. First, within Great Yin itself. While the people ostensibly held the greatest power, many high-ranking officials, who followed Lion were staunch royalists. In their eyes, while Lion was the leader, he was actually the emperor. Although Lion had explained this many times, these stubborn old men still believed he was the emperor of the empire. Take, for example, the renowned Field Marshal Caddis. Though he appears to be a warmongering marshal, he's actually a royalist, and Caddis is a leading figure within the group. Caddis dreams of giving Leon a child, and begins furiously cultivating Leon's offspring. Lion, you're just dying, aren't you? In reality, Leon isn't worried about what will happen to his family if he steps down one day. Because Leon, having consumed the fountain of life, has already extended his lifespan to over 1,000 years. Changing the leader? Perhaps in a few generations, when the descendants of the people of Great Yin want a change of leader, their ancestors will likely crawl out of their coffins and slap them for their unfilial behavior. Lion's current approval rating in Great Yin has reached 99%. As for the remaining 1%, some of them are manipulated by the Intelligence Bureau, but also possess some incredible talents. After all, Darwin once said that species diversity is paramount. And a 100% approval rating is indeed somewhat unrealistic, so Leon asked the Intelligence Bureau to manipulate it. At least it's more reasonable than 100%, but the Intelligence Bureau ended up with 99%. Leon, I have no objection. Compared to the situation at home, Leon can guarantee that he can keep it under control. But the situation abroad is much more complicated. After all, in the eyes of these empires, Leon's offspring means that Great Yin has a successor. The counterattacks from various countries will intensify. Perhaps at first, they will think that Great Yin will be a flash in the pan, just like the Holy Empire during the Qumberg era. But now, with Leon's offspring, the Millennium Empire will no longer be empty talk. This will completely ignite the entire world. Leon, what can I do? After all, it's my child. I have to pamper him. My child wants a bigger world? Then give him a bigger world. Chapter 459. Lion looked at Yun Qingqi lying on the bed, unsure what to say. he finally stammered. Chi-Chi you. Yuan Chi instantly stiffened, straightening his back and speaking to Lion. Lion, please take good care of us mother and daughter from now on. Lion nodded. After all, this was his child. After 2 lives, he finally had a child. Although the child wasn't even born yet, Lion was already so excited he couldn't sleep. Seeing the two chatting happily, everyone else left, giving them some space. Looking at the uneasy Lion, Yuan Chi chuckled and then spoke. What's going on? The great Mr. Lion, you're actually shy? Lion sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Yuan Chi, unsure what to say. Yuan Chi's smile widened as he looked at the uneasy Lion. He cleared his throat and shouted in a mock-loud voice. Leon! Are you bullying us, mother and daughter? Leon was instantly anxious. No, how could I have bullied you too? Looking at the flustered Leon, Yuan Chi's smile never faltered. Okay, enough teasing. You still have to go to work, right? Go ahead, we talk tonight. As Yuan Chi started to stand, Leon hurriedly supported her. Yuan Chi couldn't help but speak. It's just a pregnancy. I'm not that weak. Leon smiled brightly at that. But Yuan Chi pulled Leon's hand towards him and said, but I like it. The two of them left the room and went downstairs. The downstairs was bustling with activity at the moment. Almost all the wives and children of the high-ranking officials of Great Yin had arrived at the Duke's residence. Leon watched the scene and couldn't help but grumble. If anything went wrong here, any nation that dared to make a move would likely be crushed by Great Yin's chariots. As the two descended, everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Yuan Chi gripped Leon even tighter, as if asserting his sovereignty. Leon, well, could you please let go a little? I'm almost suffocating. Leon tried to pull his hand free, but found it was being held down. As for what was holding him down, Leon could only smile wryly. At least the baby wouldn't have to worry about food after it was born. Leon sent Yuan Chi downstairs, and then left. After all, Leon was still the head of state, and he had many things to attend to. So let's talk about anything tonight. But before leaving, Leon still instructed the guards to keep up their patrol duties. As news of Yuan Chi's pregnancy spread throughout the surrounding nations, undercurrents surged. This was especially true within the Orc Empire. When they learned of Yuan Chi's pregnancy, a sudden thought emerged. Orcs, especially women, have a significant flaw. During pregnancy, they struggle to utilize their magical powers. This meant that the Qin nation's strongest force had been depleted, and Yuan Chi needed time to recuperate. Yuan Chi's ability to control the Qin nation would decline, and Qingqi's assistance to the Orc Empire's rebels would decrease. The Orc Empire must seize this opportunity to eliminate the rebels within its borders in one fell swoop. The Orc Empire is now split in two. To be more precise, it's the East and the West. The western half has almost entirely fallen to the Orc Rebellion, while the eastern half remains under the control of the Orc Empire. Originally, the Orc Empire was hunkered down in the city, but thanks to Baramir's power, the Orc Empire's army began to encircle and suppress the rebels, resulting in a reciprocal exchange of territory. Where the enemy goes, so can I. As a result, while the Orc Empire's army recaptured the eastern half, the western half was completely seized by the rebels. The division between the east and the west has almost completely taken place, with the Orc Empire's capital as the dividing line. Currently, the Orc Empire controls 2/3 of the Orc Empire, and the areas under its control are almost all the most fertile. This has greatly squeezed the Orc Rebellion's living space. After learning of Yuan Chi's pregnancy, the Orc Empire began recruiting troops, preparing to launch a new offensive this winter to completely annihilate the rebels. The rebels' repeated defeats were largely due to internal divisions. Ever since Urus joined the provisional government formed by the rebels, divisions within the rebels had been constant. The rebels, already relatively small in strength, had split into 4 or 5 factions. Urus was the weakest of these. It commanded no more than 100,000 soldiers. It held only 1 city and 7 small towns. The other factions, on the other hand, commanded 5 or 6 major cities and 500,000 soldiers. Thus, they believed they had succeeded, and so they began to enjoy themselves. They said, I've been fighting for so long, can't I enjoy myself? Keep playing the music and dancing. Urus could only shake his head helplessly at the sight of such a bunch of idiot teammates. If they were just enjoying themselves, then the rebels' provisional government could still hold out. But the crux of the matter was that the infighting within the provisional government had reached a serious level. The provisional government consisted of 5 major factions. Urus's faction had no say, while the other 4 were powerful in their own right and disliked each other. This led to the 4 factions fighting each other, and Urus tried to unite them. But ultimately they failed. Dawa City in the northwest of the Orc Empire. This was Urus's base. 100,000 revolutionary troops were stationed near Dawa City. Urus received news from his intelligence officers, who risked their lives to bring back from the Orc Empire's capital. The Orc Emperor Bahamut appointed Bakhmut as commander-in-chief and assembled an army of over 800,000. Upon reading this news, Urus sensed a hint of danger. Bahamut was Bahamut's most outstanding son, and it was very likely that this Prince Bahamut would become the next Orc Emperor. This prince's story was somewhat uncanny. During a previous attack on the Holy Empire, Bahamut was ordered to siege the fortress Assise. As a result, Bahamut and his entire army were captured by the Great Flame. Later, Bahamut intervened, spending a full 10 million gold coins to redeem Bahamut. Because of Bahamut's capture, his brothers mocked him and unanimously kicked him out of the battle for the crown prince. But then, Bahamut did something. He simply slaughtered all his brothers. When Bahamut learned the news, he remained silent for a brief moment before accepting the reality of the situation. The law of the jungle is the tradition of the Orc Empire. Chapter 460. Just as the Orcish plan was in flux. In the capital of the Orcish Empire, at the Crown Prince's residence, Bahamut was writing a training manual. Although Bahamut had been captured by the Great Yin, he hadn't sat idle in the Great Yin. During his captivity, Bahamut had observed the training of the National Defense Army. He observed the National Defense Army's appearance and various routines. Bahamut believed that the biggest gap between the Orcish Empire's army and the National Defense Army lay in training. The National Defense Army consistently conducted systematic training, while the Orcish Empire's army relied primarily on the soldiers' inherent physical fitness. After all, the physical fitness of orcs far surpassed that of ordinary humans. This was why the orcs once dominated for an era. But as humans gained ground, forming armies of tens of thousands, along with a large number of fighting knights, the human spearmen's formations robbed the wolf cavalry of their pride and joy, their speed. Facing the razor-sharp spears, they dared not even take a single step forward. Though these orc knights might be fearless, the giant wolves beneath them would be terrified by instinct. So, after returning from Yin and dispatching several of his brothers, Bahamut began compiling a new training manual. He decided to reform the Orc Empire's army. Once a first-rate power, it had now fallen to second-rate, or even third-rate. Since the Orc Empire couldn't even handle the uprising within its own borders, how could it possibly contend with other nations? Inside Bahamut's room, a maid, watching Bahamut's earnest work, couldn't help but become infatuated. The Crown Prince is so handsome. If only I could have something happen with him. Many of the maids were tempted by the earnest and gentle Bahamut. But these maids were new, completely unaware of the demon hidden within Bahamut. Just as the maids were lost in their ecstasy, Bahamut was suddenly interrupted by a flying insect. The insect, stained with ink, landed on the white paper. Bahamut instantly broke the pen in his hand. Someone! The maids quickly snapped out of their ecstasy and, upon hearing the call, rushed to Bahamut's side. She was still thinking, finally, I can see the Crown Prince up close. But the next moment, the maids, who had just reached Bahamut, were grabbed by the throat by the enraged Bahamut. Crown, Your Highness. The maids struggled to wave their arms, but the next moment, Bahamut lifted them up, their limbs thrashing in the air. Why didn't you stop that bug? Bahamut said angrily. The maid was about to say something, but the next second, there was a crisp crack of bones. The maid was instantly breathless, her neck crushed by Bahamut. Then Bahamut discarded the maid's body as if it were trash. Bahamut's heart was already twisted enough. Since his escape from Great Yin, his mind had become even more twisted. His current gentleness was all a facade. Inside, he harbored a mad plan. It was to bide his time, then slaughter all the people of Great Yin, but Bahamut knew he still faced a major challenge. First, he had to resolve the rebels, and then secure the throne of the Orc Empire. Only then would he have a legitimate reason to launch a war against Yin. He would make Yin pay for humiliating him, in Dawa City. Urus was ordering his soldiers to store the autumn harvest. Not only was the harvest plentiful, but Urus had also recruited new blood. By the beginning of next spring, Urus expected to have 100,000 qualified revolutionary soldiers. By then, Urus would have 200,000 troops at its disposal. This would be a huge boost for Urus. 100,000 men were only enough for Urus to defend. But with 200,000 men, Urus could finally bare his fangs and confront the Orc Empire army head-on. However, just as Urus began to fantasize about a bright future, an unexpected visitor arrived. A soldier arrived at Urus's office and reported, Marshal, Lord Baboise has sent someone. Urus' smile froze instantly upon hearing the name. He then calmed himself, straightened his clothes, and left, led by a soldier. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, an envoy dressed in aristocratic robes sat in a chair with a haughty air. The soldier introduced Urus to the envoy. "Sir Envoy, this is our..." Then, before the soldier could finish, the envoy interrupted him. "Urus, Lord Babuwais orders you to provide 1 million kilograms of grain and dispatch 50,000 soldiers to aid Lord Babuwais in fighting the Lano rebels." The envoy spoke with a haughty air. He didn't consider Urus a marshal. Although Urus commanded only 100,000 troops, he held immense prestige within the new government formed by the rebels. Urus was officially the rebel marshal. But even so, the envoy before him simply ignored Urus. After hearing this, Urus froze in shock, finally speaking in disbelief. "What did you just say?" "Urus you need. Not that. Who is Babwes fighting?" Urus suddenly shouted. The envoy was momentarily startled and stammered. "Lord Babwes is fighting Lord Lano." "Why are they fighting?" Urus grabbed the envoy's collar. "Because Lord Babwes has taken a fancy to Lord Lano's wife, and while Lord Lano was leading his army against the Orc Empire, he raped her." The envoy spoke rapidly, his usual pride gone. Upon hearing this, Urus threw the messenger to the ground. Furious, he drew his long sword and swung it furiously, cursing. "Babuwais is a pig. Was he kicked in the head by a donkey? Or was he born with cerebellar atrophy?" Lano led his army to directly resist the Orc Empire's attack, and Babuwais not only ignored it, but he also raped Lano's wife. Urus practically roared as he spoke. If this incident hadn't happened, Urus would have contacted the various factions early next spring and launched a counterattack against the Orc Empire. But now, the crucial point is that Lano and Babuwais are now fighting. This has completely disrupted Urus's plans. What a bunch of idiot teammates. Urus grew increasingly angry as he thought about it, clutching his head in pain. "Tell Babwais he's dead this time. Don't even think about contacting anyone else. No one will help him. I say it. I say it." Urus roared at the end and hurled his sword at the messenger, piercing his vitals. The messenger was instantly terrified and ran away in a panic. Urus held his forehead, panting. "It's over, it's all over." Chapter 461. While Urus was furious, Lano and Babwais had already begun negotiations. While Babwais had been kicked in the head by a donkey, Lano was not. As one of the most intelligent members of the rebels' provisional government, Lano was furious, but he had to preserve the government. But what struck Lano as unusual was that Babwais had actually invited Lano to the negotiations before he did. This surprised Lano, like Zhu Beiji suddenly becoming clever. Lano sensed a sense of danger. So he called his adjutant. "Marshal." Lano stopped the adjutant from saluting and spoke sternly. "I called you here to tell you something. Babwais asked me to negotiate, but I have a feeling something's not right. So what if? What if something happens to me? You must gather your 600,000 troops and join Urus. Let Urus lead you. Because, at this point, the rebellion is inevitable. Once it's divided, the Orc Empire will surely seize the opportunity. Only Urus can turn the tide." "Marshal," the adjutant said in disbelief. Lano patted the adjutant's shoulder and finally sighed. Lano knew this trip was likely to go wrong, but he had to meet with Babwais for the sake of the rebellion's provisional government. This was his last act for the Orc rebellion. Success or failure, Lano would lead his troops and leave. After all, what Babwais had done was unbearable for any man. Furthermore, the other two factions didn't even step forward to condemn Babwais. Instead, they watched the two men clash from the sidelines. Lano was utterly disappointed with the provisional government, but after all, this was the country he had helped build, and he still harbored illusions about it. No, it wasn't really a country at all. It was just a makeshift group cobbled together by a bunch of thugs seizing the opportunity. But Lano was willing to make one last effort, because the rebel provisional government still controlled a full 20 to 30 million Orc civilians. These 20 to 30 million Orc civilians had been driven mad by the Orc Empire, and with nowhere else to go, they had chosen to join the rebellion. The rebellion offered them refuge, and they supported it. But this put them on the Orc Empire's blacklist. If the rebellion failed, the only outcome awaiting these 20 to 30 million civilians would be utter slaughter. Lano didn't want to see that happen, so he decided to make one last fight for the provisional government. Not just for this government, but also for the civilians who believed in the rebellion. On the banks of the Song River. The Song River flows through the Qinchi Kingdom and passes through the central plains of the Orc Empire. And in late autumn, on the banks of the Song River, a grand negotiation was about to begin. West of the Song River lay the territory controlled by Babwais. To the east lay the territory controlled by Lano, known as the god of war of the new government. With an army of 800,000, he repelled 4 Orc Empire encirclements. And yet, even this gatekeeper, his own family, had his backyard taken over. The negotiation took place inside a church. At this moment, only 3 people were inside the church: Lano, Bab Weiss, and Lano's wife Dia. Lano got straight to the point. Bab Weiss, you must give me an explanation. What explanation do I need to give you? Dia doesn't love you at all, she loves me. After all, you can't give her happiness. Ha ha. And she's been connected to me from the beginning. Bab Weiss, with his greasy hair and big ears, laughed wildly, his fat face flaring. Across from him, Lano appeared to be a burly figure. After hearing this, Lano looked at his wife, Dia, his face filled with disbelief. That's right, Lord Bab Weiss is right. I loved Lord Bab Weiss from the beginning. Hearing Dia's words, Lano was struck by lightning. You? Lano was so angry that he could barely stand and pointed at Dia and roared. I owed you in the past, but after I started the rebellion, I didn't give you anything you wanted. Look at other people. What kind of lives do they lead? And what kind of life do you lead? What kind of life do I lead? Other wives enjoy delicacies every day, but what about us? We only eat simple meals every day. I'm the marshal's wife. Not a peasant's wife. You invested all your money in the army, sleeping in your headquarters all day, and you eat the same food as the soldiers. What does it have to do with me? I'm the marshal's wife now. Can't I pursue a luxurious life? Dia said confidently. Landua's heart sank when he heard this. Then, Dia walked in front of Landua, next to Bab Weiss, and threw herself into Bab Weiss's arms. Landua could no longer contain himself upon seeing this. He drew his sword and slashed at the couple. Bang! The next second, a gunshot rang out, freezing Landua in his tracks. Landua saw a large hole in his uniform, blood oozing from it. And it was Dia who had shot him. Landua stared at his wife in disbelief. Then he collapsed in despair. The soldiers outside the church heard the gunshots and rushed in. Landua's adjutant and his guards were the first to arrive. Marshal! The adjutant cried out heartbreakingly upon seeing Landua fall to the ground. Landua had not originally been a marshal, he had been a farmer. But due to various taxes, Landua could no longer make a living. He had to resort to banditry in the mountains. While robbing the rich to help the poor, Landua encountered an army pursuing the adjutant's family. Landua saved the adjutant from the Orc Empire's swords. At that time, the adjutant, still only a teenager, had already left Landua's lofty image in his heart. Although Landua had spent the previous few years fighting guerrilla warfare in the mountains, his life perhaps even harder than that of a peasant, the adjutant never left Landua. And Landua raised the adjutant as his heir. You could say the adjutant was half a son to Landua. So when he saw Landua, the man who had saved his life and raised him, lying on the ground, the adjutant could no longer contain his anger. Orcs may be brutal, but they are not beasts. They have consciences and a sense of justice. The adjutant trembled as he grasped Landua's hand. Landua spoke with difficulty. Remember what I said. Tens of millions of our compatriots are still waiting for our salvation. Before reading the book The Countryside Surrounds the City, I never imagined that we, the Orc peasants, would ever rise again. I will never allow anyone to let our efforts go to waste. Son, promise me. The adjutant was about to speak when Landua died. Chapter 462. Soon, news of Adjutant Lano's departure with his army spread throughout the Orc Empire. This news was also rapidly spreading to neighboring nations. Orc Emperor Baramert, who had originally planned to train his army and wait for the spring to launch a new offensive, carefully checked the information several times upon hearing it, then suddenly leaped to his feet. This news was truly exhilarating to him. Lano's death, coupled with Adjutant Lano's departure with 600,000 men, was a devastating blow to the rebellion. Lano's death meant the rebellion had lost its most capable general. At the same time, the 600,000 troops had left their base, directly ceding the heartland of the rebellion's government. This allowed the Orc Empire's army to march directly into the capital of the rebellion's provisional government. In reality, the reason Lano's army had to leave wasn't just because of Lano's orders, it was because the provisional government no longer had room for them. They will eventually be divided up among the other factions, and all Lano's efforts will be for naught. Lano's lieutenant suppressed the generals who wanted to avenge Lano. He led the army towards Urus's territory. Although Lieutenant Lano appeared calm, he truly wanted to bring the adulterous couple to their doom more than anyone else. But now, he had to hand these 600,000 troops over to Urus. Lord Lano's efforts must not be in vain, After Lano's army departed, the Orc Empire mustered its forces and prepared to launch an offensive this winter. They would reclaim their lost territory in one fell swoop, Dian, Sin City. Leon fell silent as he looked at the news on the table. For some reason, ever since Lion learned Yun Qingqi was pregnant, he'd grown weary of war. Perhaps he wanted to leave his child a beautiful world when he was born. But Lion discovered that this world was anything but peaceful. War was everywhere, both before and after the founding of Great Yin. The constant raging of war was the dominant theme of this world. The First World War had engulfed nearly the entire northern and western continents of central China. After the First World War finally ended, the Elf Empire's civil war, coupled with the counterattack against the Dwarf Empire, the Orc Empire's uprising, and the Bonaparte Revolutionary Army in the eastern continent. The entire world was like a war machine, never stopping. What exactly was the world like? Lion didn't know, but he knew that the Great Yin before him was beautiful. But beyond Great Yin, the flames of war never ceased. For thousands of years, this world's history had been nothing but war. Almost every generation had experienced war. Leon didn't know whether war was right, but he knew that every war would tear countless families apart. Thinking of this, a thought suddenly struck Leon. He hadn't yet visited the soldiers who had been discharged due to injury. Although as a leader, there were many things Leon couldn't do. But visiting veterans wasn't out of the ordinary. So after a brief discussion, Leon and his men drove directly to where some veterans had gathered. There were two types of veterans in Dian, those who had voluntarily retired, and those who had been discharged due to injury. Although Great Yan's welfare system was well established, even the disabled could be properly accommodated, Leon still wanted to see how these soldiers lived. Leon arrived at the door of a veteran who had lost both legs. This soldier had lost both legs in the defense of the Elven capital. He was an elite soldier in the 1st Armored Division. If he hadn't been discharged due to his injuries, his future might have been bright. But bullets on the battlefield are blind. The soldier was unfortunately hit by a shell, leaving him with a lifelong disability. A guard tried to knock on the door for Leon, but Leon stopped him. Leon gestured for the guard to leave, so he could knock himself. Knock, knock. With a knock, the door opened. A delicate little girl poked her head out. Uncle, who are you? The girl asked, puzzled. The uncles were sent by the leader to visit your father. Can you let them in? Leon squatted down and said kindly. The little girl looked at Leon's uniform, then at the uniform of the guard beside him. Then she turned and said, Dad, an uncle is here to see you. Then he opened the door. Although the little girl didn't know Leon, she recognized the uniforms he and the guards wore. After all, her father had a uniform like that. If you dared to impersonate the National Defense Force in Dian, the Intelligence Bureau would have you imprisoned that very night and sent you to the mines for rehabilitation overnight. Who is Xiao Suna? Soon, a man's voice echoed from inside the room. The man came to the door and, upon opening it, saw Leon standing there. For a second, both Leon and the man were stunned. The guard watching nearby was also stunned. Little Suna's small eyes were filled with confusion. She looked up at the uncles, unable to help but grumble inwardly. These uncles don't seem very smart, do they? Leader? Then, the man on crutches was about to throw it away and salute Leon. Leon hurriedly stopped him. The man, realizing what was happening, hurriedly invited Leon and his companions inside. He then started to make tea for Leon, but Leon stopped him. Leon then forced the man onto the sofa. Finally, he ordered the guard to make tea. Guard, Leon and the man quickly fell into conversation. Leon learned that the man had received a large settlement allowance after his discharge from the army, and that he had been married before joining the army. His wife currently worked at a factory in Dian. She held a civilian position, and her duties were relatively easy. And they have a lovely child, little Suna. Suna is 4 years old now. Although still a child, it's clear she'd be a beauty in the future. I wonder which boy to choose. Wait, Leon looked at Suna and suddenly remembered that he was about to become a father. What if it's a girl? Leon felt sick at the thought. Old lamb. Will-o'-the-wisp. Downstairs. Got it? No, Leon felt sick at the thought. He decided to eliminate this phenomenon from the root. Nipping the yellow-haired bug in the bud. Wait, it seems blondes already exist in this world. Leon, Chapter 463. How's your life going now? Are there any difficulties? Leon asked. The veteran was a bit flattered, then spoke nervously. Leader, life is pretty easy right now. Although I lost my legs, the government subsidy is 3 silver coins a month, and since I received the silver medal, it also gives me 3 silver coins a month. 6 silver coins a month. I actually only spend less than 3, and I can save some for little Suna's dowry. The veteran patted Suna's head. Suna smiled. Leon, such a cute child, why not take her home? This unrealistic thought flashed through Leon's mind. Leon shook his head and got back to the point. Then the people around you haven't said anything, have they? Compared to the subsidy, Leon was most concerned about the rumors surrounding the veterans. Nothing much. Rest assured, Commander. Although I retired, I'm still a self-reliant and strong person. Lion nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Suna. Little girl, do you know what kind of person your father is? Lion said, squatting in front of Suna. Suna said without hesitation. Of course I do. Dad's a hero. Do you dislike your father? After all, he's disabled. Lion deliberately tried to elicit a question. No, although he's a little different from others, he's my father. He's a hero. Suna looked at Leon with some anger, because there seemed to be a hint of discrimination in Leon's words. Looking at the little girl before him, Leon patted her head and said with satisfaction, You're a good child. Do you want a picture with Uncle? No, Uncle, I don't know you. Suna turned her head away, a little angrily. Leon was instantly dumbfounded. No, are you sure you don't want a picture with me? The guards and veterans were instantly amused and confused, with some guards' eyes blazing with anger. No, this is a chance to take a picture with the leader. You little brat, don't you cherish it? The veteran immediately said to Suna. The one standing before you is the leader. Leader? Which leader? Little Suna said anxiously, her hands tucked in her lap. What other leader could there be in Yin? The veteran was almost frantic with anxiety. Leader? Impossible. How could the leader come to our house? And my classmates say the leader is incredibly powerful, and a white-haired old man. Leon, The accompanying staff were almost unable to contain their laughter. We've been professionally trained, and we generally don't laugh unless we can't help it. After hearing his daughter's outrageous remarks, the veteran quickly covered Suya's mouth. Suya waved her hands, trying to break free from her father's grasp. Just then, Suya's mother returned. When she saw the room full of people, she was stunned. Then she walked out and checked the house number for confirmation. Is this right? This is my home? Then what are all these people in the room? Celia. Just then, the veteran saw his wife and spoke. Only then did Celia realize this was her home. She was about to ask why so many soldiers had arrived. But the next moment, she saw Leader Leon squatting before her daughter. Her expression froze. What was going on? When had her husband become so powerful? Could it be the legendary crooked-mouthed Dragon King? Just as Celia's imagination was running wild, Leon checked the time and then picked up Suya. A reporter nearby immediately snapped a photo of the two. Before Suya could react, the photo was taken. Thus, the only bizarre photo in the history of Great Yin, and indeed the only one in the future, was created. The photo showed Leader Leon holding a girl with a face full of resistance. And this photo would become a classic. Leon, watching the evening wear on, decided not to disturb the family. After all, with so many of them, it wouldn't be nice to just eat for free. Leon's main goal was to bring down the wealthy. If Leon were allowed to visit Cadis's home, he would absolutely eat 3 meals a day there, and bring dozens of people with him. After all, Cadis is a wealthy family, and not eating at their expense is unjust. Leon visited a few more veterans, and darkness fell. Leon sat in the car, looking out the window at the night view. He thought about these soldiers, who had been discharged due to injuries. If there were no war in this world, there wouldn't be these soldiers who had been discharged due to injuries. Perhaps there would be, but not so many. Yin was now tied to the advancing chariot. Either defeat everyone, or perish. So Leon decided to choose the former. He wanted to sweep the world and be himself again. He wanted to take back everything from the Kunberg era. As everyone knows, my great-grandfather was called Kunberg. The land beneath your feet has belonged to Great Yin since ancient times. Leon returned to the Duke's mansion. No major events were expected for the next 3 months. All of Great Yin would be preparing for war. Leon would also have some time to rest. At the same time, the technological products needed to be rolled off the production line, transitioning from R&D products to production lines. Thinking about it, the tasks ahead weren't many, but they weren't few either. As soon as Leon entered the hall, he saw gift boxes of all sizes. What was going on? Leon picked up a gift box at random. It was written on it, from someone to the leader's wife. Leon then realized that these items were all for Yunqi. As her husband, Leon opened one of the boxes with some curiosity. This box was a gift from Carl. When he saw it, Leon was completely stunned. When did Carl start resorting to these formalities? When did Carl open it? Leon was stunned. There were no nourishing things inside, just a large nugget of gold. Leon, I overestimated Senior Carl. Sure enough, Senior Carl is straightforward. He didn't beat around the bush with any of that, just gave you a large gold nugget. Leon looked at the nugget in his hand, feeling a bit amused. Just then, the head maid approached. Leader, the ladies are waiting for you to join them at the table. Hearing this, Leon quickly tossed the nugget aside and hurried to the dining room. It's so late, and you're not eating yet? What are you waiting for me for? Leon then gazed at the table littered with kidney whips and fell into deep thought. What's going on? Leon held onto the kidney. This looks like a high-end game. Chapter 464. Lion looked at the table full of food and instinctively wanted to turn and run. But he was stopped by the maids. The moment he saw the maids, Leon instantly realized something was wrong. Yuan Qingqi and the others couldn't possibly order these maids around. So, there was only one truth. Lion looked at his mother, Irina, in disbelief. Irina looked at him with a smile. Xiaoang, where are you going? Why aren't you eating yet? Lion got goosebumps. This wasn't eating. This was cannibalism. Lion reluctantly walked to a seat. Lion preferred mutual affection, not forced action like he was facing now. But there was no other way. This was his mother. He had to spoil her. Lion struggled to eat the kidneys. Halfway through, Irina stood up and came over to Leon. I thought about it for a long time, and I decided that one child is too few. You must give me 5. Bang! Before Irina could finish her words, Leon slid off his chair and onto the floor. This is too abstract. This isn't just about striving for something, this is about risking your life. The women all laughed at this. Although they weren't directly involved, they all supported Irina's actions. If Leon isn't given a chance to push himself, how will he know the harshness of reality? Dinner ended in Leon's boredom. Leon had become a robot by the end, devouring everything in one gulp. Finally, Leon finished everything on the table. He then headed straight for his room, but before he'd taken 2 steps, he was stopped by Frost Star. Frost Star pressed Leon against the wall. Lion, ? Man. Oh no, Leon. Mother said you have to get me pregnant. She said if I can't be first, I'd be second, no discussion. Lion was completely dumbfounded. When hadn't Frost Star become so proactive? Why are they all acting like they undergone a gender change? Frost Star didn't really want to do this, but all of this was thanks to Leon. If Leon hadn't gotten Yuan Qingqi pregnant, perhaps Frost Star and the others wouldn't have felt such a sense of crisis. Although the policies and ideologies of the current Great Yin were several generations ahead of the neighboring feudal era, Frost Star and the others hadn't had time to change their mindsets. They were still stuck in the feudal backyard struggles. To translate it this way, a girl who grew up watching Legend of Zhenhuan every day, guess whether she's actually a Zhenhuan? Even if she's not, she's becoming one. Yuan Qingqi is pregnant, and they're not, so something's bound to happen. Who told them? Of course, the maids. Because they said that in the Duke's mansion where they work, the duchesses all use this method to establish their status. Leon still doesn't know the extent of the impact these unruly maids have had on his own backyard. Hans actually knows all this, but the clever Hans decides to help Leon. If the leader continues to live like this, when will he have children and grandchildren? Leaders are like this, they only know how to give orders, and the subordinates have to think a lot. So Hans decided. The intelligence agency is like this. If they just make a little effort, then Leon, as the leader, will have to think a lot. Hans. Perfect. For the next few days, Leon would be torn between pain and joy. And the culprit behind all this was none other than the wise and mighty Hans. Hans. Basic drill, don't go crazy. So Leon ultimately endured a painful night. And for the next few days, he was chained to his home, with no chance to leave the house. Just when everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. Papal States, Asgard. Galen, are you ready? In a small alley, Franca removed the hood from her cloak and spoke solemnly. The Pope is going on tour today, and the palace's defenses are weak. Senior Moya will take action, and she will eliminate the palace's high-ranking forces. Galen brushed his knight armor and looked around warily. Tell me the truth, what exactly are we going to steal? The Papal States aren't as primitive as you think. The technology within the palace is quite advanced, but they could only operate it within the palace itself, and all of it was stolen from the Holy Empire during the Kuenberg era. Galen said seriously. Franca was a little surprised. After all, she had never come into contact with such things before, but she quickly caught on. You mean you want to take something out? Then go to the Yin and warn Leon? Galen nodded. For now, their power was limited to this. And it was only with the help of the fire which Moya that they had the opportunity to carry out their operation. At first, they naively believed that all they needed was an idea. But reality taught them that in the face of a vast nation, individual power is insignificant, unless you possess the power to destroy heaven and earth. Soon, Galen led Franca all the way to the palace gates. After watching the Pope's procession leave the palace, Galen led Franca directly through the main entrance. Master Knight. The two knights on duty at the gate immediately saluted and made no attempt to stop them. After all, Galen was a knight commander, not only several ranks higher than them, but even to be promoted to knight commander required unwavering loyalty to a woman. So, Master Galen would never betray the Papal States. As for the person behind her, he must be a newcomer to the order. Galen had no idea that he brought someone in, and his men were trying to justify his actions. But the two of them didn't care, and headed straight for the depths of the palace. However, shortly after they entered, the alarm blared loudly. Ding ding ding! A large number of knights rushed towards the palace gates. The two knew that Moya had taken action. Without hesitation, they sped towards the depths of the palace. The two of them headed straight for the depths of the palace. They stopped before a large door. This door was hidden deep within the palace, its surface covered with moss and vines. Galen glanced around, then produced a golden key and placed it inside. The next second, the door slowly swung open. The noise instantly alerted the patrolling soldiers nearby. Galen didn't hesitate and rushed inside with Franca. The door then slowly closed, and the soldiers who had rushed over after hearing the noise only saw the door closed. Was there any movement here just now? But Galen and the others were stunned as they watched everything inside. Chapter 465. Behind the door, Galen and Franca stared at the scene before them, stunned. They had never imagined such things could be hidden inside. They saw a large number of white knights standing still, all armed to the teeth. Galen scanned the area with his mental power, and discovered that these knights were all in armor. They weren't statues or anything like that. Though they appeared tall and strong, the interiors of these knights' armor were actually hollow. So, these armors were meant for humans. But the technology behind these armors far surpassed the current state of the Papal States. Galen was puzzled. Why weren't these high-tech products being used in the military? Rather, were they being left here to gather dust? Galen was somewhat baffled by the Papal States' operations. The two exchanged glances, and slowly walked inside. The world within the door resembled a grand hall, with a red carpet running down the center, leading deeper. And on both sides of the red carpet were these armored knights. Like loyal guards, they guarded something deep within the hall. The two of them couldn't help but quicken their pace. They felt as if something was watching them. After a minute of walking, they finally reached the end of the red carpet. A huge flag stood in the center of the hall. Franca didn't notice anything unusual, but Galen froze in her tracks. She recognized it. A massive white flag with a golden sword emblazoned on it. What's wrong? Franca was puzzled. This is... Galen was incredulous, for the flag before her was once the military flag of the Holy Empire. Back then, Kuenberg led the Holy Empire's armies across the land, conquering nearly the entire world, with the exception of the eastern continent. Kuenberg's Holy Empire army also marched towards the Papal States. And because Kuenberg never believed in gods, the Holy Empire's army marched directly into the Papal States. They fought all the way to Asgard. But for unknown reasons, Kuenberg retreated. And from that point on, Kuenberg never launched another attack on the Papal States. Then came the news that Drains had inherited the Holy Empire. The Holy Empire Legion, once commanded by Kuenberg, had completely vanished. A vast army, as if vanished from the face of the earth. It wasn't until she saw this flag that Galen finally understood where the Holy Empire Legion had gone. But looking at these armored knights, Galen found it hard to accept how advanced technology had been back then. Why hadn't Kuenberg unified the world? And why did Dreen inherit the Holy Empire? Where had Kuenberg gone? Galen felt as if she had touched upon a vast conspiracy. Or perhaps the true nature of this conspiracy would turn the world upside down. Because technology had reached this level 1,000 years ago, yet in the past 1,000 years, history had been reversing. Galen could say this because her mental detection revealed the ingenious connections of these armors, and that they were all powered by magic crystals. Galen could also sense the terrifying sharpness of the great swords wielded by these armored knights. But just as the two were stunned, the platform holding the flag suddenly moved. A stone pillar slowly rose, atop it resting a prismatic stone gleaming with golden light. It was a stone, but it was actually a transparent crystal. Just as Galen was about to reach out and pick up the crystal, he suddenly sensed a glimmer of mortal danger. Without hesitation, Galen drew the long sword from his waist and swung back to strike. Ding! A sudden metallic clang rang out, and the sword in Galen's hand shattered. Only half remained in his hand, and another half stuck in the ground. Seeing this, Franca drew her own long sword and stood beside Galen. Galen was now filled with shock, for that blow had shattered her sword. After all, this was a blessed long sword. Its strength was far beyond that of ordinary weapons. And it was a 7th level magical weapon. And yet, even such a resilient long sword was reduced to scrap metal in a single blow. Galen's hand was still aching. "You two stinking rats, what are you doing?" A voice, male or female, echoed, and the next second, a man in black appeared before the two. He held a chain. It was the chain in the man's hand that had broken Galen's sword. The two men immediately adopted a defensive stance, and the man in black stood in front of them, preventing them from tampering with the crystal. Galen had clearly noticed the man's subtle movements and instantly understood that this crystal must be extremely important. Galen had originally intended to come here to steal some crucial intelligence from the Papal States. But what the two hadn't anticipated was that such armor was hidden in the Papal States' most heavily guarded area. And the crystal the man in black was protecting was clearly no ordinary object. Galen and the other man exchanged a glance, then charged directly at the man in black. The man in black swung the chains in his hands, easily blocking their attacks. He then easily trapped them in an area. Galen, realizing something was amiss, immediately tried to take Franca away, but it was too late. The chains instantly bound Franca, and Galen, seeing this, felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, Galen spotted a crystal nearby. An idea struck Galen, and he quickly snatched up the crystal and placed it against his sword. "Don't move. If you move, I destroy it." The man in black paused upon hearing this. He stared at Galen silently. He knew that if anything happened to the crystal before him, he would be dead too. The two sides remained in a stalemate, but the papal army was advancing. Galen knew he had to do something to escape. But after a long thought, he couldn't come up with a plan. However, the papal army had already surrounded the hall and was advancing. At this moment, the space to the side was torn apart. Moya, dressed in a fiery red dress, entered with a menacing presence. The man in black raised his hand to stop Moya, but Moya clapped her hands gently, and the man in black instantly turned to ash. Galen was stunned upon seeing this scene. Moya wanted to lead the two away, but when she saw the crystal in Galen's hand, she froze in her tracks. A forgotten memory gradually emerged before her. Chapter 466. "Who are you?" In a cave, Moya asked, looking at the disheveled man before her. The man was clad in white armor, completely enveloping him, but his breathing was shaky, and the armor was tattered. Just as the man was about to say something, he fainted. Moya, seeing this, was momentarily at a loss for words. Looking at the man before her, Moya chose to save him. A few days later, the man's eyes suddenly opened. "You're awake." Moya spoke before the man could even glance around. "Who are you?" "My name is Moya. You fainted in the cave, and I saved you." Moya said nonchalantly. "Thank you. My name is Kuenberg. I reward you handsomely when I get out." Kuenberg wanted to stand up to express his gratitude, but the pain in his abdomen forced him to pause. "Get out? Are you kidding me? Didn't you notice that your fighting spirit and magic power have completely vanished in here?" Moya said with disdain. "What?" Kuenberg hurriedly stood up and checked his body, only to discover that his fighting spirit and magic power had completely vanished. "Now you believe it, don't you?" Moya shook her head and asked, "Where is this place? Why is this happening?" Kuenberg's face was filled with disbelief. "This is the land of repentance. No one imprisoned in the land of repentance ever escapes alive." Moya spoke calmly, as if the land of repentance had no effect on her. "Land of repentance? Wasn't I in a decisive battle with the demon empire? Why am I here?" Kuenberg spoke. "The land of confessions isn't on the continent, but a small world. You need to understand one thing. Why did you come here? The land of confessions isn't something you can enter on your own." Moya couldn't help but speak after hearing Kuenberg's innocent words. Kuenberg was stunned for a moment, then muttered, "Impossible. They won't betray me. Dreen is my brother." Moya shook her head and walked into the cave. Kuenberg was at a loss for words. The days passed quickly, and half a month had passed. Kuenberg's injuries had healed, and a week ago, he was able to walk again. He began to help Moya. After all, this world was full of dangers. When he wasn't getting out of bed, Kuenberg would see Moya returning every day, covered in wounds. Kuenberg questioned Moya, but she remained silent. Later, Kuenberg learned that Moya went hunting every day, and would often fight with the magical beasts in the Land of Confession. Although Moya had lost her magic power, her physical strength remained intact. Although the magical beasts could not kill Moya, her injuries reminded Kuenberg that she took great risks every time she went out. After 2 weeks of spending time together, the two gradually became familiar with each other. Kuenberg also understood their current situation. The Land of Confession is a small world created when a god fell. Some powerful individuals on the continent learned of its exact location, but due to the nature of repentance, these experts did not enter the Land of Confession. Instead, they imprisoned some prisoners, or used some shady means to lure their rivals in. To leave the Land of Repentance, they had to break its barrier. And they had to break it from the inside. But the problem was, those imprisoned in the Land of Repentance possessed no magical power or fighting spirit. How could they leave? After questioning, Kuenberg learned that Moya had been in the Land of Repentance for a full 100 years. And in those 100 years, Moya had not met anyone else. She had survived alone in the Land of Repentance for hundreds of years. During that time, Moya discovered this cave and found dozens of corpses within. What Moya didn't expect was that they actually contained the remains of the first Elf Emperor. After all, the first Elf Emperor was a powerful figure who founded the Elven era. But he too perished in the Land of Confessions. Humans. Power always blinds them, and they do anything to secure it, even against their own brothers, loved ones, and friends. Having recovered from his injuries, Kuenberg began to help Moya, and the two of them lived together. Kuenberg also wanted to leave, but after repeated attempts to no avail, he temporarily gave up the idea. Let's see what we can do in the Land of Confessions. According to our ancestors' wisdom, no matter how treacherous the tombs of the powerful, there's always a glimmer of hope. After all, the tomb-robbing pen. No, that's a mistake. The two of them spent several months together, and Moya gradually grew accustomed to Kuenberg's presence, and a smile began to appear on her face more often. Having lived here for hundreds of years, finally finding a companion, it was time to pour out his inner pain, right? Kuenberg then learned that the Moya before him was actually a witch. Kuenberg hadn't yet reached his prime, so even the witch before him seemed beyond his reach. Curiosity-filled Kuenberg began to study Moya. How long do you witches live? How old are you? What do you witches eat every day? Don't you age? Kuenberg hadn't finished his words when Moya shooed him out. Don't come in tonight. Kuenberg lowered his head silently, like a child who had made a mistake. In the middle of the night, Moya finally opened the door and let Kuenberg into sleep. Kuenberg smiled instantly, while Moya shook her head. What was going on? And so began their daily life, and every day Kuenberg explored the Land of Confession. While the Land of Confession lacked powerful magical beasts, these creatures, through natural selection, had grown to a point where ordinary humans could hardly contend. There was also a ruin within the Land of Confession, surrounded by a large number of magical beasts. Kuenberg sensed that there must be something within the ruins, quite possibly something that would allow him to escape. Kuenberg shared his suspicions with Moya. Moya didn't object, having explored every area except the area surrounding the ruins over the past 100 years. The only unexplored area was the ruins before her. The ruins were fraught with danger, but without danger, how could there be opportunity? Chapter 467. After thorough preparation, the two decided to search the ruins. Kuenberg also donned his armor, now without the power of his fighting spirit. The armor seemed quite cumbersome, but Kuenberg didn't slack off. After all, this was his life-saving equipment, and who would find it too heavy? After fully preparing, the two began to head towards the ruins. Kuenberg wore knight armor, while Moya donned leather armor, something she normally wouldn't wear, and also picked up a longbow. While both were capable in close combat, a bow and arrow allowed for long-range attacks, much more useful than charging in with a great sword. Moya also brought along her few potions. After all, if the two weren't careful, they could easily perish in the ruins. For their own lives, it was always better to be cautious. The two arrived at the outskirts of the ruins. Although the Land of Confession was a small world and sounded like a barren land, but in reality, the Land of Repentance was lush and green, with abundant plants and trees. Most of those who entered the Land of Repentance died not from starvation, but from loneliness or illness. The two began their journey from the outer reaches of the ruins. Kuenberg, wielding the mountain and river sword, led the way. Many magical beasts along the way leaped out upon hearing the commotion. But they were pinned to the ground by Kuenberg's sword. Moya didn't even have time to fire her arrow. The two continued, one after the other, towards the ruins. After considerable effort, they finally reached the outside. Looking at the building before them, they exchanged a glance and smiled. Along the way, Kuenberg slew at least 30 monsters. Moya also shot and killed around 20. The two were finally able to enter the ruins. Looking at the ruins before them, they entered without hesitation. The architectural style of the ruins before them was distinctly Athenian. Looking at the columns, Kuenberg knew the ruins before him must have been created by a god. After all, the gods of this world always liked to create Athenian architecture. The two began to explore the ruins, but there was nothing outside. After searching for a while, they found nothing. The two could only focus on the temple-like structure in the center. After careful consideration, they unanimously decided to explore the temple. But with every step Kuenberg took towards the temple, he grew increasingly uneasy. He felt something nearby was watching him. As a witch, Moya, with her excellent sixth sense, also sensed something amiss. But with the temple so close, the two decided to take a gamble. After all, this might hold the only chance of escape. The two men entered the temple without hesitation and pushed open the door. But the next second, a bright light shone. They quickly closed their eyes, only to open them again after a long pause. Looking at the scene before him, Kuenberg was stunned. The temple wasn't a hall at all, but rather a place above the clouds, and the sun high in the sky made Kuenberg realize that it was real. Kuenberg looked back and saw that the outside was still a pile of rocks and dilapidated ruins. Looking inside again, everything seemed to be in the clouds. It was the first time that Kuenberg had witnessed such a miraculous scene. Moya, instead of appearing shocked, looked very serious. "Be careful. My senses tell me this isn't a simple place." The two of them, back to back, slowly walked inside. Although the temple interior appeared small, once they began walking, they realized the platform above the clouds was absurdly large. The staircase before them was clearly not far away, yet they had walked for a full 5 minutes and still hadn't reached the bottom. After another 5 or 6 minutes, Kuenberg realized that continuing this way was completely pointless. Kuenberg had just dropped a stone, but after all that walking, the stone remained exactly where they were. And the distance between them and the staircase hadn't changed at all. As Kuenberg noticed something was amiss, Moya also realized it and spoke. "What should we do now?" Kuenberg noticed the shadows on the ground. No matter where they stood, their shadows remained relative. Just like one person's shadow and another shadow can form a straight line. "I go our separate ways. You go back, and I go forward," Kuenberg said. He felt the shadows on the ground remind him that there must be a pattern in what he saw. Mona nodded, and the two separated. Soon, they walked in opposite directions, and as expected, they quickly drifted further and further apart. Moya had already reached the gate, and Kuenberg had successfully ascended the stairs. Just as Kuenberg stepped onto the stairs, space distorted. The next second, Moya appeared beside Kuenberg. The two men ascended the stairs. Soon, they reached the summit. However, to the surprise of neither Kuenberg nor Moya, there was nothing there except a golden crystal. Kuenberg's eyes widened. "We gone to all this trouble, and you tell me there's only a piece of stone?" Moya was also shocked. She had never imagined there would be only a single crystal in the ruins. But soon, Moya sensed something was amiss. She could sense a terrifying magical power emanating from the crystal. You know, in this world, no creature possesses a trace of magic. So why did this crystal possess magical power? Kuenberg chose to take it without hesitation. Having come all this way, who would leave empty-handed? And with such a grand ceremony, this crystal must be very important. Moya didn't try to stop Kuenberg, because she knew that if Kuenberg took the crystal, their entire trip would be in vain. And since this crystal is so unique, it must have a purpose, right? Kuenberg picked up the crystal. The moment he did, the two of them immediately assumed combat stance. But they didn't sense anything unusual. They made their way out unimpeded, encountering no obstacles along the way. This surprised them. What was going on? Why was it so simple? What they didn't notice was that as the crystal was taken away, the temple where the crystal had been placed began to disintegrate bit by bit, and the aura of death began to permeate the air. The two returned to the cave, staring at the crystal in their hands, lost in thought. What exactly is this? Moya studied it for 3 days and 3 nights, finally discovering that it was something like an energy core. And then nothing more. Moya's research yielded only this conclusion. Kuenberg, is there really no way out? Looking at the crystal before him, an idea flashed through his mind. Energy core? Wait, I think I have an idea. Chapter 468. Kuenberg picked up a pen and paper and began to draw a blueprint. Although he had never worked on such things in his previous life, he knew this was a magical world where anything was possible. Moya, standing by, looked at Kuenberg with some surprise. She couldn't understand what he was doing. It looked like a suit of armor, but it wasn't really armor. It felt like a piece of armor connected together by metal strips. Kuenberg quickly drew what he had in mind. But Kuenberg didn't pause. After drawing it, Kuenberg began to work. Since the two of them couldn't use magic, Kuenberg could only forge it with his bare hands. He hammered the parts in with the most primitive method. Looking at the blueprint Kuenberg had drawn, Moya noted the empty space in the center of the armor. She then glanced at the crystal she had just retrieved. Moya then realized what Kuenberg was planning. Without hesitation, Moya joined the forging. While Kuenberg was forging, Moya was in charge of assembling the armor and handing him water. At first, it was just water, but later, Moya began to actively wipe Kuenberg's sweat. For some reason, Moya found Kuenberg's serious expression intriguing. Moya herself had never imagined that after all her life, she would develop an interest in a man she had only just met. The days passed, and the armor was gradually assembled. After 6 months, the last mask was completed. Moya happily accepted the cooled mask and put it on. Kuenberg, does it have a name? Moya said happily. Let's call it Confession. After all, it was born in the land of confession. Yes. Moya nodded, completely unaware that she was leaning on Kuenberg's shoulder. Kuenberg felt the weight on his shoulder and briefly wanted to push away, but seeing Moya's joyful expression, Kuenberg seemed to have something in him that touched him, and he refused to push Moya away. The two of them leaned against each other in silence. Suddenly, Moya realized. We haven't put the crystal on yet. Kuenberg nodded and handed the crystal to Moya. Moya raised the crystal in her hand and whispered. You must make this armor work. This is our only chance to escape, Moya said, and then carefully placed the crystal on it. The crystal nestled perfectly into Confession's chest. The next second, Repentance's entire body glowed with a golden luster. Strands of gold spread from the crystal, completely covering Repentance. Kuenberg's eyes widened at the sight. What was going on? Moya hadn't expected such a thing to happen. At that moment, the roar of a demonic beast suddenly rang out from outside the cave. Then, the ground shook. Moya and Kuenberg exchanged a glance, each filled with confusion. Without further ado, Kuenberg donned Repentance. Although the original Repentance armor looked very simple, the moment Kuenberg donned it, he felt a terrifying surge of magical energy coursing through it. It's like a person's blood, flowing repeatedly through their circulatory system. The Confession before them was just such a being, as if it had come alive. But before the two could think much, a great noise could be heard from outside. Moya opened the small door, and saw the entire world crumbling. The original monsters were imbued with the aura of death, leaving no grass or vegetation anywhere they passed. Just then, the monsters discovered Moya and her companions in the freezer. They charged directly into the cave. Moya took a longbow from the nearby rock face, and began to shoot at the monsters that were leading the charge. Although Moya's arrows were accurate, the monsters continued to attack, and Moya's arrows were soon exhausted. At this critical moment, Kuenberg stepped out, holding the mountain and river sword. He aimed his sword at the monster before him, and slashed it down. The entire monster was instantly split in two. In fact, Kuenberg's strength alone would have been difficult to split the monster in half. However, thanks to the armor's added strength, Kuenberg felt brimming with power. I'm going to fight 10 of them. Kuenberg, each with his own sword, blocked the entrance to the cave. Any monster that tried to enter was beheaded with a single blow. But Kuenberg soon noticed the world collapsing. He hurriedly turned back to Moya and said, Get ready. We're rushing out. Moya heard this and grabbed a hide bag, filled it with all the potions on the table, and then came to Kuenberg's side. Kuenberg immediately sheathed the mountain and river sword and lifted Moya up in a princess hug. With a sudden push of his legs, he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Kuenberg finally understood why the people of the previous world were so obsessed with technology. In a low-magic world, technology could truly change things. Even in this world, technology could narrow the gap between ordinary people and magicians. Kuenberg had already achieved this. After all, after donning this armor, Kuenberg possessed abilities comparable to a 7th-level Dochi Knight. And the power of this crystal was definitely far greater than what he saw at first glance. Because Kuenberg's current craftsmanship was relatively crude, his armor couldn't fully unleash the crystal's power. If he had a chance to escape, Kuenberg would surely be able to optimize this armor. Kuenberg carried Moya as he sped along, leaping from the few remaining trees. The monsters below were relentless in pursuit, and Kuenberg didn't dare to be careless. For he could sense that these monsters, infested with the aura of death, had surpassed the ordinary monsters he had seen in the land of repentance. It was as if the inherent power within them was gradually being unleashed. Kuenberg knew he had to escape. If he remained here, he would either be consumed by death or torn apart by these monsters. Kuenberg stared at the distant border, gritted his teeth, and flew towards it. He concentrated all his magic power on the mountain and river sword, and with a single strike, he slashed through the barrier. The two were instantly sucked into space. On the continent, on an unknown hillside, Kjellberg, holding Moya, suddenly flew out of a nearby dimensional rift. The two of them, holding each other, rolled down the hillside. After an unidentified number of tumbling turns, they finally came to rest. Kjellberg hurriedly stood up to check on Moya's injuries. As he stood, his armor of repentance began to peel off piece by piece, losing its former splendor. Kjellberg removed his mask and armor and came to Moya's side. "Hey! Moya, wake up!" The next second, Moya opened her eyes, and her originally blue pupils turned red. Chapter 469. Looking at Moya before him, Kjellberg instantly realized something was amiss. Kjellberg could sense a surge of magical power resurfacing within Moya. "Moya?" Kjellberg asked tentatively. "Shut up." But Moya forced Kjellberg to mute himself. Kjellberg, Kjellberg looked at Moya nervously. The current Moya was a stark contrast to the Moya she had shared the cave with for nearly 6 months. "From today on, forgive me. We have nothing to do with each other," Moya said without emotion, as if the months they had spent together had never existed. Kjellberg was stunned. "Moya? What are you talking about?" "I said forgive me. We're destined to have no future," Moya said coldly. "Why?" "Because I'm a witch. I bring misfortune to everyone around me." Moya was about to leave. "So what if you're a witch? Aren't you human?" Kjellberg said somewhat unwillingly. For the Moya before him was arguably the first woman he ever fallen for. "So what if she's human? Do you know my past?" Moya said impatiently. "The past? Is the past really that important?" Kjellberg tried to make a final stand. "When you're strong enough to rival me, then you can talk about this." Moya then tore through space and vanished from Kjellberg's sight. "Moya, remember, Kjellberg, will conquer the world. When that happens, these rumors will cease to exist, and you won't have to worry about them anymore." World? ? Am I part of your game, too? Kjellberg stared at the deserted hillside before him, at the potion Moya had left him. For some reason, Kjellberg sat down on the rock with a look of dejection on his face. We only been together for a few months, so why was he so upset? Although Kjellberg knew that the witch's identity had caused Moya unimaginable distress, when a witch appeared in a country, its citizens would be terrified, and even its rulers would be in constant fear. Other countries would treat it with caution. To put it bluntly, she was just a walking mushroom egg. But the saddest thing was that no matter what a witch did, everyone would be in awe and fear of her. Kjellberg sat on the rock for a full week. Isn't she just a witch? Just wait, Kjellberg will climb to the top, step by step. After saying this, Kjellberg picked up the crystal and headed east. What no one could have imagined was that it was all because of Moya's words back then. Kjellberg nearly unified the world, and thanks to the crystal, he developed a power beyond his time. However, it all began and ended in the Papal States. Reality. Moya looked at the crystal in Galen's hand, tears streaming down her face. Because Moya herself had never imagined that their farewell on the hillside would be forever. She lacked Anya's courage, but she was far more sensitive than she. Moya had left Kjellberg because she feared she would affect him. Because at that time, Kjellberg had only just entered the Ninth Order. He hadn't yet grown into the legendary Holy Knight. Senior? Galen, looking at the dazed Moya, couldn't help but remind her. I'm fine, let's go! Moya dried her tears with her magic and tore open space. She led the two away. The enemies who arrived after hearing the news were stunned by the empty hall. Didn't they say there were people? Where were they? On the other side, at the border of the Demon Empire. The three women appeared directly on the Cursed Plains. Galen looked around with some confusion. She had never been to the Cursed Plains before, so she had no idea where it was. But looking at the iconic black soil, Galen could roughly determine that this was the Demon Empire. Franca recognized it immediately. The Cursed Plains. Just as Franca was wondering why they had come to the Cursed Plains, the three women saw the advancing heavy tank battalion of Gudley. The bright red flag appeared in the three women's view. You two go contact them. I want some quiet time, Moya said, then headed for a nearby hill. Franca and Galen exchanged a glance, then headed straight for the heavy tank camp. Moya reached the hill, and looking at the familiar ground before her, recalled the scene of their separation 1,000 years ago. Then, blocking out everything around her, she burst into tears. If she hadn't chosen to leave, would the ending have been different? Heavy tank camp. Gudley was observing everything on the plain through a telescope. He was contemplating how to use the armored formation to gain a decisive advantage on the plains. Just as Gudley was thinking, the radio inside the vehicle suddenly rang. Report to the battalion commander. 2 unidentified women have been sighted ahead. One of them appears to be a knight of the Papal States. Upon hearing this, Guthrie immediately halted his advance and deployed his attack formation. Then, the troops moved directly toward the 2. It's always wise to be cautious. One man had already surrounded 2 weak women. What? You're saying it's an unfair victory? Where is there fairness in this world? Why fight one-on-one when you can just fight in a group? Watching the army surrounding them, the 2 women showed no sign of panic. Guthrie spoke to them from a distance through a loudspeaker. Who are you? My name is Franca. Leon knows my name. We have something important. Franca shouted, empowering her magic. Guthrie was stunned. What's wrong with the leader? Why are he having so many affairs? Could it be another one of his wives? Lion, he's so upright. How could he possibly be doing this? It must be slander. Guthrie, upon hearing this, didn't take it lightly and reported it to the higher authorities. Finally, Leon, who was in Dian, learned the news. What? News about Franca? Lion's face was filled with shock. He then opened the map and gazed at the cursed plains, lost in thought. Why would they appear on the cursed plains at this critical juncture? Lion immediately called Hans to inquire if a major incident had occurred in the Papal States. Sure enough, according to intelligence sources, the capital, Asgard, had been attacked by top-tier experts, and many Vatican personnel had been injured. At the same time, an alarm sounded inside the palace. Upon learning of this, Leon immediately called Kedes, who was on his way to Cursed Plains. He instructed Kedes to rush there as quickly as possible and protect the 2 women. Lion remembered what Franca had said before she left. When you go to war with the Papal States, you know everything you want. Chapter 470. A few days later, a transport plane landed at the Sin City airport. Moya Gallon Franca was taken directly to the Duke's mansion upon landing. Today, the Duke's mansion was under the personal supervision of Baryan, and several witches had also arrived. They had heard a familiar name. Moya. Inside the Duke's mansion, Leon sat in his seat, watching the tense situation unfold below, his entire body paralyzed. As soon as Moya entered, she clashed with Antia. Their auras collided directly within the Duke's mansion, but no one intervened. This was a difficult situation for Leon. The powerful auras collided, nearly sending him flying. Baryan, upon seeing this, chose not to attack. He wanted to train Leon's ability to withstand pressure. Leon, I'm being honest. Please spare me. Moya, what are you doing here? If it weren't for you, perhaps he wouldn't have gone through so much. Antia pointed her sword directly at Moya. Moya didn't object, instead looking at Leon. You're Leon? Do you have the confession? Leon was stunned upon hearing this. Confession? What is confession? Baryan suddenly spoke. It's the armor I gave you. Leon's expression flashed with sudden realization, and he hurriedly carried the confession down from upstairs. Moya, staring at the magically modified confession before her, was momentarily stunned. Is this still a confession? You told me about a Western-style armor, and you transformed it into Iron Man armor? Moya was stunned. Leon scratched his head sheepishly. Nothing much, just a slight modification. Upon hearing this, Baryan's mouth twitched. Your slight modification has doubled the original materials. Lion's modification of the confession alone cost enough to create 2 sets of it. If it hadn't finally worked out, Baryan would have cursed him. He would have called Leon a spendthrift. But thankfully, Leon lived up to Baryan's expectations. Now it was everyone's turn to be stunned. The witches were all dumbfounded. As people who had lived through the Kuenberg era, they knew how rudimentary the confession was back then. If it weren't for that crystal, the confession wouldn't even have worked. But this modified version completely overturned their understanding. After a brief moment of shock, Moya held out the crystal. Even Antia's eyes were instantly fixed on the crystal. Where did you get it? Antia couldn't help but ask. In the secret chamber of the Papal States. Moya said calmly. Why in the Papal States? Antia was somewhat incredulous. You have to ask the Vatican and Dream. Who knows what kind of deal they made back then? Moya said with disdain, then looked at Franca. Leon also straightened up, knowing something big was about to happen. Leon, I'm going to show you a completely new Papal States. It's completely different from what you remember. Franca took a deep breath and spoke seriously. Baryan immediately cast his domain, instantly sealing off the Duke's palace. Franca spoke. The Papal States was founded 1,500 years ago, originally intended to promote the cult of the Goddess of Light. They were once extremely weak and had been dependent on the Demon Empire and the Elf Empire for several times. It wasn't until 1,200 years ago that the Papal States finally rose to prominence and began a frenzied annexation of the smaller nations of the Western continent. Leveraging its vast following and the powerful Crusaders, the Papal States unified the entire Western continent in just 100 years. During this conquest, countless slaves were liberated. At that time, the Papal States became a beacon of light for the world, a place all mankind longed for. But this was the beginning of a nightmare. 1,000 years ago, the Papal States began its descent into darkness. The statue of the goddess of light lost its luster. The Papal States possessed powerful combat units, the Knights of Light. But the birth of each Knight of Light meant the deaths of hundreds of people. Everyone in this world possesses a trace of magic, a power inherent in the human body. Of course, with the exception of Leon, who possessed no magic of his own. Everyone couldn't help but look at Leon. Leon, why are you looking at me? I just don't have any magic power, right? I rely on my brains. I'm a leader, not a soldier, Franca continued. To train the Knights of Light, the Papal States needs to extract strands of primordial magic from hundreds of people. But the extraction process is brutal and cruel. For every strand successfully extracted, one person dies. Eventually, these hundreds of strands of primordial magic condense into a strand as thick as a finger. And this is the source of the Knights of Light's power. The Papal States has trained tens of thousands of Knights of Light using this method, and their lifespan has reached 300 years. According to historical records, the Papal States has trained over 200,000 Knights of Light over at least the past 1,000 years. However, the true number is always much higher. Franca fell silent at this point, and so did everyone present. Some of the maids froze in their tracks upon hearing this, unable to imagine. The Papal States, of which they had heard since childhood, actually had such a hidden side. In just 200 years, the Papal States had trained over 20,000 Knights of Light. The Pope's ambition swelled, and he began to seek to unify the world. But he faced the rising Holy Empire. The Holy Empire launched 4 Western expeditions. The results of the first 3 are well known. The complete conquest of the Demon Empire, with only its remnants fleeing to the freezing north. And at the end of the 3rd Western expedition, Kuenberg suddenly vanished. For a full 6 months, Kuenberg was not seen. However, fortunately, 6 months later, Kuenberg returned to the Holy Empire and was successfully promoted to Holy Knight. He then launched the 4th Western expedition. This time, however, the Holy Empire suffered a crushing defeat. No one knows what the Western Expedition Army experienced, but it is recorded in the highest-level documents of the Papal States. 1.5 million Holy Empire troops were besieged by tens of millions of undead, innocent people murdered by the Papal States. Not only were their magic powers drained away, they were transformed into undead, serving the Papal States for eternity. Franca was afraid to continue at this point, tears welling up in her eyes. The deaths of Franca's family, her parents, and her sister were inextricably linked to the Papal States. Leon fell silent. He had thought the Dwarf Empire was cruel enough, but he hadn't expected it to be even more cruel. This world, it turns out, is just like his own. The more prosperous something seems, the more rotten it is beneath the surface. Chapter 471. Leon picked up a tissue and handed it to Franca. Franca wiped her tears and continued. However, this isn't the Papal States' limit. The Papal States have no limits at all. The reason Kuenberg initially attacked the Papal States was because he had somehow learned of its true nature. He assembled armies several times to march westward against the Papal States, but was always stopped by the Demon Empire. Later, I read the literature and learned that the Papal States had already extended their influence into the Elven Empire. They even used the Elven Empire to extend their influence into the then Holy Empire. At that time, Kuenberg hadn't yet established the Holy Empire, and Central China was still a land of numerous small states. But to create the Knights of Light, the Papal States captured millions of people from Central China, and several small states vanished overnight. However, compared to what I'm about to tell you, all this pales in comparison. Franca finished her words and looked at the crowd. Lion, Yun Chi-Chi, and the others were stunned. Although Yun Chi-Chi and the others had never imagined the world to be so dark, as a politician, Lion certainly knew that the world was far from as beautiful as he had imagined. But what he had just heard brought back bad memories for Lion. What Lion hadn't expected was what he heard next, which plunged him into an endless recollection. The Papal States not only captured many adults, but also many children. These innocent civilians, who had committed no wrongdoing and were simply law-abiding and honest, had suffered untold suffering. To study the structure of the human body and the limits of its energy tolerance, the Papal States began brutal human research. They not only took living people, but also innocent individuals randomly grabbed from the street. The Papal States even tortured people alive, from 1-year-old infants to centenarians, to test the primal magic power of ordinary people at different ages. Franca didn't dare to continue. After calming herself down, she changed the subject. Not only that, they also made and tortured a mother and child alive. Bang! Leon slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Stop talking. Listening to these words, Leon couldn't help but recall everything that happened in that past world. Such atrocities had once occurred in the land he loved. Those blessed by nature take the law for them. Kindness. But some people, after becoming powerful, resort to imperialism. They never imagined that their rash wars would shatter a nation and displace countless people. A meaningless war is called an invasion. And some wars are forced upon them, or fought to enforce justice. There's no right or wrong in this world, but there is right and wrong. Some people are born this way, so they must be prepared to be attacked by all. Everything they do will ultimately dig their own graves. Leon took a long time to recover. In the previous world, he was weak and powerless, unable to do anything. But things were different in this world. Leon was the leader of Great Yin, the heir to the Holy Empire, and the absolute overlord of the current world. But Leon didn't launch an invasion at will. As a devoted farmer, I rather farm than fight. If you dare disturb my farming, I promise to farm you into the fields, Leon declared. The suffering I endured in my previous life, I never endure again in this world. Leon's rapid technological development stems from his fear of being invaded due to his weakness. Even if invaded, Leon would not surrender. But what worried Leon most was his people. No matter how the war unfolded, the people below were innocent. He didn't want to see his people suffer, so there was only one solution: become so powerful that everyone feared him. Looking at Leon's anger, everyone was surprised. Why would the usually calm Leon be so aggressive? Baryan stared at Leon in amazement. So similar, Kuenberg's reaction to hearing this was almost identical to Leon's. But what he hadn't expected was that Leon would be even more ruthless. Franca, I want to ask you a question. Do the common people of the Papal States know about the sins they committed in the past? Leon said gravely. Almost all the people of the Papal States know how the Knights of Light were created. Franca finished, then, as if all her strength had drained from her, she slumped in her chair. Leon took a deep breath. Okay, so the common people of the Papal States are the silent executioners? Franca smiled bitterly, unsure how to answer Leon's question. Because the vast majority of people in the Papal States have unwavering faith in the Church. Only a small number of people have come to their senses, but they dare not admit the mistakes of the Papal States. Because even the former Holy Empire failed to conquer the Papal States. Who could they tell all this? Franca's family had migrated from Zhongzhou. It was precisely because they were from Zhongzhou that they suffered such a devastating disaster. This is why Franca hated the Papal States so deeply. But even so, she tried her best to keep her emotions out of the story. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. She would never say 1 is 2. Okay, pass it on. Order Teresa to resume research, and urge Robert to accelerate the Manhattan Project. I want to see the Papal States wiped out from this world. I want all those who died unjustly to receive the peace they deserve. Leon practically roared. The maids hurriedly began calling various departments. Baryan also lifted the spatial restrictions. After learning of this, Hans drove directly to the Duke's palace, speeding all the way. Because Hans had received a very serious mission. That was to count the number of innocent people who had died at the hands of the Papal States over the past 1,000 years. Hans's hands trembled when he received this order. He had executed countless prisoners, but never before had he felt as nervous as today. Although he hadn't kept a detailed count, Hans knew the number was staggering. The Knights of Light alone had suffered 20 million tragic deaths. Not to mention the experiments conducted behind the scenes, and the even darker research. Hans shuddered at the thought. 20 million people. If Great Flame had a population of 20 million, it could sweep across the world and restore the glory of the Holy Empire. That day, Leon finally made up his mind to completely crush the Papal States. Although this was tinged with personal vendetta, no one dared to accuse Leon of being emotional. For everyone knew that if Great Flame wasn't strong enough, these things would eventually happen to every Great Flame person. Chapter 472. The next day. After yesterday's recounting, Leon's demeanor turned serious. But there was one thing Leon needed to do today: the crystal. Moya arrived at Leon's Duke's mansion early in the morning. She went straight to Leon and handed him her crystal. When Leon first received the crystal, he was stunned. What is this? Why does it look so abstract? Wouldn't you be surprised if someone came to you with a crystal that glowed golden? Leon stared blankly at the crystal for a long moment before speaking. Senior Moya, what is this crystal? The energy core you're looking for. Now it was Leon's turn to be stunned. No, how could the energy core be a crystal? Shouldn't it be Tony's reactor? Leon stared at the crystal in his hand, examining it over and over. He couldn't tell it was an energy core. This world is crazy. Looking at Leon's wise eyes, Moya couldn't help but stroke her forehead. Whose silly child is this? How can he be so smart? No, this seems like my silly child. The air was silent for a moment. Moya then spoke. This crystal before you was once used by Kuenberg, so you definitely need it. Leon nodded, then looked at the hollow in his chest. So this prismatic indentation was meant for this crystal. At first, Leon thought it was Kuenberg's unique aesthetic. Now it seemed as if this crystal could be pressed directly on. Leon looked at Moya, his eyes questioning. Senior Moya, can you really just press it in? Won't it break? Moya's face darkened when she saw this. Then she rushed over to Leon, snatched the crystal from her, and pressed it in. Leon, shock! Isn't that really how it's supposed to be? The next second, the crystal was perfectly placed on the chest of the armor. Then, a massive surge of magic power erupted from the crystal. It covered every part of the armor. Followed by this, a terrifying surge of magic power erupted from the armor. Leon was nearly blown away by the magical shockwave. Moya, standing by, cast a spell to freeze Leon in place. Leon stared at the terrifying armor before him, and couldn't help but ask. Senior, what on earth did Kuenberg create back then? Back then? Kuenberg almost didn't conquer space. Bang! Leon finally lost his balance, and fell to the ground. Is this something I can hear? They're almost conquering space. Lion looked at Hien now, and then remembered that Kuenberg was almost conquering space. Comparison is the thief of envy. Is this the legendary other people's child? No, isn't Kuenberg my great-grandfather? We're family. He conquers space, and so do I, invincible. Back to the point, Leon stared at the armor before him, lost in thought. Because he could sense the terrifying power emanating from it. And because the energy fluctuations were so powerful, they all rushed over. Looking at the armor in Leon's room, the women froze in their places. Because the energy fluctuations from this armor were comparable to those of a 9th-level magician. Everyone was silent, they didn't understand. Why was this armor so powerful? Lion, like a child who had found a precious toy, looked at Moya, then at Confession. Moya was a bit amused and confused, just like Kuenberg back then. Every time she saw these precious things, she felt overwhelmed. Moya nodded, signaling Leon to do as he pleased. Lion went directly to the armor, and opened it with trembling hands. The original Confession designed by Kuenberg was wearable. This meant that the parts had to be put on one by one. But for convenience, Leon went with an open and closed design. After all, an open and closed design was much more convenient than a wearable one. Lion quickly donned the armor, and the feeling came instantly. Before, when Leon was only a 5th-level Dochi Knight, he had never experienced such a powerful feeling. It was like playing a game, and suddenly having an epiphany. Leon took a nervous step, as he could sense the immense power contained within this armor. One misstep could mean the loss of the Duke's mansion. Leon moved forward cautiously. He was extremely cautious. Hey you, standing beside him, approached Leon. Small fish, can you relax a little? You look ridiculous right now. Leon almost couldn't help but laugh, but for the sake of his family. Leon tried his best to comfort himself. Don't be angry, move slowly, and look cool. It took Leon a full 10 minutes to successfully reach the courtyard. Then, the next step was to test its performance. Leon asked. Senior Moya, how do we test its performance? Moya smiled, and then looked at Heiyu. Go knock him down, and I give you a treat tonight. Heiyu, who had been playing in the water, suddenly had his eyes light up. Leon felt a little uneasy under Heiyu's gaze. No, when did you two get together? And why did you beat me up just for a meal? Before Leon could react, Heiyu flashed in front of him. In her lowly form, Heiyu extended her small hand and punched Leon in the stomach. Heiyu used almost all her strength, but she wasn't worried about Leon getting hurt, because she could sense the powerful magical fluctuations of this armor. If it couldn't even withstand such an ordinary punch, how could this armor possibly have such a powerful fluctuation? Before Leon could react, he was sent flying. The blow directly shattered the outer wall of the Duke's mansion. Heiyu, Lion smashed through the outer wall like a cannonball, only to be stopped by the appearance of Baryan. Dazed, Leon looked at his body. But he found no wounds at all. The armor on his abdomen showed no signs of wear. There was only a small fist mark, and it looked like it was almost repaired. Lion was stunned. He hadn't expected this armor to be so strong. Baryan also began to observe it. Something's wrong. Why has this armor become so powerful now that it's in your possession? You know, before, this armor was only a support unit for Kuenberg, but now that you put it on, you instantly become a top-tier expert. Baryan suddenly began to question his life. He had gone through immense hardship to become a 9th-tier expert, yet now Leon could effortlessly compete with a 9th-tier expert. Is this the legendary technology changing our lives? Leon, regaining his composure, looked at the gaping hole before him, his face darkening. He walked directly towards Heiyu, who was hiding behind Moya. Chapter 473. As soon as Leon obtained the crystal, the entire Papal States was in an uproar. The Pope learned that a palace deep within the Imperial Palace had been opened, and that someone had witnessed what happened inside and escaped. The new Pope was overwhelmed. The previous Pope's fate was already tragic enough, having been slapped to death by Latiface. The new Pope knew that if he didn't handle this matter properly, he would likely suffer an even worse fate than his predecessor. For the Pope feared more than just the terrifying enemies. In the Papal States, the most terrifying thing wasn't the enemies, but the gods above them. Although the new Pope had only recently taken office, he possessed considerable intelligence. Immediately after the incident, he ordered the army to blockade Asgard. Although Asgard had been largely destroyed by Latiface, the Papal States possessed a vast number of magicians, and in just 2 weeks, they had restored it to a near-perfect state. The populace also joined Asgard, as they saw it as closer to the goddess. In addition to ordering the army to blockade Asgard, the Pope also instructed church members to reassure the people, assuring them that the attack was merely a common one. At the same time, the Pope ordered the commanders of each legion to report to him their equipment and troop strength. He also urgently summoned the ambassador of the Dwarf Empire. Although the Pope was aware that the Great Flame had stationed its troops on the Kursk Plain, intending to engage in a decisive battle with the Papal States, he acquiesced to this action, knowing that if a decisive battle was not fought in Kursk, then the Great Flame army in Kursk would first have to be defeated. The Papal States would also sweep across the Demon Empire and ultimately attack the Great Yin mainland. But during this period, the Elven Empire would undoubtedly launch an attack on the Papal States. And even if the Great Yin mainland was threatened, Great Yin still had the Holy Empire as its stronghold. If the war failed, Leon could simply lead his troops into the Holy Empire and engage in guerrilla warfare against the Papal States. But the Pope was mistaken in one thing: Leon would never abandon Great Yin. Although Leon knew this, but as a farming player who would choose to allow their territory to be threatened, otherwise, Leon would not have gone to such great lengths to use the power of Great Yin to radiate the surrounding countries, forming a barrier to keep out all external enemies. Papal States, Asgard, inside the Imperial Palace. Dozens of Legion commanders from the Papal States arrived in the hall. The Pope didn't waste time and asked directly, "Everyone, report the weapons, equipment, and number of soldiers in each legion." As the Pope spoke, the Legion commanders began to report. The Pope quickly learned the current total military strength. First, there were the 20 regular legions, the most common crusaders. Originally, crusaders used cross swords, but due to the war with the Demon Empire, the Papal States crusaders began to gradually adopt magical techniques. Now, they are equipped with magical rifles. Each legion of these regular legions has 100,000 soldiers. In other words, these 20 regular legions mean that the Papal States possesses an army of 2 million. In addition, the Papal Valley also possesses 5 legions of the Knights of Light. A single Knight of Light legion means 5,000 Knights of Light. That's a lot of Knights of Light. This isn't the most terrifying thing. Although the Papal States haven't developed aircraft, they do have a Pegasus Legion. The Western continent, where the Papal States is located, is home to a special kind of magical beast, the unicorn. Each adult unicorn has the strength of a level 5 magical beast. They also possess wings, which means they have the ability to take to the air. And every Pegasus Knight is a level 5 magician or higher. Besides believers, the Papal States has the most numerous magicians. As for where these magicians come from, we need to look at how many people the Papal States has slaughtered. Because raw magic can cultivate not only Knights of Light, but also magicians. Artificially creating magicians. The Papal States has 5 Pegasus Legions, each with 10,000 Pegasus Knights. This means the Papal States possesses 50,000 air units. While their agility is superior to that of aircraft, their endurance is far inferior to that of fighter jets. Although the Yin had intelligence about the Pegasus Legion, they had never engaged in combat, so they had no idea how powerful these Pegasus Knights truly were. But one thing was certain: Air Force Command had already developed a tactic against the Pegasus Knights. This tactic leveraged the Air Force's high endurance and employed a strategy of exhaustion, locking the Pegasus Knights into a single area as much as possible. At the same time, this area would be expanded as much as possible, forcing the Pegasus Knights to tire themselves out in dealing with the Air Force units. But theory was still theory. The Air Force had yet to demonstrate this strategy in any actual combat. So now all they could do was wait, and so did the National Defense Forces on the course plane. They could already imagine from their officers' words that they were about to face the most powerful enemy they had ever faced. But they would not be afraid, because of one simple reason. After Kursk, how far could Nagardro be? After Nagardro, how far could Great Yin be? For the sake of self-interest, the Papal State launched an invasion of the Demon Empire. Great Yin was forced to confront the Papal State here. In the past, when we were weak, the enemy could brazenly wage war on our doorstep, even invading Great Yin. But things are different now. We have grown stronger. The past of being at the mercy of others is history. Now, we will never allow war to begin on our doorstep. Whoever dares to reach out to our doorstep, Leon will personally sever that hand. On the other hand, the Papal State has established its own standing armed forces. At the same time, it was a headache. After all, Latifes had shattered a 5 million man army with a single blow. If the Pope had these 5 million troops, he would have launched an attack immediately. But the problem was, he was dead. Just as the Pope was furious, the ambassador from the Dwarf Empire arrived. Before the Dwarf ambassador could salute, the Pope pointed at him and asked, "Can you launch an attack on the Elven Empire in the spring of next year?" This question stunned the Dwarf ambassador. "Your Holiness, are you serious?" The Dwarf ambassador asked tentatively. "Do you think I'm lying?" The Pope said coldly. Chapter 474. Your Holiness, the Dwarf Empire has suffered a severe blow and is unable to raise a new army within 3 months. The Dwarf ambassador said under pressure. Although many dwarves were confused, as an ambassador, he certainly understood the dire state of the Dwarf Empire. Ever since Andrei's failed attack on the Elven Empire, 2 voices have emerged throughout the Dwarf Empire. One voice calls for revenge against the elves and the Great Flame. The other, more rational, advocates for avoiding further conflict. Not only do these people know that the Dwarf Empire is facing economic collapse, they also worry that the terrifying weapons that appeared in Sucrus will once again fall upon them. This fills them with a deep sense of fear. After all, while the dwarf nobles may be confused, the masses are discerning. They toil hard every day, exploited by the nobles. And in the end, they have to eat Thanatos for no apparent reason. Who could stand that? It's like someone finding a reason to tell you. You participated in a war you didn't fight, so I'm going to kill you. You? ? This is the current situation among the people. Although the Dwarf Empire has declared its surrender, they still retain nearly 1 million troops, leading the dwarf nobles to dreary hopes of retaking everything that belongs to them. So the dwarf nobles are waiting for another opportunity. And that opportunity is the decisive battle between the Papal State and the Great Flame at Kusk. As long as the Papal State can contain the Great Flame, they believe they can definitely defeat the Elven Empire. But the wise had already seen that they were completely powerless to take down the Elven Empire. That's why the Dwarf Ambassador had the nerve to say that the Dwarf Empire was no longer capable of fighting. But the Pope spoke again. As far as I know, your Dwarf Empire still has 1 million troops. If you unleash your potential, you can recruit another 1.5 million, with 2.5 million troops, with the weapons and equipment we've given you. Can't you take down the Elven Empire? The Dwarf Ambassador could sense the anger in the Pope's tone, but just as he was about to speak, he was stopped. The Pope raised his hand to stop the Dwarf Ambassador and spoke directly. I won't waste time on this nonsense. Within 3 months, 2.5 million troops, and I will provide you with the equipment for 2.5 million troops. I only want one result. You launch an attack on the Elven Empire. The Pope practically roared, for it was always the Papal State that dictated to other nations. Ever since Lion's sudden rise, the world has changed. The Papal States had already extended its influence into the Elven Empire, and further infiltrated the Holy Empire. But Lion's appearance directly interrupted the Papal States' plans. Even during the Elven Empire civil war, it appeared that the Dwarf Empire supported the Western Elven Empire. But in reality, the Papal States were closely linked. How could the Dwarf Empire have developed such industrial capacity in such a short period of time? Although the Papal States appeared backward, it is unknown what they actually plundered from Kuenberg. Although the gods had strictly forbade the use of Kuenberg's technology. But the Papal States faithfully obeyed the goddess's will. So would they be bound by the treaty? Who should I ask? Who could answer? The Dwarf Ambassador hurried out, not daring to breathe. The ambassador knew he couldn't persuade the Pope. So, his only option was to try his best to persuade Emperor Envari to bring him to his senses. But could Envari be reasonable? How could he be reasonable? Though small, the dwarves possessed a desire to conquer the world. When ambition and power don't match, a gap arises. The intense sense of loss drives the dwarves to seek any opportunity to strengthen themselves. That's why the dwarves colluded with the Papal States. But little did they know that the Papal States acted simply because they needed cannon fodder. And the complacent dwarfs had no idea they were just cannon fodder. Soon, Envari learned of the Pope's order. An urgent council meeting was convened. Envari arrived at the parliament with confidence, ready to deliver a stirring speech and then expand the military. However, reality was different. Before Envari even entered the chamber, he heard a commotion. As he pushed open the door, he was met with a shocking scene. The parliamentarians, whose power could determine the fate of the nation, stood in their seats, fiercely arguing with the parliamentarians across from them. It started as a debate, then turned to name-calling. Now it had devolved into throwing shoes at the other side. Many exasperated parliamentarians grabbed whatever they could find and used it as a hurling weapon. Envari was stunned by this scene. On the left were a group of merchant representatives close to the nobility, along with a large number of nobles. On the right were representatives elected by the people, along with some more open-minded merchant representatives. The two sides clashed directly in the council chamber. Envari snorted coldly upon seeing this. Humph! The guards immediately entered the room to interrupt the arguing. The crowd calmed down upon seeing the emperor. After all, Envari had to give face to the emperor. As Envari took the main seat, the representatives from both sides began their speeches. The noble representative spoke directly. Everything we have today is the result of our hard work. We could have annexed the Elven Empire and conquered the Holy Empire, but the appearance of the Great Flame shattered our dreams. It wasn't that we couldn't defeat the Great Flame, but rather that the Elven Empire and the Great Flame colluded, leading to our disastrous defeat. The root of all this stems from the collusion of our enemies. The Dwarf Empire is invincible. Our people are strong. At the command of His Majesty, the noble Emperor, we will risk our lives for the Empire. Now the Papal States have shown us a clear path. They will help us contain the Great Flame, and we can seize this opportunity to launch our revenge against the Elven Empire. We must enslave the elves and teach them who is truly their master. Dwarves are not born kings, but we are born warriors. As long as we keep fighting, the world will prostrate at our feet. Listening to the aristocratic faction's radical speeches, Envari smiled with satisfaction. The reporters and the large audience couldn't help but cheer along, like brainwashed fanatics. On the civilian side, faces were filled with worry. These MPs looked at the reporters frantically taking notes, then glanced at their own speeches, ultimately offering only a wry smile. Is there still any point? Is there really any hope for the Dwarf Empire? Chapter 475. Just as the surrounding nations were restless, the liberated Holy Empire was steadily developing. At first, after conquering the Holy Empire, Leon, looking at the Holy Empire's territory, his eyes lit up instantly. At first glance, Leon had only one thought. Why didn't I conquer it sooner? First, the Holy Empire's territory spanned a full 12 Great Flames. 80% of the land was plains, with extremely fertile soil. Only 20% was mountainous and hilly. Forest coverage exceeded 70%. It possessed dozens of minerals, many of which were magical metal mines. This would greatly enhance Great Flame's industrial capacity. And many technological products could be put into production sooner, as many magical metals, after simple refining, could achieve strength comparable to titanium alloys. This could already meet the initial production requirements for some cutting-edge weaponry. However, Leon was even more concerned with the Holy Empire's unique strategic location. The entire northern region bordered almost the entire Orc Empire. This meant a very long border. Defending the Orc Empire was extremely difficult, but similarly, the Holy Empire had also faced a difficult defense. The Orc Empire's cavalry could easily invade the northern Holy Empire. This was predicated on the extremely low mobility of both armies. Thus, the Holy Empire built numerous military fortresses in the north and adopted a policy of fortification and clearing the countryside. Almost every autumn, troops stationed on the border would help farmers harvest their crops. Afterward, almost all farmers would retreat to the fortresses to guard against the orcs advancing south. This war went on for hundreds of years. Except for periods of time when they encountered powerful Holy Empire emperors, these emperors launched direct northern expeditions, crippling the Orc Empire. The Holy Empire launched northern expeditions almost every 50 or 60 years. However, most of these expeditions were fruitless, as the entire Southern Orc Empire had virtually no natural defenses. Thus, the Holy Empire's army had only two options. The first was to withdraw while the going was good, wiping out some of the enemy forces in the Southern Orc Empire before withdrawing back to the Holy Empire and annihilating the Orc Empire's remaining forces. The second option was a very rare northern expedition, penetrating deep into the Orc Empire and attacking major cities. This second option would require long-term reserves and would likely bankrupt the Holy Empire's finances. Sending 300,000 troops to the north would mean mobilizing 900,000 civilian laborers, as well as a large number of horses and mules for logistics. 300,000 troops was not the Holy Empire's limit, but the limit for the Northern Expeditionary Army. Because the Holy Empire could never replicate Kuenberg's Western expedition. Kuenberg's technological prowess ensured uninterrupted logistics. This is why, for nearly 1,000 years, no Holy Empire emperor would revisit the Western expedition. Until the advent of Alexander. While Alexander's achievements may have been remarkable, their impact was also two-sided. Alexander squandered the Holy Empire's millennia of accumulated wealth. Although he rebuilt his army, the enormous expenditures led to the gradual decline of the Holy Empire. However, the true decline was due to the actions of Edward III. When the donkey has done its job, it's discarded. When the bird is gone, the bow is put away. And then, there's the splitting up of the most capable troops, breaking them up into smaller units and infiltrating them into a ragtag army. This kind of idiotic move would have been met with outrage from any general. But Edward III did it. Thankfully, thanks to Alexander's efforts, the Holy Empire at least regained some of its territory. This gave Lion, the scapegoat, a great bargain. So Lion could be secretly delighted. And what excited Lion most was the Holy Empire's vast coastline. What does a coastline mean? It means a vast territorial sea. What's in that sea? The sea holds everything. Everything, of course, that's getting off topic. The most important thing is that the Holy Empire possesses 6 ice-free ports. 18 major ports. What does that mean? It means that if factories are built in the coastal cities of Great Yan's foreign trade capacity will increase exponentially. From a young, angry teenager, Lion has become a cunning politician. He's even a moneymaker. Out of money? Find a way to get some from neighboring countries. The simplest option is to just go to war with the enemy. The great power. Send them money. The more common option is to sell them your goods. The most complex option is to trick them into giving up. Hey, would you like to buy a brand new Mauser rifle? Not $9.98, not $888, just 68 silver coins. You won't be cheated or fooled. Holy Empire, Imperial Capital. As the capital of the Holy Empire, this place has stood on this land for thousands of years. This majestic city has witnessed the birth and fall of countless legends. Back then, Kuenberg had also departed from this city, and Lion had also left from this city. As the Holy Empire's most important economic and political center, the imperial capital lost its original political significance after the Holy Empire's liberation, but its economic significance remained. And with the support of Great Yan, the imperial capital's financial sector flourished. A large number of merchants established a presence in the imperial capital, packaging Great Yan goods sent from the Violet Duchy and shipping them to various parts of the Holy Empire. On the streets of the imperial capital, a large number of bicycles and cars plied the streets. A young man in his 20s nervously eyed the gold coins in his hand. His name was Irados, a farmer from a village near the imperial capital. He was originally an honest and hard-working farmer, but the reason he was that way was because of something unforeseen. The girl Irados loved had chosen to marry a wealthy man. In addition, Irados's mother was seriously ill and bedridden, and his father had died in the war that led to the Orc Empire's southward advance. Desperate, Irados heard about the fortunes of merchants dumping goods from Great Yan in the imperial capital. And with winter approaching, there was no work left. Hoping to try his luck at turning his bicycle into a motorcycle, Irados traveled to the imperial capital. He found a trading company, explained his purpose to the owner, and asked for a job. The owner, having heard of Ilados's story, offered him the job without hesitation. He was tasked with delivering a shipment of goods to the Principality of Rost. The journey was over 2,000 kilometers. Even with a car, it was still a daunting challenge for Ilados. But Ilados accepted the challenge because he desperately needed the money. Unbeknownst to Ilados, the boss in front of him was actually an agent for the Intelligence Bureau. Ilados's job was thanks to the agent's sympathy. For each trip, Ilados would earn 20 silver coins. Chapter 476. Ilados boarded a truck and sped off with 5 tons of cargo, heading directly for the Principality of Rhodes. Although the Holy Empire was now liberated, a large number of remnants still rose to prominence and became bandits. This resulted in unrest on the Holy Empire's roads, and robberies were a common occurrence. Although De Yin withdrew most of its national defense forces, it still retained some for defense. At the same time, it recruited and began training militiamen. They were trained to become expert bandit suppressors. These militiamen did not meet the standards of National Defense Forces soldiers, but only in certain areas. Aside from their inferior heavy firepower, their weapons and equipment were similar. They had brand new Mauser rifles, M24 grenades, and M35 steel helmets. They already met the standards of National Defense Forces soldiers, and the training subjects were the same as those of regular National Defense Forces. In fact, it would be more accurate to say that they were training reserve soldiers rather than militiamen. If anything changes on the front lines, these militiamen in the rear can be quickly equipped with advanced equipment and deploy directly into the battlefield. They can also quickly form new units with veterans of war, quickly creating a new fighting force. However, until the militiamen are thoroughly trained, the road will be unsettled. Illidos drove the vehicle cautiously along the highway. Although it's called a highway, it's actually a dirt road. The Dine truck is durable and can handle dirt roads. But this level of comfort. Illidos became a truck driver after only 7 days of training. After another day of driving the truck, he nearly vomited his lunch. The truck was so bumpy all the way that Illidos almost lost sight of his breasts. But Illidos didn't give up. This trip offered him 20 silver coins, which could improve his family's current situation. Perhaps these 20 silver coins were all he needed to cure his mother's illness. Not everyone is happy. There is always injustice in this world. But some people never succumb to fate. Even though life can be bitter, they never give up their yearning for a better life. Illidos arrived at a city and drove straight into an inn. This type of inn was designated by the merchants of Great Yin. They had a certain amount of gasoline and diesel in stock. They also provided maintenance for Great Yin's caravan vehicles, ensuring the trucks could travel long distances. It was already evening when he arrived at the inn. As soon as Illidos got off the car, a waiter approached him. "Are you staying here tonight?" Illidos nodded. After a day of driving and a bumpy ride, he was indeed very sleepy. As soon as Illidos entered the inn, he saw other truck drivers having dinner. Although they didn't know each other, they were all transporting goods, and they shared their experiences along the way. As soon as Illidos sat down, several drivers placed their bowls in front of him. "Brother, eat. It's been pretty rough around here lately. What's going on? Tell us," a middle-aged man muttered as he ate. Illidos was momentarily stunned, then spoke. "I'm coming from the imperial capital." "What are you talking about?" The men suddenly realized and spoke. "A large number of bandits have appeared along the road from the Principality of Ross to the imperial capital. Although the local defense forces have begun to crack down on them, many are still on the loose. Trucks are hijacked almost every day. The National Defense Force has even set up checkpoints at key intersections. If the number of trucks passing between checkpoints decreases, the National Defense Force will respond quickly." Illidos became instantly nervous upon hearing this. He wasn't worried about his own life, but about this truckload of cargo. To Illidos, this cargo was more important than his own life. Seeing Illidos like this, everyone understood that this young man must be working in this business out of necessity. Although the Holy Empire has been liberated by Great Yin has not yet opened a large number of factories within the Holy Empire. So, civilians within the Holy Empire are still struggling to survive. However, this situation has improved. "Is it safe to leave tomorrow?" Illidos asked tentatively. "Safe? I can't say it's safe. I can only say that your life will be safe, but whether your cargo can be saved is uncertain," a middle-aged man said. "Although these bandits will rob, they only dare to intercept goods, not kill. If they do, the Wehrmacht will hunt them to the ends of the earth," another middle-aged man said. "But this shipment must be delivered to the Principality of Ross within 7 days, and that's still 1,500 kilometers away," Illidos said somewhat sadly. "Don't worry, kid. There's always a way out. Maybe you'd be lucky enough to run into a Wehrmacht unit, and they might give you a ride." A scruffy bearded middle-aged man patted Illidos on the shoulder and spoke encouragingly. Illidos nodded, then ate a few quick bites and absent-mindedly returned to his room. "What should I do tomorrow? Can I complete this arduous task?" Illidos fell into a deep sleep, his mind preoccupied with how to deliver the goods to the Principality of Rost, and then return with the money to buy medicine for his mother. The next morning, the inn was bustling with activity. After breakfast, the truck drivers boarded their vehicles and headed for their destinations. Illidos, driving his truck alone, headed towards the Principality of Rost. Since the Principality of Rost is located in the north, while most of the Holy Empire's prosperity lies in the imperial capital and the southeastern regions, many areas surrounding the Principality of Rost are poor and underdeveloped. As a result, during the slack season, people from these areas travel to various locations in search of work. All along the way, Iridos could see large numbers of people rushing to the inn. They were hoping to secure a job there. This was the current state of the Holy Empire. Under the wise and courageous leadership of Edward III, the living standards of the people had plummeted. If Great Yin had not liberated the Holy Empire, it would have been overthrown by the rebels within 5 years. Iridos continued driving the truck at full speed. Soon, they arrived at a Wehrmacht checkpoint. A half-track armored vehicle was parked directly beside the road, its MG-42 rifle pointed at the truck. Iridos stopped at the checkpoint. A Wehrmacht militiaman approached the truck, checked Iridos's vehicle information, confirmed his itinerary, and let him pass. If anything happened to Iridos, the next checkpoint would not record his passage. Every night, when the information was compiled, it would be known that bandits had appeared on this stretch of road. Then a large-scale manhunt ensued. Chapter 477. After 5 or 6 days of travel, Ilidos was about to enter the Principality of Rost. It seemed as if luck had favored Ilidos along the way. Nothing happened at all. Ilidos was even fortunate enough to encounter a convoy of the National Defense Force transporting ammunition. The convoy very kindly carried Ilidos for nearly 300 kilometers before parting ways. As Ilidos journeyed, he observed the current state of ordinary people within the Holy Empire. It wasn't just people near the imperial capital who were seeking work opportunities, people everywhere were seeking employment. Before the National Defense Force liberated the Holy Empire, many people had planned to join the uprising to earn a living. However, the arrival of the National Defense Force abruptly interrupted the uprising. At first, they hadn't believed the National Defense Force could conquer the Holy Empire. But when they saw that they had conquered half of the Holy Empire in just 15 days, the rebels disbanded. How could they possibly defeat the National Defense Army? The Holy Empire has a total population of 130 million. The vast lands of the Holy Empire support these 130 million people. But Edward III's divine manipulation nearly reduced these 130 million people to poverty. Alexander also bears some responsibility. But Edward III bears the primary responsibility. Currently, of the Holy Empire's 130 million people, over 50 million are living in poverty. These 50 million people do not have enough food to survive the winter. Lion has already ordered Dian to find a way to get food from the Elven Empire. Although the Elven Empire had a small population, they were blessed by heaven and possessed an abundant supply of food. And every year, a large amount of grain rotted in the fields. And then, there were the fruits and melons. Leon was unfazed, bringing them directly to the factory to be canned. He didn't care if they were meat products or not, as long as they could fill their stomachs, they were fine. After all, people were starving to death, so who would care about such things? Thus, almost 40% of the Defense Force's transport capacity was used to transport supplies within the Holy Empire. Only 60% was used to supply military equipment to the Kursk plains. But fortunately, there were still 3 months to prepare. In the Principality of Rost, Iridos was speeding along in his truck. The road was lined with refugees, heading towards the capital of the Principality of Rost. Because the capital of the Principality of Rost had already begun providing assistance to the refugees, at least to ensure they could survive the winter. The refugees on the road saw Iridos driving his truck and stepped aside to make way. Although Iridos wasn't driving a military truck, the refugees couldn't tell the difference between one and an ordinary truck. But they knew this food was life-saving, as long as they could make it to the capital of the Principality of Rost. At first, the National Defense Army wanted to distribute the food along the way, but their superiors explicitly forbade it. The convoy could provide relief to some who were on the verge of death, but it couldn't provide relief to everyone. There were still a large number of refugees in the capital of the Principality of Rost waiting for this food, and if the food was distributed to these refugees, looting would inevitably follow after the army left. So it wasn't that the Wehrmacht was cold-blooded, it was just the only thing they could do. These trucks also became a source of hope for these refugees. Because every time they saw a truck, they could think, another supply of food, and they must have a share. The Principality of Rost wasn't the most food-scarce place. Towards the nearby Principality of Snook, due to the war, the entire Principality of Snook was practically shattered, and many refugees didn't even have the energy to leave. In response, Lion directly deployed Air Force transport planes to provide emergency assistance to the refugees within Snook. Lion had no complaints about this, because this was something he had considered when the war began. A qualified nation, even in the outbreak of war, must never lower the living standards of its people. Some reductions may be allowed, but there must be no shortages. If the goal of increasing war potential is achieved by exploiting the people, what is the point of such a nation's existence? That's why, before every Great Yin War, a parliamentary session is held in the capital. To simulate the worst-case scenario, after a devastating blow to the Yan's domestic factories, could they guarantee the food and daily necessities supply of 10 million people? On the premise of meeting the people's daily needs, calculate the factory's military production capacity. Finally, decide whether to fight a war. Thus, every time the Yin goes to war, it is fully prepared. This means that the National Defense Forces have sufficient war reserves. As long as there is no external enemy intervention, the National Defense Forces can fight to the end of time. That assumes sufficient manpower. Just when Ilidos thought his mission was accomplished, something strange happened. Some armed bandits burst out from the bushes lining the road. They pointed their guns directly at Ilidos. Ilidos didn't hesitate, didn't even slow down, and instead stepped on the accelerator. On one side was death, and on the other was his mother. Ilidos had made his decision. The bandits were stunned when they saw that Ilidos didn't slow down at all. Even the armed bandits glanced at their guns in disbelief. Is this a gun? Not a firewood stick? The bandit leader, upon seeing this, immediately ordered his gunmen to open fire. They were desperate. Lately, the army of the Principality of Rost had been frantically cracking down on the bandits. This was because many bandits were attacking refugees, and there had even been instances of cannibalism. This news reached the Duke of Rost. How could he tolerate this? He immediately dispatched all the troops stationed in the capital, chasing the bandits through the mountains and plains. At the same time, these soldiers were being trained. The nations that had chosen to side with Great Yin in the war to liberate the Holy Empire retained a portion of their military forces. And after the war, Great Yin dispatched officers to train them. They were broken up into smaller units and deployed to various armies. According to incomplete statistics, the Holy Empire has a total of 800,000 militiamen and 600,000 imperial troops undergoing training. If Great Yin needed them, it could mobilize 5 infantry armies. Bang! A gunshot shattered the truck's window. Ilidos, without hesitation, swerved sideways and pressed the accelerator with all his might. I must not die here. I must return alive. Chapter 478. Just as Ilidos was struggling to make ends meet, Alan finally got his leave. Although his Air Force hadn't made much of a contribution during this expedition, Alan still received 15 days of leave. What puzzled Alan even more was that his leave had been approved by Air Marshal Karl. Alan was shocked. No, brother, what on earth is going on? Why would the Marshal personally approve my leave? And for half a month, the pilots standing by were stunned. They thought their 7 days of leave were plenty, but they hadn't expected such a skilled player. Alan actually got half a month's leave. The pilots were instantly furious. Why do we only get 7 days? We're all pilots, so why? Then the pilots went to Marshal Karl to argue, but he kicked them out. It's good enough to have a vacation, but you're still complaining? A trip to the Navy must have spoiled you, didn't you? You don't respect me, the old admiral, do you? In that case, don't give me 7 days off, just 5. Then get back to training. Karl then immediately kicked them out. The pilots looked at the azure sky above them. The sky was azure blue, and outside the window were thousands of paper cranes. Alan then silently left, looking at his stunned comrades. I better not ask the admiral. I'm afraid if I do, I have to cut my vacation short too. Alan walked to the door solemnly, and the moment he stepped out, he felt a sudden sense of liberation. He broke into a run, disregarding his appearance. Finally out. It's vacation time. Alan flew directly onto a nearby bus. He was heading to the train station to catch a train to the Elven Empire to find Weiya. But what he didn't know was that Weiya had already arrived in Sin City. And Weiya's family had also moved to Sin City. And Weiya's younger brother, Lehman, was still serving in the Elven Empire's army and hadn't come with him to Sin City. But the problem was, Alan didn't know. Alan was still foolishly thinking about going to the Elven Empire to find Weiya. Everyone on the bus couldn't help but focus on Alan. Because Alan was only a pilot, his rank had reached Major. This was highly sought after by the people of Dayin. Majors weren't uncommon these days, but young majors, like Alan, were extremely rare. It was like finding a rare breed among giant pandas. So many women's eyes lit up at Alan. This wasn't just any ordinary officer, this was their own son-in-law, and it's worth noting that all public transportation in Dayin is currently free. This includes trains and ships, And it's all free for Diyin residents. The tax authorities also proposed to Lion that public transportation be charged. Lion's response to this was, "How much money can public transportation make? Why are you always thinking about making your own money? If you have the guts, make money from foreigners, and then there's nothing else." As for foreigners, Lion said, "You're not my people, why should I care so much about you?" But foreigners are also divided into different levels. Generally, residents of the Elf Empire, the Holy Empire, and the Qingqi Kingdom who enter Diyin are given something similar to an ID card. With this certificate, you can enjoy free medical care, public transportation, and education within Diyin. As for the Dwarf Empire, the Demon Empire, and the Orc Empire, these countries don't receive this treatment. After all, you have to make some contribution to the yin, right? Leon isn't a capitalist, he's a capitalist who's even more capitalist than any other capitalist. He's very gentle at home, but a demon abroad. Any country with which he has a hostile relationship will be skinned alive by Leon. Shoo shoo, shoo shoo, I said it again. On the bus, many women came directly to Alan, asking about Alan's situation and introducing their beautiful daughters. Alan's face changed instantly, and then he spoke very politely. "Aunties, I have a girlfriend." Everyone sighed in disappointment at this, but they quickly regained their composure. "Girlfriend? So you're not married yet? If you're not married, there's hope. I give you my daughter's contact information. You two can talk." Alan's head suddenly turned. Just then, a military vehicle overtook the bus. Driving alongside the bus, inside was Marshal Carl. "Alan! I forgot to tell you, Weya and her family have come to Sin City. They live in Area A of the 4th Ring Road. Just go find them," Carl exclaimed, then ordered the driver to drive off. Alan watched Carl drive away, his mind instantly reacting. "Good boy, you approved my leave, and were waiting for me here." Alan instantly understood why Carl had been so attentive to grant him leave. It's very likely that Carl arranged for Vaya to come to Sin City. Carl must have said something to Vaya. This old man. The women immediately deflated upon hearing this. Although they couldn't see Carl's rank, when they saw the red epaulets, they knew this old man was beyond their comprehension. Most epaulets in the Great Yin were silver, with only generals worthy of red ones. Marshals didn't even have a rank, just red epaulets. For some reason, Leon had a special fondness for red epaulets. Alan quickly arrived at Area A of the 4th Ring Road. Looking at the residential complex before him, Alan felt nervous. He hadn't expected Vaya to come to Sin City. He thought of the promise he made before leaving the Elven Empire. How could they be getting married so soon? I'm a little nervous. Alan was sweating profusely. Alan quickly registered his information at the gate, and then obtained the specific address of Vaya's family from the security guard. Arriving at Vaya's door, Alan was so nervous he was speechless. He tried to knock several times, but ultimately gave up. Just then, Vaya came up from downstairs. "Alan?" Vaya said, somewhat incredulously. As Alan turned around, he was greeted by a fragrant breeze. Then, Vaya hung directly on him. Alan's entire body tensed instantly. "Vaya? Why are you in Sin City?" Alan asked nervously. "Why? Can I come? Am I interrupting you?" "Alan, why is Vaya like this now?" For a moment, Alan didn't know what to say. Vaya spoke. "Okay, enough teasing. Are you on vacation? Why aren't you coming in? Are you afraid of my parents?" Vaya said, a look of sudden realization on her face, then opened the door with a sly grin. "Alan, it's over. I haven't prepared anything yet." Chapter 479. Alan wanted to go downstairs to buy something. It would be embarrassing to come empty-handed. At the time, Alan didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to get to Vaya as soon as possible. He hadn't even considered meeting his parents-in-law. Alan was sweating profusely. He wanted to go downstairs to buy something. But it was too late. Vaya had simply opened the door and pushed Alan in. Alan's parents, who were sitting on the sofa in the living room, were stunned. Alan also looked at his parents-in-law. The three of them stared at each other. Vaya's parents. "Young man, who are you?" "Alan, how should I start?" Just as the awkward moment was about to begin, Vaya jumped out. "Mom and Dad, this is Alan." Alan's parents stood up immediately after hearing this. Although they knew this was their daughter's boyfriend, he was a military officer after all. So, Alan's parents suddenly became serious. Seeing this, Alan was stunned. Vaya was also bewildered. She didn't understand why her parents had suddenly acted like this. Is Alan really that terrifying? Vaya held her forehead. Sure enough, her parents still harbored a deep fear of these officials. After all, back in the Elven Empire, Vaya's parents had suffered from the oppression of the officials of the Western Elven Empire. In the Western Elven Empire, the nobles and officials colluded to ruthlessly exploit the small merchants and vendors. Vaya's parents had been able to gain a foothold in the Western Elven Empire thanks to their craftsmanship and expertise. Sadly, their good fortune didn't last long. The nobles once again targeted Vaya's parents. Vaya's parents were forced to close their workshop and flee to the countryside. Ever since following Vaya to the Yin, Vaya's parents' fighting spirit has been rekindled. This is because they discovered that the Yin values their handicraft workshops very much. Lion initially wanted to abolish these handicraft workshops, but realized that doing so would stifle people's creativity. Only by allowing people to delve into various industries can society progress. So, Lion chose to support these handicrafts, but with an insurance policy. If these handicrafts begin to challenge state-owned enterprises, or form a capital monopoly, Lion will shut them down. Lion absolutely does not tolerate capital monopoly. Even these state-owned enterprises and so-called businessmen must strictly abide by the agreement with the Yin. They can make money, but they must not exploit or monopolize. In simple terms, you can earn money from people in other countries, and you can have a certain amount of wealth, but you must not influence the operations of the Yin. For example, the famous oligarchs of a previous life. These oligarchs control the lifeline of the country and wantonly interfere in national politics. They could even manipulate the country and change leaders. Lion absolutely would not tolerate the emergence of oligarchs. To ensure that these state-owned enterprises remain firmly under Lion's control, Lion ordered the intelligence agency to find leverage against these entrepreneurs. Although these entrepreneurs were cultivated by Lion, Lion knew that no matter who they were, once they gained money, they would inevitably change. This change could be for good or for bad, but one must always prepare for the worst. So, Lion not only ordered the intelligence agency to find leverage. An annual rotation system was also implemented. Frequent leadership changes inevitably led to a decline in the factory's management capabilities. So, to address this decline in management capabilities, Lion established a factory teamwork system. A team typically consisted of 5 people, each elected a team leader who was responsible for supervising the team's work. If the team performed well, they would receive a reward. Lion didn't care that bonuses were exclusive to capitalists. Enabling the people to live a good life. That's what a system should be. Thanks to this enlightened policy, Vaya's parents conceived the idea of opening a factory in Dian. The fabric they produced for their family could rival the fabric worn by Dian. Although Vaya's parents' fabric was significantly more expensive than Dian's, its fineness was far superior. This was the source of their confidence. They suffered from a lack of capital, having lost nearly all their money to the nobles of the Western Elf Empire. But they didn't know that the Yin had a policy. If you can demonstrate your skills, the Yin will evaluate them, and then provide you with a certain investment. However, Vaya's parents were unaware of this. Watching Alan and her parents stare at each other, Vaya didn't offer any words of help. Instead, she grabbed the ingredients and went to the kitchen to start cooking dinner. Now it was the turn of the 3 people in the living room to get nervous. Uncle and Aunt, have you eaten yet? Not yet. With that, the 3 fell silent again. Your name is Alan? Vaya's father suddenly asked. Yes, I'm Alan. Alan responded hastily. I heard you and Vaya have known each other for a long time. Yes, back when the Demon Empire invaded the Elf Empire, and I met Vaya on the road. Alan scratched his head sheepishly. So do you like her? Vaya's father got straight to the point. This completely freaked out Alan's CPU. No, shouldn't you start with some stamina? Why go all out right away? But Alan quickly responded. I like her. Vaya's parents looked at the incredibly serious Alan before them, and knew he wasn't lying. What the 3 of them didn't expect was that Vaya, who was listening attentively, was hearing their conversation clearly. And when Vaya heard the words, I love her, her face flushed instantly. She was like a boiling kettle, steam rising visibly. Vaya's parents exchanged glances before them, and then spoke. Would you mind her being an elf? Alan and Vaya both grew nervous at this question. Alan spoke. No. Why? Because I love her kindness, not her elf status. Besides, Leader Leon's wife isn't human, so I wouldn't mind Vaya being an elf. Alan said seriously. Leon, guess what? If I told Snake I didn't like her, do you think I see the sun tomorrow? Alan's parents breathed a sigh of relief at his answer. Just then, a noise suddenly rang out in the kitchen. Alan hurried to the kitchen and found ingredients scattered all over the floor. Vaya was crouched on the ground crying. Alan was stunned. What was going on? As soon as he approached Vaya, she hugged him. Before Alan could say anything, Via kissed him. Alan's eyes widened. Chapter 480. Now it was Alan's turn to be utterly defeated. Directly attacked, Alan was instantly breathless. But he didn't push Weya away, because he could feel her trembling in his arms. After a long moment, the two finally separated. Weya, what's wrong with you? Alan gently wiped the tears from Weya's eyes. It's okay, I'm just happy. Weya shook her head and smiled. This time Alan couldn't be defeated. Who can be so kind as to cry and be happy at the same time? Alan shook his head. Love is indeed so complicated. Alan looked at the scattered ingredients on the floor, picked up a broom, and quietly began to sweep them up. Then he helped Weya cook dinner. Weya wanted to stop Alan, because she didn't want Alan to finally have a day off and end up cooking for her. She was about to snatch the ingredients from Alan's hand, but Alan stopped her. Just sit still, I do it. Via held onto the ingredients, refusing to let go, like a little girl's last act of stubbornness. Alan, let go, Via, not letting go. In the end, Alan didn't let Via leave. After all, he couldn't resist her coquettish behavior. So the two of them began to work in the kitchen. Via's parents stood outside, watching cautiously. Look at these two, they're such a perfect match. I think so too. What the hell is your opinion? What kind of judgment do you have? If I hadn't been blind back then, how could I have chosen you? We're an old married couple after all. Can you give me some respect? You know we're an old married couple, yet you still complain every day about how beautiful others are? Tonight, you're going to kneel on the washboard. No. Alan was chopping vegetables in the kitchen, while Via was meticulously cooking beside him. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, like an old married couple. This made Via's parents, watching outside, melt their hearts. No, they had to finalize the marriage. Such a good son-in-law couldn't be let go. After more than half an hour of effort, 5 or 6 dishes were placed on the table. Alan and Via sat together, and Via's parents also joined them. The 4 of them began to eat. However, at the table, Via kept grinning. Alan was bewildered. Via's parents understood why their daughter was grinning. Via's father couldn't help but sigh. Girls grow up and can't be kept at home. She never smiled like this at home. Via's mother kept serving food to Alan. Alan's bowl was overflowing with food, a situation that made him feel threatened, but he still chose to bite the bullet and finish it all. After dinner, Alan had wanted to stay a little longer, but was immediately kicked out by Via's parents. Then Via was kicked out as well. Via's parents' exact words were, "There are a lot of young people here, go out for a walk, and just be back on time in the evening." This was a bit of a bummer for Alan, while Via, standing beside him, lowered her head in embarrassment. Then let's go for a walk, Alan asked tentatively. Via nodded. The two then left the complex and headed for a nearby snack street. Due to the 8-hour workday, the snack street was unusually busy at night. However, most people returned home before midnight, even though Lion didn't have a curfew. But most people don't have the habit of staying up late, except for those in special positions. Arriving at the snack street, Alan turned around and asked Via, "Are you hungry?" Via burst out laughing. "Didn't I just eat? How could I be hungry?" Alan was stunned. How should he answer? People say that love makes people smarter, but Alan felt like he was gradually becoming stupider. And still getting stupider. Alan, wanting to save himself, spoke up. "Let's go shopping. Maybe there's something you want to buy?" Via grabbed Alan's hand and whispered, looking down. "Okay." Alan was instantly speechless with nervousness. The two of them walked forward, stiff as a rock. The two instantly attracted everyone's attention in the snack street. Because one was an elf, the other was human, and because of Alan's military uniform and Via's stunning appearance, they instantly stunned many people who were eating. What was going on? Many people recognized Alan, and several students even approached him with newspapers, asking for autographs. Alan was stunned. How had he become famous? Only after picking up the newspaper and reading the report did he understand why everyone had been staring at him along the way. The report was about the Battle of Sucras a month or 2 prior. His extreme dive had been featured in the newspaper, and his bombing of the Demon Front Command during the previous battle against the Demon Empire had also been reported. Alan's scalp suddenly tingled as he watched the crowd grow. But Alan didn't refuse them, earnestly signing autographs for each one. But the crowd grew, and for a moment, Alan didn't know what to do. Many female students even gathered around him. Weya, standing nearby, was almost squeezed out. Seeing these female students flirting with her, she instantly became angry. I got angry. Then he pulled Alan out of the crowd. Weya dragged Alan along at a trot. Alan could easily overtake Weya, but he didn't, simply letting Weiya drag him forward. At that moment, Alan finally felt at ease. Because everyone saw Alan as confident on every mission, his face free of worry and excitement, only maturity and composure. But Alan knew that ever since he fell in love with Weiya, every mission he went on was filled with anxiety. Having witnessed his comrades' deaths, he feared he would one day die on the battlefield himself. Of course, Alan wasn't afraid of death, but of Weiya's sadness. So Alan could only muster his full energy and fight with all his might. He had to do everything in his power to defeat the enemy. After running for who knows how long, the two finally stopped. Weiya, like a kitten guarding its food, looked back, and when she saw they hadn't caught up, she breathed a sigh of relief. Alan stood aside, grinning foolishly. "What are you laughing at?" Weiya asked, hands on her hips, glaring at Alan angrily. Alan laughed as he spoke. "Haha, I'm not laughing. Believe me, I really am not laughing. Haha. You're bullying me." Weiya instantly flew into a rage, punching Alan with her little fist. Alan dodged and ran away. Weiya immediately gave chase, and a reporter who had just finished get-off work saw the scene and took a photo of the two chasing and playing. Perhaps even the reporter didn't realize that the photo he took was simply a reflection of their sweetness. But it will be known to the whole of Dayin. Chapter 481. While Alan and Weiya were enjoying their sweet vacation, Leon was also enjoying his own sweet life. Every morning, Froststar would burst in on Leon while he was still asleep. Before Leon could figure out what was happening, Froststar would pull him out of bed. "What's going on?" Leon asked dazedly, but before he could finish, Froststar threw him from the second floor. He landed directly in the swimming pool, instantly destroying the numerous rubber ducks inside. Many of them flew straight out of the water. Heiyu, watching from the side, was stunned. He had worked so hard to fill the pool with rubber ducks, but Leon's sudden arrival completely destroyed all his efforts that morning. Winter had just arrived, and although it hadn't snowed yet, the temperature was only around 10 to 20 degrees Celsius. The cold water immediately woke Leon up. "Froststar, what are you doing? Murdering me?" Leon couldn't help but ask, but before he could finish, Froststar jumped down. "Hurry up and put on your armor and fight me," Froststar said calmly, leaving Leon stunned. "You want me to fight you?" "No, buddy, are you sure you won't punch me into a pulp?" Leon looked at Froststar repeatedly, finding no sign of joking. So he asked weakly, "Can I have some food first? I haven't had breakfast yet." "No. Only if you beat me will you have breakfast. If you don't, you be hungry this morning." Froststar finished speaking, and 2 balls of ice condensed in his hands. Leon hurriedly pulled his confession from his storage ring and began donning it. But Froststar wouldn't give Leon the chance. The moment Leon made a move, Froststar attacked him. "Young man, no martial ethics," Lion complained, speeding up his donning. Froststar did this to simulate an emergency situation, to see if Leon could react. After all, Leon wasn't always in armor, and they weren't always by his side. Because Leon was a leader, and a true leader's stage was always his. Though Leon didn't like it, everyone always gave Leon the stage. Just as Froststar was about to touch Leon, Leon finally donned his armor and swung his fist. His fist collided with Froststar's. The next second, Leon flew straight out, performing 3 backflips in the air before plummeting into the pool. The armor was tainted with icy magic, instantly freezing the entire pool. Heiyu, standing nearby, was stunned. "Oh my goodness, I finally convinced Leon to buy me a rubber duck, and it was frozen solid within a day." Heiyu lay on the ground, dejected. Yun Qing-chi, who had rushed over, was stunned by the sight, his eyes fluttering. After a moment's scrutiny, he realized. Heiyu was indeed lying on the ground. Why on earth was this happening? Froststar, on the other hand, stared solemnly at the pool. Although the pool was frozen, Froststar knew the armor before him wasn't as fragile as it appeared. Froststar had experienced it before. As it stood, it would be nearly impossible to break this armor without giving it his all. So Leon would definitely be fine. The next second, Leon burst out of the pool and stomped down hard. Squeak! Before Leon could strike a pose, a rubber duck sound rang out. Because Leon had stepped on a rubber duck. The 3 of them responded with, "Eh." Lion glanced at the rubber duck beneath his feet, and then picked it up. Looking at the firm yellow rubber duck in his hand, Leon felt a sudden sense of amusement. Imagine Iron Man holding a rubber duck. Lion instinctively squeezed it. Squeak! Froststar flew towards him like a cannonball, and Leon flung the rubber duck away. Then, he suddenly concentrated all the magic power in the armor into his arm, clenched his fist, and swung it out. This time, Leon chose to give it his all. Boom! A loud bang echoed throughout the Duke's mansion. The alarm system was immediately triggered. The terrifying gust of air sent all the rubber ducks flying. Yu's heart was broken upon seeing this. Yun Qingqi instinctively placed his hand on his abdomen, staring intently at the scene before him. As the mist dissipated, Froststar took 2 steps back, but Leon wasn't feeling well either. Almost his entire armored body was frozen in the ice, but the next second, Leon struggled free. Froststar nodded, very satisfied. Good job. Keep going tomorrow. Leon's face darkened instantly. No way. Tomorrow again. Leon struggled through breakfast, not even having time to lie down to rest. A military vehicle arrived at Leon's door, and Hans dragged Leon out. What's going on? Leader, don't rest. The aircraft factory has a big treasure, Hans said excitedly. What big treasure? The MiG-19, Hans said excitedly. But the two of them were stunned. It took a long time for Leon to react and grab Hans's shoulders. Say it again? The MiG-19. Lion hugged Hans's shoulders and shook him violently. Hans almost fell to the ground in excitement. The guards watching the two frantic men couldn't help but move aside. Perhaps others didn't understand the significance of the MiG-19, but Leon knew it very well. Although the Me-262 was already in service, it had numerous flaws that had always troubled Leon. So Leon had been trying to find a replacement for the Me-262. The MiG-19 was humanity's first mass-produced jet aircraft during the early Cold War. It also has another familiar name, the J-6. So, that's why Lion prioritized it so highly. Although the Great Yin Air Force currently holds absolute dominance, securing air supremacy in almost every battle, Lion knew that complete control of the air with propeller planes alone would be difficult. Because all nations are now accelerating aircraft production, and reliable intelligence indicates that the Dwarf Empire has, through the accumulation of magic crystals, created a magical aircraft that surpasses the Corsair fighter. Currently, only the Me-262 can compete with the Dwarf Empire's new aircraft. Therefore, accelerating the development of new fighter jets is imperative. The two were so excited upon hearing the news of the MiG-19's successful landing, which led to the scene just now. Chapter 482. Hans drove Leon all the way to the airport, flooring the accelerator, leaving the cars beside him stunned. What was going on with this military vehicle? How could it be driving so fast? However, what they didn't know was that Leon and Hans were actually in the car. The two of them made their way to the aircraft factory and, upon entering, saw the parking lot filled with factory managers. The factory director was waiting for Leon's arrival. As Leon got out of the car, the director tried to exchange pleasantries, but Leon patted him on the shoulder and asked directly, his voice trembling. Where's the plane? The director immediately understood that Leon wanted to see it, and he spoke directly. Leader, the plane is already waiting on the runway, and Marshal Carl is personally piloting it. Lion nearly fell over when he heard this. Last time, Carl nearly crashed in the aisle too. It won't happen again this time, will it? Lion looked back at Hans. Hans understood what Leon was thinking, and shook his head with a hard grin. I don't know either. The two of them arrived at the runway. A silver MiG-19 was being carefully cared for by the ground crew. And Carl sat at the controls, with a serious expression. Although Carl was old, he had a strong learning ability. After all, he possessed a strong mental strength, so learning to fly was not difficult for him. As for these old men, fighting and learning were no problem, but asking them to make money would make them roll their eyes. In short, the old dings only asked for money, while Leon, as their leader, had to consider many things. Looking at the appalling military spending of the National Defense Force, Leon nearly died. The figures were truly terrifying. Due to the rapid growth of the National Defense Force, over 40% of De Yan's total expenditure went to it. De Yan's current expenditures had reached a terrifying, astronomical figure. Yet, the National Defense Force accounted for 40%, clearly demonstrating its enormous financial resources. But the money had to be spent, and it wasn't embezzled. Instead, it was used effectively. Leon couldn't help but admire someone from his previous life, known as the Plywood General. Leon racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how he had managed to make such a fuss with such a small amount of military funds. Could it really be that development depended on archaeology? Leon felt the urge to dig up the graves of Dreen and Kuenberg. Let's see if there's any legacy left. After all, my ancestors were wealthy. Could they leave me something? While Leon was pondering this, the ground crew successfully completed the maintenance on the MiG-19. Then the factory director interrupted Leon's thoughts and asked, Leader, the plane is ready to take off. Hearing this, Leon instantly perked up. Lion immediately gave the order for the plane to take off. With the roar of the engines, Carl slowly began to move off the runway in the MiG-19. Then the speed increased, and finally, at the end of the runway, it successfully took off. Seeing this, the employees at the aircraft factory waved their hats in excitement. Lion couldn't help but pump his fist at the sight. However, what Leon hadn't anticipated was that the aircraft factory director had a trick up his sleeve. Lion gazed at the MiG-19 flying overhead with a satisfied smile. At this moment, the aircraft factory director spoke with great foresight. "Leader, the aircraft factory is working on another project and already has a prototype." Lion was a bit confused after hearing this, then asked, "Director, what do you mean?" "Leader, you mentioned before that there's a fighter jet that's faster than a missile. We began to think about what kind of aircraft could be faster than a missile. So we came up with the idea of installing a rocket engine on a fighter jet." Lion nearly fell to the ground after hearing this. No one dares to say it, the other dares to do it. Don't take it seriously. How could current technology possibly produce an advanced jet fighter? But reality gave Leon a slap in the face. Lion arrived at the innermost part of the aircraft factory. This factory was extremely secluded and guarded by the military, with only a handful of workers operating. Lion looked at the factory before him, and suddenly remembered something. "Have I forgotten something?" Carl, who had already been airborne for half an hour, was now calling the ground. "Reporting to the leader, I completed the test flight and everything is fine. Could you please return?" And then nothing happened. There was no response from Leon on the radio. Carl froze for a moment. Then he looked down at the ground, scanning with his powerful mental power, and discovered, "Where's Leon? Where did a grown-up like me go?" Lion didn't realize Carl was still flying. His entire being was in the factory before him, because he had spotted a plane covered in black cloth on a test bench. This plane was far larger than a MiG-19, conservatively estimated to be over 25 meters long, with a wingspan exceeding 15 meters. It was almost twice the size of a MiG-19. Lion gazed at the plane with deep emotion. The aircraft factory director, standing nearby, immediately ordered his men to remove the black cloth. As the cloth fell, Leon was stunned by the fighter plane before him. "Because, isn't this a MiG-25? Lion then asked. "Don't tell me this plane weighs dozens of tons, even heavier than a tank?" The aircraft factory director nodded confidently. "Yes, my leader, this plane weighs a whopping 30 tons. Lion nearly died on the spot after hearing this. The MiG-25's maximum takeoff weight is only 37.5 tons. You're telling me it only weighs 30 tons now? Then, fully fueled and loaded with weapons, it must weigh over 45 tons. Lion couldn't even begin to imagine it. This wasn't a plane, it was like flying a Tiger tank. It was even crazier than the original MiG-25. Because the original MiG-25 could be simplified into a T-34 tank. Now it was even simpler, just a Tiger tank flying. Now it was Leon's turn to be dumbfounded. "Can this fly?" "Of course it can, my leader. This aircraft is equipped with 2 magic crystal engines, and they're the most powerful engines currently available. The engine from the Sun missile series is the predecessor of this fighter's engine." Lion was truly stunned. He had thought that Big Brother's use of rocket engines to build a MiG-25 was already impressive enough. He hadn't expected his subordinates to have such talent, using missile engines to build a fighter. And it was an intercontinental missile. Chapter 483. Lion stared at the fighter jet before him, lost in thought. How could this be a fighter jet? It was clearly a missile disguised as a fighter jet. Whose fighter jet uses a missile engine? Although it's been modified, that doesn't change its missile origins. The factory director looked at Lion, lost in thought, and, assuming he was very satisfied, began to explain this missile. Lion had originally thought the next generation of fighter jets would be the second generation, the MiG-21 or Su-22, but the huge brick before him silenced him. They're going straight from the first generation to the third? What's going on? If things continue like this, the second generation might not even need to be developed, and they could just go straight to the third generation Su-25. Just use it to death. Lion shook his head, dismissing the thought. Never mind, let's take it one step at a time. If things really don't work out, we can still use the flying brick to give these countries a little shock. Leon also began to listen to the factory director explain the various properties of the brick. First, the shell. Since this brick can reach speeds exceeding Mach 3 and is designed to reach a peak speed of Mach 3.5, this results in severe heat buildup in the aircraft, causing the same problem as the MiG-25. The surface temperature can exceed 350 degrees Celsius. The MiG-19, on the other hand, uses an aluminum alloy shell, which is thin and lightweight, but not heat resistant. To solve this problem, Big Brother went straight for stainless steel. They forced the stainless steel in. After all, stainless steel has a melting point of over 1,000 degrees Celsius. What's there to be afraid of? But in this world, the factory director's imagination was even greater than in his previous life. Due to the excessive speed, the aircraft was extremely unstable. So, the aircraft factory's designers tried their best to design a reasonable aircraft. But no matter how they designed it, ordinary materials could not withstand the terrifying force of Mach 3. At first, the designers wanted to use stainless steel, but the factory director said, "This is going to be unveiled for the 3rd anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, so the material must be high quality." And then, the aircraft factory used the extremely precious magic pattern steel. Magic pattern steel is a special metal produced only in the Demon Empire. The production of magic pattern steel is extremely low, and the Demon Empire strictly controls it, using it only for their elite troops, the Blood Blade Black Armorers. Each Blood Blade Black Armorer consumes nearly 100 kilograms of magic pattern steel. Latifus assembled 50,000 Blood Blade Black Armorers. This alone cost 5,000 tons of magic pattern steel. This nearly drained the Demon Empire's coffers. But De Yen is omnipotent. De Yen secured a full 800 tons of magic pattern steel. The aircraft manufacturer shamelessly requested 100 tons of magic pattern steel. However, 25 tons of that was used on this aircraft. It's almost entirely constructed of magic pattern steel, and magic pattern steel possesses a very powerful property. It has extremely strong self-repair capabilities. It also possesses extremely strong magic resistance. It can withstand many magical attacks, and even a direct shot from a 50mm anti-tank gun wouldn't be able to penetrate a centimeter-thick magic pattern steel plate. While this would severely deform the magic pattern steel, it still couldn't tear it apart. What about this fighter jet, built from magic pattern steel? It can be said that, currently, apart from missiles and top-tier warriors, no other weapons can pose any threat to this aircraft. With this speed, and this level of defense, who could possibly defeat it? But the aircraft manufacturer was faced with a problem. They didn't have enough weapons. Currently, the main focus of De Yen missile research was on surface-to-surface missiles. There was almost no development of air-to-air missiles, which put the aircraft manufacturer in a difficult position. The aircraft manufacturer could only urge the Research Institute to develop air-to-air and air-to-surface missiles. But the Research Institute said, no matter who you are, you have to wait. Everything is based on first come, first served. This infuriated the aircraft manufacturer's designers. You're not going to give us weapons, right? Everything is based on first come, first served, right? So, the aircraft manufacturer began to rely on its own efforts. No missiles? Then make them ourselves. Isn't it just a missile? If your research institute can make it, our aircraft manufacturer can too. How do we solve the missile engine problem? Just shrink the aircraft engine. Oh my god. How can that be so difficult for us? It's just a magic crystal engine anyway, just round it up. And the aircraft manufacturer's designers have cleverly combined radar and missiles. Using a special magic circle, the radar signal is used to activate the missile. This means the missile now has a lock-on tracking function. Great, the missile's accuracy and power system have been solved. So, how do we solve the power issue? The aircraft manufacturer's engineer said. I have an idea. Let's just pour liquid magic crystals into it. Liquid magic crystals were originally the aircraft manufacturer's trump card. It was originally intended to be used on this fighter jet. While both liquid and solid magic crystals are essentially magic crystals, there's a huge difference between them. At the same weight, liquid magic crystals only have half the volume of solid magic crystals. So, after refueling with liquid magic crystals, this fighter jet can fly over 5,000 kilometers. The combat radius reaches 2,500 kilometers. If it weren't so heavy, perhaps this fighter jet could fly even further. However, liquid magic crystals can also act as explosives. Because of their liquid state, the crystals blend together, creating an explosive force far greater than that of solid magic crystals. So, the aircraft manufacturer handcrafted air-to-ground and air-to-air missiles. A typical air-to-air missile, if developed by a research institute, would cost only a few hundred gold coins, not much more. However, the missiles developed by the aircraft manufacturer itself cost thousands of gold coins. Although each missile cost thousands of gold coins, the aircraft manufacturer refused to accept the offer. A little more expensive, so what? I made it. As for the cost, let the leader figure it out. Leon, I explain your dream. So the aircraft manufacturer named the missile they developed the icebreaker. It was a slap in the face of the research institute. The research institute said it was flashy and useless, but the aircraft manufacturers stubbornly produced 50 or 60 of them. They calculated that this fighter could carry up to 24 icebreakers, and they possessed immense destructive power. It could be said that a single fighter carrying 24 icebreakers could equal the saturation bombing of 10 B-29s. The aircraft manufacturer rose to prominence. Then Leon looked at the bill and fell into deep thought. This fighter cost a whopping 200,000 gold coins, and the missiles cost nearly 100,000 gold coins. A midway-class aircraft carrier cost only 50,000 gold coins. Leon's heart was broken. Chapter 484. Lion didn't stop the aircraft factory from developing research and development. Instead, he encouraged the factory director and the staff present. Because Leon knew that the more he expended now, the greater the rewards would be in the future. And by spending more now, conducting as many experiments as possible to identify problems, he could also avoid repeating the same mistakes in the future. After all, which country's high-tech weapons aren't built with money? So Leon gritted his teeth and said to the factory director, "More! Increase it! Double the funding for the aircraft factory." The factory director was so excited that he almost kicked his feet and died on the spot. You know, doubling the funding means doubling the aircraft factory's production capacity. This means the Wehrmacht will receive twice as many aircraft. The factory director was so happy that he couldn't even take care of himself. Lion left the aircraft factory with a heavy face. The money was allocated readily. But the moment Leon sold the aircraft parking lot, he regretted it. That's tens of millions of gold coins. Leon's heart was bleeding. He returned home with a heavy heart, heartbroken, and in need of comfort. So he went straight to Yun Qingqi and fell asleep in her arms. This was giving Yun Qingqi no time to think. Know what was going on. Yun Qingqi tried to push Leon away, but Leon held her tighter. "Stop it. Let me hold you for a while. I have to make money tomorrow." Leon mumbled, and soon fell asleep. Yun Qingqi looked at Leon with a doting look. "Go to sleep. It'd be fine after a while. I'm here. You can sleep peacefully." Yun Qingqi patted Leon's head after he finished speaking, like a loving couple. For the next few days, Leon shuttled back and forth between the capital and the Duke's palace, constantly thinking about how to make money. But just then, Chester arrived. Lion was sitting in his office, reviewing reports. The capital had been restored by magicians, and was barely usable. But demolition and reconstruction were inevitable, and it was expected to be demolished by the end of this winter. Architects were currently designing a new capital. Adhering to the principle of patching things up, Leon had the capital repaired. Just as Leon was reviewing documents, Chester arrived. "Leader," Chester roared. Lion almost lost his grip on the documents, staring at Chester in the doorway, bewildered. What was going on? What kind of wind was blowing Chester here? And just then, Chester came directly to Leon's desk, his hands resting on it. Lion suddenly felt a surge of pressure. "Leader, I heard you recently nearly doubled the funding for the aircraft manufacturing plant?" Chester spoke slowly, each word clearly. Lion suddenly felt the pressure. "Oh my God, so that's what you're talking about. This is killing me." Lion decided to play Tai Chi and spoke. "Senior Chester, the treasury is running low. Most of the money has been invested, and it will take at least until the beginning of next spring for the funds to flow back. How many more ships does the Navy need? I need to find a way to get some money." Listening to Leon's Tai Chi-style words, Chester chuckled, then spoke directly and fiercely. "Leader, all nations are now restless. If we Great Yin want to protect ourselves, must build a large navy. And the seas are not peaceful right now. While it may appear calm on the surface, the Songshui Empire's influence is actually declining. Soon, the Songshui Empire will be overthrown by an uprising, and when that happens, Great Yin will undoubtedly be affected." Listening to Chester's words, Leon also realized the seriousness of the situation and spoke seriously. "So how many warships does the Navy need?" "At least 10 aircraft carriers. Hundreds more new vessels are needed, and new missile-equipped ships must be manufactured at a rapid pace. At least 200 new ships are needed, with a tonnage exceeding 2 million tons. Submarine research and development must also continue, because according to news from Bonaparte, the remnants of the West French Empire are preparing to transform their existing navy. They already begun building ironclads, and soon, our dreadnought advantage will be infinitely diminished. Then, we only be able to rely on new warships to combat these enemies." Chester spoke word by word, completely deceiving Leon. Although the West French Empire is accelerating the production of new ironclads, in reality, it's a pipe dream for the West French Empire to surpass the Great Yin fleet. Also, although the Sanshui Empire's influence has declined, it's still an empire after all. Its ability to stand for thousands of years is a testament to its strength. For at least the next 5 years, the Sanshui Empire will retain its immense power. So Chester's move completely fooled Leon. Although Leon knew Chester was exaggerating, he still chose to go along with it. Because the Navy is equally important. In fact, according to the intelligence Leon had, not only was the West French Kingdom building new warships, but even the Dwarf Empire wanted to get involved. And the Papal States' westernmost point was a coastal region, and the Papal States also had several ports. Are they not building new warships? So if the Navy wanted to lead, it had to lead in warships. How to get warships? Of course, build them with money. Lion once again gritted his teeth and transferred 5 million gold coins from his account. Directly allocated to the naval shipyard, these 5 million gold coins were enough for the Navy to develop new warships. And soon, they would have 10 aircraft carriers. By then, the Navy's strength would undoubtedly reach a new level. Lion could then focus on developing his own warships. In reality, Lion still had a plan for the Navy and Air Force. De Yin currently had 20 million in reserve funds. Lion had originally planned to allocate 5 million to the army, leaving 15 million for emergencies. But everything depended on the outcome of the Battle of Kursk. If Kursk failed, the army's military spending would inevitably double. Although Lion didn't know the outcome of the war, he knew that it must be won and the Papal States must be kept out of the Demon Empire. Otherwise, if the Papal States extended its influence into the Chinese Empire, De Yin would inevitably be affected. While De Yin was rapidly developing, the defenses of the Kursk plain were also being intensively constructed. Although the armored cluster gave the Wehrmacht sufficient confidence, every Wehrmacht member was a shrewd person. Until they had absolutely crushed the enemy, they would prepare everything possible. Be vigilant, because this first battle is the decisive one. Chapter 485. Kursk Plain. After 2 weeks of planning and preliminary construction, the Kursk line of defense had begun to take shape. First, the fortifications. To counter the Papal States' attack, the Wehrmacht constructed a massive fortification complex on the Kursk plain. First, the first line of defense, which had already begun to take shape. Trenches were densely packed, along with barbed wire and minefields in front of the positions. An MG-42 gun was positioned every 50 meters in the trenches, while a PaK-40 anti-tank gun was positioned every 100 meters. Furthermore, the anti-tank guns were protected by concrete fortifications. This formed a fixed firing point. To clear the firing range for the firing point, the armored division dispatched soldiers to clear all obstacles in front of the position. Some small earthen slopes were flattened by the Wehrmacht with explosives. Furthermore, over 2,000 artillery pieces with a 100 mm or larger range were trained on the area in front of the position. If the enemy dared to attack, the Wehrmacht's artillery would rain down its shells on them. The rocket artillery division was en route, ready to provide rapid support at a critical moment. Kursk Plain. Gudry and his company commanders gathered around a Tiger tank. Gudry meticulously explained the orders from division headquarters to the company commanders. Division headquarters had ordered the tank units to assemble behind the first line of defense. At this time, winter had fully arrived on the Kursk plain, and the temperature was about to drop below zero. The Kursk plain had previously experienced temperatures as low as -30 degrees Celsius. This presented a formidable challenge for both sides. Thankfully, nearly all of the Wehrmacht's main tanks were powered by a mixture of magic crystal fuel and fuel. Only the cheaper T-34 still uses a diesel engine. T-34. So love fades, right? Lion also wanted to equip the T-34 with a magic crystal drive, but discovered that the cost of adding one to the T-34 was enough to build half a T-34. What's the point of the T-34? Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. So, the decision was made. The T-34 would outnumber the enemy. However, winter has a significant impact on the T-34. In the past, to ensure the T-34 could function properly in winter temperatures of dozens of degrees below zero, the older brothers simply built a fire under the tank. Heating it up would thaw the fuel tank. There are always more solutions than problems, Gudry said. Since everyone is here, let's briefly explain. Although we're behind the first line of defense, we need to immediately reach the front line if there's danger. The company commanders nodded, agreeing with Gudry. But intelligence indicates the enemy has air units, and is likely conducting pre-battle reconnaissance. So we need to hide our armored units. We need to build some makeshift shelters. For example, we can dig holes in the ground, place tanks inside, and then cover them with straw and thatch. Gudry said, pointing to a well-dug pit nearby. It's just big enough for one tank, and it can accelerate out of it if necessary. But what if the enemy air force discovers these shelters? A company commander asked. Then we find a way to make them more realistic, so the enemy can't tell what they are. Guthrie spoke firmly. Because Guthrie knew that the armored forces had to remain firmly behind the first line of defense. Otherwise, if something happened, the first line would likely be breached if not promptly reinforced. Although Guthrie knew how strong the first line of defense was, who could say for sure? And then, while Guthrie was in the meeting, trouble broke out again in the eastern part of the Kursk Plains. Ever since that night, when Guthrie led the armored forces to crush the vanguard of the Demon Rebels were instantly extinguished. And the Papal States began to focus on the city of Negadro. But this rebel group refused to give up. They still wanted to take back everything that belonged to them. Because they wanted to occupy the Kursk Plains and use it as their granary. But hadn't these rebels considered a question? If they had occupied the Kursk Plains, why would the Papal States attack it? Fertile land would be coveted by everyone, including Leon himself. But what should be taken, and what should not be taken? It depends on your strength. Leon couldn't guarantee he could conquer this plain, so he never considered taking it from the start. Leon's initial plan was simply to hold off the Papal States' attack. Unexpectedly, there were experts here. The rebels actually possessed such talent. So, the rebels captured a large number of civilians and assembled an army of 100,000. They simply called themselves 200,000 troops. They intended to launch an attack on the 1st Armored Division. 50,000 soldiers launched a direct attack on the village of Cutty. In the end, they were brutally crushed by an infantry regiment of over 3,000 men. With only a few thousand men attacking, they were instantly routed by the infantry regiment. With the defeat of several thousand men, the remaining rabble immediately fled, abandoning their weapons and armor. After all, these 50,000 men were merely improvised conscripts. While the Wehrmacht soldiers knew they were conscripted, the moment they drew their guns and pointed them at the Wehrmacht, they were already enemies. But to minimize casualties among these poor men, the Wehrmacht deployed artillery, scaring off the 50,000 men. The tactic proved successful. Then the Demon Rebels went berserk. 50,000 of us, and we can't even take a village. We're scared off after 2 shots? What the hell are these people for? Inside the Demon Rebel headquarters, the leader was furious. He had seen the 50,000 troops reduced to rubble. Although he knew they were a mob, he wanted to save face. So he did his utmost to belittle them. But he hadn't grasped one thing. The fighting capacity of these 50,000 men was already low. The generals watched their leader rage in silence. Because they knew someone would have to take the blame. Although this blame was completely illogical. After venting his anger, the leader calmed down and spoke. Draw out all the cannons. I'm going to raze Cutty village to the ground. Upon receiving the leader's order, everyone immediately sprang into action. All artillery was assembled, and the bombardment of Cutty village began. When they heard the familiar crack of shells breaking through the air, the Wehrmacht soldiers immediately took to their shelters. At the same time, the artillery was ordered to prepare to destroy the enemy artillery positions. 50 Stuka bombers had already taken off from the northern region of the Elven Empire. Support for Cutty village will soon be available. Sir, times have changed. Technology is king now. Chapter 486. The Demon Rebels continued their attack. Under the cover of artillery fire, they successfully approached Cutty village. Almost all the houses in Cutty village were destroyed by the Demon Rebels' artillery. The rebels used artillery to flatten the entire village. On the surface, Cutty village was reduced to ruins. But in reality, the Wehrmacht had hidden in underground anti-artillery dugouts. Aside from the observers, who remained on the surface, the Wehrmacht had no concerns that the Demon Rebels' artillery would collapse the dugouts. The caliber of the Demon Rebels' artillery was insufficient to even reach tanks. Most of the Demon Rebels' artillery was 50 mm, with only a small number of 75 mm, and even 100 mm, and even a very rare 150 mm. With this power, coupled with the Demon artillery's sparse firepower, they could only bomb the conspicuous buildings in Cutty village. Seeing the National Defense Army's complete lack of resistance, the Demon Rebels instantly assumed they had been routed. As if energized by a shot of chicken blood, they rapidly advanced towards Cutty village. Though the Demon Rebels noticed something was amiss, as the National Defense Army had no defenses, not even the slightest resistance, some experienced soldiers knew there was an ambush. On the battlefield, the quieter the place, the more dangerous it was. Especially during a positional battle like this. Just as the Demon soldiers were about to enter Cutty village, a large number of small black dots suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by a terrifying roar. Seeing this, the experienced Demon Rebels immediately shouted, Scatter! However, the demon rebels were thankful that the shells weren't targeting them. Watching the shells fly overhead, the demon soldiers felt a sense of relief, and many even smiled, feeling relieved, grateful to have survived. But their smiles soon died down, for the shells were aimed at the artillery positions behind them. Although the demon artillerymen knew to relocate after each round, the Wehrmacht's counterattack arrived before they could move their guns. The 150mm shells struck directly on the heads of the demon rebel artillerymen, who were preparing to retreat. The demon rebel artillerymen were instantly reduced to ash. Not only that, just when the demon rebels outside Cuddy village thought they had escaped disaster, they hadn't noticed that the Wehrmacht soldiers were already well positioned at the Cuddy village positions. Taking advantage of the gaps the demon soldiers took to avoid the bombardment, the Wehrmacht soldiers quickly returned to their respective combat positions. The demon rebel soldiers looked up to see the black muzzles of guns pointed at them. Swish! The barrage of bullets tore through the stunned demon soldiers. Some reacted too quickly and fell flat on their faces. Those who reacted a fraction slower weren't so lucky, being blasted to pieces by the bullets. The quicker soldiers, relying on their quick reflexes, clung to the ground, feeling the barrage of bullets graze them. They didn't dare raise their heads, lying flat on the ground, fighting for their lives. But could lying flat on their faces truly evade death? The answer was, of course, no, because the Wehrmacht artillery had already begun to attack the enemy in front of these positions. After destroying the enemy artillery could attack the infantry with impunity. The most pleasing thing to watch wasn't the mass charge of soldiers, but the covering fire. When the covering fire was achieved, everything else became unimportant. For at that moment, the side providing the covering fire was the true king. Even the Wehrmacht soldiers themselves could feel the ground shaking, and they couldn't help but marvel at the might of the great flame. At the same time, they were fully prepared, because their leader and their instructors constantly reminded them of this. Everything we have today has not come easily. The strength of the great flame today is the result of everyone's hard work. But some people simply don't want to see the great flame become stronger. So we must defend our country. Any enemy who attempts to destroy their beautiful lives will pay a heavy price. The Wehrmacht never gives up. As long as the red flag stands, they will fight to the bitter end. Under the combined firepower of artillery and machine guns, the 1,000 or 2,000 demon soldiers who launched the attack were completely wiped out. They had absolutely no room to maneuver. The moment they raised their heads, they were instantly mowed down by the Wehrmacht soldiers. Lying motionless on the ground or crawling forward risked being killed by artillery shells. Demon rebels, my life is so difficult. The demon rebel leader watched his soldiers being swept away like garbage. His face flushed instantly. He roared, "Are we just going to watch these soldiers die?" Several generals exchanged glances and silently lowered their heads. Going to die? Who gave this suicidal order? I won't tell you. Despite their complaints, everyone still tried to find a way to save their troops. Finally, the generals agreed to withdraw their troops and retreat from the Kursk plain, leaving the Kursk plain to the Wehrmacht, because this was the most likely and only option at the moment. After all, they had a premonition that if the battle continued, they would most likely be annihilated. Now it was the demon rebel leader's turn to get angry. Retreat? How can you retreat? There are only about 3,000 of them on the other side. What are you afraid of? The warriors of the great demon empire are brave and fearless. You are cowards. Hearing this, the generals could only lower their heads once more. While cowardice couldn't solve the problem, it could avoid it. However, while the demon rebel generals and leader were arguing, the demon rebels missed the best time to retreat. This meant they would face the impending arrival of the Great Yin Air Force. Inside the tent, the demon leader prepared to deliver a speech to rally morale. Then, he ordered his soldiers to launch a final charge, completely capturing Cuddy village. However, at that moment, they heard the roar of engines from the sky. Many demon soldiers looked up, wondering what the iron bird in the sky was. But many had already recognized it. It was the Great Yin Air Force. They had never seen the Great Yin Air Force, but they knew that the demon empire possessed zeppelins. Although the whereabouts of these zeppelins were currently unknown, they had seen them soar over the magnificent Negadro. At that moment, the massive size of the zeppelin left an indelible mark on these demons. They believed that perhaps one day, the demon empire would also be able to build a war behemoth like the zeppelin. The seeds of national awakening had been sown, but they were abruptly interrupted by the Papal State. Chapter 487. The Great Yin Air Force directly destroyed the demon rebels' makeshift positions. Even the camps in the rear suffered devastating blows. The demon rebels howled in agony, and many soldiers, aided by their comrades, struggled to pull themselves out of the rubble. Looking up, they saw the planes overhead soaring away. In the end, only the devastated camp remained. At that moment, they finally understood that weakness wouldn't even let the enemy look at them. The demon rebels ultimately chose to evacuate, and the demon leader gathered the remaining troops. After a repeated headcount, they discovered that the original army of 100,000 was reduced to less than 30,000, and this number was steadily decreasing. The demon leader sighed, then finally made up his mind to leave the Kursk plains. This was not the place he was meant to be. This was the battlefield between the Great Yin and the Papal States. They were just there to make up the numbers, or perhaps not even enough. Looking at the gloomy faces of his men, the demon leader led his soldiers back to the Negadro region. Because perhaps here, they had a glimmer of hope, a place to survive. But the Negadro region was not peaceful either. The internal factions of the demon rebels had already divided the Negadro region. The four factions had simply divided the Negadro region into 5 regions, one of which was occupied by the rebels. Though the rebels were reluctant to give up the Negadro region, reality dealt them a heavy blow. They simply could not expel all the demon rebels from the Negadro region. They could only allow the demon rebels to grow stronger. Initially, the rebels were able to fight them back and forth. But eventually, the demon rebels gained an overwhelming advantage. The rebels' living space was repeatedly squeezed, ultimately confined to the eastern district of Negadro City, and a small corner of the entire Negadro region. The demon rebels were gathering their forces, preparing to seize the rebels' outer positions in a single move, and then begin a cleanup of Negadro itself. For now, there were still over 500,000 people in Negadro City. Of these 500,000, over 400,000 were civilians. Although over 200,000 of these 400,000 had already entered the safe zone established by the factory, over 100,000 remained wandering the city. According to incomplete statistics, the rebels witnessed as many as 80,000 civilian corpses. And these were only the casualties, not to mention the large number of people buried in pits and buried under the rubble. So, according to conservative estimates, the demon rebels killed at least 150,000 people in Negadro City. And all 150,000 of them were unarmed civilians. With the establishment of the safe zone, more and more people poured in, hoping to survive there. Leadville couldn't help but feel overwhelmed as he watched the thousands of people pour in daily. Food was no longer a problem, but the challenge was managing these thousands of people daily. This influx required proper management to ensure their safety. In the first few days, some demon rebels hid among the refugees and poured into the safe zone. They even attempted to charge the Wehrmacht's defenses, only to be killed. However, they also suffered several casualties. From then on, the Wehrmacht required other refugees to identify them before accepting refugees. For example, when a new group of refugees arrives, those in the safe zone need to identify them as civilians. Because nearly all civilians in Nigard are concentrated in one area, therefore, among the 200,000 people in the safe zone, at least some people recognize the refugees, even if they simply can't recognize the new arrivals. The Wehrmacht also asks these new arrivals to give their address. After all, how could there be two identical people in Nigard? It is through this method that the Wehrmacht successfully separates the refugees from the demon rebel spies. The moment these demon rebel spies are discovered, they immediately rush out of the safe zone. But even if they're fast, can they outrun a sniper's bullet? A gunshot rang out, and the demon rebel spies fell to the ground. But no demon sympathized with them, because if it weren't for these rebels, how could they have been displaced? The Chinese rebels claimed to be fighting for the demon empire, yet they slaughtered their own people. Many demons have begun to realize why gods exist in this world. A single word from a god can cause a fellow demon to murder another. What has happened to this world? How can it be so absurd? Some knowledgeable demon refugees have begun to wonder why this situation has come to this. After witnessing the Wehrmacht's formidable defenses, their weapons, and their armored vehicles, these demons have finally understood that falling behind means being beaten, and the weak have no say. So, these demons secretly vowed that if they survived, they would build a beautiful empire and allow demons to rise again. While the safe zone was relatively harmonious, the city itself was far from peaceful. The rebels and the demonic rebels clashed fiercely within the city, defending the East City district as if defending their own dignity. The demonic rebels' daily advances were measured in meters, and this unit never exceeded double digits. If the demonic rebels could advance 10 meters a day, it would be considered a great victory. At the junction of the East and West City districts, a river ran through the entire city of Negadro, flowing from north to south. It passed through the safe zone and finally flowed south into the Elden Empire, merging with the Song River. The rebels relied on this natural barrier to firmly hold off the demonic rebels. If the demonic rebels wanted to attack, they would have to cross the river, but crossing a river in front of the enemy is a major military taboo. After all, not everyone is Fujian, not everyone is Xiexian. How could they fight this battle? The rebels' action signaled their abandonment of the West City district. But they no longer wanted the West City. They had learned that the Wehrmacht's 2nd Panzer Army was advancing towards Negadro. And their princess, Adelheid, was among them. They must hold Negadro city and await the princess's return. The rebels had committed grave sins, and they must atone for their actions. They believed the rumors of the Papal States, believing that rebellion would bring prosperity to the country. But after their uprising, they discovered that the empire was an empire because it had a complete system. And for the rebels to become a nation, they needed a complete system. But how could they build a nation when they couldn't even muster 10 generals? The answer was self-evident. So now, the rebels' only hope was to stand their ground and fight the demon rebels to the bitter end. Chapter 488. However, the local rebels, relying on their original demon empire weaponry, were completely unable to withstand these rebels, who were aided by the Papal State. The casualty ratio between the rebels and these rebels was as high as 6 to 1. It took 6 rebel soldiers to replace 1 rebel soldier. However, the rebel soldiers remained steadfast at their posts. Outside the city of Negadro, the rebels took advantage of the vast terrain to engage in guerrilla warfare against the demon rebels. The casualty ratio was reduced to 3 to 1. But within the city, the rebels were forced to fight the demon rebels to the bitter end. This resulted in a persistently high casualty ratio. The rebels suffered thousands of casualties every day. After 2 weeks of fighting, the original 200,000 rebels had been reduced to less than 100,000. And this number was still declining rapidly. The demon rebels could not understand why the rebels' fighting spirit was so strong. Inside the city of Negadro, a position just across the river from the safe zone, the rebels were making their final stand at this position, as several surrounding positions had already fallen, leaving only the salient. The demon rebels, realizing the importance of the salient, immediately dispatched a large force to seize it. The rebel commander wanted to send more reinforcements to the salient, but found he simply didn't have any extra soldiers. Because other fronts were under attack, the rebels' front line was already stretched thin. So, this salient had to rely on the soldiers themselves, and how long they could hold out depended on their resilience. And then, it was this river that silenced over 200,000 demon refugees. That morning, at dawn, the demon rebellion gathered its forces and launched a new offensive. Numerous artillery shells rained down upon the salient, reducing the once elaborate buildings within the area to rubble. The rebels used the ruins to build trenches and construct a makeshift defense. They also converted many sewers into anti-gun holes. Although the demon empire was still in the era of cold weapons, it possessed one of the most renowned underground infrastructure systems on the continent. Besides a comprehensive sewer system, the demon empire also possessed a vast array of underground facilities. However, these facilities had existed for a long time, and even Latiface was unaware of the vast depths beneath the city of Negadro. Relying on these bunkers and trenches, the rebels effectively kept the demon rebellion at bay. The demon rebellion, assembling over 5,000 men, launched a series of assaults against the salient. The salient consisted of only a little over 500 men. 500 rebels held off an enemy 10 times their size. They might have known they couldn't defeat them, but they fought nonetheless. Because they could see, not far behind them, there lay the only bridge connecting to the safe zone. On it lay panicked refugees crossing, making their way into the safe zone. So they had to hold on, even if it meant losing every last ounce of their strength. Positional warfare was brutal, devoid of any skill. Only both sides endlessly poured their forces onto the battlefield, then attrited each other, creating a meat grinder. A scene of hell on earth. The demon refugees in the safe zone watched the scene unfold before them. Every time a shell landed on the rebel positions, they all shuddered in unison, because they knew that every shell could take a soldier's life. Even the Wehrmacht soldiers fell silent. Separated only by a river, they could clearly see everything on the real test paper. They could see with their own eyes the demon soldiers, armed with outdated weapons, confronting the rebels. Thanks to the artillery support, the demon rebels were temporarily pinned down. The rebels, however, charged recklessly into the positions. In just one morning, the demon rebels launched 7 assaults. 2 were repulsed, and 5 were successful, but each time the rebels drove them back. However, the rebel casualties were heavy. Of over 500, only 200 remained. Remember, just a few days ago, they had been an infantry brigade of 3,000 men. But in just a few days, they were reduced to only 200 men. And yet, the day was barely halfway over. The opposing demon rebels seemed to understand that the rebels were at their wits' end, so their commander ordered his men to rest immediately. After eating and drinking, they launched a final assault, aiming to capture the salient in one fell swoop, and just as the salient was on the brink of collapse, the rebel commander made a bold decision. He urgently dispatched 3,000 men from the outskirts of Nicodero City to reinforce the salient. The commander's decision sent the rebel leaders into a frenzy. The situation on all fronts was already tense, and even more so in the outskirts than in the city proper. But at this critical juncture, the rebel commander directly deployed an infantry brigade from the outer city into the city. How could the higher-ups calm down? Many generals jointly petitioned the commander to rescind the order, because it would cut off their retreat. But the commander spoke up. If the northern salient is lost, our compatriots will never be able to enter the safe zone again. If I had never seen hope, I would have embraced despair. But we have seen our hope, our compatriots in the safe zone, and the over 100,000 compatriots currently heading there. They are our hope. The demon empire has suffered this catastrophe, and you and I are all responsible. But our fate is sealed, but our compatriots are not. They witnessed everything in Nicodero City, and they will vindicate us. We, the rebels, are not cowards. We have never given up on our compatriots. As long as there is hope, the demon empire will rise again. The rebel commander's words silenced everyone present. The generals left in silence, and then a 3,000-man elite force rushed into the city. These 3,000 men had no idea what they were doing, but each of them held a grudge. They had had enough of the carnage in the city, and were determined to teach these demon rebels a lesson. These demon scum. In the afternoon, after gorging themselves on food and drink, the demon rebels launched their final attack. But to everyone's surprise, these 200 rebels had no intention of fleeing. Not only did they hold their positions until the very end, they even filled them with explosives. Just as the rebel officers saw their positions about to fall and prepared to detonate the explosives, the rebel reinforcements finally arrived. Seeing this, all the demon refugees in the safe zone cheered. Their cheers resounded in the demon rebels' faces. It was as if they were saying, "This position is one you never take." Chapter 489. The arrival of 3,000 rebels stunned the demonic rebels. They had never imagined that the rebels could spare 3,000 men to reinforce the salient at this moment. After all, 3,000 men is no small number. Even the demonic rebels would have struggled to spare 3,000 men. However, what about the rebels, who were already at the end of their strength? But the reality was that the rebels had sent 3,000 men to reinforce the salient. And they successfully repelled the demonic rebels. Watching his soldiers being driven back, the demonic leader could only sigh inwardly. The salient before them could not be taken today. The demonic rebel leader had no choice but to order a retreat. Seeing this scene, the refugees finally felt relieved. Although the rebels had captured the city of Nicodero, they had never violated the civilians within. But ever since the demon rebels entered the fray, the entire city of Nicodero has suffered a devastating blow. Seeing the rebels repel the demon rebels, the refugees naturally cheered. But the Wehrmacht soldiers showed no signs of relief. On the contrary, their faces were serious, and Brad also looked gravely at the salient before him. Being an officer, Brad certainly understood the importance of the salient. The rebels desperately pushed out 3,000 men to reinforce the salient, and the demon rebels would also reinforce them. The two sides would then clash here to the bitter end. The scale of the meat grinder would only grow. Brad's face was grave. At this moment, the sentry suddenly approached Brad and reported. After hearing the sentry's report, Brad's face darkened, and he hurried up the west watchtower. He saw over 2,000 demon rebels gathering west of the safe zone. They had unleashed their cannons, aiming them at the safe zone. Seeing this, Brad immediately understood that the demon rebels were planning an attack on the safe zone. Even if they weren't attacking immediately, they were making preparations. The safe zone was no longer the safest place. But where could these refugees go? Unarmed, they couldn't break through the blockade of Nicodero City. Even if they could break out of the city, without food, they couldn't get far. So the safe zone was their only recourse. Seeing the demon rebels gathering across the river, Brad ordered his sentry to report the situation to Leadville. At the same time, he fetched a loudspeaker and shouted to the other side. "What are you doing? This is a safe zone. When you point your guns here, be prepared to face the great flame. There are no enemies here, only countless refugees. These are your compatriots, yet you are preparing to attack them. Aren't they your compatriots?" Brad's words stirred no emotion, as if these demon rebels had been brainwashed by the papal state. They were filled with only fanaticism. If they could capture the safe zone and kill all the demons within, they would receive the goddess's embrace. Seeing this, Brad knew that everything before him was doomed. The safe zone was no longer safe. Afterward, Brad immediately ordered his soldiers to reinforce the defenses and stand by the only 12 mortars in the safe zone. As soon as the enemy artillery prepared to fire, they would be immediately destroyed. The demon rebels had no idea there would be mortars within the safe zone. Meanwhile, Leadville immediately reported the situation to Diane. The staff on duty at the capital received this information and immediately passed it along. It soon reached Leon's ears. Leon ordered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to contact the demon rebel leader. At the same time, he ordered a transport fleet and a bomber fleet based at the northern military base of the Elven Empire to take off immediately. The transport fleet, carrying a large amount of munitions, was to be dropped on the safe zone. The bomber fleet was to bomb the entire West City district. If the demon rebels still intended to attack the safe zone, the B-29s would bomb the West City district of Negadro. At that time, the West City district would be reduced to a sea of fire. If the demon rebels retreated, the aircraft fleet would naturally return. But reality is never that simple. After receiving inquiries from the Great Yin Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the demon rebels cleverly played coward, claiming they were on guard against the rebels, to prevent the rebels from attacking Shiching district. Hearing this explanation, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs almost laughed out loud. Could this excuse be more sophisticated? It might fool a 3-year-old, but wouldn't it be child's play to apply it to politics? But the demon rebels hadn't explicitly stated they would attack, or actually open fire. Great Yin couldn't directly attack the demon rebels. It wasn't because they were afraid of them. It was because the safe zone lay directly under their guns, and Leon didn't want the Security Bureau to be destroyed. So Lion ordered the 2nd Panzer Army to advance quickly. The attack on the safe zone was a foregone conclusion. All Lion could do was to do his best. When the 2nd Panzer Army received the order, its entire 200,000-man army was stunned. This was a direct order from Lion, and orders had been issued independently from Lion, the military headquarters, and the parliament. The order was to reach the city of Negadro as quickly as possible. After receiving this order, the 2nd Panzer Army commander immediately summoned all division commanders. He then issued an order. Order the 1st Armored Brigade of the 1st Armored Division of the 2nd Panzer Army to abandon all baggage and hand over all artillery to other divisions. The 1st Armored Brigade of the 1st Armored Division advanced at full speed, heading straight for Negadro. Many armored units even had only a day's worth of fuel. The Panzer Army commander had already contacted the Air Force, who had them airlift the fuel directly to the front lines. All fuel was to be dropped along the route that the 1st Armored Brigade of the 1st Armored Division would have to take. At each stop, the Armored Brigade would gather fuel and resupply before advancing at full speed. This was a daring move, one not even the 1st Armored Army dared to undertake. The slightest mistake could lead to the reckless advance of the troops being paralyzed by fuel shortages. But now the 2nd Armored Army could no longer care. All they knew was that their compatriots awaited them within the city of Nicodero. At this moment, the 2nd Armored Army had become the most impressive force. However, what no one in the 2nd Armored Army could have imagined was this: their rapid march would become one of the most remarkable raids ever recorded in history books. Chapter 490. The next day, at dawn, the demon rebels were already on high alert. They were even more serious and nervous than the previous day, because just the night before, a fleet of Great Yin Air Force transport planes had arrived in Negadro City. They had airdropped a large amount of ammunition into the safe zone. At first, the demon rebels thought the National Defense Forces had launched an air raid. The air raid sirens blared continuously throughout the entire West City district. The shrill sirens blared throughout Negadro City. The demon rebel soldiers were in a state of panic, while the demon refugees slept peacefully. Although the Great Yin Air Force hadn't attacked them, they could finally sleep peacefully. However, after a night of trepidation, the demon rebels discovered that there had been no bombing at all. Although the safe zone was not large, airdrops were extremely difficult. But this wasn't a problem for the magical world. Someone once said, when in doubt, quantum mechanics is the answer. In the world of magic, there's a more drastic method. That's to solve everything with direct magic. The Wehrmacht equipped each airdrop supply crate with a magic scroll. This scroll would fly toward a mother scroll. And within the safe zone, there happened to be a mother scroll that would draw all the child scrolls toward it. Although they were just scrolls, the mutual attraction between them was based on magic. So, this small scroll could unleash immense power. A full 60 tons of weapons and equipment were delivered to the safe zone. Not only were there numerous AK-47s, but also bazookas, and even anti-tank guns. After unpacking the items and looking at the 4-pack 40 anti-tank guns and 120 rounds of ammunition before him, Brad was stunned. How did they come up with the idea of mounting cannons on planes? After a brief moment of shock, the Wehrmacht soldiers smiled as they pocketed their weapons. Goodness! Now, who dares to come? Not only that, the Air Force also delivered some urgently needed rare medicines. These medicines will protect the lives of refugees and soldiers. The demon rebels on night watch saw some parachutes landing in the safe zone. But they didn't associate it with airdrops. They thought the Wehrmacht was playing a trick. But they reported the situation to the demon leader without hesitation. When the demon leader learned of this, he understood that Diane's patience was running out. So, the demon rebel leader decided to strike first. He directly ordered the rebels to attack the safe zone. At first, the demon rebels wanted to refuse this order. Although they were fanatical, they knew that the safe zone before them was definitely not something they could provoke. Yesterday, they were full of confidence, but after one night, they changed their minds. The incessant air raid sirens signaled the strength of the great flame. And by moonlight, they could see the sky overshadowed by planes. While the number of planes might not have exceeded 100, in their eyes, that was already a massive display. After all, the Demon Empire had no aircraft at all, and the only air units they could engage were zeppelins. So, they subconsciously assumed these planes were combat units of the same size as the zeppelins. This was like looking at an ant through a magnifying glass. It was a big deal. At the urging of their superiors, the demon rebels finally launched their offensive. The demon artillery opened fire first, a single shell directly impacting the outer wall of the safe zone. Boom! This single shell startled both sides. The demon rebels cheered instantly, but the National Defense Army was on high alert. The sentries immediately sounded the battle alarm, and Leadville immediately reported the attack on the safe zone to Diane. Brad donned his helmet, ready to fight the demon rebels to the bitter end. This single shell not only affected the demon rebels and the National Defense Army, but also stunned the rebels. Were the demon rebels fighting the National Defense Army? The rebel commander was stunned. He repeatedly reviewed the reports from the front, and after repeated verification, he finally confirmed that the demon rebels had launched an attack on the safe zone. After a brief moment of shock, the rebel commander breathed a sigh of relief. The safe zone wasn't the most difficult to attack. The most difficult part was the chain reaction that would follow after attacking it. The National Defense Forces were the most formidable. A single misstep could lead to a broken tussle. Soon, Diane learned of the demonic rebels' attack on the safe zone. The Air Force bases in the northern region of the Elven Empire immediately sounded a combat alert. Hundreds of B-29s took off from the bases, heading directly for Negadro City. They had only one mission, to raise the western part of Negadro City. Upon learning of this, the Papal States immediately ordered the Crusader General to lead 1 million Crusaders toward the Kursk Plains. Prepare to launch an attack on the Kursk Plains at any moment. Just as the various forces were about to make their move, the battle for the safe zone had already begun. The National Defense Forces relied on the strength of their outer walls. For a time, the demon rebels couldn't gain any advantage from the Wehrmacht. Although the Wehrmacht was equipped with AK-47s, its soldiers were still using Mauser rifles. After all, at this distance, a single shot from an AK-47 wouldn't necessarily kill them, but a single shot from a Mauser rifle would definitely take their lives. Anyone who could withstand a single sniper rifle shot was either an athlete or a Superman. The demon rebels couldn't even approach the bridge. They were instantly killed by Wehrmacht soldiers on the outer wall, using Mauser rifles, before they could even get close. But the demon rebels were no pushovers, engaging the Wehrmacht directly from the building opposite. For a time, the Wehrmacht also suffered casualties. Many soldiers were struck by bullets, many killed instantly. This was because the demon rebels were using Papal magic rifles. Papal magic rifles had a unique characteristic. They caused massive trauma to the human body upon impact, and the explosions occurred internally. A bullet hitting the abdomen would likely kill a soldier instantly. So, by the time many Wehrmacht soldiers were carried down the outer wall, their bodies were already horrific. But this didn't dampen the Wehrmacht's morale. Instead, it only intensified. Demon rebels? Who cares? Show me. Without ammunition restrictions, the Wehrmacht unleashed full force, the MG-42's roar never fading. Some frantic Wehrmacht soldiers whipped out their RPGs and fired at the opposing demon rebels. Come on! Sniper fire from the center gate, the Wehrmacht's mortars roared. The mortars easily destroyed the demon artillery that was attacking the outer wall. The demon leader, upon seeing this, flew into a rage. Unbeknownst to him, an even greater surprise awaited him. A formation of B-29 bombers was already en route. Chapter 491. As night fell, the demon rebels finally halted their attack. They had fought all day, but the outcome was this. The demon rebels hadn't even captured the western bridge, leaving them with no way of approaching. If they approached, they would be shot down by Wehrmacht snipers. At first, the demon rebels didn't even bother dodging, believing no one could hit them from a distance of several hundred meters. But the reality was, no matter how the demon soldiers ran or leaped, they couldn't escape being shot down. After being slaughtered dozens of times by snipers, the demon rebels finally learned their lesson. They found some iron plates nearby and used them as bulletproof shields. When the demon rebels felt the crackle of bullets hitting the iron plates, they were overjoyed. The bullet couldn't penetrate, but the next second, an RPG round shattered their dreams. The RPG hit the iron plates, and the entire plate was blown away. The demon rebels were stunned. What was this? This was no fight at all. After several fruitless attacks, the demon rebels retreated. As night fell, both sides finally enjoyed a brief rest. The demon rebels fell asleep, while the Wehrmacht repaired their fortifications. Both sides prepared for tomorrow's battle. And just then, hundreds of B-29 bombers soared through the dark clouds south of Negadro City. Their target was Negadro City. The demon rebels within Negadro City had no idea what they would face tonight. As both sides busied themselves, a snowflake fell on Negadro City. The Wehrmacht soldiers standing guard cried out in surprise as they saw snowflakes landing on their noses. The Wehrmacht soldiers were so nervous because the winter temperatures in Negadro could drop below zero. When the river freezes, the demon rebels will launch attacks on the safe zone from all directions. Can they hold the safe zone? Cuss planes. Gudry also saw the snowflakes falling in his hand. Winter has begun in the demon empire. The demon rebels were completely unaware of the falling snow in their sleep. Although the demon rebels had occupied the western district, it had already been razed by the demon rebels. Their officers brazenly entered the few remaining houses. The lower-ranking soldiers were forced to sleep on the streets, with absolutely no shelter. The demon rebels might be dissatisfied, but they dared not voice any objections. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by military law. A demon rebel soldier looked at his sleeping comrade with disgust. He was an ordinary demon who had been coerced into joining the rebellion. As an ordinary person, he had not yet been brainwashed by the church. He witnessed the massacres committed by the demon rebels firsthand, seeing everything before his eyes. Watching so many of his compatriots being slaughtered wantonly, he could only disguise himself, because he saw the fate of those soldiers who refused to take action against their own. In the frontline combat units, every soldier was required to kill an ordinary person to prove himself. But this soldier cleverly chose to join the logistics unit, thus avoiding direct service on the front lines. This soldier even used all his savings to bribe his commander. The commander spared him without hesitation and took him under his wing. Many soldiers believed his commander was cultivating a confidant. But is the person others see as truly themselves? The truth others see is fundamentally different from the answer in their own minds, but others simply don't care. As the war progressed, the soldier's logistics unit also advanced. He was assigned to the unit attacking the safe zone. The officer who had taken his bribes was now missing, and he didn't know if he had contributed at all. But none of this mattered anymore. As the soldier watched the beasts die around him during the day, his initial anxiety suddenly calmed. He suddenly felt relieved. Although he hadn't stained himself with blood, was he truly innocent? Are bystanders truly innocent? As the soldier pondered his fate, he suddenly saw B-29 bombers in the clouds above. He saw hundreds of B-29s, completely obscuring the sky, which was only partially illuminated by sporadic moonlight. The entire sky was dark. The only sound was the roar of the B-29's engines. The demon rebels, having fought all day, had never imagined the Wehrmacht would attack at this moment. Many soldiers were still asleep. But the demon rebel soldiers on guard immediately sounded the air raid sirens. Woo! The piercing sirens jolted the sleeping demon rebels awake. However, after a brief moment of confusion, many rebel soldiers simply closed their eyes and went back to sleep. It was the same last night. The alarms blared all night, but nothing happened. So just sleep. Heaven is vast. Sleep is the most important thing. These demon rebel soldiers fell asleep instantly. Other demon soldiers fled without hesitation, because they knew they hadn't launched an attack yesterday, but today they had already officially begun fighting. What kind of country is Diyin? If you punch them, they just slap you in the face, send you flying, and send you spinning 3.5 times in the air. Tonight is destined to be a turbulent night. Soon, the B-29 bombers locked onto the safe zone and the dividing line between the east and west urban areas. After repeated confirmation, They dispersed and began their bombing mission. A large number of bombs were dropped like dumplings. The sound of the bombs breaking through the air immediately woke the demon rebel soldiers, who had just fallen asleep. But before they could react, the bombs hit them head-on. The demon rebel soldiers' eyes went black as they were instantly blown to pieces. Some demon rebels clutched crosses crafted from the bones of their fellow demons and prayed, praying that the bombs wouldn't fall on their heads. But if prayers worked, what was the point of justice? God is merely an excuse to escape reality, even in a world with God. Ordinary people who commit crimes must be prepared to face justice. There's a saying that goes, justice may be late, but it will never be absent. And at this moment, Great Yin was justice. Countless bombs fell on West City, destroying every building there. The Great Yin Air Force didn't employ precision bombing, but instead deployed the most powerful area bombing. Everywhere they passed, there was ruin. Perhaps the moment the bomb struck their heads, these demon rebel soldiers finally woke up. The so-called goddess of light couldn't save them. They would pay the price for their crimes. Chapter 492. The next day, when light fell, the entire western district of Nicodero City was reduced to rubble. Last night, 300 B-29 bombers, deployed in 3 waves, flattened the western district of Nicodero. The demon rebels had no time to evacuate the western district before being reduced to rubble by the massive bombing. Perhaps before their death, they recalled their crimes. But that no longer mattered. For the entire western district had been reduced to rubble. The refugees and Wehrmacht soldiers in the safe zone were stunned. Although the Wehrmacht knew the power of the Air Force, they had never witnessed such a horrific bombing. Last night, even the fortified safe zone shook all night. The demon refugees huddled together, fearing an attack by the demon rebels. But they soon felt reassured, for they saw no trace of worry on the faces of the Wehrmacht soldiers. The Wehrmacht soldiers didn't fire their weapons. Instead, they unleashed a large number of red flares, lit them, and dropped them on the ground. The entire safe zone was marked in the night sky. The bombers used this to avoid bombing the safe zone. Although the West City district was razed to the ground, only the majority of it was razed. Some buildings near the river near the safe zone, due to their proximity to the safe zone, were spared the bombing. The demon soldier had actually survived. He had crawled out from among the bodies of his comrades. Last night, an aerial bomb had struck directly next to this demon soldier. Fortunately, a demon rebel soldier lying on the ground perfectly blocked all the shrapnel for him. The soldier was directly thrown back by the shockwave, but suffered no serious damage. And before he could regain consciousness, several more bombs fell, knocking him unconscious. The next day, the demon soldier awoke to find himself piled high with the bodies of his comrades. He struggled to free himself from the pile of corpses, and the sight before him was a complete shock. When the bomb fell, the soldier braced himself for death, only to discover it hadn't killed him. The demon soldier looked up at the sky, at the sun high in the sky, and murmured, "Is this God's will? Since God has given me this chance to live, I must cherish it. I will tell the world everything here." The demon soldier then pulled out a stack of black and white photos from his arms. The photos documented the crimes of the demon rebels. Then, with both hands raised, he walked directly onto the bridge. The sniper had seen the entire scene, but he didn't fire. The sniper didn't see any weapons in the demon soldier's hands. Finally, the soldier entered the safe zone, carrying a large amount of evidence. In fact, these photos weren't taken by the soldier himself, but rather collected from the bodies of various journalists. These journalists weren't from the Demon Empire, but from other countries. The Elf Empire, the Dwarf Empire, and other nations. As the most prosperous city in the entire northern continent, Nicodero attracted a large number of outsiders to settle there. However, their status as outsiders offered them no protection. Instead, it became a death warrant. Because outsiders were even more valuable than demons. Killing a foreigner could even earn them a reward from the church. However, these demons never considered one thing. Why did the church do this? Killing a foreigner earns them a gold coin. What kind of logic is that? It was surely intended to provoke conflict between the Demon Empire and other nations. Perhaps from the very beginning, the Papal States never intended to accept the Demon Empire, or perhaps they simply didn't want to accept demons. The so-called confession policy was merely a means of consuming the demons. And yet, the demons remained entangled in it. This was the church of the feudal era, capable not only of influencing a nation, but also of slaughtering countless lives. After the Great Yin Air Force bombed Nicodero City, the demon rebels were instantly silenced, and the demon uprising was stunned. The surrounding nations fell silent. Even the Papal States chose to remain silent. However, after a brief silence, the Papal States immediately jumped out to condemn the Great Yin. This disregarded the people of the Demon Empire. This caused enormous casualties to the people of the Demon Empire. However, the next second, the Great Yin Ministry of Foreign Affairs publicly exposed all the crimes committed by the demon rebels. The Papal State instantly became a clown. The surrounding nations tacitly chose silence, because they knew that, on the surface, this was a conflict between the Demon Empire and Great Yin. In reality, it was a game between Great Yin and the Papal State. So, each nation chose to remain silent and instead sit back and watch the clash. But what they didn't know was that sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight only allowed them to reap the benefits when both tigers were mutually injured. The problem was, one tiger not only held the other down, but also overturned the audience seats. You're all laughing at me, right? Then don't eat them all. After seeing this evidence, the Papal State decisively cut ties with the Demon Empire rebels. The demon rebels were instantly made the laughingstock of the world. The Papal State halted its arms supply to the demon rebels, depriving them of their primary source of weapons. After the rebel commander pledged his loyalty to Adelheid, he received military support from the Great Flame. At this moment, attack and defend the aliens. The demon rebels sounded the clarion call for a counterattack, and their influence in the Negadro city area rapidly expanded. The rebels reclaimed territory occupied by the demon rebels. The entire Negadro city area was gradually recaptured by the rebels. However, the real protagonist, the Second Armored Army, was still on the way. With the Papal State completely abandoning the demon rebels, this meant that the Papal State had placed all its bets on the upcoming Battle of Kursk. Leon also understood that the Papal State was going all in. He then focused even more on the Kursk plain. With victory in the Battle of Kursk, De Yin would be free of war for 5 years. At that time, De Yin could develop peacefully. The winter snows successfully held off both sides, giving them a chance to breathe. Both sides were using this winter to make final preparations. Over 80% of the ammunition produced daily by the De Yin arsenals went to the Kursk region, and 70% of the armored units produced also went there. The Kursk region was about to become a vast arsenal. War was about to come. Perhaps this winter snow was the last of the tranquility. Chapter 493. With the Papal States in silence, a brief peace has arrived on the continent. Currently, the only wars still raging in the world are in the East Continent and the Orc Empire, mired in civil strife. The wars between the major powers have ceased. This winter has been a rare season of peace. The people of De Yin are unfazed by the specter of war. They are striving to survive this winter. For in their eyes, the National Defense Forces will ward off all external enemies. All they can do is work hard and contribute to the development of De Yin. The brief winter peace has allowed Leon, as the leader, to relax. Currently, the entire De Yin state machinery is operating at full speed. But it's mostly just repeating what it did the day before, producing armaments. And the National Defense Forces are training day after day. There are already rumors within the army that they're about to go to war with the Papal States. But they're not afraid, for they believe Leon will lead them to victory. Leon, his spiritual pillar, was lazing about at home. It wasn't that Leon didn't want to work hard, it was that there simply wasn't anything left to do. General public affairs documents were simply handed over to the cabinet. And now, with nothing major happening, Leon could legitimately take paid leave. Leon, finally, it's my turn to enjoy the holiday. However, Leon was still unhappy because before the holiday, Leon was a slave. After the holiday, Leon was still a slave. Leon, wasn't this holiday wasted? Because Yun Qinqi took Leon shopping for baby supplies? And the other women followed suit. So Leon became a humanoid pendant again. In just half an hour, Leon was covered in handbags. Likely because of the bags, Leon's face was barely visible. And today happened to be a weekday, and it was daytime. So Leon and his group didn't encounter many ordinary people. Otherwise, Leon would have become famous. Of course, at most, people would discuss it privately. This kind of joke about Leon would never make it into the newspapers. Leon's tolerance for the people of De Yin is truly unwavering. As long as you don't do anything harmful to De Yin, you can even discuss De Yin's national policies loudly in public. Even if you criticize national policies, no one will bother you. Of course, that assumes you don't make reactionary remarks. For example, you can point out the shortcomings of a certain policy implemented by Leon, but you can't call De Yin a corrupt country and incite the masses. For someone like that, they'd probably be taken away by the Intelligence Bureau before they could finish their words. As for whether he can return alive, or even if he can reappear in De Yin, that depends on his strength. And De Yin is also very open-minded. The public can discuss the faults of public figures. For example, the public can discuss what kind of person Leon is, mock him for being henpecked, and even point out Cadis's mistakes in command. The reason Leon is so open is because he knows. De Yen completed industrialization in just a few years, which means that many people haven't even realized it yet. So, if these people want to quickly adapt to the industrial age, they can only communicate with others. This is the fundamental reason why Lion advocates for free speech. Only through communication can we gain experience. Without communication, the entire country will become stagnant. What's terrifying isn't the gossip, but the information cocoon. Gossip can be suppressed through state means, but the information cocoon is a way of trapping people. Lion absolutely cannot tolerate this. What if, one day, ordinary people stopped discussing national affairs and instead turned to reading meaningless gossip? How serious would the consequences be? Lion didn't know, and he didn't dare to think about it. Because he was afraid that De Yen would follow in his footsteps. So, Lion decided to use strong measures to stifle these things. Education must start from childhood. Give a child a copy of how the steel was tempered. Then he read it from childhood. Lion doesn't want to see how the steel rusted. The people are happy, but Lion is sad. Ever since they learned that the public would discuss Leon's life, the women began to compete for him. Because they wanted to hear how they were perceived by the public. So Leon was in big trouble. Many shop assistants in clothing and accessories stores froze in their tracks as they watched Leon, carrying large and small bags, trailing behind Yun Qingqi and the others. Although they had never met Leon and the women, as service businesses, their boss had shown them photos of Leon and the others. So they recognized Leon instantly. Some waiters stared blankly at Leon and the others as they left. Then the discussion began. The leaders' wives are so elegant. Yeah. Didn't you see the one walking in front? She exudes an inexplicable aura of dominance. Yeah. As a 5th-level Doqi knight, Leon could of course hear the discussion behind him. And Yun Qingqi and the others could certainly hear it too, but they just smiled and said nothing. Why? They just loved hearing this kind of talk. But they soon stopped liking it. Has that black-haired lowly reached adulthood? Of course, but she seems rather foolish. Yeah, look at the white-haired, red-eyed, bunny-eared girl next to her. She's a bit silly, but she's so adorable. Hey, you nearly fell to the ground when he heard this. Bullying. How can this world be so full of malice? Hey, you lowered his head, a look of grief and indignation on his face as he walked forward, not even looking where he was going, and crashed into a wall. But hey, you didn't stop, and the wall shattered. A large, human-shaped hole appeared in the wall. Leon and his group were stunned. The wall before him was definitely not a shoddy construction, for Leon had personally participated in its construction. But now? Leon looked at the wall, then at Yun Qingqi and the others. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Yun Qingqi and the others silently held their foreheads. When would this child grow up? And just then, a snowflake fell. The first snow of the winter in De Yen had arrived. Leon looked at the snowflakes in the sky, feeling a surge of emotion. 2 years ago, in winter, he had been terrified of snow, and now. Leon smiled. De Yen had grown stronger, no longer needing to fear these so-called divine punishments. And just as Leon was grinning, Yun Qingqi used his magic to gather the snowflakes from the air into his hand. Instantly, he formed a snowball and gently tossed it, hitting Leon squarely on the head. Leon turned back to see who had thrown it, and was stunned. Because the women each held a snowball, and Yunqing even had one the size of a watermelon. Run! Leon ran without a backward glance, the women relentlessly pursuing him. Hey, you saw no one to comfort him, looked at the retreating women, and cried as he chased them. Perhaps at this moment, Leon would forget that he was a leader and realize that he was a husband. Chapter 494. The days of peace were short-lived. Over 100 days passed in the blink of an eye. Although spring had officially arrived, the snow hadn't yet melted, and it still felt like winter, whether in the Demon Empire or Great Yin. But at this point, the Papal States could no longer wait. The Pope ordered his troops to begin assembling, as the snow on the Papal States' borders would soon melt, allowing them to attack the Demon Empire. However, attacking at this time had a drawback. The Papal States would have to face the severe cold and snow within the Demon Empire. You have to understand that winter in the Demon Empire is not like winter in other countries. The Demon Empire's winters are extremely cold, and many demons simply don't have the opportunity to leave their homes. It's not that they don't want to go out, but that they simply don't have the opportunity. The freezing cold and blizzards have trapped them in their homes. As for just how cold the Demon Empire is, the 1st Armored Division has the best say. In the safe zone of Nagadro City, thanks to the city's natural protection and a large magic circle, which provided protection for all residents, the people of Nagadro City did not feel too much of the cold. However, the 50,000 officers and soldiers of the 1st Armored Division were stunned. At first, they thought the winter on the Kursk Plain would only be 20 to 30 degrees Celsius below zero. However, they did not expect the lowest temperature on the Kursk Plain to rival the winter of divine punishment. This nearly froze many Wehrmacht soldiers into ice sticks. Fortunately, Lion delivered winter supplies to the Kursk Plains just in time. The 1st Armored Division built bunkers directly on the vast Kursk Plains, relying on trenches and positions. 50,000 soldiers spent 2 or 3 months underground, like groundhogs. Cadiz finally understood why Kuenberg and his predecessors hadn't attacked the Demon Empire in winter. It wasn't that no one had considered it, but given the temperatures, entering the Demon Empire in winter would be tantamount to seeking death. After finally surviving the winter, Cadiz realized that war was about to begin. Even then, the Papal States had already ordered the 2 million Crusaders stationed on the border to prepare to advance on the Kursk Plains. At this time, the Dwarf Empire, having prepared all winter, also prepared to launch a final offensive. The Dwarf Empire would cooperate with the Crusaders' attack. While the Papal States Crusaders launched their attack on the Kursk Plains, they would gather their forces to attack the Elf Empire. Due to the long-standing feud between the Elves and the Dwarves, it was impossible for others to determine whether this was instigated by the Papal State or a spontaneous action by the Dwarves. But that was irrelevant. All eyes on the road were focused on the Kursk Plain. The 1st Armored Army had already arrived at the Kursk Plain. The 2nd Armored Army, rushing before the blizzard arrived, had directly attacked Nagadro City. However, due to the blizzard and the complete annihilation of the demon rebels within Nagadro City, the 2nd Armored Army was forced to remain in Nagadro City. At this time, Ade was crowned as the next demon emperor in Nagadro City. When Adelheid first ascended to the throne, Leon didn't express his approval. Instead, he sent her an item. It was Latafe's bloodthirsty demon abyss. Leon didn't know what kind of person Adelheid was, but he knew that if Adelheid was a worthy emperor, he would naturally support her. How could he prove himself a worthy emperor? By showing the world how he had saved his people. So, the moment Adelheid saw the bloodthirsty demon abyss, she understood Leon's intention. After successfully ascending to the throne, Adelheid's first act was to vindicate the demon rebellion. She labeled the demon rebellion traitors. She also incorporated the rebels and reorganized them into the new Demon Empire army. Afterwards, Adelheid personally built a cenotaph for his brother Latiface and personally placed it in the Imperial Mausoleum. The Imperial Mausoleum contains the tombs of all the successive Demon Empire emperors. But many emperors' tombs, like Latiface, are mere cenotaphs without bodies. They made the same choice as Latiface, and they were forgotten. But this world has gods. The Demon Empire doesn't believe in gods, but that doesn't change the fact that they are descendants of gods. Even though the god of destruction has fallen, the Demon Empire has been able to survive for thousands of years. This puzzles many gods. Why, without the protection of gods, can the Demon Empire still survive? Could it be that the god of destruction never fell from the beginning, but the throne of the god of destruction has been vacant for thousands of years? When Adelheid escorted Latiface into the Imperial Mausoleum, everyone witnessed him weeping as he entered. But everyone noticed that Adelheid came out smiling. Many people were puzzled as to why Adelheid would act this way. But no one dared to ask. After all, Adelheid was the emperor of the Demon Empire. Dine Intelligence Bureau personnel reported this unusual situation directly to the Bureau. The Bureau reported it to Leon. Leon saw it, closed his eyes, and went back to sleep. How could I control whether she was laughing or crying? But Leon still told Evelyn about this. Evelyn's face showed surprise when she heard it. She then used her power to peer a little, but the next second, Evelyn gave up. As if she had witnessed something horrific, her once beautiful eyes burst into tears of blood. Leon hurried to stand, but Evelyn stopped him. I'm fine. Something is stopping me, and it's very likely a god, Evelyn said dismissively. Leon felt completely unwell after hearing this. Why would Adelheid also be implicated by God? Lion felt a headache. The matter fell through, but Leon remained vigilant. He instructed the Intelligence Bureau agents to keep a close eye on Adelheid. Lion was ready for the upcoming Battle of Kursk. And that very winter, the Orc Empire collapsed. And not just literally, but in the truest sense. Chapter 495. Time goes back over 2 months. After Lano's death, the Orc Empire's rebels were already divided. Orc Emperor Baromir wanted to seize this opportunity to immediately eliminate the rebels. Furthermore, Lano's death forced his 600,000-man army to retreat to the west, sacrificing strategic positions in the center. Orc Emperor Baromir immediately seized this opportunity, and dispatched 300,000 troops westward. Without Lano, the rebels instantly lost the courage to resist, and Bab Weiss even fled with his troops. Because when Lano was still alive, the rebels would defend Lano against all incoming enemies as long as they provided him with sufficient food. But now, Lano was dead. At first, the rebel leaders expressed regret, while some realized the rebellion's impending doom. They then packed up and prepared to flee. Moreover, the rebel leaders did not stop these fleeing officers. Because the rebel leaders were also trying to find a way to escape, Beremert finally showed some wisdom. When he learned of the numerous divisions within the rebel army, and that many officers were seeking a way out, Beremert immediately contacted these officers and offered them generous terms to recruit them. He also brought their troops with him. Although Beremert was known for his fickleness, this time he chose to offer generous terms. Because he knew that if he could not resolve the domestic problems before the decisive battle between Great Yin and the Papal State, after the war between Great Yin and the Papal States ended, if Great Yin emerged victorious, the Orc Empire would inevitably face a reckoning. At this point, he was a fish on the chopping block. So Beremert was fully aware that he had to resolve the Orc Empire's internal problems as quickly as possible. That was why Beremert offered such generous terms. Otherwise, given Beremert's usual stinginess, he would have resorted to a scramble to scrape together military funds. Over a third of the rebel senior officers defected to the Orc Empire. What the rebels' leaders hadn't anticipated was that almost all of these senior officers were from the central region, occupying strategic locations. These senior officers defected because they understood Lano's importance. These rebel leaders hadn't witnessed the current combat effectiveness of the Demon Empire's army. Lano was responsible for at least 60% of the rebels' current success. However, the reality was that even after Lano's death, no one stood up to speak a word of justice for him. So these officers chose to defect without hesitation. Because they were afraid they would become the next Lano. Meanwhile, Lano's lieutenant, with 600,000 men, fled directly to Urus's camp. Then Urus was stunned. Seeing the 600,000-man army appear before him, Urus was completely stunned. At first, Bruce thought they were going to attack his camp, and immediately prepared to order his soldiers to defend the city. But after a while, he realized that the people before him were coming to surrender. Then Urus was stunned, because he looked at the 600,000-man army with disbelief. If they weren't brothers, why would 600,000 men come to join him? When Urus learned the reason, he was stunned. He was shocked that the soldiers before him were actually veterans of Lano's army. You have to remember, these 600,000 troops had been fighting on the front lines against the elite of the Orc Empire. These were no ordinary 600,000 soldiers. For the current rebel army, the total strength was approximately 2 million. Although Lano was politically weaker than the others, he had an army of 800,000. At least militarily, Lano could unleash his prowess as he pleased. However, the rebel leadership simply let Lano run wild. They simply let him run wild. In other words, these high-ranking politicians couldn't control Lano at all. So, they simply left him alone. Unrestrained, Lano took off. While recruiting troops, they also learned the Great Yin training methods. At the same time, they strengthened ideological education and directly targeted the nobles. Wherever they passed, all the nobles were bankrupt. In Lan No's words, this was called sacrificing the small to protect the big, this was called the minority obeying the majority, this was called sacrificing the interests of some to benefit the masses. Lan No's deception completely swayed everyone. The soldiers chose to follow Lan No without hesitation. In just a few months, 800,000 new recruits became iron-blooded soldiers. They followed Lan No in battles across the country and achieved great military success. So, Urus looked at the 600,000-man army before him, and after a brief silence, he remained calm on the surface, but inwardly he was ecstatic, almost doing a backflip. With only 100,000 men, Urus dared to challenge the Orc Empire. Now, Urus possesses an army of 700,000. Forget challenging the Orc Empire, Urus dares to wage war against it directly. And Urus no longer fears threats from other rebel forces. Previously, Bab Weiss threatened Urus, forcing him to provide food to Bab Weiss's army. Urus wanted to turn against Bab Weiss, but lacked the strength. Originally, Urus had considered submitting to Bab Weiss's tyranny. But now, Urus has truly stood up. I now have 700,000 men. Today, I say my name is Urus. Who's for? Who's against? From that moment on, Urus successfully stood up. After learning that the army had joined him, Urus picked up the phone and called Bab Weiss. Bab Weiss, I'm telling you, my food is for my soldiers and those who support me. Not for treacherous creatures like you, who steal from their comrades, commit adultery, and think only with their lower bodies. I tell you, you never reach the heights of Lano in your lifetime. You're nothing but a maggot parasitic on the rebellion. Urus launched into a barrage of words, silencing Bab Weiss. Bab Weiss glanced at the phone in disbelief, then at his lieutenants. The lieutenants were also stunned. They had never expected Urus to say that. Bab Weiss picked up the phone and double-checked, realizing it was indeed Urus calling. And Urus had indeed cursed him. Just as he was about to turn around and curse back, Urus had already hung up. Then Bab Weiss was stunned. What on earth was going on? Chapter 496. Just as Urus received 600,000 troops, the entire revolutionary front was suddenly depleted. At this moment, Bahamut received an order from Bahamut. He was ordered to lead 800,000 troops and launch an immediate attack on the rebels. Without Lano, the rebels were completely unable to withstand the Orc Empire's offensive on the front lines. The entire central region was surrendered within 3 days, and the western region was also under serious threat. After deliberation, the rebel provisional government unanimously decided to appoint Urus as marshal and ordered him to march immediately. He was to lead the army to resist the Orc Empire's attack. But Urus was not Lano. While Urus was young and hot-headed, he was not reckless. The rebel provisional government's deliberations were tantamount to making something for nothing. Without any aid, Urus was sent to the front lines to fight the Orc Empire to the bitter end with a single order. Isn't this treating Urus like a fool? Urus immediately expressed his dissatisfaction and presented his own conditions to the council. First, Bab Weiss must be punished. Second, every faction must contribute troops to form a coalition. It couldn't just be one group, everyone must join this war. Urus also very humanely offered a way out to those factions with limited manpower. It was to either contribute men, money, or food. If you don't have men, you always have money and food. Urus's proposal caused an uproar among the rebels. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand why Urus dared to speak to them in this way. Then, upon learning that Urus had accepted 600,000 troops from Lano, they decisively followed Urus's advice. When Bab Weiss learned that the rebels were planning to punish him, he immediately threatened to lead his troops away. But Bab Weiss was foolish, but his army was not. Furthermore, Bab Weiss had no policies or actions that favored his soldiers. On the contrary, to satisfy his own extravagant lifestyle, Bab Weiss withheld some of the soldiers' pay. This deduction immediately infuriated the soldiers. At first, his soldiers remained calm, but when they heard that the rebels were planning to liquidate Bab Weiss, they decisively turned the tables. Not only were few willing to follow Bab Weiss, but some even led the rebels on their way to capture Bab Weiss. Bab Weiss was forced to flee with Lady Lano. As for where they could flee, it all depended on their luck. At this point, Urus, as the marshal, had already completed the order to assemble the troops. Although reluctant, the various factions still managed to gather some troops. The remaining factions combined, totaling 400,000 men. This meant a full 1,000,000 troops on the front lines. But Urus couldn't guarantee the combat effectiveness of this 1,000,000-man army. Urus could only trust the 600,000 Lano troops at his disposal. As for the 400,000 men they had gathered, Urus could only chuckle. If these 400,000 men didn't flee after the battle, it would be a blessing. Urus wanted these 400,000 men simply to confuse the enemy. After all, 400,000 men is a significant number, and it could greatly attract the enemy's attention, thus achieving the purpose of his military deployment. At the same time, Urus learned of Bahamut's offensive strategy. Bahamut led 300,000 troops to directly seize a key point and attack, heading straight for the most important city at the junction of the Midwest and the West. Landry City. Located at the junction of the Midwest and the West, this city served as a transportation hub connecting the Midwest and the West. If this transportation hub was lost, the rebels would lose the initiative. But if Landry was controlled, the rebels could readily launch an attack on the central region. Urus knew that the rebels had already lost the central region and could not afford to lose Landry again. So, Urus dispatched 200,000 elite troops to garrison Landry. He also ordered 400,000 troops gathered from other forces to remain active around Landry and spread the word. Let everyone know that these 400,000 troops were waiting for an opportunity to attack near Landry. After hearing this news, Bahamut's face was filled with caution. Although Bahamut knew that the Lano army was the most formidable among the rebels, he did not take it lightly. Bahamut was extremely cautious regarding the other armies. Because Bahamut had never fought them, how could he know the enemy's combat effectiveness without a fight? So, upon learning of this, Bahamut immediately requested reinforcements from Barumar. Barumar calculated that he only had 1.2 million troops. Having already dispatched 300,000, he only had 900,000 left. What would he do if the Qinchi kingdom launched a war of revenge at this time? But Baromir gritted his teeth and decided to send reinforcements. He directly allocated another 300,000 troops to Bahamut. With 600,000 elite troops, Bahamut could finally show his prowess. Bahamut waited for the troops to arrive, and once the two armies had merged, he immediately ordered his troops to attack towards Landry. Every village was destroyed wherever they passed. Because, in Bahamut's eyes, these lowly peasants not only did not aid the empire, but actually aided the rebels. Since they chose to aid the rebels, they should be prepared for death. A conservative estimate is that Bahamut destroyed at least 30 villages. A large number of peasants in the central region fled upon hearing the news, directly to Landry city. Then the pressure fell on Urus. What should be done now? The Orc Empire army. In Bahamut's tent, all the generals gathered, but they weren't discussing how to attack. Your Highness, as far as I know, His Majesty doesn't intend to launch a war of revenge against the Great Flame. So what should we do? A general spoke up. Bahamut remained silent, but a general beside him spoke up. Your Majesty has been terrified by the Great Flame. The Orc Empire should replace him with a wise and powerful emperor. The general said this, his gaze fixed on Bahamut. After hearing this, everyone's expressions lit up with enthusiasm. For this was exactly what they had been waiting for. As the general spoke, it was as if a window paper had been pierced. Everyone began to echo him. Bahamut appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was incredibly excited. Because he wanted the army not just to defeat the rebels, but more importantly for himself. Chapter 497. Bahamut prepared to launch an attack while simultaneously plotting a coup. However, unbeknownst to Bahamut, his father, Baromir, already knew everything he had done. Although Baromir, as the emperor of the Orc Empire, had declined significantly due to his age and his mental faculties were not quite as sharp, he was, after all, the true emperor of the Orc Empire. He was the one who had once fought for the throne with more than 10 of his brothers, and ultimately emerged victorious. Baromir did not kill all of his brothers. Instead, he employed the most drastic measures possible, leading his army to subdue them one by one. It can be said that every dissolute and hedonistic old monarch was once, to some degree, a vigorous and promising emperor. But that was only in the past, not now. After Bahamut had killed all of his brothers, Baromir had his sights fixed on Bahamut. Because Baromir saw in Bahamut the reflection of one of his former brothers. That brother had gone from one extreme to another. First, like Bahamut, he could kill his own brother. And he did so with such brutality that he could hardly be called a human. Furthermore, back then, Baromir was still young, and his brother was much older, practically his older brother. And then, that brother nearly strangled Baromir in his cradle. Because Baromir's mother was the queen of the Orc Empire, even though Baromir had 2 older brothers. However, because Baromir was blessed by the gods at birth, his many brothers were extremely wary of him. However, because he had 2 older brothers who cared for him, and was favored by the queen, many Orc princes were unable to attack him. But his brother was different. He launched a mutiny, and led a massive army to attack the palace. And, cleverly, he didn't attack the emperor directly, but instead marched into the harem and slaughtered his brothers. In his words, upon his defeat he said, "If I kill all the heirs, I will be the sole heir." Although his brother failed, the impact was enormous. He led his army into the palace, and even the queen's chambers, nearly stabbing the infant Baromir to death. Because this incident had scarred his childhood, Baromir was somewhat reluctant to see fratricide. However, he didn't object, knowing that the Orc Emperor was chosen through bloodbaths, not through peaceful succession. So, Baromir didn't punish Bahamut in any way. However, Baromir kept a close eye on Bahamut. If Bahamut gained access to military power, Baromir would take countermeasures and strictly control him. However, what Bahamut didn't know was that everything he was doing was already known to Baromir. Even then, Urus led his army to Landry city. However, he was surprised to discover that Bahamut, on the other side, had no intention of attacking Landry. Instead, he simply camped not far from Landry city and began to rest. This left Urus baffled. What was going on? Urus pondered for a long time, but still couldn't come up with any explanation. In the end, he could only assume that Bahamut was guarding against the Qinchi kingdom. As the civil strife intensified within the Orc Empire, the Qinchi kingdom gradually grew stronger, and a voice began to emerge within the country. It was calling for a war of revenge against the Orc Empire, and once this proposal was made, it received overwhelming support from the Orcs. And a large number of Orcs joined the Qinchi kingdom's army. In just 6 months, the Qinchi kingdom had added 400,000 new troops. Their troop strength reached a staggering 1 million. And this number was still rising. Although Yuan Qingqi alone held the final say in the Qingqi kingdom, she still had to listen to the opinions of her people. Yuan Qingqi also wanted to launch a war of revenge against the Orc Empire. But now that Yuan Qingqi was pregnant, she suddenly lost her former aggressiveness. Instead, the Qingqi kingdom began to develop peacefully. Regarding Yuan Qingqi's situation, some within the Qingqi kingdom were both happy and worried, but the calls for a war of revenge against the Orc Empire persisted and intensified. Finally, after much discussion, the Qingqi Council of Elders unanimously decided to launch a war of revenge against the Orc Empire. And they wanted to gain a foothold within the Orc Empire before the Battle of Kursk. At the same time, they established contact with the rebels and assisted them in their fight against the Orc Empire. So, shortly after the National Defense Forces entered the Cusco Plains, the Qingqi Kingdom dispatched 600,000 troops north to attack the Orc Empire. In just 2 weeks, the Qingqi army advanced 500 kilometers. Their momentum was unstoppable, and no army could stop them. Where the Qingqi army passed, the Orc civilians fled. This was because they had witnessed the Orc migrations in the past. While it was called a migration, it was actually the Orc Empire. Everyone isolated these Orcs, forcing them into a desperate situation with swords and guns. They forced all these Orcs into the present-day territory of the Qingqi Kingdom. Furthermore, the Orcs once numbered in the tens of millions, but now, only tens of millions remain within the Orc Empire. As for where the rest of the Orcs went, perhaps their bodies lie buried beneath the Orc Empire's soil. This is why the Orc civilians fled upon seeing the Orc army. Most of them weren't perpetrators of violence, though some were bystanders. But does that mean bystanders are innocent? The Qingqi army advanced northward without encountering any resistance. It was so smooth that even their own people found it unusual. However, the truth was that the Orc Empire simply didn't have enough troops to defend Qingqi. Beribert concentrated all his forces in his own hands. He was afraid that he would be without an army. In the past, Beribert could have roamed the continent with his 600,000-man army. But things were different now. In the age of adults he had changed. So Beribert was growing increasingly insecure, having heard about the Great Yin Armored Forces' glorious record of quickly clearing the Holy Empire in just 2 weeks. Chapter 498. Upon learning of the Qingqi Kingdom's military deployment, Beribert immediately contacted Bahamut and urged him to launch an immediate attack. Bahamut didn't hesitate and immediately launched an attack on Landry. Bahamut was no fool. If Landry wasn't captured, then the Orc Empire and Qingqi Kingdom would be locked in a stalemate. The rebels could then pass through Landry and launch a direct flank attack on the Orc Empire at any time. In summary, Bahamut had to launch an attack immediately. So, Bahamut immediately launched his attack on the rebels. Although Urus had made preparations, the 600,000 elite troops led by Bahamut were truly elite. Although Urus possessed 600,000 Lano troops, Urus did not dare to take it lightly. The Orc Empire had also copied a large number of 150mm howitzers. Even a considerable number of 240mm cannons were copied. They possessed powerful offensive capabilities, while the Urus side lacked heavy artillery, let alone light artillery. They even lacked a handful of light artillery pieces. They even used weapons and equipment captured from the Orc Empire. Although the Orc Empire's weaponry was crude, one thing must be admitted, it was abundant and plentiful. Because the Orc Empire lacked a sound distribution of artillery and heavy weapons, many armies, thanks to connections, possessed significant amounts of heavy firepower, while other, more detached armies lacked much. This was the feudal system of the Orc Empire, rotten to the core. Every relationship required money and connections. It's fair to say that in the Orc Empire, without money and connections, you can't get anywhere. Many people, unable to survive, chose to join the rebels. This was common practice. However, these well-connected armies were directly defeated by Lano. And the vast quantities of heavy firepower carried by these well-connected individuals fell into Lano's hands. As a marshal, Lano understood the importance of heavy firepower to the army. So, given the choice between luxury goods and heavy firepower, Lano decisively chose heavy firepower. And, adhering to the principle of preferring to lose food over heavy firepower, Lano retained a large quantity of heavy firepower. And Lano's soldiers also maintained this steadfast belief. So, when Lano's army defected to Urus, they also brought a large number of artillery pieces with them. Urus drooled at the sight of these artillery pieces. And before Urus could even warm himself up, Bahamut launched his attack. The rumbling of artillery immediately interrupted Urus's thoughts. Damn it! This is unbearable. Just do it. Urus immediately pulled out all the artillery from the warehouse. And, recklessly, he chose to wait for Bahamut's bombardment. This wait lasted a day or two, during which time Urus withdrew all his troops from Landry. Then, he quietly waited for Bakhmut's bombardment. To completely destroy Landry's defenses, Bakhmut bombarded it for 3 days. It reduced Landry to rubble. The original residents of Landry had long since been relocated to the west. Now Landry was just a deserted city. And yet, even this deserted city was bombarded by Bakhmut for 3 days. 3 days? How much ammunition was that? Urus himself couldn't help but marvel at Bakhmut's arrogance. But beyond the sigh, there was also a tinge of joy. Because, after 3 days of bombardment, Bakhmut had already lowered his guard. In Bakhmut's mind, 3 days without a counterattack by artillery meant there were no artillery. And to make it more realistic, Urus even ordered a few of his light artillery pieces to launch a symbolic counterattack. And this symbolic counterattack completely lowered Bakhmut's guard. Is there still a chance of fighting? Rampling Landry. After 3 days of continuous bombardment, even Bakhmut's soldiers believed that after Lano's death, the rebels had no more capable generals. After the bombardment ended, Bakhmut immediately ordered his soldiers to attack Landry city. But at this moment, Urus's counterattack finally began. After locating Bakhmut's artillery positions, Urus ordered his artillery to concentrate their attacks on the Orc Empire's artillery positions. At the same time, he ordered the 600,000 troops hidden outside Landry city to charge directly into the city and keep the Orc Empire army at bay. Although Landry city had been reduced to rubble, the surrounding walls still had a faint outline of the ruins. This could barely provide some blocking and mitigating effect. But even this small blocking effect bought Urus time. Urus's revolutionary army arrived first, with 100,000 soldiers directly at the forefront. They kept Bakhmut's army at bay. Then the shells landed directly on Bakhmut's artillery positions. And then Bakhmut exploded. He couldn't understand why Urus still had so many artillery pieces. But he soon realized that Urus was deceiving him. 3 days of bombing were just a lure. It wasn't until this moment that Bakhmut realized that Urus, the enemy, was no ordinary man. He could withstand 3 days of bombing without a sound. Is he still an ordinary person? Bakhmut shook his head, looking at the ruined city before him, and decisively ordered his troops to withdraw. Bakhmut was no fool. He knew that without artillery cover, they couldn't take the city. Furthermore, the rebels not only had the advantage in numbers, but also in artillery. At this point, pushing his troops forward would be nothing more than a trap to die. Bakhmut immediately ordered his troops to withdraw. Then it was Urus' turn to be stunned. Urus was dumbfounded. He had prepared so carefully for so long, endured 3 days of bombing, and was filled with anger. Just as I was about to show my prowess, you tell me Bakhmut gave up the fight and simply fled. Although Bakhmut decisively ordered a retreat, some of his troops were still trapped. At this point, Bakhmut decisively abandoned this portion of his army. He quickly completed the siege and led the main force in a rapid retreat. But 30,000 soldiers remained within Landry city, where they were surrounded and annihilated by the rebels. Urus watched Bakhmut retreat, his heart finally at ease. The news of Bakhmut's failed attack on Landry quickly spread throughout the Orc Empire and surrounding nations. Upon hearing this, the Chinchi army immediately ordered an all-out offensive against the Orc Empire. And just as Bakhmut was about to lash out at Bakhmut, he discovered that Bakhmut still had over 500,000 troops at his disposal. And then Bakhmut wilted. I admit, I spoke a little loudly just now. Chapter 499. With Bakhmut's defeat, everyone, including Urus, believed the enemy wouldn't attack anytime soon. However, Urus still implemented conventional defensive deployments. The rebel coalition forces disbanded on the spot, each returning to their own camps. Seeing this, Urus was at a loss for words. After all, the war was over, and the leaders of these armies were already urging them to return. However, just as the coalition forces had retreated to their respective camps, and Urus had just stationed his 600,000-man army at Landry, Bakhmut had returned. After all, they had taken advantage of the night, making no noise, and had marched all the way to the outskirts of Landry. It wasn't that there weren't soldiers on guard, but rather that these soldiers, to varying degrees, were suffering from vitamin deficiency, which had led to night blindness. Even among the most elite Lano troops, many suffered from night blindness. Then, only when the enemy approached the city walls did some soldiers clearly see the enemy near them. Upon seeing this, the soldiers immediately opened fire. The city walls were now mere decorations, reduced to rubble by the artillery fire. The Orc soldiers could easily scale the walls. Even Urus's revolutionary army hadn't considered keeping the enemy out of the city walls. Perhaps this could have been done before the walls were destroyed. But what could they do now? The sound of gunfire jolted the defenders of Landry from their slumber. They gathered their equipment, donned their uniforms, and headed for the walls. But by the time they arrived, the orc soldiers who had made the night raid had already entered the city. They collided head-on with the incoming reinforcements. Open fire. Without the slightest hesitation, the Revolutionary Army officer immediately gave the order to open fire. After all, there's a saying, fire first, no matter if you can hit the enemy or not, fire first, and then the Revolutionary Army actually opened fire. The first encounter stunned the opposing orc army. But the orcs, once they had reacted, immediately launched a counterattack. Due to the Revolutionary Army's hasty response, and many soldiers still half asleep, the exchange of fire caused casualties to skyrocket. Watching this, Urus was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. According to the latest battle report, at least 200,000 orcs had entered the city. And the number was still rising. 200,000 troops were locked in a fierce battle with the Revolutionary Army. For a time, the Revolutionary Army was completely unable to expel these 200,000 troops. Urus instantly felt the pressure. If the orc army gained a foothold in the city, Bahamut could then use the orc-controlled areas to continuously reinforce Landry, ultimately wearing down the rebels. Perhaps the rebels could gain the upper hand in guerrilla warfare, but in urban combat, the malnourished revolutionary soldiers and the well-fed elite orcs were simply not on the same level. The elite orcs were twice as large as the revolutionary soldiers. It was like a skinny man versus a strong man. How could they fight this urban battle? Although he was defeated, Urus did not give up, encouraging his soldiers to repel the orcs as much as possible. However, things went against his will. As the battle continued, more and more orc troops poured into the city. Even though Urus had personally led his troops into battle, he still couldn't repel the orc army before him. Inside the city, a young revolutionary soldier was engaging the opposing orcs with a Mauser rifle. This soldier had been fighting from last night until noon today. The sun was now shining brightly, but the winter sun wasn't scorching, but rather mild. But just when the soldier thought the battle would continue, the orcs suddenly blew their retreat horns. This instantly excited the soldiers. The enemy retreated. However, the truth was that the opposing orcs had temporarily withdrawn, giving the soldiers time to rest. After resting, they immediately attacked and captured Landry. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the revolutionary soldiers rested. As soon as the revolutionary soldier sat down, he took out a small notebook and began writing something. A revolutionary soldier standing next to him was puzzled and glanced at what he was writing. "Mother, sister, I hope you're all well. Today marks my 134th day in the Revolutionary Army. Last night, the Orc Empire launched a night raid on Landry. We were rushed to respond, and for a while, we were unable to drive them out. And the war is getting increasingly difficult. I have a sinister feeling that we might lose Landry." Okay, enough military talk. Sister and mother, are you all doing well in your other world? For some reason, I keep dreaming of you. Please rest assured, I will return to our homeland, and I will make that noble lord pay. By the way, I seem to have fallen in love with a girl about my age who lives in a village not far from Landry. That day, our army was on the march, and I happened to see her working in the fields, my mother and sister. After this battle, I go find her. Although I can sense that Landry is about to be captured by the orcs, we won't give up. We will keep fighting. I will never betray the revolution, because this is the only armed force left for us, the lower classes. May my mother and sister rest in peace. Having written this, the soldier abruptly closed his diary and wiped away the tears. Dosim, come and eat quickly. The other side should be eating by now. We don't have much time. The next moment, a platoon leader spoke. Dosim immediately put the diary in his backpack and came to the platoon leader's side. Dosim, eat more. You still have to fight your way to the capital. The platoon leader said with a smile, then poured Dosim a bowl of broth. Dosim smiled and took the broth with a grateful look. Although Urus was poor, he was always kind to his soldiers. When conditions allowed, he could. When the conditions were limited, eating meat was all they could do, like now, by making broth. The soldiers, however, had no complaints, for everyone saw the fairness and justice of Urus. This was why most of the ambitious young men of the Orc Empire joined Urus's revolutionary army, rather than the rebels. Because they knew, to put it bluntly, the rebels were simply few rulers with a new set of leaders. Few were truly willing to fight for the revolution. They would only quarrel and frame each other over petty gains. Dosim drank the broth in one gulp, then stood up. Okay, now it's time to protect the revolution. Chapter 500. Even though the revolutionary army fought valiantly, they couldn't change one fact: the revolutionary army's defeat. The outcome was sealed the moment the orc army entered the city. But no one, including Urus, was willing to accept this outcome. No one in Urus's position would easily abandon Landry. But things went against their wishes. After a day of fierce fighting, the Revolutionary Army had lost 40% of Landry. 40% had been captured by the Orc army. The Revolutionary Army, armed with their scraps, fought the Orc Empire soldiers for a whole day in Landry. Not only did they fail to repel the Orc Empire army, but they lost even more territory. Urus received today's battle report and fell silent after reading it. The Revolutionary Army had lost over 3,000 dead, 500 missing, 6,000 lightly wounded, and 2,000 seriously injured. Seeing these figures, Urus's heart bled. Today alone, the Revolutionary Army lost over 10,000 combat-capable soldiers. This isn't a cold weapon war, it's a hot weapon war. 10,000 dead in one day. This isn't the Somme crossing. This is just Landry. Urus looked at the report helplessly, thinking of another fierce battle tomorrow. The thought made Urus sick. Urus arrived at the wounded camp. Even before he even approached, he could hear the soldiers' groans of pain. "Captain, do you think we can defeat the Orc Empire?" Marshal Urus said that if we just follow the map, we can achieve peace. But after fighting round after round, we still haven't achieved peace. Although I know the Marshal let us out for peace, I truly cannot see the future. Does peace really exist? The soldier said with difficulty. The company commander on the nearby hospital bed fell silent upon hearing this. Yes. Where exactly is peace? Everyone says that after a round, there will be peace, but how many rounds have we fought? As this soldier spoke, the other wounded soldiers fell silent. Yes, although Urus had been trying to persuade them. But the reality was that they were completely crippled by the Orc Empire army in the first battle. It wasn't that they were strong, but that the previous enemy was too weak. Urus observed all this, and looked at the demoralized army. Urus had understood that there was no point in continuing the fight. It wasn't that Landry wasn't important, but the soldiers simply had no desire to continue fighting. The casualties were too great. Urus finally decided to retreat. Landry was now a ruin. Strategically, Landry was crucial. But could it be as important as the soldiers? Risking the lives of 100,000 soldiers for a ruin wasn't worth it. Urus immediately ordered his troops to deploy explosives throughout Landry. Since they were leaving, they might as well raise the city. By then, there would be no strategically important areas at the junction of the Midwest and the Midwest. Both sides could harm each other. However, Urus had already devised a countermeasure. He had deployed numerous temporary defenses in the western region, built to strict Wehrmacht standards. A large number of machine guns were deployed, forming a formidable network of firepower, ensuring that no enemy could cross the line. This was Urus's true strength. After laying a large amount of explosives, Urus woke everyone in the middle of the night and told them to abandon Landry, but he still gave a speech. He knew that the troops' morale was low, and he had to do something to stabilize it. "Comrades, I know we suffered a crushing defeat today. We failed to hold Landry. Many of you think this is your own fault, that you weren't strong enough. But I want to tell you this. You are good soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. You fought for a whole day. You are true heroes. No matter what the outcome, you persevered for a day. No one else could have held out against the Orc Empire's elite troops for a single day, facing such overwhelming odds. You are the best. Comrades, the road to revolution is long, and we still have a long way to go. Landry is just a city. A temporary defeat means nothing. It only means we were defeated in Landry. But does that negate our efforts? No, no one can negate our efforts. Some may think that withdrawing now means abandoning Landry and being sorry for our comrades, who died tragically. But holding on any longer will only mean more lives for this city. Would your fallen comrades wish to see us all die here? We are withdrawing from Landry today, so that we can return to it someday. Urus said, and then gave the order to retreat. In reality, the Revolutionary Army could have given it a try, as the Lano army had already stopped most of the Orc Empire's forces on the periphery. Only 50 or 60,000 orcs had entered the city of Landry. If casualties were disregarded, Urus's Revolutionary Army could definitely recapture Landry. But would that be worthwhile? If Landry's walls were still standing, Urus might have given it a try, but now faced with these ruins, Urus didn't want to gamble the Revolutionary Army. Seeing this, many high-ranking Revolutionary Army officials grew impatient, believing that this was handing Landry over. But everyone forgot that Urus was still a teenager, barely 20 years old. He had experienced the saturation attacks of the Great Flame, so he understood. If a war raged to the bitter end over a meaningless city, then the outcome was near. Perhaps retreating would have a bad reputation, but Urus was willing to bear it. As a young man, and one who had experienced war. Urus didn't want to see too many casualties, though he knew it was a soft touch. War is always full of casualties. But Urus would do his best, everything he could to minimize them. The army quickly retreated, disappearing into the night. The next morning, the Orc army launched a general attack. The Orc army was stunned to find the city before them deserted. Even the bodies of the revolutionary soldiers had been taken away. The Orc Empire soldiers looked as if they had seen a ghost, and immediately reported the situation. Bahamut was stunned, staring at the map, lost in thought. What new tactic was this? Just as Bahamut was still pondering, Landry exploded. Boom! The loud noise instantly woke Bahamut up. He'd been tricked. Chapter 501. Soon, the revolutionary army retreated to the western region. Guerrilla warfare began there. Bahamut, upon learning that the tens of thousands of troops who had entered Landrina had been blown skyward, was instantly furious. Although not all of those 50 or 60,000 men were killed, 20 or 30,000 had vanished. Perhaps killed, perhaps buried beneath the rubble. Upon learning of this, Bahamut erupted in fury. He immediately dispatched 200,000 troops to pursue the revolutionary army. Ignoring the Lano army that was blocking their way, the 200,000 pursued the 80,000 revolutionary troops led by Urus. Urus, upon seeing the 200,000-man army relentlessly pursuing him, was instantly excited. You have to remember that Bahamut only had 600,000 troops, and after these few battles, he had lost at least over 100,000 men. Now that 200,000 troops have been allocated to pursue him, Bahamut can now mobilize only 300,000 troops. As Urus fled, he sent a message to his lieutenant, Lano, instructing him to lead his men and immediately inflict a heavy blow on Bahamut. We must seize this opportunity and immediately capture Bahamut. But things went against their wishes. Although the Lano army had completed the encirclement, they still faced a problem. While they had surrounded the enemy, they could not penetrate the Orc Empire's defensive positions. The disparity in weaponry made it impossible for them to easily break through the Orc Empire's defenses. Even if Urus reserved all of his heavy weaponry for the Lano army was unable to break through the Orc Empire's defenses. Because the Orc Empire used forbidden magic, a special kind of magic. It could quickly form a massive barrier, and this barrier was permanent, similar to a fortress. And it wasn't just a single fortress, but an entire cluster of them. With these fortresses in place, the Lano army was effectively unable to break through the Orc Empire's defenses. However, the problem arose. The Lano army couldn't break through the Orc Empire's defenses. And Urus, leading the revolutionary army, was being pursued by 200,000 men. Urus couldn't defeat them, and he couldn't escape either. Because among these 200,000 men were over 50,000 wolf cavalry. These wolf cavalry weren't the wolf cavalry of the past, but cavalry equipped with thermal weapons. These cavalrymen were armed with lances. After years of training, they possessed extremely high accuracy. The revolutionary army could only rely on 2 legs, how could they possibly outrun 4? So Urus began to mobilize. He appealed to all Western factions for assistance. But reality was harsh. Urus sent a request for assistance to 4 factions. But no force responded to Urus. They watched as Urus and his 80,000-man revolutionary army were pursued. Seeing that he couldn't escape with his army, Urus decided to personally lead 20,000 troops to cover the rear. The rest of the troops immediately hid in the mountains and forests, breaking up into smaller groups, and trying to find a way back to their base. Urus could have led his troops and fled, but if he did, the enemy would have been able to advance quickly, as there were no major cities or defensive forces within 500 kilometers west of Landry. There were only a few million newly migrated orcs. That's why Urus was determined to fight these 200,000 men to the bitter end. Urus had never imagined that these people would sell him out so readily. And they wouldn't even come to his aid. It was only at this moment that Urus was completely disappointed with the rebel government. Urus had already decided that upon his return, he would turn against the rebel government. He wouldn't care about any rebel alliances, he would simply divide the river and rule. The revolutionaries were the revolutionaries. And the rebels were just the rebels, but whether Urus could return alive was also a question. Upon learning of this, Adjutant Lano immediately dispatched his remaining 50,000 cavalry to Urus's aid against the Orc army. But for the Lano army, their primary mission was to capture Bahamut alive. If they could capture Bahamut alive, all problems would be solved. But reality often differs greatly from imagination. Urus ordered 20,000 troops to fortify the nearby strategic locations. He also erected numerous forts directly at the transportation hub. These forts, though called forts, were in reality bunkers made of piled sandbags. Urus, with 2,000 soldiers, stationed himself directly at the most important transportation hub. The Orc army would never give up the fight for this transportation hub. Urus was prepared to sacrifice himself here. He had once believed that revolution was merely a matter of words, but later, Leon had taught him a lesson. Revolution is not just about words, it requires lives. Even as Urus pondered this, the Orc Empire's army had already approached the transportation hub. This transportation hub is crucial, both strategically and geographically. First, the Tsang River flows before them, and the bridge occupied by Uruso and his soldiers is the only major crossing within a few hundred miles. Of course, this doesn't mean it can't be crossed elsewhere, but large equipment must cross this bridge. This is the real reason why this bridge is so widely fought over. Dosum stood west of the bridge, Mauser rifle in hand, watching the dust billow to the east. At this moment, he was nervous. He was afraid. He was afraid he would die here. He hadn't yet avenged his sister and mother, and he hadn't yet met the girl from the village. Dosum shook his head, refocusing his attention on the enemy before him. The 3,000 wolf cavalrymen rushed directly to the bridge, observing the well-prepared revolutionary army. After a brief reconnaissance, they dispersed to explore other river crossings. After a round trip, they realized that only the bridge in front of them could allow the army to pass smoothly. Urus had initially intended to station the revolutionary army along the Sanjiang River to block the Orc army. But he decided against it because he learned that after his departure, several small factions in the surrounding area had begun exploiting and oppressing the people in their base. They were taking advantage of my absence to mess with me, right? Since you treat me like a fool, I'd be one for once. You want me to help you resist? Then I won't. The 20,000 troops were Urus's explanation to all civilians, not to the rebel government. As for the 60,000 troops returning to defend the base, it was Urus's explanation to the people in the base. Urus's actions completely confused everyone in the rebel army. The rebel leaders immediately called on Urus to restrain himself and assemble his troops. However, Urus only replied with one sentence, "Get out of here." Chapter 502. Urus's actions immediately silenced the revolutionary leadership. After a brief moment of shock, the leadership called on Urus to restrain himself, reminding him that he had tens of millions of civilians behind him. But Urus said, "I have tens of millions of civilians behind me, but I stayed. I haven't wronged them, so why is my base being attacked? Are you pigs? I'm fighting on the front lines, and you're attacking my family back there? This is a plan no normal person could come up with. Are you still normal people?" Urus's words immediately silenced them. After repeated confirmation, it was discovered that Urus had no intention of reconciling with the rebels. The rebel leadership ultimately gave up on trying to win over Urus and sent troops to help him resist the Orc Empire's army. As time passed, the Lano army was unable to capture the city and was forced to retreat west. At this point, the revolutionary army lost its ability to initiate offensives. Forced to establish defenses along the Tsang River, the Orc Empire entered a period of complete peace after internal turmoil. Because Bakhmut could not breach the Tsang River defenses, and the revolutionary army could not breach Bakhmut either, the two sides were forced to confront each other across the river. Furthermore, to fend off the Qinchi army, the Orc Empire adopted a scorched earth policy, burning every city in the Qinchi kingdom's path to the ground. Wherever the Qinchi army advanced, not only were no one visible, but even supplies were nowhere to be found. The Qinchi kingdom's advance slowed drastically. Due to the extended front, their own logistics were severely challenged. If the Orc Empire had not adopted a scorched earth policy, the Qinchi army could have plundered some supplies along the way, at least speeding up their advance. But now, the Orc Empire had adopted a scorched earth policy. The Qinchi army had no other way to obtain supplies. Their advance naturally slowed. But that wasn't the end of it. With the arrival of winter, the Qinchi army's advance slowed even further. Although many soldiers had adequate cold weather gear, when winter finally arrived, everyone was caught off guard. The Orc Empire was hit by a devastating blizzard, rare in 1,000 years. The Qinchi army's commander was paralyzed. Had he truly been punished by heaven? In the more than a decade he had been in office, this was his only chance to go on a campaign. And now, they were met with the Orc Empire's scorched earth policy, and not only that, but also a blizzard rare in 1,000 years. This blizzard forced the Qinchi army back to Qinchi. Because in just one day, the snow reached knee-deep. The Qinchi commander, without hesitation, immediately ordered his troops to retreat. If they stayed, the army would likely be wiped out. The Qinchi retreated to a city within the battle line, one that hadn't yet adopted a scorched earth policy. Although the Orc Empire's scorched earth policy, coupled with a blizzard, had thwarted the Qinchi's revenge campaign, the Qingqi still achieved a significant victory, gaining territory within at least 500 kilometers north of the Song River. Originally, this figure should have been at least doubled, but the blizzard and scorched earth policy forced the Qingqi to give up. The Qingqi could only wait out the winter. The Orc Empire spent over 2 months of winter in peace. All factions remained extremely docile, showing no signs of attacking. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack, but who would be willing to brave such a blizzard and fight someone? When spring arrived, the blizzard finally subsided. However, just as the Qingqi kingdom was preparing to launch its attack, Lion ordered it to hold off. The Battle of Kursk was about to begin. The 2 armored armies, 3 infantry armies, several artillery divisions, and a rocket artillery division stationed on the Kursk plains. He couldn't guarantee these forces could withstand the Papal States' attack. So Lion decided to keep a trump card, the Qingqi kingdom's army. If the war situation deteriorated, the Qingqi kingdom could send soldiers to join the fight. In fact, Lion had initially considered sending the elves. But the elves were devastated and needed to recuperate and restore their economy. So the Elven Empire couldn't send troops for the time being. In addition to the Qingqi kingdom's backup plan, Lion also recruited 200,000 militiamen from the Holy Empire. And he had the military provide them with systematic training. The Great Yin Holy First Army was formed. This was also considered one of their trump cards. After everything was ready, the Papal States also completed their preparations. First, they assembled their troops. Before the arrival of winter, the Papal States had already assembled 2 million crusaders and stationed them on the border. They also conducted daily reconnaissance of the Kursk plain. Even in the midst of winter blizzards, the Papal States still sent troops to scout the Kursk plain. The game between the two sides began, with the National Defense Army directly dispatching scouts on snowmobiles to intercept these Papal scouts. So, this war actually began in winter. However, it was just a game between scouts. But even the sparring between the scouts was proving difficult for the Wehrmacht. For they discovered that these crusaders were far more formidable than any previous enemy. They possessed not only exceptional combat prowess, but also an immense fighting spirit. Like brainwashed fanatics, they showed no fear of death. Can we win? Kursk Plain. Kursk Plain was exceptionally bustling today. 2 armored armies had successfully converged on Kursk Plain, and 3 infantry armies had also been transported there by rail. The 2nd Armored Army had originally planned to march quickly through the city of Negadro. And they actually did. In just 5 or 6 days, the 2nd Armored Army reached Negadro. However, the fierce resistance the 2nd Armored Army had envisioned did not materialize. In the end, these demonic rebels decisively surrendered. Abandoned by the Papal State, they were left without any weapons or supplies. Even the opposing rebels were able to completely crush them. How could they fight this? Of course, they surrendered. Of course, most of the demon rebels who surrendered were innocent of any crime. But the demon rebels within Negadro city had no intention of surrendering at all. They were determined to fight to the bitter end. In their own words, "We have received the embrace of the goddess, you cannot kill us." Hearing this, the armor commander blinked and glanced at the tiger tank beneath him. Am I still on the road? Is this kid crazy? Forget it, never mind. Let's just fire. Boom. Chapter 503. After the 2nd Armored Army swiftly passed through the Demon Empire, it directly penetrated the Demon Empire. Negadro City also welcomed its former master, Adelheid. The 2nd Armored Division ignored Adelheid and led its army directly to the Kursk Plain. Kursk Plain. The Wehrmacht was already on high alert. All weapons and equipment were polished to a shine, but the soldiers continued to work tirelessly. For they knew these items were their lifeline. As the army assembled and the defense line was completed, the Papal States also dispatched troops, preparing to launch an offensive. Over 3 million Papal Crusaders, divided into 6 directions, launched a direct attack on the Kursk Plain. Although the Papal States had only one route into the Kursk Plain, the Papal States still had to divide their forces for the attack. They were worried that the Great Yin Air Force would launch an offensive first and directly bomb their ground units. So they decided to split their forces into several groups and then rendezvous at the mouth of the Kursk Plain. The Papal States had thought of this, and so had Great Yin. The military, in response to the Papal States' cleverness, simply turned the tables. You want to divide your forces? Then I just use artillery to defeat mosquitoes. The Stuka bomber formation immediately took off. Currently, Great Yan's Stukas have not yet withdrawn from the battlefield. The Stuka bomber fleet is still very large, with at least 1,000 Stukas currently in service in the Air Force. And to deal with the cautiously advancing Papal States army, the Stuka, with its precision bombing capabilities, was the perfect choice for this mission. However, The Air Force did not rush to deploy all of its Stukas, instead sending 24 Stukas for fire reconnaissance. The Papal States does have air units. And the Demon Empire has never fought against the Papal States' air units. No one had any experience engaging the Papal States' air units. So there was only one solution: send the Air Force for fire reconnaissance. Without hesitation, the 24 Stuka bombers took off. Not far behind the Stukas, 12 Me-262 fighters were closely following the Stuka bomber formation. Lion personally gave the order. Regardless of mission success or failure, the pilots must be brought back alive. A qualified pilot is extremely valuable. Lion would be heartbroken for a long time if he lost a pilot. The 24 Stuka bombers quickly arrived above the Papal States Crusaders. At this moment, within the Crusaders, a Crusader was advancing along the road, their chainmail gleaming silver in the sunlight. Amid the throng of burly Crusaders, one nun stood out. Dressed in a white robe, clutching a golden staff, her face brimming with confidence. "Lyra, don't you work for the church? What brought you to the front lines?" a knight asked. "Uncle Odo, the goddess of light has spoken a divine message. Great flame is a heresy, and so is the Demon Empire. We must obey the goddess's command, and help the Crusaders defeat Great Flame," Lyra declared with a determined face. "Long live Sister Lyra," a young Crusader shouted. The others immediately echoed. Lyra's face tinged with embarrassment upon hearing this. Being praised still made her feel a little shy. Lyra stared at the sun with even greater resolve. She would cast more magic, help more people, and eradicate heresy for the goddess. "Lyra, come here. Don't walk." Just as the praise was energizing her, a magnetic voice rang out. Lyra immediately looked up and saw a golden-armored knight riding a unicorn. "Lyra, do you want to experience the feeling of flying?" The golden-armored knight removed his helmet, revealing a handsome face and flowing blonde hair. It made everyone else feel ashamed. Lyra blushed at the sight and silently lowered her head. "Bryce, can you please be serious? This is the military," Lyra whispered. Bryce smiled and then spoke. "Lyra, don't forget I'm your suitor. Don't you want to give me a chance?" Bryce finished, a mysteriously confident smile. The surrounding soldiers immediately erupted in laughter. Lyra lowered his head even lower, his entire body smoldering like a steam engine. Just then, the roar of a Stuka engine rose from the clouds. Before anyone could react, the Stuka had already begun its dive. "Woo!" A tomcat call echoed directly from the clouds. The Crusader soldiers had never seen a Stuka bomber before, and for a moment, they had no idea what it was doing. But some officers immediately realized that this aerial unit was something called an airplane. Whose planes were these? Is there even a need to ask? The Crusader officer immediately ordered his air units to take to the skies. But before he could even give the order, the Stuka had already reached bombing altitude. They dropped their bombs. Then, with a swift roll, they gracefully departed. Even further away, the Crusader Pegasus Knights had already taken to the air, preparing for a direct confrontation with the Stukas. But once they were airborne, they discovered that the Stuka bombers had already departed, and their bombs had landed squarely among the marching Crusaders. Boom! 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 Although the Crusader soldiers had already dispersed and taken cover when they saw something falling, this was a bomb, not just some stone. The bomb tore the Crusader soldiers to shreds. Lyra was stunned by the scene before him. He should have seen it with his own eyes. A bomb had just crashed into the ground, and several Crusaders beside him were torn to pieces by shrapnel. The bloody scene left an indelible scar on Lyra. Lila wiped the blood from his face, and then, staring at it on his hands, was completely stunned. Is this blood? Is war so horrible? Many soldiers recovered from the explosion and immediately began to rescue their comrades. Even on the other side, the Pegasus Knights had already taken off, directly pursuing the Stuka bombers. Although the Pegasus Knights' endurance was limited, their explosive power was immense. With the help of magic, the unicorn's flying speed could even match that of the Stuka bombers in a short period of time. Furthermore, these Pegasus Knights could use magic to attack the Stuka bombers. This made the Stuka bomber pilots paralyzed. This was the first time they had encountered this kind of battle, technology versus magic. This should have been the work of the infantry, but the Air Force had also encountered it. Chapter 504. With their powerful explosive power, the Pegasus Knights directly overtook the retreating Stuka formation. The Stuka bomber formation immediately dispersed, scattering in all directions. But the Pegasus Knights continued their pursuit, giving the Stukas no chance to escape. A torrent of magic rained down upon the Stukas, forcing the bomber pilots to dodge the attacks with their speed cards. At this moment, from a cloud not far from the Stuka formation, 12 Me-262 fighters burst forth. The hundreds of Pegasus Knights who witnessed this scene showed no fear, but instead grew even more excited. Because they had so many men, they had no reason to fear them. However, their assumptions were proven wrong. More men may not always be effective, but fewer men are definitely useless. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. And Me-262 suddenly accelerated, instantly dashing in front of the Pegasus Knights. However, before the Pegasus Knights could react, and Me-262 directly grazed one of them. Originally, the wings of the fighter planes were not sharp, but under Leon's orders, all fighter planes had their wings reinforced. And with the added speed, even a slight scrape could kill a Pegasus Knight. The Pegasus Knight was directly struck by the wing of the high-speed aircraft. The Pegasus Knight himself was unharmed, but the unicorn he sat on was directly scratched by the wing. The unicorn let out a wail and plummeted from the sky. The other Pegasus Knights tensed at the sight. Many Pegasus Knights paused, and the Stuka formation seized the opportunity to break through the Pegasus Knights' blockade. The Pegasus Knights immediately prepared to launch countermeasures, and then the Me-262 formation launched a counterattack. Without the Stuka bombers lurking within the Pegasus Knights, these fighters were now able to demonstrate their prowess. The Me-262's 37mm cannons roared. The bombs directly struck the Pegasus Knights. Although the Pegasus Knights possessed magical powers, they could withstand a few 37mm cannon rounds without issue. But they could only withstand a few rounds. With more hits, their magical protection would gradually weaken and eventually disappear. The Pegasus Knights immediately dispersed, looking for opportunities to attack the Me-262 fighters. However, they were unpredictable for the Me-262's terrifying speed. With their exceptional speed, they flew right in front of the Pegasus Knights. The Pegasus Knights were stunned, as they had no idea of the Me-262's speed. They also noticed that their own casualties were mounting, while the enemy suffered no casualties at all. Only one Me-262, due to excessive speed, collided with the Pegasus Knights, sustaining wing damage and forcing them to withdraw from the battlefield. The Pegasus Knights commander, upon seeing this, understood that the Crusaders had lost the battle. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered all Pegasus Knights to make an emergency landing. Upon hearing this order, the Pegasus Knights decisively chose to make the forced landing. They simply could not defeat the Me-262s. At least, small-scale fighters like them were no match for fighter planes. At least their commander, with the help of powerful magic, could capture the fighter planes. In the first aerial engagement, the Wehrmacht gained the upper hand. A new engagement on the ground was about to begin. A 20,000-man Crusader vanguard had arrived at the western entrance to the Kursk plain. A reconnaissance plane flew overhead, but the Crusaders did not attack. Instead, they ordered their magicians to remain on alert, ready to strike back at any moment. The vanguard's mission was not to provoke trouble, but to gather as much information as possible about the Kursk plain. Of these 20,000 vanguard troops, 3,000 were Knights of Light of the Holy Empire. These Knights of Light were unlike their predecessors. After Galen uncovered their secrets in the Papal States, they shed their disguises and donned the armor hidden within the hall. When these Knights of Light appeared within the Wehrmacht scouts' field of vision, they were stunned. Because this wasn't just any ordinary Knight of Light, it looked like a Knight of Light clad in layers of armor. He looked like a super soldier, a Special Forces super soldier. After witnessing this, the scout immediately reported the situation to the Wehrmacht's frontline headquarters. Then Caddis, looking at the photos the scout had taken, fell into deep thought. As a high-ranking official in the Holy Empire, perhaps even its most powerful pillar, Caddis knew many of its secrets. So, when he saw the revamped Knight of Light, he was stunned. Then he spoke in disbelief. Why would they use this? We all swore an oath not to use technology from the Kuenberg era. The other generals were momentarily bewildered after hearing what Caddis said. They couldn't understand why Caddis suddenly mentioned Kuenberg. And what did the technology of Kuenberg's era mean? After pacing repeatedly within the tent, Caddis finally chose to tell Leon about the situation. Lion stared at the photo in his hand, lost in thought. This wasn't a Knight of Light, but a mecha, similar to an Astartes, but with some differences. Based on the soldiers' descriptions, these Knights of Light were powered by magic, and almost entirely by their own magic power. So, they must be fundamentally different from the Astartes. The Astartes had undergone human body modifications, and used nuclear-powered backpacks. These Knights of Light before them couldn't do that at all. While they possessed powerful protective capabilities, their power systems were severely flawed. Magic alone couldn't power their heavy armor. And most importantly, these Knights of Light had very little control over these mechas. Because the Wehrmacht scouts discovered that these Knights of Light needed a long time to adapt to each mecha. This meant that these Knights of Light had very little proficiency with these mechas. This further convinced Leon that these mechas were improvised. But Caddis said that these armors were products of the Kuenberg era. And then Leon was dumbfounded. What had he just heard? Did he just hear about Kuenberg era technology? Lion was stunned. Could this mean that upgrading was relying on archaeology? Chapter 505. After the scouts relayed the news from the front lines, the frontline command informed their soldiers about the Light Knights. The soldiers were divided on this matter. Some believed these Light Knights were vulnerable, while many others believed they were formidable. As natives of this world, they had certainly heard of the fearsome Light Knights. The Light Knights had once achieved a remarkable feat of defeating 8,000 with only 300 men against the Demon Empire's forces. Back then, the Light Knights were merely Knight Masters, but now they had become Astartes. So the Wehrmacht was fully prepared and on high alert. To deliver a decisive blow to these Light Knights, each soldier was issued an RPG. Pile them up next to them, ready to deliver a head-on blow if the enemy came within striking distance. The armored units were also fully equipped with armor-piercing rounds. While the armored units had never encountered such Astartes, armor-piercing rounds were a good option against armored units. If one tank gun wasn't enough, then they could deploy a few more tanks, employing a superior strategy of outnumbering the enemy. In essence, this translates to human wave tactics. Then the pressure fell on the artillery, whose mission was to prevent any enemy from approaching the first line of defense. To give the artillery ammunition sufficient scope, the Wehrmacht stockpiled at least 200 rounds of ammunition per gun on the front lines, with an additional 800 rounds stored at various supply points in the rear. Each gun held a full 1,000 rounds of ammunition. These 1,000 rounds of fire would have been enough to destroy not only men, but even tanks. After scouting the Wehrmacht's lines, the Papal States' vanguard troops immediately returned to the main army and reported the situation to the frontline commander. The commander of this crusade was no arrogant man, but an 80-year-old veteran. This veteran, named Fabrice, had fought against Alexander during his western expedition. It's arguable that without Fabrice, Alexander might have led Caedus and his men to conquer the Papal States. Of course, this is only a possibility. Because the Papal States still held many hidden secrets, Alexander might not have been able to completely annihilate it. But at the time, the Papal States hadn't yet utilized these means, yet Fabrice was able to lead 1.2 million crusaders and hold off 800,000 elite troops of the Holy Empire. Even Caedus harbored a deep fear of Fabrice, as the two sides had clashed at least 6 times, all ending in a draw. This, in fact, was also related to the location of the Papal States. The Papal States lay west of the Demon Empire. If the Holy Empire wished to attack the Papal States, it would have to annihilate the Demon Empire. Although Alexander led an army of 2 million on his westward expedition, 1.2 million were used to suppress the Demon Empire. Thus, Caedus' forces were extremely limited, often outnumbered against a larger force. Caedus could only seize opportunities and concentrate his superior forces to attack Fabrice's weaknesses. Fabrice was still young at the time, so it was inevitable that he would have weaknesses. But as the two sides engaged in more and more battles, Fabrice grew in experience. He adopted a defensive strategy. Fabrice concentrated all his troops on a single defensive line, denying Caedus any opportunity to exploit. The two sides remained locked in a standoff along the border for 6 months. Finally, due to the Holy Empire's financial difficulties, Caedus led his troops in a withdrawal. Fabrice became famous for this single battle. So, when Fabrice looked upon the vast army on the Kursk plain and learned that Caedus was the commander, a solemn expression crossed his face. Although everyone thought Caedus was old, only Fabrice knew that he had never won back then. If Caedus had sufficient logistics and a sufficient number of troops, then Caedus would have led the Holy Empire to break through his defenses. So Fabrice immediately ordered all officers to be vigilant and refrain from any entertainment during the war. Yes, that's right, entertainment. Although the Crusaders were hailed as the goddess's army, to outsiders they appeared to be very bright and righteous, but in reality, they were deeply rotten from within. The Crusaders' exceptional combat effectiveness stemmed from the lower ranks' fanatical worship of the goddess of light. They fought with all their might, risking their lives. The upper echelons, however, sat back and reaped the rewards, needing only to declare, "The goddess of light has spoken, we must capture this position." And then, legions of crusaders would charge forward, recklessly taking the position. The upper echelons, however, could reap the rewards effortlessly. This was the darkness of the Papal Crusades, and these upper echelons could indulge in luxury. They were even allowed to bring women with them. These women would disguise themselves as nuns, so the lower-level crusaders were kept in the dark. Even if they knew, if they dared to speak out, they would likely be completely wiped out of the world. Because the bishop accompanying the army only needed to say one sentence: "This man has blasphemed the goddess." The enraged crusaders around them would tear him to pieces. So the papal state was rotten to the core. Fabrice was certainly aware of this, but he was reluctant to point it out, but he also didn't want to be complicit. So, at this critical juncture, he had to rein in his officers. Some officers chose to obey Fabrice's orders. Although his words were harsh, he was, after all, a veteran. He had extensive combat experience, and many officers were no fools. Since Fabrice had warned them to be vigilant, the enemy was definitely not an easy target. If they lost, their lives might be in danger, and even if they did, their wealth and glory might be gone. So, restrain your momentary pleasures in exchange for a happy life for the rest of your life. However, there were always some crusader officers who disagreed. They represented the younger generation. They believed that veterans like Fabrice should return home to enjoy their retirement, not command these younger generations here. So they continued to indulge themselves, because in their eyes, the Holy Empire had already fallen. Even if the enemy was Ketes, they only had 1 million troops. 1 million. How could they compete with our 3 million crusaders? And we even have tens of thousands of specialized Knights of Light. Who would win was still uncertain. Fabrice remained unmoved by the younger generation's reaction, his face expressionless. Because there was no point in talking any more, time would tell. Fabrice ordered his trusted men to immediately prepare for defense, because he suspected the Wehrmacht would launch a night attack tonight. Chapter 506. Although Fabrice guessed that the Wehrmacht would launch a night attack tonight, in reality, Catus did indeed intend to launch a night attack tonight. Because although it was already spring, the snow in the Demon Empire had not yet melted. The temperature was still 20 to 30 degrees Celsius below zero, and there was still a large amount of snow. This snow would greatly hinder the armored forces. So, Catus planned to take advantage of the Crusaders' lack of foothold and launch a thorough bombing to force them back. Of course, this was an idealized bombing. Whether it could actually force the Crusaders back was another matter. For this bombing, the Great Yin Wehrmacht Air Force deployed 500 B-29 bombers, 2,000 Stuka bombers, and over 800 Mustang fighters. In addition to the 3,000-plus aircraft mentioned above, the Great Yin Air Force still had over 3,000 aircraft in reserve. These fighters were the last batch of propeller aircraft in the Great Yin. Once the MiG series enters the fray, these propeller-driven fighters will be completely phased out. The B-29 bomber will still be useful for a while. To replace the B-29, the Yin must develop a superior bomber. In its former world, during World War II, and even the early Cold War, the B-29 was the most powerful bomber. To completely replace the B-29, a technologically advanced bomber must be employed. That would be the Tu-160. But it's a product of the late Cold War, perhaps even its final stages. Developing the Tu-160 would require considerable effort. Under cover of night, 3,000 aircraft headed straight for the Crusader front lines. Of the 3 million Crusader troops, only 2 million have arrived. These 2 million were divided into 3 groups. Fabrice led 400,000 troops stationed on the front lines, a central force of 700,000 in the central region, and a final 900,000 at the rear. Fabrice's elite troops stationed at the forefront greatly boosted morale. To prevent a night attack, Fabrice ordered all magicians to be on standby. At the mere sound of the engines of the Great Flame Air Force fighter jets, all magicians would immediately initiate air defense. After exerting all his strength, Fabrice, looking at the meticulously arranged defenses before him, finally let out a relieved smile. There was no way they could be attacked from the air, right? But reality was always far from what one imagined. Even further away, 3,000 aircraft, flying above the clouds under the cover of darkness, quickly approached the Crusader front lines. However, just as the formation of aircraft was about to approach the Crusader positions, the Rocket Artillery Division had reached the front lines, firing all its rockets directly at the Crusader front lines. They would use the rockets to clear the way for the Air Force. Artillery alone would be difficult to reach the Crusader front lines safely. Therefore, rocket artillery was the only option, with the rocket launchers mounted on vehicles. The ability to fire, and then leap proved the rocket artillery's advantage of being able to fire, and then withdraw. Over 400 rocket launchers were trained directly on the front lines. The next moment, all the soldiers were watching the rockets. Their superiors had already informed them that they would be enjoying fireworks tonight. And they were fireworks that would block out the sun. Fireworks that would light up the night sky. Swish, swish, swish. 400 rocket launchers fired simultaneously, creating a spectacular spectacle. One rocket launcher could fire 32 107mm rockets in just half a minute. 400 rocket launchers, that's a lot of rockets. Without any fanfare, over 10,000 rockets flew directly towards the Crusader camp. Although the Crusaders had prepared for artillery fire and other attacks, they hadn't anticipated the arrival of over 10,000 rockets in just half a minute. 10,000 rockets flew over the Wehrmacht's frontline positions. The soldiers in the trenches stared with wide eyes, as tens of thousands of rockets streaked across the night sky, trailing a trail of orange-yellow glory. Flying straight past. "Captain, is this our strength?" A young Wehrmacht soldier looked at his captain. "No, this isn't our strength, it's the strength of Great Yin. We must protect our country. Only such force can safeguard our people." The captain gazed at the incoming rockets with hope. Many Wehrmacht soldiers couldn't help but cheer. The Wehrmacht might be pleased, but the Crusaders on the other side were far less so. Even further away, the Crusaders' camp, still asleep, was utterly silent. Besides, a few untimely noises emanated from the officers' tents. The entire camp was completely still. Then, a moment later, a sudden roar of whistling could be heard from the distant sky. Many magicians thought it was a Wehrmacht airstrike. But the next moment, just as the magicians were taking up a defensive stance, they saw rockets streaking through the distant sky. What was this? Some low-level mages immediately cast magical shields, while the higher-level mages launched direct attacks to intercept the rockets. But how could they stop over 10,000 rockets? Due to unwritten rules, 9th-level mages could not attack, but 8th-level mages could still be active on the battlefield. The Crusaders possessed dozens of 8th-level mages, who immediately activated their magic to intercept the rockets. 10,000 rockets would be an overwhelming threat to ordinary people, but for these mages, it was no problem. Dozens of mages exerted their strength, blocking over 5,000 rockets. But half still landed within the Crusader camp. And these 6,000 rockets weren't aimed at just one camp, but at the 3 camps housing the 2 million troops. An average of 2,000 rockets landed on each camp. This sent the sleeping Crusaders soaring into the air. Many Crusader soldiers screamed and rushed out of their tents, confused as to why they were suddenly under attack. But watching all this unfold around them, the Crusaders were stunned. The surrounding tents had already been engulfed in flames. Many of their comrades were scrambling to save their own tents, the flames igniting the entire camp. And this was only the beginning. The magicians felt a surge of relief as they watched the last rocket land in the camp. But was it truly relief? The next second, the roar of airplane engines filled the air. And the roar was no less deafening than the roar of the rockets. The magicians' eyes widened. Will this end? Chapter 507. The magicians were stunned as they watched the planes burst through the clouds. Although they had anticipated the Wehrmacht's airstrike, they hadn't imagined they would send so many planes. In their minds, a few hundred aircraft would have been a good start. This was because the Wehrmacht had never deployed such a large fleet in previous wars. An air force of this magnitude existed only in their imaginations. But imagination became reality. The Wehrmacht dispatched 3,000 planes to attack the Crusaders. At this point, the magicians' magic power was nearly depleted, forcing them to use it. But by then, the attack had already begun. The Stuka's death horn had already sounded. The Crusaders, hearing this sound, felt a deep sense of fear for some unknown reason. Goosebumps covered their skin. However, when the death horn sounded, it meant the Stuka bombers were about to launch an attack. And when you hear the sound, death is not far away. 2,000 Stuka bombers took turns dropping bombs. Over a ton of bombs fell directly. After their bombs were released, the Stukas stretched out their machine guns and attacked the Crusaders on the ground. With this density, even a single press of the trigger could kill a Crusader, let alone the pilot. 2,000 pumpkins fell into the camp, shattering many Crusaders before they could react. Some Crusaders, who reacted immediately, threw off their armor and fled frantically. However, what they didn't know was that the Stukas were just the appetizer. The B-29 bombers were the behemoths that made their grand final appearance. After the Stukas took off, the Crusaders watched the receding Stuka formation, believing the bombing was over. However, what they didn't know was that the bombing had only just begun. 500 B-29s burst through the clouds, and some Crusaders noticed the B-29s gleaming in the moonlight. Gaze upon the colossal size of the B-29s, they were momentarily stunned. What was this? Could such a thing really exist? The B-29's enormous size led many Crusaders to mistake them for the legendary dragons. Whether they were dragons or not was unknown, but at this moment, they were the undisputed kings. The B-29s dropped a torrent of bombs, raining down like dumplings. Seeing this, the Crusaders stood still, resigned to their fate. Then, a torrent of bombs descended upon the Crusader camp. Fabrice was stunned by this scene. He hadn't expected Catus to be so decisive. Back then, he had been very cautious, adopting a step-by-step strategy. But now, things had changed. With powerful logistics and firepower, Catus had become invincible. The timid Catus of the past had vanished. Now, Catus had become a max-level hero. One at a time, one at a time. Two at a time, two at a time. Man, we're going to fight. After the B-29 bombers completed their bombing run, they immediately returned to base without stopping. The Pegasus Knights of the Papal States attempted to take to the air, but were stopped by Fabrice. As a 9th-rank magician, he could certainly tell the bombers' altitude. Thousands of meters in altitude was a formidable test for the Pegasus Knights. And they were destined to be unable to sleep tonight, as the attack would begin tomorrow morning, so the Pegasus Knights couldn't afford to waste any more energy. They had to retain sufficient strength for tomorrow's attack. Fabrice ordered all magicians to immediately begin replenishing their mana, the Pegasus Knights to begin arranging their equipment, and the Knights of Light to adjust to their armor. Since I'm not allowed to sleep, let's attack immediately. Although the morale of the army after the attack was bound to be low, don't forget, this is the Crusades. Fabrice summoned the bishop of the church, who then began to recite a long and rambling lecture. Fellow Crusaders, as servants of the goddess, we are confronted by heretics. They attacked us with dishonorable means, resulting in the deaths of our brothers and the complete loss of faith for the goddess. Crusaders, it's time to fight for the goddess to the bitter end. Soon, we will launch an attack on Yin. We must pledge our loyalty to the goddess with our blood. The morale of the Crusaders instantly reached its peak. How could the morale of the Crusaders be boosted? There was only one answer: have church members give these Crusaders a powerful speech. Ordinary people wouldn't believe these words. But if a nation had been passing down these lies from generation to generation for thousands of years, then who would truly be considered normal? The thought of it was terrifying. The Crusaders' morale was instantly high after this round of propaganda. His face was filled with fighting spirit, as if the bombing hadn't even occurred. Is this the legendary method of moral victory? I was bombed, but as long as I was bombing for the goddess, I could ignore the fact of being bombed. Genius. Whoever came up with this idea must be a genius. At 4 or 5 in the morning, barely dawn, the Crusaders had already packed up their camp. Without hesitation, they assembled their forces and marched all the way to the entrance of the Course Plain under cover of darkness. Then, they sent out 5,000 Crusaders as a vanguard, serving as cannon fodder to gather information. These 5,000 Crusaders were proud of this, believing it was a favor from the goddess. But in reality, these were just 5,000 civilian soldiers with no family background. Civilian soldiers were bullied not only in other countries, but also in this country. For no other reason than poverty. These 5,000 soldiers became cannon fodder and charged forward. However, what lay before them was unknown to them. It wasn't just barbed wire, there were also countless mines. In fact, Leon hadn't considered deploying mines at first. The Course Plain was incredibly fertile land, and if mines were laid, then there would be a reality. They would need to be cleared. There was no way the Crusaders could step on all of them, right? But after weighing the pros and cons, Leon ultimately chose to lay mines. Because a single mine could be worth several soldiers, and the damage inflicted by an enemy stepping on a mine was far greater than the cost of a single mine. This is why modern warfare favors mine laying. A single minefield can hold back an entire army for most of the day, or even several days. If the enemy isn't aware of the minefield's existence, the casualties are enormous. Chapter 508. 5,000 Crusader soldiers marched forward, singing high-spirited war songs. It was as if they were walking on flat ground. However, some officers had already realized that the Wehrmacht would not allow them to march in so brazenly, and they warned them. Everyone, prepare for battle. Be careful. Yin is not so simple. Boom! As soon as the words fell, an explosion rang out. A soldier had stepped on a mine, and to minimize the casualties, the Wehrmacht had deployed a large number of bouncing mines on the perimeter. Although other anti-personnel mines can also be used to kill infantry, bouncing mines are much cheaper and far more lethal. Soldiers who triggered bouncing mines were almost always killed or maimed. Bouncing mines are also an indispensable weapon in modern warfare. Watching their teammates being sprayed with blood by the fragments, everyone was stunned. And this explosion shattered the quiet dawn of the Course Plain. In an instant, the Wehrmacht's full attention was focused on the 5,000 Crusader soldiers. However, the Wehrmacht soldiers hesitated to open fire, fearing that bombarding the minefields would trigger them. Wouldn't all the mines have been laid in vain? The Wehrmacht soldiers were currently laying mines manually. Leon knew the dangers of laying mines, But my layers weren't something that could be built simply by imagining them. Let's see what happens next. However, the Wehrmacht soldiers still launched a large number of flares. Although it was already past 5 o'clock, the Demon Empire was located in the north, and it was still the transition period between spring and winter. The days were still short and the nights long, so it would likely take until 7 o'clock for full daylight. So the Kursk plain was still shrouded in pitch darkness. Hundreds of flares lit up the night sky, and the Crusaders froze in their tracks. The reflections from the Wehrmacht helmets filled them with a wave of fear. So they had been prepared, waiting for them to slip in. The 5,000 soldiers were instantly embarrassed. The minefield before them, coupled with the flares' revealing presence, exposed them. They instantly appeared in everyone's sight. The commander of the 5,000 Crusaders glanced back. Fabrus's face was solemn, and he didn't ask them to evacuate. The commander looked at Fabrice in disbelief. Fabrus nodded expressionlessly. Seeing this, the commander closed his eyes helplessly, then drew his sword and roared. Everyone, charge for the goddess. After a brief moment of hesitation, the Crusaders charged immediately. They charged directly into the minefield. Seeing this, the Wehrmacht soldiers were stunned. We heard that the Crusaders fought recklessly, but this was a minefield. How could they step on mines like that? Soon, numerous explosions echoed from the minefield. The soldiers on both sides couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Fabrus's expression was solemn. He didn't want these soldiers to die in vain. However, in response to last night's airstrike, the magic power of the Crusaders' frontline mages had been largely depleted. If they launched an attack during the day, without the support of the mages, they would be virtually impossible to advance. So, the lives of 5,000 cannon fodder were sacrificed to ensure the army could carry out its normal offensive. This may seem a bit cruel, but that's war. Sacrifice the enemy to save the enemy. Sacrifice the weak to save the enemy. 5,000 Crusaders directly used their lives to fill a portion of the minefield in front of them. It wasn't until several Crusaders entered the Wehrmacht's 400-meter range that the Wehrmacht soldiers killed them. Over 2/3 of the infantry mines were triggered. The remaining 1/3 were almost directly in front of the position. What the Crusaders didn't know was that their human wave tactics only eliminated the infantry mines, but also many anti-tank mines. In fact, anti-tank mines wouldn't be triggered by ordinary people walking on them. The spring force of an anti-tank mine is approximately 160 kilograms, usually around 200 kilograms. At this weight, it can only be triggered by a vehicle running over it, or a knight like the Knight of Light stepping on it. If you force someone to trigger it, it's not impossible, but you need a strong man over 300 kilograms. Speaking of hot weapon warfare, how could a normal person, including their equipment, possibly weigh more than 300 kilograms? So the Crusaders had no idea a bigger enemy was waiting for them. After all 5,000 cannon fodder perished, their commander didn't flee, but chose to face death alongside them. This commander, like Fabrice, could be considered a breath of fresh air among the Crusader commanders. But a breath of fresh air without strength is doomed to isolation. Even a veteran like Fabrice was isolated by the Crusader officers. So, when Fabrice watched this general, who had commanded 5,000 men for 20 years, calmly face his death, he was stunned. Fabrice's expressionless face finally shifted. This general, like himself, had once fought alongside him against the Holy Empire's Western expedition. But to this day, this general remained just a general. 20 years as a general, yet he hadn't climbed a step higher. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that he simply didn't have the opportunity. Even Fabrice had to be personally summoned out of retirement by the Pope. After defeating Kedes, Fabrice was immediately appointed marshal, but was instead assigned a nominal position. He languished for 20 years, only to be reinstated today. In reality, the general could have withdrawn, but he chose to die alongside these 5,000 cannon fodder. This was because these 5,000 men were his own men, and like himself, they were all impoverished commoners. While the Papal States appeared to be a divinely supreme state, in reality, class divisions existed within it. The rich and the poor, the church and the common people. This was the feudal era. Wherever there was a proletariat, there would be an exploiting class. This isn't as simple as words say, it's human nature. With the deaths of 5,000 soldiers, it looked like the minefield had been cleared. So Fabrice dispatched 10,000 elite soldiers, and 1,000 Knights of Light, as fire reconnaissance, to test the Wehrmacht's defenses. Aside from their strength, these over 10,000 men were essentially cannon fodder, for they didn't yet know the strength of the Wehrmacht's defenses. These 10,000 soldiers would provide the Crusaders with valuable experience. These 10,000 soldiers spearheaded the attack, with the Knights of Light standing behind them. Because that's what the Knights of Light's commander had told them. You can ignore the lives of these soldiers, but you must return alive, because you'd be of great use later. Chapter 509. 10,000 soldiers, divided into squads of dozens, advanced rapidly. This time, the Wehrmacht again refrained from using artillery fire. They were also testing the enemy's strength. After all, the unknown was the most formidable. Looking at these elite Crusader soldiers, blessed with magical powers, the Wehrmacht sniper opened fire first. He didn't aim for the head, but rather for the neck, aiming for the connection between the armor and the sniper's horns. Although Western armor is known for its overall form, there are two types of Western armor we often refer to. One is chain mail, and the other is something similar to plate armor. Plate armor is further divided into knightly plate armor and infantry plate armor. Knightly plate armor is truly armored, to the teeth. For example, the winged great helm of the Teutonic Knights. Infantry plate armor, however, is not the full-body armor of the knights. Instead, plate armor covers vital areas, while the rest is almost entirely chain mail. While Western armor may have a visor, its essence is still chain mail. But could chain mail stop a 7.92mm bullet? The answer was, of course, no. The sniper's bullet, as if it had eyes, struck the necks of the advancing soldiers with unerring precision. But something unexpected occurred. The bullet hit, but there was a flash of light, and finally, the bullet was expelled. Sniper? ? The rest of the video was also stunned. Why did this scene sound so familiar? After a brief moment of shock, the Wehrmacht soldiers reacted immediately. The machine gunner fired long bursts of fire from his MG42 at the Crusader soldiers. However, the soldiers discovered that these elite Crusaders seemed to be able to withstand some bullets. And these Crusaders weren't using cold weapons, but firearms. The scene was a bit jarring. Cold weapon armor, holding firearms. Leon inexplicably remembered a saying. Sir, times have changed. After a brief moment of shock, the Wehrmacht soldiers, without hesitation, drew their anti-tank rifles. As the saying goes, caliber is justice. If ordinary bullets can't do anything to you, I doubt this thing can't take you down. Even with the iron fist, Leon would still produce some anti-tank rifles. Because anti-tank rifles can be sold to other countries. And with a scope, it becomes a sniper. In fact, Leon originally wanted to manufacture the EP431 anti-tank rifle. But this weapon had a fatal flaw. It produced a huge flash of fire every time it fired. And it was extremely prone to jamming. Lion chose the Lottie L39 anti-tank rifle over the PSB-39. Although the former weighs only 30 kilograms, it fires only 7.92mm armor-piercing rounds. Although the latter weighs 100 kilograms, it fires 20mm armor-piercing rounds. Furthermore, the Lottie anti-tank rifle can operate in extreme weather. It was used by Finland to counter the Iron Torrent, youth version, of the Big Brother tank. The Lottie anti-tank rifle proved its effectiveness in the icy and snowy conditions. And honestly, 100 kilograms is quite heavy for the average person. But don't forget, this is a magical world. Almost everyone in it, with the exception of one person, has a connection to magic and Do Chi. Though Wehrmacht soldiers are merely ordinary humans, they possess a certain degree of Do Chi or magic within them, so their training standards are far higher than in previous lives. And roughly 1 in 10 soldiers can become a quasi-first-level Do Chi Knight. While it's been proven that a quasi-first-level Do Chi Knight can't unleash Do Chi at all, the boost in strength is clear. A quasi-first-level Do Chi Knight can charge recklessly, while carrying an M2 heavy machine gun. Remember, it's an M2 heavy machine gun with a gun mount. So, for a Do Chi Knight, carrying a Lottie anti-tank rifle isn't a problem. An idea then occurred to Leon. After all, during the Cold War, some brilliant minds thought of equipping individual soldiers with shoulder-mounted machine guns. In his previous life, this plan was halted due to the soldier's physical limitations, but in this world, it seems to be able to shine with new light. Lion imagined the soldiers wearing modern equipment and carrying a machine gun. At this thought, a picture already formed in his mind, and he subconsciously shuddered. No, I'm thinking too far ahead. Let's just deal with the enemy in front of us. The Wehrmacht soldier fired his anti-tank rifle directly at the elite Crusader. The magical power on the surface flashed rapidly, but it still couldn't stop the 20mm bullet. The bullet broke through the magical defense and struck the enemy. Sparks erupted immediately. The Crusader soldier was directly penetrated by the bullet. The Wehrmacht soldiers cheered upon seeing this scene, and then the M2 heavy machine gun in the nearby fortress also rang out. Furthermore, as the Crusaders approached, the Knights of Light also stepped on anti-tank mines. Boom! A series of loud explosions stunned the Crusaders. Fabrice, observing this, immediately ordered his magicians to suppress the enemy. A torrent of fireballs flew directly from behind the Crusaders toward the Wehrmacht positions. The Wehrmacht immediately took shelter in their artillery holes. The artillery immediately launched a counterattack, shelling the Crusaders' rear camp. The Crusaders' magicians were instantly paralyzed. They had barely launched a few fireballs before the Wehrmacht's counterattack arrived. And the Wehrmacht still had many powerful weapons unused. For example, the sun-scorching missiles deployed within the territory, and the Gustav cannon hidden in the hills surrounding the Kursk plain. With just these weapons, how could the Crusaders possibly break through the defenses? But Kedes remained dignified, for he knew just how formidable the Knights of Light were. The artillery fire not only attacked the Crusaders' camp, but also the Crusaders' frontline troops. The 10,000 Crusader soldiers charged forward under the barrage. The Knights of Light ignored the orders and led the charge. The Wehrmacht soldiers sighed as they watched the artillery fire. There's no way we're going to break through the defenses now, is there? But the next second, the Wehrmacht soldiers saw the Knights of Light charging out from under the barrage. The Wehrmacht soldier immediately grabbed an RPG and, without hesitation, fired a single round at the approaching Knights of Light. The Knights of Light were instantly struck by the RPG, frozen in place for a moment. The anti-tank guns also responded with a 75mm anti-tank round, striking the Knights of Light directly. The Knights of Light were instantly reduced to smithereens. The gunners were stunned. Is this the so-called Knights of Light? Chapter 510. Seeing the Knights of Light shattered before their eyes, the Wehrmacht soldiers felt like they had received a shot of adrenaline. Every soldier was filled with fighting spirit. However, before they could relax, their hearts were once again in suspense. After witnessing their comrades' deaths, the other Knights of Light immediately activated their defenses. Instantly, each Knight of Light on the field glowed with a golden luster. A terrifying surge of magical energy erupted from their armor. Seeing this scene, the Wehrmacht soldiers immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The frontline commander had already requested support from the armored units. The Wehrmacht soldiers were horrified to discover that anti-tank rifles and RPGs had little power to damage the Knights of Light at medium and long range. Anti-tank guns, however, could inflict some damage. But the damage they inflicted depended not on armor-piercing rounds, but on high-explosive rounds. Gudry, not far behind the position, quickly received the order to march. Without hesitation, Gudry sounded the rally call. All tanks in the heavy tank battalion immediately set off. Meanwhile, the rocket artillery division had already loaded its rockets, ready to provide a round of emergency support at any moment. The artillerymen, no longer holding back, had already rolled out all their heavy guns with a caliber of 200mm and above. They ignored the minefields in front of the positions and blew them away. As Fabrice felt the Wehrmacht's artillery fire intensify, a solemn expression crossed his face. But seeing the 1,000 Knights of Light charging forward fearlessly, Fabrice ultimately refused to withdraw these 1,000 Knights of Light. The Knights of Light charged forward like a moving truck. They were about to approach the Wehrmacht trench. The commander immediately fetched the detonator and decisively pressed the trigger. The next second, a powerful explosion erupted across the entire position. Bundles of explosives buried underground detonated, and the terrifying force sent several Knights of Light flying. Many were even knocked unconscious. Although the Knights of Light's defenses were formidable, they couldn't withstand shockwaves. They could withstand bullets and swords, but sometimes shockwaves were the most powerful weapon. The fierce shockwaves sent the Knights flying, and their internal organs were severely impacted. Many organs shifted, some even ruptured. But the Knights of Light were incredibly strong. Even so, they managed to muster the strength and continue their charge. And at this critical moment, support from the rocket artillery division arrived. Over 2,000 rockets rained down upon the enemy positions. This immediately stunned the Knights of Light, who had barely recovered from the heavy artillery barrage. In this single charge, the Knights of Light endured over 3 types of heavy firepower. First, the anti-tank guns, then the heavy artillery, and then the incoming rockets. Knights of Light, full, however, the Knights of Light remained formidable. Even after enduring another round of rocket fire, hundreds of them managed to survive 3 rounds of attacks. With the Knights of Light within 50 meters of their positions, the Wehrmacht soldiers could already see the blood flowing from their armor. Some Wehrmacht soldiers froze in place. It was their first time witnessing such a terrifying combat unit. The machine gunners, however, never paused, furiously firing at the Knights of Light. The 7.92mm rounds barely produced sparks against the Knights of Light, while the 12.7mm Laogan rounds barely managed to create grooves. Some Wehrmacht soldiers had already leveled their quadruple 37mm anti-aircraft guns, and were firing directly at the Knights of Light. With these anti-aircraft guns, the Knights of Light's impact speed was significantly slowed. But a distance of 50 meters was a matter of seconds for the Knights of Light. The Wehrmacht soldiers prepared for a bayonet fight, but none of them were confident, knowing they could not defeat the Knights of Light. And then, at this critical moment, the Wehrmacht soldiers in the trenches, preparing to fight with bayonets, suddenly heard a piercing sound overhead. Many Wehrmacht soldiers were momentarily stunned, but the next second, they saw the advancing Knights of Light being hit. A violent explosion sent the Knights of Light retreating several steps. The Wehrmacht soldiers hurriedly turned to look, only to see a large number of tanks barreling towards them from behind. Armored units. Many Wehrmacht soldiers instantly collapsed to the ground. The Knights of Light gazed at the tanks, a solemn expression on their faces. They had fought against the Orc Empire's magic crystal chariots before. But it was clear that the great Yin Wehrmacht's armored units before them, simply from their appearance, far surpassed those magic crystal chariots. The pressure from both sides was completely different. Now it was the Light Knights' turn to be stunned. They had never seen such a tank before. They had already disassembled the magic crystal chariot and studied it, but the shock of wheels and tracks was completely different. When a normal person sees a tank at full speed heading towards them, the tracks creaking, the terrifying sense of oppression is incomparable to the sound of gunfire alone. The Light Knights were instantly intimidated by the armored units. The tanks immediately seized this opportunity, charging forward, firing regardless of whether they could hit or not. The Light Knights reacted, immediately drawing their great swords and charging towards the trench. But the armored units had already crossed the trench. To ensure that the tanks could pass through it, the Wehrmacht soldiers had rigorously constructed the trench. Even a Tiger tank rolling over it would hardly cause it to collapse. In a normal trench, if a tank passed overhead, or if a tank rolled over it, the soil on both sides would fill up the trench. Often, facing a tank advance, unable to defeat them, many soldiers in the trenches died not from being killed, but from injuries that incapacitated them, ultimately leading to their burial alive. As soon as the armored column passed overhead, Wehrmacht soldiers immediately deployed their RPGs to disrupt the attack. They assisted the armored column in stopping the Knight of Light. But the Knight of Light was no pushover, colliding head-on with a T-34 tank at full speed. Though the T-34 tank didn't stop, a dent was left in its front armor. The entire tank was severely impacted, and the Knight of Light was sent flying. His armor was severely deformed. Seeing this, both sides paused. Chapter 511. The Knights of Light squad leader signaled a knight to attack another tank. The other knight immediately nodded and rammed a nearby Tiger tank. However, the Tiger tank merely shook, not even deforming. On the other side, Udirian, who was inside the tank, was struck hard. Before he could recover, the Knights of Light on the other side were stunned. The two tanks looked similar, so why was this one so much more resilient? The Knights of Light began to question their lives. After all, as Knights of Light, they were confident in their physical strength and power. But the Tiger tank before them shattered their confidence. The Knights of Light squad leader, upon seeing this, without hesitation, ordered all Knights of Light to retreat. Even further down the road, the Crusaders' magical attacks began to fall. They were to provide cover for the Knights of Light's retreat. Watching the Knights of Light depart, the armored forces did not pursue. Because Gudley's gaze was fixed on the wrecked T-34 tank. You know, while the T-34 was a bit frail, it was still a medium tank weighing over 30 tons. It had been completely destroyed. The entire front armor was dented, and the driver was nearly killed. Luckily, the Knight of Light struck the center section, not the driver's side. Otherwise, the driver would likely have died from the collision. Gudley, observing the tank's tragic state, grew solemn. He then immediately reported the situation to Caddis. Upon learning of the situation, Caddis and his staff immediately began analyzing the Light Knight's combat effectiveness. 1,000 years had passed, and things had changed. The Light Knights of yesteryear weren't as powerful as they were back then. But Caddis wasn't sure whether the Holy Empire Legion, led by Kuenberg, had reached this level of technology. Caddis immediately sent a message to Barian, inquiring about the true power of the Holy Empire and the nature of these mechas. Meanwhile, of the 1,000 Light Knights, only less than 500 returned alive. In fact, only a little over 100 knights had launched the charge against the trenches, while the remaining 400 or so knights were still caught in the artillery fire, unable to find their way. Of course, some of these knights were clever enough to hide in the shell craters. Fabris looked at the 500 returning Light Knights with a look of relief on his face. But his smile soon faltered, as more than half of them had sustained severe internal injuries. Fabrice immediately ordered the priest to treat them. Later, Fabrice received the priest's diagnosis. Almost all the Knights of Light suffered internal injuries, with over 100 suffering severe ones. They were able to return alive entirely on a single breath. Upon hearing this, Fabrice's heart sank. So De Hien was so powerful. Besides, Kunberg was dead, and the former Holy Empire Legion was annihilated. Where did De Hien get all these things? Fabrice's brain cells were already burning, frantically thinking about how to deal with these tanks. The Knights of Light, who had returned alive, also explained to the other Knights of Light the difficulties they had encountered during the charge. The Knights of Light, who had not participated in the mission, shuddered as they listened to what their comrades, who had been on the charge, had to say. What had they heard? They had lost all sense of direction, only endless bombardment. It was nothing but explosions. Some small explosions had little effect on them, but some large ones blew them away. The Knights of Light were sweating profusely as they listened to their comrades' descriptions. Even on the other side, the Wehrmacht had deployed several tanks to tow the T-34 back. At first, the T-34 wasn't completely destroyed, but after driving for a while, it suddenly misfired. The others then realized that it was the Light Knight's collision that had crippled the T-34. But the Light Knight hadn't met a good end either. Wehrmacht soldiers cleaning up the battlefield found his body. Not only had his armor been severely deformed, but his body itself had been severely deformed as well. Even the Wehrmacht soldiers couldn't tell it was a single person. Not only were their faces completely disfigured, but they also discovered that each of these Knights of Light was over 2.4 meters tall. What does 2.4 meters mean? The height of a person plus half a person. This caused some panic among the Wehrmacht soldiers, but they soon regained their composure. To ensure the safety of the front line, the armored forces had already moved from the rear to within 500 meters of the front line. If the Knights of Light dared to charge, these tanks hidden in the pits would immediately move out and drive them back. After receiving intelligence from the front lines, Caddis immediately compiled all the information and sent it directly to the military and Leon. Then, sitting in the capital, Leon received the same information from Caddis and the Intelligence Bureau. It was an introduction to the Knights of Light. Looking at the pictures, Leon sweated more and more, for he saw nothing but Astartes. Although their height of 2.4 meters was somewhat different from a true Astarte, Leon's intuition told him that this was an Astarte. However, there was still a certain difference from a true Astarte, otherwise the armored forces would likely be completely defeated. Leon immediately assembled the military brass and summoned some key engineers from the arsenal. Everyone began to discuss the Knights of Light. This is war. The lower-level soldiers fight on the front lines, and they, the higher-ups, are responsible for their support. Everyone quickly began to discuss the Knights of Light. After a brief analysis, they discovered that the armor's strength wasn't due to its material, but rather to its magical power. Enhanced by this magical power, the armor became incredibly powerful. So, some engineers proposed a plan to use existing weapons to conduct a test attack on the Knights of Light to determine which weapon would be most effective. Lion disagreed with this plan, believing that there wasn't much time for testing on the battlefield. Overwhelming force was essential. But Leon didn't reject it either, understanding that testing was necessary. So, Leon directly proposed that they wait until the next attack, then increase the strength of the Crusaders as much as possible, deploying more units. Finally, they would unleash the current Great Flame's conventional firepower to see if the enemy could withstand it. But Leon set his sights on the Sun missiles. Chapter 512. Soon, the next day arrived. After yesterday's clash, both sides consciously exercised restraint. Both armies watched each other warily. Everyone had witnessed the tragic plight of the Knights of Light and the T-34s yesterday. The reason for both sides' restraint was that last night's battle had directly shattered their most prized assets. It was like someone destroying your confidence. So, both sides were extremely cautious, and Fabrice was no exception. As the commander-in-chief of the Crusaders, Fabrice was waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Originally, yesterday's attack had been an exploratory one, but Fabrice still harbored a fantasy. That was to rely on these 1,000 Knights of Light to shatter the enemy's defenses. However, this fantasy was ultimately shattered. The 1,000 Knights of Light were driven back before they even reached the trenches, and half of them were killed. This was what worried Fabrice the most. 1,000 Knights of Light were driven back before they could even reach the trenches, which posed a problem. How many men should he muster to capture the position before him? Fabrice roughly calculated that the entrance to the cursed plain could accommodate nearly 30,000 soldiers charging simultaneously. This meant that Fabrice could only deploy a maximum of 30,000 troops. If he could capture the first line of defense, Fabrice could, unfettered by the terrain, and directly dispatch a million-strong army to siege the Wehrmacht in several directions. But the problem lay in this first position before him. The 30,000-man limit made it impossible for Fabrice to execute any moves. After a brief hesitation, Fabrice decided to dispatch 30,000 Knights of Light and take the first line of defense in one fell swoop. But reality wouldn't allow him to do so. Even then, the Wehrmacht held a meeting overnight due to the previous night's clash. Almost all the Tiger tanks in the rear were brought to the front. They were camouflaged with camouflage nets and hidden along the first line of defense and nearby. After last night's battle, everyone realized that ordinary medium tanks were no match for the Knights of Light. Perhaps only heavy tanks could stand up to the Knights of Light. Based on Gudry's reaction last night, the Tiger tank he was riding in was hit hard by the Knights of Light, but it wasn't seriously damaged. Aside from a dent in the front armor, the overall damage wasn't significant. The Wehrmacht concluded that the combined force and inertia of the Knights of Light's full charge might have reached 20 tons. That's about the same as a dump truck. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cripple the T-34. But the Knights of Light couldn't even move the Tiger tank. This meant they could determine the enemy's strength. After making this assessment, the Wehrmacht responded immediately, concentrating all Tiger tanks on the front line, and also deploying IS-2S and King Tigers. The T-34S served as support, providing flank support for the heavy tank units. Fabrice and his men were also discussing countermeasures. They realized that the Tigers were difficult to defeat, but the T-34S could be attacked, so they devised a tactic: concentrate superior forces to encircle and destroy the T-34 units. So, the two sides missed each other perfectly. What Fabrice hadn't anticipated was that the Wehrmacht had replaced all its tanks with heavy tanks. Because, in Fabrice's view, since heavy tanks accounted for no more than 30% of the Wehrmacht's forces in the first battle, their number must be very small, right? Defense forces. Yes? Fabrice explained the situation to his generals, and they all agreed. Because, in their eyes, De Yin was just a tiny country. How could it possibly have such a powerful military? It was fake. It was all fake. Preparing for the next offensive, Fabrice led the Crusaders for 3 days of rest. During these 3 days, the Crusaders prepared for the attack every day, polishing their weapons every day. Inside the Crusader camp, a beautiful young woman sat blankly on a log. She was at the prime of her life, and should have been full of energy, but now she was dull, devoid of her usual liveliness. "Lila, are you feeling better?" a young Crusader asked with concern. Lila didn't respond, staring blankly at the camp before her. The young Crusader wanted to continue his concern, but just then, a Pegasus Knight on a unicorn landed nearby. The golden-armored knight removed his helmet. It was Lila's suitor, Brice. Just as Brice was about to speak, he spotted a young soldier nearby. Taking advantage of Lila's inattention, he grabbed the soldier. "Listen to me, Lila is mine. Trash like you is unworthy of her," Brice declared fiercely, then crushed the soldier's arm. The soldier, agonizing, left, his face pale. Brice approached Lila and shook his hand for a long moment before Lila finally reacted. She looked around and asked in confusion, "Brice, where's Frank?" "Frank? He might have run away." "Why are you concerned about him, Lila?" Lila looked at Brice, her face hesitant. Brice had been pursuing her for days, but Lila didn't like him at all. And while Brice appeared to be a gentleman on the surface, he was actually quite sinister. So Lila preferred to stay with Frank. But now, looking at Brice, how could Lila not understand that Frank had been driven away by Brice? Just as she was about to stand up and go find Frank, Brice stopped her and shouted, "Lila, I love you." Lila couldn't stand it anymore, and the soldiers around her immediately started to jeer. Because Brice had been pursuing Lila every day, in their eyes, a noble nun like Lila was only worthy of a knight like Brice. Lila's face darkened, and then she said sternly, "I'm sorry, Brice, I can't accept your advances. I don't like you." Brice's face darkened upon hearing this. "Do you like Frank? He's just a lowly civilian soldier. He's no match for you." Lila didn't admit it, because Frank's background was indeed his fatal flaw. Brice looked at Lila, nodded, and then said angrily, "Okay, since you like him, then if he's dead, you won't like him anymore," Brice said, waving his hand and leaving. Even then, Frank, pale and clutching his arm, arrived at the hospital where the pastor was. The pastor looked at Frank, startled for a moment, but then quickly realized. Chapter 513. "Frank, what's wrong with you?" The pastor knew Frank, so seeing Frank's state, he spoke with concern. "It's okay." Frank's voice rasped, and he sat down in a chair with difficulty. The pastor immediately came to Frank's side and began to heal him. Seeing his friend's plight, the pastor was extremely anxious. But Frank refused to speak, leaving the pastor to fret. But before the pastor could finish his treatment, Frank's officer arrived at the hospital, approached Frank, and spoke directly. Frank, tomorrow you will join the assault team, follow the main force, and launch the attack on the Great Flame Line. Hearing the officer's emotionless words, the pastor flew into a rage. You're sending him to his death. The officer didn't react, but instead spoke coldly. You know what you've done. The master said that once you die, Lyra will be his. With that, the officer walked out, leaving behind the furious pastor and a silent Frank. Frank, you have to do something. Are you just going to accept your fate? The pastor approached Frank and said with a look of disappointment. Frank said calmly, What? Accept your fate? This world is inherently unfair. You're a pastor. You never experienced the lives of ants. We live in humble circumstances, simply for the sake of living, and the pursuit of beauty is our only right. But there are always people who destroy everything we have. It's not about accepting our fate, but about us being unable to defeat them. Frank exhaled a sigh of relief, then slowly stood up, preparing to leave. Where are you going? You can go find the marshal. The priest shouted. Marshal? Even the marshal can't solve this problem. Frank uttered something ambiguous. What do you mean? The problem isn't just me, there are millions of people like me. Frank left stunned. What Frank had said. Finally, Frank was assigned to the assault team, a sort of advanced battalion. Looking at his comrades, he realized that most of them were prisoners recently transferred from nearby, and there were even some civilians. The prisoners' faces were devoid of hope, while the civilians were filled with fervor. They had just been informed that they could join the crusade and fight heresy for the goddess. They were all excited. The prisoners, on the other hand, remained silent. Many of them had been imprisoned for rebelling against the papal state. So, they no longer believed in the papal state. And these civilians hadn't yet recovered from the papal state's lies. They still steadfastly followed the so-called goddess of light. So, upon learning they'd been chosen by the crusaders, they were incredibly excited. But what they didn't know was that they believed they'd been chosen by the goddess because of her favor. What they didn't know was that she simply saw them as gullible. These crusaders needed cannon fodder. Frank looked grimly at the people around him, who also noticed this crusader. The crowd quickly gathered around Frank, realizing there was no one in charge. The only crusader in the room was Frank. Although the prisoners were reluctant to serve the crusaders, they knew they had to obey their orders. If they refused, their families would be severely harmed, with dire consequences. The group approached Frank. Frank looked at them, momentarily confused, but quickly realized what was happening. What are you doing? You should know your mission, right? Frank said calmly. The prisoners nodded, and then a burly man stepped out from among them. The man approached Frank and spoke calmly. My name is Lancelot, and I'm the leader of the prisoners. Who are you? Frank said calmly. I'm Frank, a crusader. I've been drafted into the Vanguard Battalion because I offended the wrong people. At Frank's words, the wariness on the prisoners' faces vanished, replaced by sympathy. Although these prisoners were prisoners, many of them were innocent. Many of them, like Frank, were imprisoned simply for violating certain interests or opposing the papal state. Even their families hated them viscerally, for they had no idea of the papal state's true nature. Lancelot opened his mouth, then patted Frank on the shoulder. You're a miserable man. What should we do now? Just as Frank was about to speak, a crusader officer approached. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and waited for the officer to arrive. The officer approached the crowd and spoke in a haughty voice. You are all criminals. Of course, there are those who dare to sacrifice themselves for the goddess, and of course, there are also some who are blind. The officer said this, looking at Frank. But Frank didn't show any expression. Seeing Frank's lack of reaction, the officer, feeling bored, said, None of you are crusaders, so we assigned you an officer. The officer pointed at Frank, and everyone's eyes focused on him. Frank also realized what he had just heard, looking at the officer in disbelief. Because of what he had just heard? There were no crusaders among them. Frank looked at the cross on his body, at the crusader chain mail. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, then tore off his crusader robe. The crusader officer didn't react at all, as if he had expected this. The officer nodded in satisfaction, then spoke. You're their officer now. You lead them in the attack against the Wehrmacht. The officer finished speaking, and before Frank could react, he left. Frank stood there, unsure of what to say. Lancelot approached Frank, trying to comfort him, but Frank stopped him. Then calmly he said, Now is not the time to think about these things. Now is the time to think about how to survive. Hearing Frank's words, everyone's faces grew solemn. Because, as Frank had said, Everyone's first priority was survival. Chapter 514. Everyone, please share your opinions. Frank looked at the crowd, not looking down on them because they were prisoners or civilians. Instead, he spoke calmly. The civilians belatedly realized they had been used as cannon fodder. Many were extremely upset, and some even violently threw things around the camp. But without exception, they all dared not insult the goddess. The prisoners were somewhat surprised when they heard this. In their eyes, they were merely prisoners, yet Frank treated them as equals. Now it was the prisoners' turn to be surprised. Frank looked at the prisoners with some confusion, and Lancelot was the first to react. No, it's just that we find it a little strange. After all these years, this is the first time someone has looked us in the eye. Lancelot scratched his head sheepishly. For a 1.9-meter tall, burly man, scratching his head felt a bit odd. Frank finally understood, a look of sudden realization dawning on him, but he quickly regained his composure and spoke. Let me explain. First, we need to find a way to survive the conflict. Surrender is unrealistic. If we surrender, the Crusaders will murder our families. But everyone here knows that you and I no longer serve the Crusades. The Crusades and the Papal States are rotten to the core. If the goddess has eyes, she will surely have mercy on the people. But what about now? You and I both know that the Papal States is controlled by certain people. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, including the civilians who had joined the Crusaders out of devotion. These civilians also knew that what Frank said was an indisputable fact. Okay, we should discuss how to survive. Frank then pulled out a map and pointed directly at the Kursk plain. The situation is this. The Wehrmacht has deployed numerous defenses here, including minefields. If we rashly enter the minefield, we'd likely be blown to smithereens, but if we remain where we are, we'd be killed by the Crusaders. So we must find a way to contact the Wehrmacht on the other side, and get them to help us create the illusion of complete annihilation. But we must have leverage that will make the Wehrmacht show worthwhile. Frank finished, looking at the crowd. Everyone realized that they couldn't hide their secrets at this point. A prisoner spoke up. I know of a treasure chest containing hundreds of thousands of gold coins. After the prisoner spoke, everyone looked at him, including Frank. But soon, Frank looked at the prisoner and spoke. The Wehrmacht won't care for this little money. We must produce intelligence that can shake the Papal States, Frank said, patting the prisoner on the shoulder. The prisoner nodded, knowing that the treasure he knew would have little appeal to the Wehrmacht. Lion, ? Hundreds of thousands of gold coins? Give it to me, if you don't want it. The prisoners began to wonder what valuable intelligence they had. Suddenly, one of them spoke up. I remember now. I know about that experiment in the Papal States. Before the prisoner could finish, Frank covered his mouth. You can't talk about that now, at least not here. The prisoner nodded, and Frank, after repeated confirmation, finally released his hand. The prisoner also looked at the Crusaders surrounding the vanguard camp, and realized how foolish he had been. Frank could already confirm that these men possessed far more intelligence than he had imagined. Now, he needed to do one thing, contact the Wehrmacht. Frank looked at the Crusaders guarding the area and had an idea. Late at night, Frank shouldered a bow and arrow and tiptoed out of the camp. He left a note behind. He was about to head to the front lines when a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Frank. Frank froze in place, standing there motionless for a long moment. Frank, where are you going? Frank couldn't help but turn back at the voice behind him. Lila stood not far behind him, silently watching him. Lila. Frank wanted to step forward, but he stopped himself and walked away without looking back. Lila watched Frank leave, tears streaming down her face. Frank had been running furiously. He loved Lila, but now he couldn't see her. He knew he had to meet the Wehrmacht tonight, but Frank himself was unsure. Frank didn't know if he could make it through the minefield alive, or if he could even meet the Wehrmacht. Frank could only suppress his emotions for the time being. Not only his own life, but the lives of everyone in the advanced battalion depended on him. He had to see the Wehrmacht. Frank carefully slipped out of the camp and headed straight for the Wehrmacht position. But Frank quickly stopped, for he faced a minefield. Looking at the craters left by the numerous mine explosions, Frank's entire body tensed. This is a minefield. Looking at the unremarkable plain before him, Frank's nerves reached a breaking point. Gazing at the Wehrmacht position in the distance, Frank glanced back at the Crusader camp behind him. Frank finally understood the importance of identity. If he weren't a civilian, perhaps he wouldn't have to face all this. But he was an ordinary person, and since he had become an ordinary person, he had to be prepared for anything. Frank lifted a necklace from his bosom, examining the silver necklace carefully. This was a gift from Lyra. Perhaps he would never make it back alive. Frank checked his letter, then placed it in a metal box, strapped it to his body, and headed straight for the Wehrmacht position, as if the minefield before him were just a decoration. Frank walked forward, each step a gamble with death. Frank didn't know if he'd step on a mine in the next second. But to Frank's surprise, he walked forward without triggering a single mine. As if blessed by luck, he marched towards the Wehrmacht position with great fanfare. The Wehrmacht sniper spotted Frank's advance, but didn't see any weapons, so he didn't shoot. What was this crusader planning? Chapter 515. The sniper kept watching Frank, his heart trembling with every step he took. The sniper knew the minefield hadn't been fully detonated, and many mines lay buried. But Frank continued forward as if walking on flat ground, paying no heed to the mines. This made the Wehrmacht sniper fix his sights on everything within his area. What the hell was this? Is this something he traded for his life? Frank kept moving forward, approaching the Wehrmacht position. The sniper immediately notified the nearby soldiers to prepare. The soldiers also hurriedly peeked out, only to witness a scene they would never forget. Frank had walked right up to the Wehrmacht position, as if he were walking untouched. Several Wehrmacht soldiers exchanged incredulous glances. This is a minefield? The Wehrmacht soldiers nodded. Of course, this is a minefield. And I planted mines myself. So how did he get here? The Wehrmacht soldiers began to question their lives. Elsewhere, Frank reached the Wehrmacht position. Just as he was about to speak, dozens of Wehrmacht soldiers suddenly emerged from the trenches, their guns pointed directly at Frank. Frank immediately raised his hands to indicate he was unarmed. A Wehrmacht soldier was dispatched to check Frank's possession. After repeated checks, it was confirmed that Frank was unarmed. A Wehrmacht officer then approached Frank and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here? You just walk here like that?" The officer immediately executed 3 consecutive commands. Frank began, "My name is Frank. I'm here to make a deal. That's how I came here." Watching Frank speak calmly, all the soldiers fell silent. The name and the content weren't important, what mattered was his last words. That's how he came here. You see, the Wehrmacht conservatively estimated that they had laid 10,000 mines. Although 2/3 of them had exploded, that still left over 3,000 mines buried in the ground. And yet, Frank just walked over here. Upon hearing this, the officer, without hesitation, immediately picked up his walkie-talkie and reported to his superiors. Although he didn't know what deal Frank was seeking with the Wehrmacht, the fact that Frank was willing to risk being blown up and come all this way was enough to prove the importance of this deal. A moment later, a Wehrmacht battalion commander approached. For this battalion commander was the highest-ranking officer on their position. The battalion commander approached Frank and spoke. "I'm in charge of this position. Do you have anything to say?" Frank glanced at the soldiers around him, noticing their serious expressions. He then became convinced that the battalion commander before him was a legitimate officer. "My name is Frank, and I'm the commander of the Crusader Advance Battalion. While the name Advance Battalion sounds nice, they're actually using us as cannon fodder. And a large number of innocent people have been dragged into this. So, I'm hoping we can make a deal to buy our lives," Frank said gravely. The battalion commander also realized the importance of the matter, and immediately called division headquarters. Upon learning of this, divisional headquarters ordered the battalion commander to question Frank. If this was a deal, what bargaining chip did Frank have that would warrant the Wehrmacht showdown? Frank remained expressionless upon hearing this, as this was all expected. He spoke calmly. "We have extensive evidence of the Papal State's secret experiments. This evidence isn't just groundless rumors or gossip, it's real, substantive evidence." Frank then produced the letter. This letter was written by prisoners who knew the truth. Many of them had participated in the experiments to some extent, or even assisted the Papal State in conducting them. They were imprisoned because they refused to continue working for the Papal State. So the Papal State simply abandoned them. "Since you're unwilling to work for us, there's no need for you to exist in this world." Many of those involved in the experiments were eliminated, but these few survived because of their connections. But they couldn't escape imprisonment, and now, they were being used as cannon fodder, their last remaining value squeezed out. Upon hearing this, the battalion commander could barely hold his walkie-talkie steady. He ignored the soldiers and rushed back to division headquarters with Frank. Frank soon arrived, and Caddis had already arrived. Frank spotted Caddis and the red epaulets on his uniform. "Frank?" Caddis asked. Frank nodded, a little confused as to who was truly in command. Because although Caddis was the oldest, his uniform was much simpler. This left Frank baffled. "Stop looking. I'm Caddis. Tell me, what's your leverage?" After saying this, Caddis personally moved a stool towards Frank. Frank, somewhat flattered, took the stool. Glancing at Caddis, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "You haven't read that letter yet?" The battalion commander then remembered that Frank had just given him a letter. The commander hurriedly handed the letter to Caddis, who took it and opened it. Just as Frank was about to ask what he was selling, Caddis was stunned by the contents. It detailed the crimes of the Papal States, but that was only the beginning. It was like some authors, who love to cut off a story mid-sentence. Caddis was certain that everything in the letter was true, or that the preceding content had a clear basis. Caddis didn't hesitate, and reported it immediately. When in doubt, let the higher-ups handle it. If the higher-ups can't handle it, what's the point of calling them? So Leon was woken up in the middle of the night. After a brief silence, he looked at the contents of the envelope. He immediately called Franca, and told her the contents of the envelope. Franca was silent, then responded to Leon. "The letter is true, and there's a laboratory at the border between the Kursk Plain and the Papal States." Leon froze in place after hearing this. He then hung up Franca, and called the Airborne Division commander. "Raise an army for 1,000 days, deploy it for a moment. Send out your most elite troops. I will expose the crimes of the Papal State to the world." Leon detests such brutal behavior. Even when the Great Yin experimented on criminals, Leon felt guilty, let alone these beasts, who used innocent people. It was only at this moment that Leon realized the correctness of the Great Yin's previous campaign to clean up human trafficking. "My compatriots, wait! We will avenge you." Chapter 516. The Wehrmacht quickly received Leon's order, and Caddis guessed Leon's intentions. As expected, Leon agreed to Frank's deal. He also provided Frank with a plan. He ordered the Wehrmacht's magicians to immediately dig pits in front of the position. They would build numerous air raid shelters to shelter Frank and his men. Because the Wehrmacht couldn't remove the mines, Frank and his men couldn't enter the position directly. This was the only option. Although the air raid shelters were somewhat crude, they could provide some protection against artillery fire. Furthermore, the Wehrmacht artillery received orders to use only artillery under 100 mm at Frank's position, and at a much lower frequency than other artillery. The heavy artillery would concentrate its attacks on the area behind Frank and his men. Thousands of camouflage scrolls were also brought in. These scrolls could provide camouflage spells, such as disguising corpses and magical fluctuations. This would make the battlefield appear more realistic. The magicians worked overnight, flew over, and began digging pits. The total number of people in the Vanguard Battalion was 1,000. Building a complex of air raid shelters for 1,000 people was no small undertaking. The workload was immense. The magicians began digging overnight, and Caddis joined the digging effort with his squire knights. After confirming that the National Defense Forces had accepted the deal, Frank hurried back. However, on his way back, a National Defense Forces magician provided assistance, flying Frank directly over the minefield. Frank hurried back to the camp. Even elsewhere, at the Great Flamson City Air Force Base, a Mi-8 helicopter was parked on the tarmac. 12 fully armed soldiers were inspecting their weapons and equipment. Their meticulously equipped equipment made these Wehrmacht soldiers stand out from the crowd. First, heavy body armor. Airborne troops weren't originally equipped with heavy armor, as even a few pounds of weight would affect their overall combat effectiveness. But don't forget, these are the most elite airborne troops. Although they are Wehrmacht soldiers, they possess Do Chi. And every one of them is a Do Chi Knight of level 2 or above. The weight of heavy body armor is a breeze for them. In addition to the heavy armor, there are also bulletproof helmets and Yan's latest product, true night vision goggles. However, these night vision goggles cost over 1,000 gold coins, mainly due to the immature technology and the fact that the arsenal used a lot of rare metals. Because the arsenal's technology couldn't break through, they could only resort to using artillery to defeat mosquitoes. The arsenal hand-rolled 50 pairs of night vision goggles, and they prioritized supplying them to elite troops. The 12 men before us are the most elite of the airborne troops. In addition to body armor, helmets, and night vision goggles, each of these soldiers is equipped with a specially modified AK-47, each equipped with a dovetail slot to accommodate a scope, and their ammunition is also specially formulated. Researchers at the Research Institute have discovered that scrap wood can be used not only to make armor, but also weapons. And scrap wood has a unique property. It can block magic. However, due to the extreme difficulty of mining waste wood, many countries have abandoned it. Lion and his team took a different approach, using large pieces of waste wood to create armor. However, researchers at the Research Institute were even more ingenious. After discovering that waste wood could block magical energy, they directly turned the waste wood into a warhead. They coated the surface with a special metal to prevent the waste wood's inherent lightness from causing the warhead to lose balance. The wastewood is also ignitable. Of course, this simply means it cannot be ignited by conventional means. For example, direct fire or even gasoline will not ignite it. However, using magical energy or fighting spirit can destroy the wastewood, and even high-level magicians can ignite the wastewood. However, this ignition actually only crushes the wastewood into powder. The researchers used special methods to transform the wastewood into a warhead and tested it. If this warhead successfully penetrates an enemy, it will affect the enemy's magical energy and fighting spirit circulation systems. For low-level magicians and fighting knights, if this shot hits, the enemy's mana supply will likely be cut off. This effectively renders the low-level magician or fighting knight useless. Furthermore, high-level magicians will also be affected to a certain extent, provided the bullet can penetrate. In the Holy Empire's prisons, special wooden spikes made from scrap wood are driven into the bodies of magicians to suppress them. Therefore, each of the 12 Wehrmacht soldiers carried over 180 rounds of scrap wood bullets. They were also equipped with a special weapon, a new type of grenade. This grenade uses liquid magic crystal as its explosive. If filled with liquid magic crystal to the same volume as in 2 Malawang Quach's grenade, this single grenade alone could have the destructive power of a 100mm artillery piece. The excessive destructive power of a grenade poses a problem. It could cause significant damage to the user. But don't forget, these individuals are all fighting knights, and their arm strength is astonishing. If it weren't for the parachute's capacity, Leon would have wanted to arm each of them with a PKM general-purpose machine gun or a modified MG42 Energy Edition. They could have simply mowed down the enemy. But after careful consideration, the AK-47 proved to be more convenient. So Leon decided to take a two-pronged approach, equipping each of these 12 elite Wehrmacht airborne troops with a modified MG42 Energy Edition. Their body armor was also custom-made. Besides the basic scrap-wood armor plates, they also had inner armor made of special metal. The shoulders and knees, vital parts of the body, were protected by armor. This is a perfect fusion of ancient and modern times. Lion was inspired by the Knights of Light. Since the Knights of Light are about to launch an Astartes, he can't be left behind. Thus, the first generation of rogue warriors appeared. The Crusaders didn't know what they were about to face. 12 soldiers, armed with AK-47s and a modified MG42, boarded the helicopter. Then, the helicopter quietly disappeared into the night. Only the highest echelons of the military and a few marshals knew where the plane had gone. As for the others, not even the armored division commander had the right to know. Even then, Frank returned to the camp and was about to enter his tent. But as soon as he entered, he saw someone sitting on his bed. Chapter 517. As soon as Frank entered, he saw Lila sitting on his bed. Lila also saw Frank, who had just returned. Lila, you. Before Frank could finish his words, Lila stood up and approached Franka. For a moment, Franka tried to retreat, but Lila grabbed her. Frank, tell me the truth, will you die on the battlefield tomorrow? Lila said in a trembling voice. No, absolutely not, Frank said. Although on the surface, Frank and Lila loved each other, in reality, Frank and Lila were more than just ordinary lovers. They were childhood sweethearts. And they were from the same village. In fact, Lila was just an ordinary farm girl until she was 10 years old, when she awakened her magic. Both of them were from farming families, and Frank had always acted like an older brother, carefully protecting Lila. Lila was grateful, and the two of them made a lifelong commitment at a very young age. But fate played a trick on her. As Lila's magic awakened, she was taken away by the church and entered a convent, becoming a nun. Frank, on the other hand, remained in the village, continuing his work as a farmer, cultivating every bit of his family's land. The days passed one by one, and soon, 5 years had passed. Frank was 18, and Lila had just turned 16. Lila lived up to expectations, becoming a nun and returning to the village. A dramatic scene unfolded. Lila saw Frank working in the fields. The two recognized each other, but Frank didn't call out Lila's name. Lila tried to call out to Frank, but was pulled away by her friend. The two met for the first time after years apart, and this was the final outcome. Lila later stayed in the village, and became a nun in the village church. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and Frank still couldn't find the courage to face Lila, while Lila kept waiting for Frank. But the good times didn't last long. With the outbreak of war between the Papal State and the Demon Empire, each village was required to send 5 young men to join the crusade. And unfortunately, Frank was among them. You could say Frank was lucky to be selected for the crusade, but you could also say he was unlucky to have escaped. 5 million crusaders attacked the Demon Empire, but were annihilated by Latife's in a single blow. Frank, however, escaped because he was assigned to transport food to the rear. Upon learning of the Crusaders' annihilation, Lila nearly fainted. But soon, she learned that Frank was still alive. Up until this point, Lila had believed her relationship with Frank to be nothing more than a simple sibling. Later, Frank was assigned to the Crusaders' combat unit, preparing for the assault on the Kursk plain. Meanwhile, Lila watched Frank return to the battlefield and resolved to follow him. But at first, Lila didn't think she loved Frank until the air raid. Amidst everyone's panic, Frank was the only one who came to her side, concerned and asking if she was injured. It was at that moment that the two of them decided to spend their lives together. But Bryce intervened. It was like two ordinary people falling in love, and a wealthy second-generation kid suddenly intervened. Thankfully, Lila wasn't a materialistic woman. The two remained steadfastly together, leading to the scene where Lila waited for Frank in the tent. Inside the tent. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Lila shook her head, speaking with some difficulty. When have I ever lied to you? Frank smiled. Lila, not caring whether it was true or not, nodded and hugged Frank. Frank was stunned. Lila, promise me you live well. You must survive. I don't mind if you're friend or foe, Lila said, looking up at Frank with a smile. Frank was stunned. He hadn't imagined that Lila had guessed everything. Actually, if it were me a few days ago, I probably wouldn't hesitate to expose you. Lila pointed at Frank with a strange expression. Frank's expression froze, and one hand reached for his weapon, but stopped. Lyra wouldn't hurt himself. But now, the Crusades have deeply disappointed me, or rather, this country has disappointed me. The lower-ranking soldiers of the Crusades were true warriors, but these nobles and church members were the biggest parasites of the Papal States. In the monastery, a book recorded a saying by Kuenberg. There's no such thing as a 1,000-year empire. Empires have a limit to their lifespan, and that has to do with human nature. I used to think the Papal States were incredibly glamorous, but it was all show and no substance. I witnessed the dirty deeds of those nuns and officers these past few days. I'm tired, I'm really tired. Lyra forced a smile. Frank lowered his head, then spoke. Tomorrow I flee to Yin. What about you? Lyra smiled, then spoke. Then let's go together. Hearing this answer, Frank was completely stunned. Looking at the stunned Frank, Lyra chuckled and walked directly to Frank. Standing on tiptoe, she pecked Frank on the lips. Frank was instantly red. At this moment, Lancelot arrived at Frank's tent. Looking at the two, who looked like a young couple, Lancelot was stunned. What was going on? The unspeakable secret between a nun and a lowly soldier. Seeing someone else enter, Lila immediately regained her composure. Lancelot wanted to ask Frank how things were going, but Lila's presence prevented him from speaking. Frank then spoke. It's okay. Lila already knows about the operation and will come with us. Lancelot, upon hearing this, a look of sudden realization crossed his face, then looked at Frank with a look of understanding. You, boy, you actually kidnapped a nun. Feeling Lancelot's gaze, Frank rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Lancelot and Frank immediately began discussing the specifics of their escape. Although the Wehrmacht had already begun preparations overnight, they also had to be fully prepared. In fact, Leon agreed to these people surrender not only because of the intelligence, but also because he didn't want to see these innocent people involved. War should be between soldiers against soldiers, not between unarmed people. Elsewhere, Bliss lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He couldn't help but feel that everything that had happened today was too magical. Will there be any problems? Chapter 518. Bryce lay in bed, recalling everything that had happened that day. It all seemed too magical. Frank had been easily pushed away, and Lyra hadn't offered any resistance. Something was wrong. There had to be something wrong. Bryce fell asleep as he thought about it. The Wehrmacht soldiers were lying on the ground, bustling with activity. The magicians were digging furiously, while the ordinary Wehrmacht soldiers were preparing. A young Wehrmacht soldier was clearing the trench. His squad leader was observing the situation at the front. The young Wehrmacht soldier sighed. Squad leader, doesn't the textbook say that aggressive war is wrong? The squad leader immediately jumped down the stairs next to the trench and gave the young Wehrmacht soldier a hard squeeze on the shoulder. The young Wehrmacht soldier felt a little pain. The squad leader saw this and spoke. Yes, war of aggression is wrong, but you must understand one thing. What was the original reason for launching a war? Is it for expansion or for profit? But Yin has neither of those things. We go to war to protect our country. In the words of our leader, all wars, regardless of rank or strength, ultimately become people's wars. Because De Yan's system dictates that any war must be based on the people. When the people support a war, victory is inevitable, and De Yan's unwavering success stems not only from its technological prowess, but also from the support of its people. Because the people know that some battles must be fought. This is fundamentally different from the common people of the feudal era. If a country wants to become prosperous and strong, it must enlighten its people. Listening to the squad leader's rant, the young soldier was dumbfounded. He had just graduated from school and had no idea where to work. He was still confused about life. That's when he joined the National Defense Forces, but he was still confused. He found that the textbooks described a beautiful world, but the war he had experienced made him feel disgusted. At first, the soldier thought it was his own fault. But later he discovered that there were many soldiers in the army who, like him, hated war. But they didn't want to be deserters because they only hated it, not resisted it. The disgust was simply a disgust for the killing, not a disgust for the killing. Betrayal of the nation. Because they knew they had to continue fighting to bring peace to the country. Some wars fought now will never be fought again. Soon dawn arrived. The Wehrmacht soldiers watched the rising sun behind them, their faces growing tense. They had witnessed everything last night, but their commanders hadn't told them anything, leaving them baffled. Why had the magicians dug a trap overnight? Cadiz, to keep it secret, kept Frank's surrender a secret. He only told the company officers, who had informed their own soldiers just before the battle began. Even elsewhere, inside the Crusader camp, early in the morning, the Crusader officers arrived at the vanguard camp. He also ordered the kitchen staff to deliver several carts of food. Give the soldiers of the advanced battalion a meal before their departure. This officer had been specially selected by Fabrice, and was a staunch follower of Fabrice. So when he saw the 5,000 so-called soldiers before him, his face was filled with anger. He understood that these so-called advanced warriors were nothing more than criminals and civilians gathered by the Crusaders from the surrounding areas. Their sole purpose was to consume the Wehrmacht's ammunition. But had they considered the possibility that the Wehrmacht had prepared sufficient ammunition for this war? The officer shook his head, and finally sighed helplessly. Although he knew that this was wrong, he could not change the facts. Because even Fabrice could not easily interfere with the decision-making above. After all, the Pope only needed one word. The goddess has sent down an oracle. And then Fabrice, the marshal who had fought for the Papal States for so many years, would be dismissed. So the officer before him was in a difficult position to speak. Only a few carts of food could be brought in to compensate these people. Frank quickly gathered his men for breakfast. The prisoners, looking at the abundant food, had mixed expressions on their faces. Although the Papal State exploited its subjects severely, it did not skimp on the last meal of the dying. Because they believed that if they ate well on their last meal, they would continue to exploit them in their next life. After breakfast, Frank assembled his soldiers. Then the officer ordered the Crusaders to bring their weapons and equipment. Even the Crusader officers couldn't help but frown at the sight of these weapons and equipment. Because how could this be considered weapons and equipment? First, the so-called armor was rusted. This kind of armor might have scratched them before they could even stop a bullet. It could lead to tetanus. As for weapons, the Crusaders simply distributed them with weapons and equipment captured from the Demon Empire on the battlefield. The Demon Empire's weapons were a diverse mix, including magical weapons and great flame munitions. But without exception, they were all badly damaged. The Crusaders had already picked up the good ones, leaving only these scraps in the warehouse. The officer, watching the Crusaders using scrap to fend off the soldiers who had arrived first, was nearly furious. Just then, Frank spoke. "We will attack as usual," Frank said, donning the centurion armor that had been prepared for him. Then he ripped off his Crusader robe and donned his helmet. The officer gaped at this scene, but didn't rebuke Frank's blasphemy. Who would want to be cannon fodder for nothing? Lancelot also gathered his men, and they set off in a mighty procession. Unnoticed, a new soldier had infiltrated the advanced battalion. This soldier wore a visored helmet and appeared frail. The other advanced battalion soldiers nearby tried to help him, but he refused. Lancelot, however, was watching the soldier nearby, ready to help. Yes, she was Lila, even elsewhere. Bryce suddenly woke from his bed and rushed to the military nun's quarters. After questioning the head nun, Fabrice received a result he found hard to believe. Lila hadn't returned all night. Just then, the sound of the attack horn echoed from the Crusader front. Fabrice's eyes widened. He understood everything. Chapter 519. Bryce rode the unicorn like a madman and flew straight to the front line. But Frank was already ready to charge. The Wehrmacht had also prepared everything. The next second, The Crusader frontline commander blew the attack horn. Frank immediately ordered the advanced battalion to disperse and charge. Just as the Wehrmacht prepared to open fire, their commander informed them that Frank was surrendering. The Wehrmacht soldiers were stunned. What the hell? You say surrender? Now, the Wehrmacht soldiers were completely stunned, and many looked at their comrades in disbelief. Finally, seeing the stern expression on their commander's face, they finally confirmed that the news of Frank's surrender was not fabricated. To ensure that the advanced battalion stepped on as many mines as possible, the Crusader army launched a large amount of smoke bombs. The entire Wehrmacht position was filled with smoke. Seeing this, Frank's eyes lit up. This is truly divine help. Frank immediately ordered everyone to charge. Meanwhile, Bryce rushed to the front lines. But he happened to see the last soldier of the advanced battalion charging into the smoke. Bryce's heart was instantly broken. No! Bryce fell from the unicorn and stumbled towards the front lines. A nearby Crusader officer immediately grabbed Bryce. What are you doing? They're going to die. Are you going too? Bryce ignored the officer's words and tried to break free. But he had forgotten one thing. This officer was also a fighting knight, and his strength far surpassed Bryce's. Bryce was easily captured. Bryce listened to the whistling sound from the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks. No! Lila! How can I live without you? Watching Bryce's confused tears, everyone was baffled. Lila? Who is Lila? But seeing Bryce sobbing, the officer couldn't say anything, so he finally had to knock Bryce unconscious. No problem, just knock him unconscious, and everything will be solved. Even on the other side, the Crusaders watched Frank calmly enter the smoke stunned. Were they so brave? As the smoke cleared, the Wehrmacht began its demonstration. The artillerymen, stunned by the firing parameters they had received, were completely stunned. But soon, their commander explained Frank's surrender. Then, they suddenly understood, but even with that understanding, they were still a little confused. Was such a large-scale operation just for these people necessary? Their superiors said they didn't know, they just had to follow orders. The heavy artillery began its display. A 150mm shell slammed directly into the Crusader position, the terrifying vibrations forcing the Crusader soldiers to hide in their trenches. They dared not even poke their heads out. The Crusader soldiers mourned for the soldiers of the 1st Landing Battalion, who had led the charge. With that level of fire, who could survive? Meanwhile, Frank and his men charged forward. Halfway through their charge, several lids suddenly opened on the ground. Some Wehrmacht soldiers waved to Frank and his men. Frank and his men immediately entered the dug air raid shelters. Although only one night had passed, with the Yan's formidable infrastructure and the support of numerous magicians, the construction of a cluster of air raid shelters capable of accommodating 5,000 men could be completed in a matter of minutes. As Frank and his men entered the shelters, Wehrmacht soldiers began dispersing camouflage scrolls. At the same time, they ordered artillery with a range of less than 100 millimeters to fire at the vicinity of the shelters. This was done to create a false impression. But not everyone was fooled. Fabrice looked at the barrage of bullets, outwardly calm, but inwardly he already had his answer. The Vatican envoy at his side asked, Marshal Fabrice, can the advanced battalion capture the Wehrmacht positions? It's difficult, or these 5,000 men will be completely wiped out, Fabrice said calmly. How is that possible? They are the elite of our Crusaders. You're trying to undermine their morale. The Vatican envoy shouted. Fabrice glanced coldly at the papal envoy, who instantly felt the overwhelming pressure and took several steps back. The envoy stared at Fabrice, speechless for a long time. Fabrice didn't react like a clown. Instead, he began to plan a direct attack on the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht had built a tortoise shell. To shatter it, they could only advance cautiously, or attack with all their might and shatter it into pieces. Fabrice muttered. Perhaps the papal state should experience a defeat, to teach these nobles that their lives are not the only ones that matter. After saying this, Fabrice looked toward the distant front lines, which were under artillery fire. I hope they can escape alive. Fabrice immediately ordered his generals to rally their troops and retreat 5 kilometers. The generals were puzzled, but Fabrice explained. This was to prevent Wehrmacht artillery from directly hitting the frontline camps. The generals then agreed to retreat 5 kilometers. But could retreating 5 kilometers really prevent the bombardment? Fabrice had no idea, but he did it simply to help those 5,000 men as much as possible. Although many believed that these 5,000 men were sacrificed by the goddess, Fabrice didn't believe that. It might be okay to fool the ignorant, but using this to fool yourself is child's play. In truth, Fabrice wasn't a noble, or rather, he had never been one. It was simply fate, coupled with his acquaintance at the forefront of his time. That's how he became a marshal. Therefore, Fabrice always valued his soldiers, or rather, his soldiers. He often considered their problems, examining their perspectives to determine whether his orders were reasonable. In a brief moment of deliberation, Fabrice had already planned a new operation. That was to force the Wehrmacht to withdraw from the Cuzco plain. But how could he force the Wehrmacht to withdraw? Simply crush the defenses in front of him? Fabrice shook his head. Even if he suffered 1,000,000 casualties, he likely wouldn't be able to capture the current position. Fabrice looked at the continental map on the sand table, focusing his gaze on the Cuzco plain. After a long, careful observation, he finally set his sights on the Great Yin mainland, the pearl of the Great Yin. Sin City. Fabrice already had a complete plan in mind. Although Fabrice had spared 5,000 innocent people, he was not a good person. Or perhaps, he was the same type as Leon. That was to kill anyone who was not his countryman. Chapter 520. Fabrice successfully focused his attention on Sin City. The surrounding generals were perplexed. Why was Fabrice targeting Sin City? Fabrice observed Sin City's location, and then reviewed the intelligence sent by the Papal States intelligence officers. He confirmed Sin City's troop deployment to the National Defense Army. There was only one Guards division, with a strength of just over 20,000 men. This presented a tremendous opportunity for Fabrice and the Crusaders. If the Crusaders could seize this opportunity and directly attack Sin City, forcing the National Defense Army to withdraw, then the defenses of the Course Plain would be easily broken. Thus, Fabrice had to carefully plan his attack on Sin City and allow the Crusaders to enter it. After assessing Sin City's defensive strength, Fabrice weighed the pros and cons and ultimately decided to dispatch 100,000 elite soldiers to attack Sin City. But to dispatch a 100,000-man force, he would have to utilize 100,000 teleportation scrolls. As for how to obtain teleportation scrolls? Of course, they're made by magicians. But the Papal State possesses another method, using a trace of primordial magic to create a teleportation scroll. So the question is, how does this primordial magic come from? Of course, it's by extracting the primordial magic from ordinary people. 100,000 teleportation scrolls means 100,000 innocent people have vanished from this world. Fabrice knew this, but the solution to this dilemma required opening up a new front. Fabrice hated everything the Papal State had done, but he was still a member of the Papal State. Even if this country wasn't worth his efforts, he still had to be loyal to it. Still, Fabrice warned the Papal State not to involve innocent people. But would the Papal State really listen to Fabrice's advice? But Fabrice had no other options. Fabrice quickly formulated a battle plan. 3 days later, the Crusaders would launch a general assault on the Cuzco Plains, determined to capture the first line of defense, even at the cost of human lives. He then immediately ordered the surprise attack force to teleport outside the city of Sin via magical teleportation scroll and launch a direct attack on it. Attack the city of Sin as quickly as possible, surround it, and capture Leon alive. With 100,000 elite troops against 20,000, capturing the city of Sin was a foregone conclusion. Capturing Leon alive might be difficult, but this was Fabrice's order. If Leon could be captured alive, the Great Flame would suffer a severe blow. If Leon were killed, the vast Great Flame might crumble in an instant. But Fabrice didn't dare to even consider killing Leon. He knew that if he truly killed Leon, Cadus before him would surely scatter his ashes. But Fabrice couldn't guarantee that those old monsters in the Papal States wouldn't attack Leon. As a marshal, Fabrice had the authority to act according to circumstances, but he still had to discuss this plan with the Pope. When the Pope heard the plan, his eyes lit up instantly. He didn't consider the strength of the 20,000 guardsmen. He only had two things in mind: 100,000 against 20,000, and he could also send in top-tier warriors to kill Leon. The Pope's interest was instantly piqued, and he summoned several archbishops from the Papal States to discuss the feasibility of the plan. The archbishops, upon hearing the plan, expressed their agreement. He also stated that the Papal State must dispatch its top warriors to strangle Leon. In the past, the Papal State was reluctant to intervene openly, but now that the two countries were at war, such tactics were not out of the question. Leon, far away in the Sin City of Great Flame, was currently patrolling Great Flame. Because war had already broken out, Leon must ensure the living standards of its citizens. War can seem distant to the people, but it can also be very close. To gain public support in a war, either the war must be just or the living standards of the lower classes must be maintained. If the war is unjust, then one must be mentally prepared. If the lives of the lower classes are affected, the war will begin to decline. This is a truth, and countless wars throughout history have proven this. For example, in his previous life, Detsy was able to hold out for so long largely because Huzi consistently ensured the living standards of his own people. Even when supply was limited in the later stages, Huzi still chose to transport food from the various occupied territories back to his homeland to ensure the living standards of the local residents. Therefore, even before and during the attack on their homeland, the people of Detsy still held high hopes for the outcome of the war. Papal States. The Pope quickly consulted with several archbishops and reached a conclusion. Not only would they dispatch 100,000 elite troops, but they would also dispatch the Papal States' few top-tier warriors. Because they knew Barian was still in Sin City, they had to kill him if they wanted to destroy Leon. But killing Balian was no easy task, and the Pope could only pin his hopes on the one who stood above him. He quickly agreed to Fabrice's battle plan and ordered the Pope to expedite it. Upon learning of the god's approval, the Pope immediately ordered his men to create magic scrolls. The Papal States had a certain reserve of magic scrolls. But reserves were reserves. Creating 100,000 magic scrolls on the spot wasn't a difficult task, though it would only require sacrificing a few minor elements. Soon, screams emanated from deep underground within the Papal States. However, ironically, the collapsed statue of the Goddess of Light lay directly above these depths. Even further away, in Sin City, Leon suddenly felt a palpitation. Leon had a nagging feeling that something terrible was about to happen, a feeling that filled him with a deep sense of unease. Leon awoke from his bed with a complex expression. Next to him was the pregnant Yun Qingqi. Since becoming pregnant, Yun Qingqi had become completely sluggish. People say pregnancy makes a woman stupid for 3 years, but the problem is that Yun Qingqi might be stupid for her entire life. Now, Yun Qingqi has gone from queen to giant baby, clinging to Leon at every turn. Almost 5 months pregnant, Yun Qingqi's belly has already grown considerably. What worries Leon most is that Yun Qingqi is now at her most vulnerable. So Leon can only continuously strengthen his defenses and ask Irina to stay with Yun Qingqi at all times. Even Caddis, who is far away on the front lines, sent his 7th level Doqi Knight made to protect Yun Qingqi. But why do I still feel uneasy? Leon murmured. Chapter 521. Die in Sin City. Today is an important day. The National Defense Forces are still fighting the Papal States on the Kursk Plains, but Sin City is bustling with activity today. Crowds of Dayan citizens poured into the streets, greeting each other and recounting anecdotes. Leon was woken early in the morning. The Duke's palace was bustling with activity. Leon was stunned. What's going on? Is today a special day? Froststar couldn't help but laugh at the bewildered Leon. My great leader, have you forgotten what day it is today? Leon thought for a moment, but ultimately came to an end. Froststar, seeing this, shook her head, then held her forehead and spoke. 3 days later is the 2nd anniversary of the founding of the post-Dayan nation. As a leader, you can't even remember? Looking at Froststar's look of disappointment, Leon was momentarily stunned. He blinked awkwardly, trying to hide his embarrassment. Froststar shook her head, holding Leon's face like an older sister, and spoke. Don't do that next time. Leon, my big sister. Leon blushed instantly, feeling completely unnatural. Ever since Yun Qingqi became pregnant, Shuangxing had become a completely different person. She used to be as cold as an iceberg, but now she was as passionate as fire. Leon was almost overwhelmed by the heat. What she hadn't dared to do before, she now dared to do, even things Leon couldn't imagine. Leon spoke. Isn't it 3 days later? Then why are we celebrating now? Leon had been staying at the military headquarters these days. To avoid interfering with Leon, the cabinet planned to wait until the anniversary of the founding of the country to inform Leon. Right now, they were just celebrating the anniversary. So Leon was kept in the dark. However, after realizing what was happening, Leon showed no emotion, nor did he question why he hadn't been informed of such a major event. He simply said, remember to inform me next time. After all, it was such a major event, and Leon was the leader. Not informing him would be a bit unreasonable. These days, Leon has been discussing at military headquarters how to get the Papal States to proactively enter the Kursk Plains, a pocket formation. Although the Crusaders have arrived at the gates of the Kursk Plains, they have yet to enter, and Fabrice, leading the Crusaders, has been navigating the periphery of the Kursk Plains. Leon knew there was no time to rush this matter, but according to the latest intelligence, the Great Flame Intelligence Agency has gathered a wealth of intelligence in the Dwarf Empire. All the intelligence points to one conclusion: the Dwarf Empire is plotting a war. And it's a war of the entire nation, a life-or-death battle. This is the real problem Leon is facing. The Elven Empire is now a mess. The Eastern Elves were relatively safe, But the Western Elves were utterly devastated. First, the area around the Western Elf capital suffered some damage. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst hit was the southernmost region of the Western Elves, south of the city of Sucras. This area was completely decimated by the Dwarf Empire, leaving it uninhabited for 10 miles. Restoring the Elven Empire would take years. But now the Dwarf Empire is preparing to launch a war of national destiny. And while it may appear that the Dwarf Empire is the attacking force, and even more powerful, in reality, the Dwarf Empire is no different from the current Elven Empire. The Dwarf Empire is resorting to aggressive military tactics to launch this war. With the introduction of supply controls a month or two ago, many civilians had no chance of getting enough to eat. Some dwarven workers in key positions were still able to get enough to eat, but the peasants and the lower classes were starving. While the nobles continued to enjoy their extravagant lifestyles, the dwarven men, unable to survive, were forced to join the army. In just a month or two, the Dwarven Empire had acquired a 3 million man army. However, of these 3 million soldiers, only 600,000 possessed weapons, and 1 million had uniforms. Another 2 million lacked even uniforms. When the dwarven ministers saw this, some with reasonable minds nearly fainted. The lower classes, unable to survive, didn't consider changing policies to create jobs or procure food from other countries. Instead, they began expanding the military, doing so recklessly and without any plan. Any man was drafted into the army. With a large exodus of young and middle-aged labor, the Dwarven Empire's economy was on the verge of collapse. Many small businesses had no chance of survival, and were forced to close their shops and make a living. As for female dwarves, they generally have happy families. If they are a noble, they can live comfortably. But for ordinary families, the fate of female dwarves is tragic. When their husbands are unemployed, they are forced to seek a living, perhaps joining the army or falling into destitution. Even the uglier female dwarves have to find work. But are jobs really that easy to find? Some jobs, which offer no salary but only food, are snapped up the moment they are offered. Because once someone gets the job, they can ease the burden on their families. But there were too many men and too little porridge. Many female dwarves were forced into prostitution under these circumstances. The lower classes had no hope of survival, while the dwarven capitalists and nobles were in a frenzy. For they had all received invitations from the Papal States. Once the war was over, regardless of victory or defeat, they would become citizens of the Papal States. This was the driving force behind their frenzy. Cheap labor, combined with the massive orders from the Dwarven Empire, made them lucrative. The Dwarven Emperor Andres was aware of this, and ordered his inner guard to investigate these capitalists whenever possible. But Andres' inner guard had long been utterly corrupt, its commander already in the hands of the capitalists. Many far-sighted dwarves, upon witnessing this, shook their heads and decisively chose to pack up and sail eastward to the eastern continent. There, they would live out their days, far away from this sorrowful land. For no matter what, the fall of the Dwarven Empire was a reality, even if it could defeat the Elven Empire. The Dwarf Empire will also face the fate of disintegration and reorganization, and only then will it become a true purgatory. This is the outcome if victory is achieved. If the Dwarf Empire's attack fails, then the people of the Dwarf Empire will suffer terribly. Thus, some far-sighted dwarves have already fled, and Andres has received news that many of his ministers have vanished. However, Andres did not become angry, nor did he pursue these ministers. Instead, he said calmly, "Let them be. As long as we defeat the Elven Empire, the Dwarf Empire will be reborn." Chapter 522. With the National Day of Great Yin approaching, the entire country was abuzz with activity. Even though the war was still raging on the front lines, it didn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm for the National Day. Many people planned to take advantage of this festive occasion to hold weddings. Some bought new houses, some new clothes, and of course, the majority chose to get married on this day. Alan and Via also chose this day. At this moment, Alan was accompanying Via at a bridal shop to buy a wedding dress. As an ace pilot, Alan should have been at the front right now, but Via approached Marshal Carl and told him about their upcoming wedding. Upon hearing this, Carl slapped his thigh and immediately confirmed the National Day wedding. He also immediately transferred Alan back from the front lines. Many officers were initially puzzled, but upon hearing that Alan was getting married, they unhesitatingly supported him. They said Alan was working too hard these days, and needed a good wife to keep him in check. If Alan ever lost control, the consequences would be enormous. With Carl personally making the final decision, Alan's marriage was quickly finalized. Originally, marriages should have required the consent of both parents, but Alan was an orphan, so as long as Via's parents agreed, Everything would be fine. How could Via's parents not agree? Via's parents quickly agreed to the marriage. They had witnessed how kind Alan had been to Via over the past few days. After Via's parents opened a factory in Dian, their perspectives gradually began to shift. They no longer distinguished between humans and elves, but instead treated all equally. Although their lifespans differed, that was a matter for the future. For now, their happiness was paramount. Lion had also heard about this marriage. As the strongest pilot in the Great Yin Air Force, he had always had a keen eye on Alan. According to the aircraft manufacturer, the new fighter jets in the warehouse were destined for Alan. And just in the next few days, before National Day, Alan would visit the aircraft manufacturer for a test flight, adding more joy to National Day. In the bridal shop, Alan, dressed in his Air Force uniform, was fidgeting in a nearby chair. Because his beloved, his wife, was in a nearby room, getting dressed in her wedding dress. This was Alan's first time experiencing such a situation, and he was incredibly nervous. He stood up and sat down repeatedly. Nearby, Weiya's younger brother, Lehman, watched his brother-in-law with a suppressed smile. Of course, Lehman had heard of Alan's heroic deeds. Therefore, Lehman admired his brother-in-law immensely, and was already prepared to join the Elven Empire Air Force. As the two waited outside, the door opened. Weiya, clad in a wedding dress, emerged with a beaming smile. A bridal shop attendant was holding the hem of her dress from behind. Alan stared at Weiya, completely stunned. Weiya, now in her wedding dress, beamed with happiness. Although Weiya looked stunning without a wedding dress, Alan was speechless after she put it on. Lehman, standing by, was also stunned. Is my sister really that beautiful? Seeing Alan in a daze, Via chuckled, then spoke with a smile. Alan! Aren't you coming over for the photo? Alan immediately reacted, straightening his white Air Force uniform, and approaching Via with a nervous look. Via's smile widened, as she saw her husband in such a state of embarrassment. Before falling in love with her, Alan had always been aloof and extremely cautious in everything he did. But after they fell in love, Alan became unsure of what to do with himself, often stuttering. After a while, Alan and Via were able to communicate fluently, but when it came to crucial moments, Alan always faltered. It wasn't Alan's fault, after all, as an orphan who had lived in Sin City his entire life. Back then, Alan was busy making ends meet, and had no time to think about such things. It wasn't that Alan couldn't speak, but rather that he never interacted with anyone of the opposite sex, or even been in a relationship. There are many people like Alan in Dian right now, working diligently but never even holding a girl's hand. Seeing Alan's nervous expression, Weiya casually hugged him, and then kissed him. Alan's eyes widened instantly, and the photographer nearby immediately snapped a picture. Dian now has two cameras, a black and white film camera and a camera made of magic crystal. The former produces black and white images, while the latter produces color. As an ace pilot in the Air Force, Alan rarely has much use for his money. So, when it comes to getting married, Alan should save money where he can. The wedding photos were taken in color, and each color photo cost a silver coin. It might be expensive, but for Alan, it was worth it. A dozen seconds passed before the two separated. The photographer had successfully taken the photos. The staff then began taking the next wedding photos with Alan and Via. At first, Alan was a little hesitant. He stood a little far away from Via, but the next moment, Via hooked her arm and pulled him in, bringing them close. Alan was instantly amused. Is this what a wife is like? The day had passed like that. After a whole day spent preparing for the wedding, Alan returned home, sprawled on the sofa like a dead dog. Via, on the other hand, approached Alan with a burst of energy. Alan, get up. Go take a shower. You need to sleep tonight. At the word sleep, Alan's entire body jerked up. No! I don't want it. I turn into a mummy. Alan was about to get up and leave when Weiya grabbed him. Alan was then dragged into the room. The next day, Alan struggled to get out of bed. He stared blankly at the ceiling, not having time to contemplate the events from the origin of the first underwater life to the destruction of the universe. The phone rang nearby. Alan picked up the phone, and just as he answered, he heard Marshal Carl's loud voice. Alan! Are you up yet? There's a military vehicle waiting downstairs. Wash up immediately, put on your uniform, and go meet your future vehicle. Carl's words left Alan stunned. Alan, a little stunned, glanced at Weiya, who was still soundly asleep, then at the phone. Isn't this the wrong number? Isn't he on vacation? After a brief moment of confusion, Alan donned his uniform and went downstairs. A military vehicle was parked downstairs, and the sign on it read, the first aircraft manufacturing plant of Dalian. Chapter 523. After leaving a note telling Wei-Yao where he was going, Alan got into the car, still bewildered, and arrived at the Great Yin First Aircraft Manufacturing Plant. Even after entering the Great Yin First Aircraft Manufacturing Plant, Alan still hadn't figured out what had happened. The driver and bodyguards refused to divulge any information. Baffled, Alan followed the bodyguards all the way to the aircraft manufacturing plant. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw the factory director waiting for him, surrounded by a large number of soldiers armed with live ammunition. Seeing the scene, Alan instinctively took a few steps back. What was going on? What was going on? Before Alan could react, the director grabbed Alan's hand and spoke excitedly. I guess you must be Alan? You're a promising young man. The director's torrent of praise left Alan completely lost. Although, in terms of personalities, they all liked to praise each other when they met. But don't you even look at where we are? This is an aircraft manufacturing plant. It should be a solemn place, but the atmosphere is different now. Looking at the bewildered Alan, the factory director finally realized that the man before him wasn't some businessman or civil servant, but a serious military officer. Then his expression changed in a split second, his composure instantly restored, and he pulled Alan inside. He explained as they walked. Alan, I called you here today to test fly a fighter jet. This fighter jet will fly over Sin City on Independence Day. It's a truly groundbreaking fighter jet, with exceptional combat capabilities and speeds beyond your imagination. Alan didn't choose to disbelieve the factory director's words, even though they sounded like empty promises. But the factory director never boasted. If he mentioned these figures, there had to be something real. Alan was already excited about this fighter. After twisting and turning for over 10 minutes, the two of them finally arrived at a secret warehouse. After unlocking 7 or 8 locks, the director finally opened the warehouse. Alan saw the fighter jet parked in the center of the warehouse. When he saw the fighter's exterior, Alan froze in place. The fighter's impressive appearance and sheer size stunned Alan. The director, standing nearby, saw Alan's reaction and gave a predictable look, then spoke proudly. This is the latest product of the Great Yin First Aircraft Manufacturing Plant, the Wind Falcon fighter. It boasts incredible flight speeds and carries 24 icebreaker missiles. A single icebreaker missile possesses a power far exceeding that of a V-2 rocket. Even a V-3 rocket might not be a match for the icebreaker. The icebreaker also possesses a device far superior to other missiles. Radar lock-on. It works similarly to the principle of connecting magic power to determine the enemy's exact location. The magic circle within the icebreaker missile then locks onto the enemy, carrying the icebreaker towards them. Also, the icebreaker is significantly smaller than a V-2 or V-3 rocket, yet its power far exceeds both. This is because the icebreaker uses liquid magic crystals and employs a compression explosion. This will maximize the release of the magic power within the magic crystal, achieving unimaginable power. Listening to the factory director's explanations and clarifications, Alan felt completely dizzy. This was all so advanced. How could he not understand? I was just a Stuka pilot. After listening to the factory director's explanations, Alan didn't take much in, but he did remember some of the terms. This plane is huge. This plane is stunning. This plane has insane speed, a terrifying range, and unimaginable destructive power. Anyway, the factory director said a lot, and Alan just remembered these words. After all the talk, why not just pull it out and take a look? The factory director noticed that Alan wasn't impressed by the data, and then spoke. Alan, this plane is about to. Are you ready to fly when you're taken to the test site? Now it was Alan's turn to be stunned. No, I haven't flown this thing yet. You want me to drive this? Then, the factory director placed a driver's manual in Alan's hand and patted him on the shoulder. Alan, I believe you can do it. The pressure was on Alan. Alan felt the pressure surge, but the factory director didn't actually let him board the Falcon without any experience flying it. Instead, he called in Air Marshal Carl to escort Alan. What if the plane lost control? Of course, he had Marshal Carl help propel the aircraft. The fighter was quickly towed away by several heavy trucks and slowly driven to the test site. The aircraft manufacturer wasn't located in Sin City, so even if test flight training was conducted, there wouldn't be any major problems. The Falcon fighter jet quickly landed on the runway, and the ground crew was making final preparations for flight. They were refueling the Falcon with solid magic crystal fuel and checking its various data and vital equipment for proper operation. Thanks to the staff's efforts, the Falcon fighter jet quickly completed all pre-flight preparations. Alan stared at the unique flight suit before him, feeling a momentary daze. Compared to previous flight suits, This one seemed to have leaped from primitive society to a high-tech society. Although the cockpit was heavily protected by a magic circle, the aircraft manufacturer had still put a lot of effort into the suit. First, the material. Although it looked similar to an ordinary flight suit, in reality, while the material remained unchanged, the aircraft manufacturer had engraved a magic circle on the back of the suit. This magic circle served as an emergency healing spell. If the pilot's life were in danger, this magic circle would activate, saving the pilot's life. Don't underestimate this magic circle. This emergency healing spell cost hundreds of gold coins. This might be expensive for ordinary people, but for a prize pilot, a few hundred gold coins are nothing. Alan quickly donned his flight suit and helmet, then nervously entered the Falcon fighter. Looking at the various instrument panels, Alan felt overwhelmed. But fortunately, aside from the weapon systems, Alan recognized most of the other instruments. After all, he was an experienced Air Force pilot. Chapter 524. Alan looked at the dashboard and, following the instructions in the manual, began to start the aircraft. The moment the engine started, Alan felt a terrifying thrust. This was before the fighter took off, meaning the engine hadn't yet reached full power. Just as Alan was examining the data on the dashboard, Carl caught up, flew up, and landed beside Alan. However, he didn't enter the Falcon. Because the Falcon had only one pilot seat, this prototype wasn't intended to be a trainer, but rather to be deployed directly in combat, so Carl could only fly alongside the Falcon. However, upon seeing the Falcon's terrifying speed data, Carl couldn't help but break into a sweat. Over 1,000 meters per second. What kind of thing is this? Weighing over 40 tons. What kind of Tiger tank is this? Air Marshal Carl was stunned. Is this a fighter? Although Leon said the speed of sound is 340 meters per second, or Mach 1. The Falcon's speed reached Mach 3, and if all its mounted icebreaker missiles were launched, its speed could exceed Mach 3. Although Lion knew about the Mach unit and had introduced it to the Great Yin, the people of Great Yin were unimpressed with it. Instead, they continued to calculate in meters per second. Lion didn't say much about this, of course. His people deserved to be pampered. The Wind Falcon fighter jet arrived on the runway. Alan looked at the runway in front of him, feeling extremely nervous. Just then, a light rain suddenly began to fall from the sky, hitting the fighter jet directly. Alan became even more nervous, because in previous missions, flying in the rain was extremely dangerous. Just as Alan was about to report this to the ground, Marshal Carl spoke up. Don't worry, this fighter is windproof and rainproof, even capable of taking off in thunderstorms. Alan was stunned. Carl's words were not without basis. First, this Wind Falcon fighter prototype not only used a large amount of rare metals, but also had over 80% of its components related to magic, with only 10% related to electricity. Furthermore, this fighter inherently possessed a certain degree of lightning resistance. Furthermore, the aircraft manufacturer had recklessly engraved numerous defensive magic arrays on it. This resulted in a very high cost for these fighters, but the profits were also enormous. This fighter possessed capabilities far exceeding those of any other fighter of its time. This was exactly what the aircraft manufacturer wanted, as they had learned that various countries were rapidly developing new fighters, and that many enemy fighters had already surpassed the Stuka. However, the Great Yin Air Force still had a large number of Stukas that had not been replaced, and with other countries catching up, the Great Yin Air Force's position was being challenged by other air forces. The emergence of the Me-262 fighter relieved the pressure on the Air Force. But this was not enough, as the Me-262 fighter had many shortcomings. To be precise, it was not a qualified finished product. Rather, it was more like a work in progress. The arrival of the MiG series fighter successfully stabilized the Air Force's position and firmly suppressed other countries. But the aircraft manufacturer decided that wasn't enough, and so the Wind Falcon fighter was born. This aircraft is truly the king of air combat. In addition to the icebreaker missiles, the Wind Falcon also features 4 magic-guided cannons. In fact, initially, the aircraft manufacturer's designers hadn't considered equipping the Wind Falcon with cannons. In their view, missiles were already sufficient. Wouldn't adding cannons be redundant? But the factory director offered a suggestion. He believed that, given the current environment, the Wind Falcon was a clear leader, but its killing power needed to be enhanced. 24 icebreaker missiles were enough to crush any enemy, but what would happen after all those 24 missiles were used up? What weapon would the Wind Falcon use to attack the enemy? So, the aircraft manufacturer decisively chose to equip the Wind Falcon with 4 magic-guided cannons. This gave the Wind Falcon exceptional air combat capabilities, allowing it to maintain the upper hand even after its missiles were exhausted. After confirming that it was safe to fly, Alan reviewed the operating procedures he had just learned. He carefully pressed the accelerator. A strong push against his back was felt, and the roar of the engine caught the attention of everyone in the aircraft factory. Many were captivated by this strange aircraft. Alan had no time to observe his surroundings. He was utterly panicked. Why was this fighter so difficult to fly? It was flying so fast. This speed was wrong. It was several times faster than the Stuka. Just as Alan was panicking, the Falcon fighter was already climbing. Alan hurriedly operated the ailerons and elevators to ensure a smooth takeoff. Soon, as the speed increased, raindrops pelted the fighter's cockpit window. Alan paid no attention to these things, instead staring intently at the instrument panel. Looking at the various data on the plane, he eventually discovered that it was almost identical to the estimated data. Alan immediately reported the situation. Upon learning that the data was correct, the aircraft factory workers on the ground were in an uproar. Especially those involved in manufacturing the Falcon. Each of them wept with joy. When they heard the sonic boom of the Falcon fighter jet breaking the sound barrier, their tears deepened. The Air Force had always taken up over 50% of the National Defense Force's military budget. While this 50% also included missile engines and aerospace engines, the 50% of military spending had always been a source of discontent for the Navy and Army. The Army, in particular, was unfortunate. Originally, without the Air Force and Navy, they could have enjoyed exclusive military spending. Every day brought new things, but since the arrival of the Air Force and Navy, the Army, like a wife who had fallen from favor, was instantly neglected by a heartless man. Leon, I know you're scolding me. Are you being polite? Although the Air Force receives 50% of the military budget, the pressure on the Air Force is considerable. It might seem glorious on the surface, but in reality, everyone is walking a tightrope. As the pilot, Alan could directly feel the fighter's power. A moment later, Alan piloted the plane into the clouds. But the next second, Alan felt the torrential downpour of rain pounding the fighter. But looking at Carl beside him, Alan didn't retreat. With Carl here, what's there to fear? The worst that could happen is the fighter loses control, and Carl has to carry it back to base. Thinking of this, Alan increased his speed to the limit. The raindrops landing on the fighter instantly turned into boiling steam. Alan flew south, to see the beautiful mountains and rivers of Dehien. Chapter 525. With the successful secret test flight of the Wind Falcon fighter, Dehien's military strength has been further strengthened. And just as National Day was approaching, the war on the Kursk plains finally broke out in full force. In the Wehrmacht trenches, several soldiers were eating dinner. Since tomorrow was National Day, the Wehrmacht also provided a snack for their soldiers. In addition to the usual meal, each soldier was given a piece of beef. This shocked the Wehrmacht soldiers. Most of them were farmers, so they knew what cattle meant to them. Watching the reactions of his soldiers, their commander was at a loss for words. These children were so sensible that he felt distressed. Dehien is no longer what it used to be. In the past, Dehien greatly needed oxen for farming, especially during the Sin Territory era. But with the advancement of industrialization, tractors have become ubiquitous across the land. This is both a benefit and a tragedy for Dehien. Because of limited arable land, Lion had no choice but to prioritize mechanization of agriculture. Use mechanization to ensure land utilization, maximizing every inch of land. This is what industrialized nations should do. The Wehrmacht is also very familiar with tractors. After all, armored troops drive them every day. In the words of their superiors, a tank? Aren't they just a slightly larger tractor? Due to mechanization, oxen have lost their former status as the primary agricultural tool. Dehien began selecting breeds of oxen, selecting those with delicious meat, and breeding them. While civilians in Dehien may not eat beef, the military must prioritize its supply, and canned beef is considered a necessity. Ox. So love fades, right? The soldiers looked at the beef in their bowls, and ate it one by one with tears in their eyes. However, some soldiers were extremely reluctant to eat beef, because when they were raising cattle at home, the cattle ate better than they did. I don't eat beef. One soldier said bitterly. You must eat it today. Pick up the beef. The veteran soldier nearby hooked his arm around the soldier's shoulder. I don't want it. The cow is so hard-working, how can you eat it? If you eat the hard-working cow, aren't you just like a capitalist? The soldier's words left the veteran completely stunned. What's all this? How did this even get to the point of being a capitalist? The veteran soldier finally had to call the instructor over, and after the soldier reluctantly took a bite, the entire squad's beef was devoured by this soldier. I want beef. You're not allowed to eat beef. Ox. Moo! The soldiers finished their delicious dinner, but before they could rest, a whistling sound filled the air. A barrage of fireballs flew from the Crusader positions. The Wehrmacht sentries immediately sounded the air raid sirens. The soldiers immediately took shelter in their artillery holes, preparing for the attack. The artillery immediately retaliated, employing large-caliber heavy guns to attack the Crusader positions from a distance. The magicians in the Crusader positions also learned their lesson. After firing a round of fireballs, they moved on to the next position. However, the Wehrmacht did not counter this cleverness with cleverness, but instead used force to thwart these tactics. They launched a saturation attack on the entire Crusader front lines. This blast stunned the Crusader magicians, who had originally planned to relocate between 5 or 6 positions. But the Wehrmacht launched a saturation attack directly against these positions. Now it was the Crusaders' turn to be speechless. They had originally planned to put up a good fight and receive a barrage of fire. But they hadn't expected the clown to be themselves, and the barrage of fire was directed at them. The Wehrmacht's heavy artillery took turns striking, completely suppressing the Crusader army. But the Crusaders were, after all, the elite troops of the Papal States. And those attacking the Wehrmacht were the elite of the Crusaders. After realizing they were under fire, the Crusader magicians instantly split into countless small groups, dispersing, taking shelter behind the mountain to bombard the Wehrmacht positions. Seeing this, Kedes didn't rush to retaliate, but instead continued to suppress the Crusader infantry with his fade-heavy artillery. Because in these days, who wouldn't resort to suppressive firepower in a war? However, although Kedes didn't order the use of the Gustav, he still contacted the Air Force and launched a precision bombing campaign. When the Air Force commander received this news, his expression was grave. For they knew this attack would be different from previous ones. Both sides would have to engage in a real aerial battle. This meant a fierce battle, and the Air Force would inevitably suffer casualties. But this is war, and how can there be no casualties? However, to minimize casualties, and to destroy as many of the Crusader Air Force as possible, the Air Force dispatched a large number of B-262 fighters, followed by a formation of B-29 bombers. In addition to the Pegasus Knights, the Crusaders' anti-aircraft firepower also included the magical air defenses of the former Demon Empire. By accelerating and empowering basic magic, it achieved the effect of an anti-aircraft gun. However, this ordinary anti-aircraft method was still somewhat crude against the B-29. But the arrow was on the string, and it had to be fired. That night, both sides began a frenzied bombardment of each other's positions. After half an hour of mutual attack, the Great Yin Air Force's Mi-262 fighters were the first to enter the battlefield. Seeing this, the Pegasus Knights took to the air. Especially Briss, who believed that Lila had perished under the Wehrmacht's fire. He was like a raging wrath, charging headfirst into the air, charging at an Mi-262 fighter. The fighter pilot was momentarily stunned. Not a buddy? Who's the good guy who's engaging in a direct air-to-air fight? And in a straight line, after a brief pause, the pilot pressed the fire button. The RSS had no time to dodge, and was directly hit by the 37mm cannon round. Bliss was a 6th-ranked knight, and while he could charge headfirst into the 37mm cannon, his unicorn couldn't withstand such a blow. The unicorn's wings were extremely fragile, and Bliss was only a centurion, not 1,000. If it were the latter, their unicorn could certainly withstand the 37mm cannon. But Bliss couldn't. A round from the cannon struck the unicorn's wing, and the unicorn let out a mournful cry. Although it struggled to fly, its balance was clearly affected. Bliss was forced to make an emergency landing. Both sides were stunned by this scene. What kind of speed legend was this? Frank and his companions, who had been disarmed in the Wehrmacht's rear camp, were happily eating the beef the Wehrmacht had brought them. This beef is so delicious. This side is still better. Frank grumbled as he helped Lila with some beef. Lila nodded in agreement. Chapter 526. As the Wehrmacht and the Crusaders engaged in full-scale battle, both sides went from initial probing firepower to the current relentless bombardment. Regardless of whether the enemy positions contained any living men, they launched a single round of attacks, building up their momentum. The Wehrmacht's artillery's daily mission was to pour ammunition into the enemy positions. While all soldiers knew their ultimate mission was to repel the Papal States, the war had already reached a stalemate. Both sides could find no breakthrough, and could only conduct probing bombardments to complete their daily tasks. The Wehrmacht was unable to initiate a campaign without annihilating the Crusaders' active forces. Because the Crusaders outnumbered the Wehrmacht 3-1, this meant the Wehrmacht had to seize the opportunity and concentrate its superior forces to encircle and annihilate the Crusaders. This was the best strategy. But everyone understood that the Wehrmacht had no chance of actively encircling and annihilating the Crusaders. The entrance to the Cursed Plain, which neither side could avoid, lay before them. The steady and composed Keates met the equally steady Fabrice. That's why the two sides have been deadlocked on the course plain for nearly 7 days, with neither side launching a full-scale offensive. It wasn't until last night that the Crusaders launched a large-scale attack. But all talk and no action. The Crusaders relied solely on long-range firepower, deploying no ground forces. They continued to harass the Wehrmacht. Keates wasn't enraged by the Crusaders, instead contemplating the map with a calm expression. Because of their current battlefield advantage, the Crusaders appeared to have the upper hand. But the real advantage lay with the Wehrmacht. First, the Demon Empire's rebellion was nearing its end, and Adelheid and the rebels were suppressing it. If this dragged on, Adelheid would completely control the Demon Empire, and at that point, the Papal State's deployment would be in vain. The Wehrmacht simply needed to wait on the Kursk plains, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Either the Demon Empire fell to Adelheid, or the Crusaders would launch an all-out offensive, fighting the Wehrmacht on the Kursk plains to the bitter end, defeating them and capturing the Demon Empire. Of course, Fabrice preferred the latter, but he knew that if he continued his cautious tactics, he might not be able to capture the Kursk plains for years. So Fabrice chose to open a second front. That was to send 100,000 Crusaders to launch a surprise attack on Sin City on the Great Flame National Day. Fabrice knew this was a risky move, but he had no other choice. Initially, Fabrice wanted to lead the Crusaders into the Elven Empire. However, while the Elven Empire was a shambles, the combined Eastern and Western Elven Empires, under the control of Queen Sif, possessed an army exceeding 3 million. This was significantly greater than the regular Crusaders' force. Although the Crusaders boasted a force of 3 million, only a little over 2 million were regular troops, with another million or so improvised. This was precisely why Fabrice was reluctant to attack the Elven Empire. Furthermore, given the circumstances at the time, the Demon Empire was already embroiled in civil strife, presenting a golden opportunity, but all this presupposes no intervention from the Wehrmacht. Inside the Crusader commander's tent, Fabrice gazed solemnly at the map on the table. He had learned that 100,000 Crusaders had already begun a mass teleportation from their secret camp using magic scrolls. And their target was none other than the Great Yin capital, Sin City. Many Crusaders were brimming with confidence about this operation. In their eyes, the underman Sin City was a prized commodity. They couldn't resist the urge to take a bite. What they didn't know, however, was that their actions would completely infuriate the Great Yin. 100,000 Crusaders were teleported one by one to the northern region of Great Yin Sin City. Evelyn, who was recuperating at home, suddenly opened her eyes and tore through space, arriving at the Duke's palace where Lion was staying. At that moment, Lion was preparing to don his most formal attire for the National Day Parade. The people of Lion were stunned by Evelyn's sudden visit. Before they could say anything, Evelyn spoke directly. "Lion, I have something very serious to tell you. The Crusaders have sent 100,000 troops, and they now appeared in the northern part of Sin City." Hearing this, Leon was completely stunned. This is human language, right? But why can't he understand it? This speech silenced Leon. Looking at Leon, who was stunned, Evelyn said seriously, "I'm not joking. I'm telling the truth." Seeing Evelyn's seriousness, Leon realized that she wasn't lying. Then, a solemn expression took over his face. If Evelyn wasn't lying, then 100,000 troops would attack Sin City. And right now, there's only one Royal Guards division in Sin City. And almost half of them are in the city's central district maintaining law and order. It's safe to say that this is the most vulnerable time for Great Yin. Leon took a deep breath, then ordered a Dochi Knight to fly directly to the capital and sound the battle alarm. The staff inside the capital were practically stunned upon hearing this news. After a brief moment of shock, the capital staff quickly reacted. Soon, a shrill sirens blared throughout Sin City. The people of Great Yin, preparing to celebrate, were stunned. Is this an air defense drill? But soon, the people of Great Yin realized it wasn't a drill, because gunfire rang out from the north. The Royal Guards division soldiers, preparing for a military parade, were momentarily startled by the battle alarm and gunfire, then immediately headed north of the city. No longer caring about the military parade. The north of the city was now in turmoil. After several expansions, the northern district of Sin City no longer had its walls. Normally, the entire northern district had almost no military presence. However, today, as it was National Day, some guardsmen and security forces were on duty in the northern district. It was these soldiers on duty who bought time for the evacuation of everyone in the northern district. The people of the northern district heard the gunfire, saw the guardsmen heading north, and, coupled with the relentless battle alarms, even the dumbest of them had reacted. Even further away, Leon rushed to the capital. He immediately picked up the nearby microphone and began his speech to the entire city of Sin City. Now he needed to reassure everyone. Chapter 527. Fellow countrymen, by the time you hear this broadcast, the Crusaders have already invaded Sin City. My dear compatriots, I feel guilty towards everyone, but now is not the time for sentimentality. All compatriots, please immediately evacuate to the southern part of Sin City and take the train to Nanshuan City. I will lead the Imperial Guards Division to defend Sin City to the death, safeguarding every inch of our territory. Fellow countrymen, take care. Great Yin will not decline because of this attack. We will only become stronger. After saying this, Leon headed straight for military headquarters. As news of the Crusaders' attack spread, the military responded quickly. A 5,000-man Imperial Guards brigade was dispatched to reinforce the northern region. But 5,000 against 100,000 was like an egg against a rock. The military wanted to send more troops, but Great Yin currently only had 20,000 Imperial Guards Division soldiers and 5,000 security forces. The reason the military was reluctant to send more troops was because the northern region had already been completely invaded. The Guards Division had limited manpower and could only tighten the encirclement. However, a large number of civilians in the northern region had not yet been evacuated, putting immense pressure on the military. The military faced a choice between the civilians in the north and the entire Sin City. Just as the military was struggling, Leon, dressed in military uniform, arrived at the capital and headed straight for the military. Then Leon learned of the situation, and he was devastated. On one side was a complete collapse, and on the other the people. Leon chose the latter without hesitation, ordering the entire Guards Division to enter the northern city to resist the Crusaders. Buy time for the evacuation of hundreds of thousands of civilians in the northern region. At the same time, mobilize the Holy Empire's garrison to provide emergency support to Sin City. But no matter how Leon calculated, he couldn't afford to fly the troops stationed far away in the Holy Empire to Sin territory. Anxious, Leon could only focus on the Qingqi Kingdom. With the help of the Great Yin Railway Network, the Qingqi Kingdom's army could reach Sin City within 12 hours and complete the encirclement of the Crusaders. Thinking of this, Leon was about to call Yun Qingqi when he discovered that Yun Qingqi had appeared at the doorway. Looking at Yun Qingqi's gentle expression, Leon slowly explained his request for reinforcements. Yun Qingqi agreed without hesitation. Why are you here? It's dangerous here. Leon hugged Yun Qingqi and whispered softly. Yun Qingqi smiled and then spoke. Frost Star says the northern part of Sin City has been invaded by the Crusaders. The Duke's palace isn't safe either, but the capital is relatively safe. Hearing this, Leon glanced at Heiyu and the others standing outside, unsure what to say. Then why don't you take the train out of Sin territory? If we leave, you're going to fight the Crusaders alone, you little bastard? Heiyu, in her Lolita form, climbed onto the table, stood on it, and patted Leon's head, saying adorably. Leon looked at Heiyu, feeling a mixture of laughter and tears. Alright, go to my office and rest. I still need to plan my tactics. Before he could finish his words, Yun Qingqi kissed Leon and left. The others couldn't help but stamp their feet. Damn it! Looking at the women, Leon smiled foolishly. None of the staff officers around him dared to speak. Will they be silenced? Just as Leon made up his mind to have the Imperial Guards protect the people of the northern region, scenes were unfolding in Sin City. Inside a church, Alan and Via were about to exchange rings. Although the church's influence had been completely purged by the Great Flame, Leon knew that eradicating it would take generations. So Leon purged all churches in the Great Flame-controlled areas. Now, the church only retained its functions of prayer, confession, and charity. All other powers, such as the military and taxation, were abolished by the Great Flame. Now, the church had become a true church. Young people, lost in times of confusion, would go to bookstores to read, while the elderly would come to church and ask the priest. The priest would tell them how the steel was made. And the priest also read how the steel was tempered because Leon had done everything he didn't read. How bold. In the Great Flame. Who dares not to be famous? Just as Alan and Via were about to take the final step in their wedding, the battle alert sounded. The guests were momentarily stunned, barely able to react. Alan was the first to react, instinctively rushing out. Weiya, standing nearby, grabbed him, her eyes filled with reluctance. Has the war broken out? Alan lowered his head. Everyone was puzzled. Why would the battle alarm sound? Just then, Leon's voice came over the PA. After hearing Leon's announcement, everyone was speechless. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in panic. Alan didn't have time to think. He scooped up Wei in a princess hug and led her and her family straight to the train station. Along the way, a large number of civilians were fleeing in panic. The gunfire in the north of the city intensified. Less than 15 minutes into their march, Alan and his companions saw over 6 T-62 tanks rolling down the road, heading straight for the northern part of the city. Seeing the black, red-rimmed M35 helmets atop the soldiers, Alan couldn't help but marvel at Leon's courage. This was the Guards division protecting Leon, yet they were assigned to the northern part of the city. Sure enough, only war reveals a person's true character. Alan ran for 30 minutes, carrying Wei. Although Wei repeatedly tried to walk on her own, Alan refused. Wei was wearing high heels. How could she run? The group reached the train station, which was already packed. The Public Security Bureau was maintaining order. Alan saw this and looked at Wei. Wei's family felt a chill in their hearts, as they weren't yet considered citizens of Dian. The train station was packed with people from Dian, with numerous trains carrying loads of people out of Sin City. Despite the large crowds, people lined up as best they could. Even with the sound of gunfire not far away, growing closer and more intense, they remained disciplined. Because they believed that Dian would not abandon anyone. Just as Alan was frantic, a security officer spotted Alan and immediately spoke. "Captain Alan." Upon hearing this, Alan hurried over. "She's my wife. Can she get on the train?" The officer looked perplexed, and the security officer nearby decisively said, "No. She's not a Dian citizen." Alan approached the officer and spoke. "She's my wife." Feeling Alan's gaze, the security officer, feeling uneasy, then spoke. "The whole family can come, but they have to wait in line." After receiving this conclusion, Alan immediately pushed Via's family to the back of the line. He kissed Via fiercely, and before Via could even speak, Alan was pushed out by the crowd. "Alan! Via! Alan, you must protect yourself. You must be well too. See you in Nanjuan City?" Alan vanished into the crowd, but Via, an elf, received no strange looks. Because everyone could clearly see Via's wedding dress. Who would laugh at such a miserable person? Even on the other side, William was even worse off than Alan. Chapter 528. William was leading his troops in the square in front of the capital, preparing for a military parade. Before the parade even began, news of a Crusader attack reached the northern part of Sin City. Before William could even notify his mother and sister, he was dispatched to the northern part of the city. William's 4th Regiment was part of the 1st Brigade, which was sent directly to the northern part of the city to stop the Crusader attack. In reality, William wasn't afraid of going to war with the Crusaders. What he worried about was his family. But the soldiers of the Guards division also had families in Sin City. Who was he to worry about more than them? However, as luck would have it, while leading his troops to the northern part of the city, he encountered a neighbor. The neighbor was heading home. William didn't order his troops to stop. Instead, he dismounted, took out a pen and paper, and quickly wrote a suicide note. In just 20 seconds, William wrote 17 words. "Goodbye, Mom. I have more people to protect. Don't worry." Finally, I handed it to my neighbor. Under their shocked gaze, I boarded a military vehicle and led the troops to the front lines. At this moment, gunfire continued in the northern city. The Crusaders descended on areas outside the northern city. Finally, they launched a direct attack on the unprepared northern war zone. Many defenseless civilians were shot dead, and some security personnel and soldiers on duty quickly returned fire. The gunfire alerted the people of Dian. People immediately retreated to the southern city, while security forces and soldiers on duty sought cover and engaged the Crusaders. But it seemed the goddess of luck had chosen Dian. The Crusaders' main attack direction lay a fateful bridge. Coincidentally, this bridge would normally be manned by only 2 armored vehicles, but today, a T-62 tank was stationed there. This single T-62 tank repelled 6 Crusaders' attempts to seize the bridge. In just 30 minutes, the Crusaders launched 6 rounds of attacks. Each attack was extremely short, and at the first sign of heavy casualties, the Crusaders would immediately withdraw. This left the Wehrmacht with no chance of a decisive battle. Before launching their attacks, Fabrice had repeatedly instructed the Crusaders, sharing with them the Wehrmacht's common tactics. One was to utilize the high mobility of armored units, focusing on weak points, rapidly intersecting the front lines, and dividing the enemy's defenses into distinct zones. Then, they could concentrate superior forces and employ heavy firepower to complete a decisive battle. The other was to break up the enemy into smaller units, employing harassing attacks to tire them out. Then, seize the opportunity to destroy the enemy's logistics. Search for opportunities within guerrilla warfare, then gather superior forces for mobile warfare. Avoid direct confrontation with the enemy whenever possible, and never engage in positional warfare if possible. The former relies on ample firepower, while the latter faces a severe shortage of firepower, forcing them to resort to small-scale guerrilla warfare. However, the Crusaders had no countermeasures for either approach, for they simply could not withstand the treads of armored units. As for guerrilla warfare, they had no divine intervention. So, their only tactic was a forceful assault with 100,000 men, a full-scale attack, to crush the 20,000 Guards Division soldiers within the city. But they overlooked one key point. Within the entire Wehrmacht's order of battle, the most capable units were not the army's armored divisions. The most capable fighters were the 20,000 Guards Division soldiers before them, seemingly soldiers of the nobility. At first, the surprise attack by the Crusaders caught the Wehrmacht off guard, resulting in significant gains within the first hour of the battle. But as the Guards Division arrived in multiple directions, the Crusaders' battle became increasingly difficult. The Crusaders found it difficult to defeat the Guards Division soldiers in a head-on confrontation. As soon as they fired a shot, the opposing Guards Division soldiers would immediately fire a burst of AK-47 fire, pinning them to the bunker. Then their comrades would pull out grenades, creating a perfectly coordinated attack. If more than 10 Crusaders gathered together, the Guards Division soldiers would immediately report the situation to the platoon leader. Within 10 seconds, the platoon's mortar squad would open fire. And the Guards Division soldiers possessed other advanced technologies. The appearance of the T-62 tank completely stunned the Crusaders. They believed the Tiger tank was the pinnacle of the Wehrmacht's artillery. But I never expected something as formidable as the T-62. While the T-62 wasn't as heavy as the Tiger tank, don't forget, its gun was a 115mm. If it were to hit you with this thing, you wouldn't even utter a word. Relying on this single T-62, the soldiers of the Guards Division held a bridge to their core. The Crusaders launched 6 unsuccessful attacks, ultimately forcing them to circumvent the attack. However, this single T-62 tank stopped the Crusaders' initial assault, successfully buying time for the following troops. William, leading the 4th Regiment, arrived first on the battlefield. Upon entering, they encountered a 3,000-man Crusaders force. The two sides engaged in a direct skirmish, with the Wehrmacht soldiers reacting first. They immediately sought cover, and ordered their tanks to crush the Crusader soldiers charging forward. At the same time, they ordered their heavy machine gunners to set up their guns on the spot, while their light machine gunners immediately ascended the stairs. They seized the commanding heights, and suppressed the enemy forces on the road. The moment they met, the Crusader forces were stunned. They even saw a tank speeding towards them, with no intention of braking, firing continuously as it sped along. A lucky shell struck the flag bearer carrying the Crusader flag. The player, along with the flag, was shattered into pieces. The heavy machine gunners, after reloading their machine guns, then used their loud gonma rifles to unleash a barrage of blows on the Crusader soldiers, who had no time to react. The Guards Division soldiers, carrying modified MG-42s, immediately scaled the tall buildings lining the road, find the high ground and pin the Crusader army to their ground, leaving them no chance of escape. Elsewhere, Leon watched the grim battle unfold, utterly furious. He had learned that at least 1,000 civilians had been massacred during the Crusader attack. This massacre of civilians utterly enraged Leon. Leon immediately called a secret military unit. Upon receiving the order, the secret military unit immediately deployed a large number of biological weapons from the underground base. One of these, a Thanatos III biological weapon, was delivered to the ravine closest to the secret base. However, what no one anticipated was that within this ravine lay a sunburst missile silo. You dare to launch a surprise attack on me? One attack would be enough, but you're also killing my people? Then don't blame me for launching missiles against your homeland. Chapter 529. Currently, Tian has built over 12 Fiery Sun missile silos. And the Fiery Sun missiles are no ordinary missiles, they are standard intercontinental missiles. However, each one is extremely expensive. A single Fiery Sun missile, even without a warhead, costs thousands of gold coins. The high cost signifies the immense power of this mass-produced weapon. Although there are only 12 silos, the Fiery Sun missile stockpile exceeds 500. At Leon's command, these 500 Fiery Sun missiles will be launched from the silos, bound for their target. However, Leon has already given the order to launch the Fiery Sun missiles. The first wave of Fiery Sun missiles will focus on destroying the Crusaders' logistics centers. This will force Fabrice to deploy all his forces. Another Fiery Sun missile will directly attack the capital of the Papal States. It will precisely strike the Pope's palace. This missile is a warning. Leon originally intended to retaliate, But he discovered, if he massacred civilians like the Crusaders, wouldn't he be the same as the Crusaders? So Leon decided to issue a warning shot. If the Crusaders couldn't restrain themselves, Leon guaranteed that the remaining 400-plus Sun missiles would fall on cities throughout the Papal States. Some might ask, isn't Leon afraid of Papal retaliation by doing this? Papal retaliation might be terrifying to ordinary people, but for Leon, it's just an appetizer. If Leon wants to unify the entire continent, he will have to go to war with the gods. If he's going to fight a god, what's the point of the Papal States? 12 Sun missiles launched, 11 of them with conventional warheads, and only one with a Thanatos 3. This Thanatos missile was destined to strike directly at the Imperial Palace in Asgard, the capital of the Papal States. There might be innocent people within the palace, but these innocent people had also witnessed the filth within the Papal States. So, could they still be considered innocent? 12 Sun missiles launched from various locations, the intense movement attracting countless people's attention. One missile flew directly over Sin City, drawing everyone's attention. More soldiers were filled with confusion. What kind of weapon was this? In Sin City, Crusaders and Wehrmacht soldiers were facing off. As the Guards division poured into the northern city, the Crusaders felt as if they had hit a steel plate, unable to move forward. They advanced with difficulty. At first, the Crusaders' attack was repelled by the Wehrmacht, but as the exchange of fire dragged on, the Crusader soldiers became increasingly skilled. They chose not to engage the Guards division directly, but instead called upon several comrades to coordinate their efforts. One soldier would draw the Guards division soldier from the front, while another Crusader would attack him from behind. Due to its numerical disadvantage, the Guards division suffered continuous losses as the battle progressed, losing no advantage. This absolute disparity in strength could only lead to one outcome: defeat. The Guards division fought fiercely for 3 hours, successfully buying precious time for the evacuation of civilians from the northern city. In those 3 hours, the Guards division suffered over 3,000 casualties. The Guards division had lost nearly 1/6 of its combat effectiveness. Perhaps this number doesn't seem like much for a population of 20,000, but it's important to remember that this is just the beginning. The war is far from over. At this moment, Sin City was filled with the sound of gunfire. Although a large number of civilians had evacuated to the southern region, some remained within the city. And William's family was unfortunately among them. William's mother and sister, Charlotte, were jogging along the deserted streets. His mother and Charlotte had left long ago, but out of kindness, they helped an elderly man. As a result, they missed a bus leaving Sin City. They had no choice but to flee from the bus station in the north of the city to the train station in the south. Along the way, they witnessed a great deal of bloodshed. Although they didn't witness large-scale battles, small-scale battles continued. On one occasion, they even walked directly through enemy fire. If it weren't for the soldiers of the Guards division providing cover, they might have fallen to the Crusaders' guns. Mother and Charlotte received William's suicide note. Reading the letter's contents, they fell silent, but within that silence came strength. However, what worried them even more was their younger brother, Fleischham. Because William was a regimental commander, he had people around him to protect him. But Fleischham was just an ordinary soldier. He had no guards to protect him, only his gun and the body armor on his back. Inside the headquarters of the 4th Regiment of the 1st Brigade, William watched the defensive line approaching. He couldn't help but sigh. Have these Crusaders lost their minds? How could they possibly take Sin City? Even if they did, how would they defend it? The political commissar beside him was at a loss for words. This wave of Crusaders was truly outrageous. But the Crusaders said, their ulterior motive was other than the wine. Their goal from the beginning had been to move all troops away from Leon. Then launch a surprise attack and capture Leon alive. Inside the capital, Leon was studying a map, discussing the next battle plan with his staff. Sitting beside him was Barian, who was resting with his eyes closed. With Barian by his side, Leon felt no fear. If even Barian couldn't protect himself, then where in the world was there any safety? Then, a split second later, Barian's eyes snapped open and he sat up. Senior Barian? Before Leon could finish his words, Barian raised his hand to interrupt. I can sense a great terror approaching, Barian said calmly, leaving Leon puzzled. What great terror? Before Leon could comprehend, Barian had already flown away. He landed steadily in the capital square. Some soldiers, not recognizing Barian, witnessed this scene. Out of duty, they stepped forward to inquire about his situation. But just then, there was a sudden movement in the sky. A ray of sunlight fell in front of Barian, and then, a golden gate rose from its original position. The soldiers, upon seeing this, immediately raised their guns. The next second, more than a dozen golden-robed bishops emerged from the Golden Gate, including one in a black robe. Barion's inner vigilance was fully heightened at the sight of this. These golden-robed bishops were the most powerful in the Papal States. But Barion didn't even glance at them, his gaze fixed on the black-robed bishop before him. Chapter 530. Barion looked at the mysterious black-robed figure before him, as if facing a formidable enemy. Barion stared at the mysterious black-robed figure with a serious expression. The mysterious black-robed figure and the other golden-robed bishops surrounded Barion. The mysterious black-robed figure spoke. Barion, you've finally chosen that old path. Hearing the androgynous voice of the mysterious black-robed figure, Barion's face was filled with confusion. He didn't know who the mysterious black-robed figure before him was. But the figure clearly recognized him. Just as Barion was utterly bewildered, the figure removed its mask. A strange, enchanting woman appeared before Barion. She had long, jet-black hair and a ghostly figure. The other golden-robed bishops were momentarily stunned. Seeing the woman before him, Barion's pupils narrowed, and he spoke in disbelief. Stenia, why did you flee to the Papal States? Stenia gave a strange smile, and then spoke. You once roiled the world, and now you're continuing your past endeavors. Isn't that just repeating the same mistakes? Are you allowed to repeat the same mistakes, but I'm not? Leon, who was inside the capital, looked at the strange woman before him with a look of confusion on his face. Leon thought he was perfectly calm, but for some reason, the sight of this woman amplified his evil thoughts. Leon forced himself to look away from this strange woman. She's the witch of evil, the witch of nightmares. Irina, standing beside him, spoke calmly. Leon's face lit up with sudden realization. Is this the final witch? I never expected to see 5 witches competing on the same stage. Antea leaped forward, scythe in hand, landing beside Barion. She pointed at Stenia and said coldly, I once thought we were best friends, but why did you also participate in the Holy Empire's coup? Do you know? I've been looking for you for 1,000 years. Antea grew increasingly excited, practically shouting at the end. Irina then joined Antea, while Fushia remained beside Leon, protecting him. Stenia glanced at everyone before her, then said strangely, Now that everyone's here, let's begin the show. Balian suddenly realized something was amiss. Just as he was about to draw his sword and strike, his vision went black. Barion! Wake up! Time to get to work. The Nodding Dynasty has placed an order for arms, and we need to forge them quickly. Barion struggled to open his eyes, only to find a blacksmith's shop. Looking at the blacksmith's shop, Barion recalled his past. This seems to be my old home. Barion stood up suddenly, but he couldn't remember what had just happened. What was going on with him? What was I doing just now? Just as Barion was wondering, his master came up to him, gently tapped him on the head, and spoke. What are you doing? Why don't you come and help? If you don't, we'd be left with nothing. We might even be beheaded. Barion froze in place, staring at his long-deceased master. But he quickly picked up the forging hammer he hadn't used in years. Although he hadn't forged these metals in thousands of years, he barely put much effort into shaping them at the Duke's mansion, simply using his divine power. But with what he saw before him, Barion found himself unable to harness his divine power. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar forge, Barion swung his hammer. Ding! 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 The sound of hammering brought back memories. The Nodding Dynasty? Was she still there? Barion spent the entire afternoon hammering away, lost in thought. The master beside him couldn't help but grumble. Barion! Look at what you're forging. Barion didn't respond, and the master shook his head, then spoke. Please clean up, and keep an eye on the smithy. I'm going to the city to buy iron ore for the next 3 days, so be careful. Barion nodded, then calmly washed and went to bed. A silent night followed. The next day, Barion opened the smithy door, as usual, and prepared to begin forging iron. However, just then, the sound of horse hooves approached. Barion thought it was another nobleman riding by. But to Barion's surprise, the nobleman seemed to have stopped at the smithy door. Little blacksmith. I heard you're a renowned blacksmith. Can you forge me a pair of horseshoes? A female voice reached Barion's ears. Barion raised his head in disbelief, then turned mechanically. A blonde noblewoman in a white dress stood at the door of the blacksmith's shop, tilting her head to look at him. The next moment, Barion froze in place. Tears welled up in his eyes, as he stared at the woman before him. The noblewoman was stunned by this. Little blacksmith, eh? What are you doing? I'm not bullying you. The noblewoman frantically tried to wipe Barion's tears with a handkerchief, completely lacking any aristocratic airs. Seeing the noblewoman's panic, Baryan burst into laughter. You're still the same as you were then, always so kind. Hearing Baryan's words, the noblewoman was momentarily bewildered. What is this? What is the little blacksmith saying? Why can't I understand? Just as the noblewoman was puzzled, Baryan spoke. Miss Louisina, your horseshoe will be ready soon. When Baryan said her name, Louisina was stunned. I don't think I told him my name, did I? Just as Louina was puzzled, Baryan skillfully began forging the horseshoe. Louina then found a stool and sat down beside her, propping her head up and watching Baryan. She didn't seem to mind the mess of the smithy. Time passed by, and Louina watched Baryan's dedication, becoming increasingly absorbed in the work. Suddenly Baryan spoke. Miss Louina, your horseshoe is done. Louina finally realized, and said with a somewhat silly look. Huh? It's done already? Baryan couldn't help but hold his head in his hand. She was still so silly. Miss Louina, it's already noon. Aren't you hungry? Huh? It's already noon? Baryan sighed. This was definitely him. Chapter 531. Miss Louina, it's time to go back, Baryan said. Although Baryan truly wanted to embrace the beautiful woman before him, Baryan had to understand what was happening. Why had he come to this place 1,000 years ago? After hearing Baryan's words, Louina finally realized what was happening and spoke. Huh? It's already noon? Louina asked. Baryan nodded calmly. Louina hesitated. Can I have lunch here? An ordinary person might have found Louina's words absurd. But remember, Baryan had been through this before. So he already knew what Louina would say next. But Baryan didn't point it out. You're a noble, are you sure you want to do this? Well, actually, I ran away secretly. Baryan's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he spoke. Why did you sneak out? Though Balian appeared calm on the surface, he couldn't help but laugh inside. Louisina was like that back then, too. She often ran away every day, as she put it. I love freedom. Staying inside the castle every day makes me feel incredibly oppressed. Watching the servants bustling about in the castle, I could sense that, despite their daily smiles, they had absolutely no freedom. 1,000 years ago, these lowly servants had no freedom, no human rights. Kronberg's appearance helped these lower-class people. Inside the blacksmith shop, Baryan began to prepare lunch for the noblewoman. Although Louina had fled to Baryan's place, he didn't offer a sumptuous meal. Instead, he simply prepared a simple meal. Baryan went to the sink and washed his face with cold water. His face, once blackened by the charcoal fire, instantly became pale, and his once scruffy face transformed into a handsome one. Putting aside his status, Baryan was truly one of the most handsome men. And Baryan possessed something many handsome men didn't. That was 8-pack abs. 8-pack abs he had since he was a blacksmith. Baryan was not only the heir of the blacksmith shop, but also a renowned handsome man. So when Louina looked at the newly washed Baryan, she was completely stunned. Looking at Louina, who sat vacantly at the table, Baryan smiled and spoke. Noblewoman, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Louina realized her mistake and blushed. She shyly took the bowl and began to nibble at the food inside. This left Baryan stunned. This wasn't a delicacy, it was just ordinary naan. Don't be fooled by its dry texture. In fact, this kind of naan was a rare delicacy throughout the Naaning Empire. Many people couldn't even afford naan, and Baryan, as a blacksmith, possessed a formidable skill. That's why Baryan and his friends could afford naan. But Louina was in dire straits. As a delicate noblewoman, how could she have tasted such commoner food? After taking her first bite, Louina froze in place, then looked at Baryan with longing eyes. It's so hard. Tears streamed down her face. Seeing Louina like this, Baryan recalled the past. Little blacksmith, do you have any other food here? I can buy it. Louina couldn't bear it anymore. Baryan shook his head and spoke. We don't have any luxury food here. These naan are already the highest quality food. We wouldn't even be willing to eat them normally. Baryan's words completely irritated Louina. Louina then whispered, So what do you usually eat? Baryan smiled and held out a piece of black bread. Looking at the brick-like black bread, Louina poked at it in disbelief. It turned out to be truly hard, and much harder than Louina had imagined. Watching Louina's somewhat adorable movements, Baryan suddenly remembered that Louina wasn't a noble at all, but a peasant girl who had been married to an aristocratic family. Her heart had never been tainted by the aristocracy's vices. Looking at the black bread before her, then at the naan in her hand, Louina's expression was resolute. The little blacksmith could eat it. Why couldn't I? After lunch, Louina clutched her stomach and looked at Baryan with a sad face. Luina successfully ate 2 samosas, but having never digested them before, she immediately developed bloating. Baryan stood by quietly watching over Luina while completing the arms order. Soon dusk fell. Luina finally recovered and ran to Parisian, saying, "Little blacksmith, can you come play with me? I'm a little scared to be alone." Baryan couldn't help but smile at this. It was later revealed that Luina had used this excuse simply to get Parisian to stay with her a little longer. Baryan didn't point it out. He simply picked up the longsword he had forged, closed the shop, and handed the key to his neighbor. Luina quickly mounted her horse and galloped off. Baryan, watching this, couldn't help but hold his head in his hands. She's always like this. I haven't even caught up yet. The two of them continued on, finally arriving at a sea of violets. The Nodding Dynasty was a dynasty established in Zhongzhou, located in the central region of Zhongzhou. This is what is now the Violet Duchy, as well as parts of the Orc Empire's territory in the north. The Nodding Dynasty was neither powerful nor weak, a fairly average human nation. Its most famous plant was its violets. Little blacksmith. Look! What are these flowers? Louisina gazed at the violets, her eyes lighting up as if she had discovered something new. These are violets, and they're our most famous plant, Baryan exclaimed. After hearing this, Louisina went to a violet flower and plucked it directly. Then, bounding over to Balian, she carefully pinned the violet flower to his head. "This flower is for you," Louisina said with a smile, her face filled with sincerity. At this sight, Balian froze in his heart, and he spoke mechanically. "Don't you know what it means to give violets to someone of the opposite sex?" Louisina tilted her head, then asked in confusion. "What does it mean?" Balian shook his head, then spoke. "If you don't know, forget it." Louisina tilted her head, struggling to think, then gave up and asked, "By the way, little blacksmith, what's your name?" "My name is Balian, and I'm a blacksmith." Chapter 532. The days passed quickly. Although Luina had escaped secretly, she returned to the castle at night. Recently, the Nodding Dynasty and the surrounding countries had been in turmoil, with the entire Central Plains engulfed in war. And as far as Baryan knew, a new nation had emerged in Central Plains, a new power called the Holy Kingdom. It was located not far southeast of the Nodding Dynasty. The emperor of the Nodding Dynasty was filled with fear and vigilance toward the Holy Kingdom. The entire country was actively preparing for war, and began massive conscription. Many young men from his village had been drafted into the army, and only Baryan, a blacksmith, had escaped. Due to the surrounding chaos and the precarious situation of the Nodding Dynasty itself, even though Baryan was in a village deep within the Nodding Dynasty, he couldn't guarantee his safety at night. Luina's absence lasted for half a month. During that half month, Luina never returned to the blacksmith shop. Baryan continued forging, but his master noticed his distraction and teased him. "What's wrong? Why are you so preoccupied lately? Do you have a girl you like? Who in the village? I help you propose." Baryan shook his head and then spoke. "Not from the village." The master stumbled at this, and looked at Baryan in shock. "You, boy, you really have a crush." Baryan smiled at his master's shocked expression. "I don't know yet. I don't know if anything will happen between her and me." For some reason, even though Baryan had some memories, he couldn't recall them. It was as if he was following a predetermined trajectory, like a movie, constantly playing forward. "What's her name?" The master had just finished forging an iron sword when he picked up a nearby water cup and guzzled several gulps. "Her name is Louisina." Puff. The two of them stared at each other. "Tell me again, what's her name?" "Louisina." The master slammed the door to the smithy shut. Then he came up to Baryan, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "I know she's beautiful, but you don't have the right to like her. Do you understand?" Baryan shook his head, indicating he wasn't listening. "You still don't understand. You have to understand, you're just a blacksmith, nothing more than a blacksmith. Although the villagers respect us, we're nothing but lowly dogs in front of the nobles." Baryan didn't hear much of the master's words. Instead, he walked to the smithy door, filled with worry, sat on the steps, and stared at the distant sky. Is there really no result? The days passed, and since their last conversation, Baryan had become a different person, sullen and dour, all about swinging his forging hammer. The master beside him watched, anxiously waiting. He wanted to arrange a marriage for Baryan, but something happened to the Nodding Dynasty. The Holy Kingdom launched a war of unification against neighboring nations. Under the banner of unifying Central China and resisting foreign invaders, and for some reason, each Holy Kingdom army was more formidable than the last. The Nodding Dynasty assembled an army of 200,000, led by the emperor himself. But they were defeated by a young man named Kinberg, who led 50,000 Holy Kingdom troops. Despite having the advantage of both time, place, and people, they were instantly defeated. The Holy Kingdom, without any particular tactics, launched a direct frontal assault, shattering the Notting dynasty's army into pieces. The crown prince of the Notting dynasty was elected to power, but instead of ending the war, he escalated it. Although the blacksmith shop was exempt from the threat of conscription, the constant flow of military orders wore the two men down. However, at this critical moment, Luina appeared. Or rather, she arrived at the blacksmith shop, looking exhausted. Barian was stunned by Luina's haggard face. Is this still the sunny, cheerful, and beautiful girl he knew? Facing Barian's puzzled gaze, Luina forced a smile. Luina, what's wrong with you? Before Barian could finish his words, Luina rushed forward and hugged him. Then she burst into tears, leaving the surrounding craftsmen stunned. After crying for an unknown amount of time, Luina finally calmed down and spoke to Barian. I have no home. Little blacksmith. Barian was completely stunned when he heard this. Although he didn't know Luina's father's name, he was a legitimate marquis. How could he just disappear like that? Luina wiped away her tears and spoke. Little blacksmith, can you take me away from this country? My father saved 50,000 troops on the battlefield, but the new emperor needed a scapegoat to take the blame for the war, and my father was unfortunately chosen. Hearing this, even if Balian was foolish, he understood why Luina had come to this point. Barian was at a loss for words for a moment. But Luina continued to hold Barian, showing no sign of letting go. The master blacksmith, observing this, didn't show joy, but a look of sorrow. The down-and-out noblewoman had arrived at the home of the slum Prince Charming. The two spent 6 months together like this. Though still gloomy, the blacksmith's face had begun to smile. He realized they were truly a perfect match. Luina had no aristocratic airs. Even while Barian was forging iron, she would personally wipe his sweat. Looking at this match made in heaven, the master finally relented and gave them his blessing. Little blacksmith. I want this. No, it's too expensive. I want it. We don't have any money. Okay. Don't worry, I make one for you. Okay. The days passed, and just as the two were about to enter the marriage hall, something unexpected happened. Luina's mother found Luina. But this so-called mother was actually a stepmother. At the blacksmith's door, a team of knights, like a star-studded group, escorted a noble woman. The lady arrived at the blacksmith's door and, looking at the filthy and messy shop, covered her face with disgust. Luina, come out and come home with me. After hearing this, Luina hid behind Balian. Seeing this, Balian decisively chose to protect Luina. Then, he spoke firmly. Luina is my wife. What can I do for you? The lady couldn't help but laugh. You? How dare you, a blacksmith, say such things? Barian gripped his sword tightly, ready to protect Luina. The master beside him sighed. It all happened. The noblewoman, upon seeing this, waved her hand and ordered the knights to charge. The outcome was obvious. Luina was taken away, and the blacksmith's shop was destroyed. Barian looked at his master, tears welling in his eyes. Master, I'm sorry. I ruined everything. Is there really no future for us? The master spoke. It's already happened. Don't dwell on the past. Anything is possible. How could you not know that there's no future for you? As he spoke, the master pulled a silver sword from a hidden compartment nearby. Chapter 533. Barian froze in his tracks, staring at the silver longsword before him. The sword's craftsmanship was truly exquisite. Not only was its appearance and weight perfectly balanced, but even the dense patterns on it were clearly visible. Seeing his apprentice's blank expression, the master couldn't help but stroke his beard, then spoke with a pretentious air. How's it going? Did you learn something new? Barian was silent for a moment, then spoke calmly. Master, how much more do you have hidden? Teach me some skills. The master's expression suddenly changed. Go away, get out of here. Your heart isn't with you anymore. Hearing the master's words, Barian couldn't help but scratch his head. Seeing Barian's expression, the master finally spoke. Have you truly made up your mind to marry Luisina? Barian was silent for a moment, then nodded earnestly in response. I made up my mind. Even though our statuses differ drastically, I will strive for this. Hearing Barian's words, the master didn't say much and silently handed the long sword to Barian. This sword has no name. It's the weapon I forged and most proud of. In fact, we are very similar. Like you, I once fell in love with someone I shouldn't have. But at least you're braver than me. You dared to stand up to those nobles head-on. The master closed the box beside him, and solemnly handed the long sword and box to Baryan. Baryan took it solemnly and spoke. Then, Master, what should I do now? Without hesitation, the Master told Baryan the only way out. Although the Nanning dynasty is corrupt, if we want to change our social class, we must sacrifice something. Going to the battlefield is our only chance. It's our chance to change our class, the Master said, looking at Baryan with hope. In fact, he had considered taking this path before, but for various reasons, he gave up, and so he ended up becoming a blacksmith. If he hadn't given up, would his fate have been different? He himself didn't know. The next day, Baryan went to the recruitment office and submitted his information. The village recruitment officer was stunned when he saw Baryan registering. Baryan, are you crazy? You're a blacksmith? Why are you going to the battlefield? Baryan didn't answer, but said calmly, I made my decision. 2 weeks later, Baryan donned the standard Nanning dynasty cloth armor. Dangling at his waist was the long sword given to him by his master. Today was the day Baryan was to go to war. Balian will officially join the battlefield today, heading to the border of the Nanning Empire to fight the now powerful Holy Kingdom. At the village entrance, his master stood, waiting for him to pass. When Balian reached his master, he didn't speak, and neither did his master. They simply stared at each other. For some reason, both of their eyes suddenly welled up. Although his master was only his master, Balian had practically been raised by him. So, he was not only his master, but also his father. Are you going? Baryan nodded. Take care of yourself. The journey ahead is long, and the future is in your own hands. With that, the master turned and left, not caring about Baryan's expression. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he might burst into tears. Baryan watched his master's retreating figure, tightened his grip on his sword, and followed the main force. The village had a total of 20 soldiers this time. They would travel to the town, join other soldiers in forming an army of over 1,000, and then head straight to the front lines for training. As Baryan watched the village recede, his heart clung to someone. But she hadn't come to see him off. Then, a split second later, the sound of horse hooves approached. Although the sounds were similar, Baryan looked up suddenly. Because he was convinced it was Luina. As he looked up, Baryan froze in his tracks. Luina, her hair disheveled and dusty, appeared before him. Before Baryan could say anything, Luina leaped from her horse and, in front of everyone, kissed him. Baryan's eyes widened. The next second, their lips parted. Baryan stared at the beauty before him. Luina's face was flushed, a little unnatural, but she managed to appear more natural. She then took out a freshly picked violet and handed it to Baryan. I didn't know what flowers mean before, but I do now. So, will you accept this violet from me? Baryan smiled heartily and embraced Luina. I do. Will you wait for me to come back? I will definitely make a name for myself. Yeah. Luisina nodded obediently. Baryan wished time would just stop, but that was impossible. Because, no matter what, time couldn't stop. Baryan looked at the urgent captain and tried to let go, but Luisina held him tightly. Baryan tried to let go several times, but failed. Luisina burst into tears. Promise me you survive this battle. I promise you. You have to promise me you be good, okay? Yeah. Luisina responded, letting go of Baryan and saying with a firm face. Don't worry, little blacksmith. I eat on time every day. Finally, Luisina watched Baryan disappear into the distant horizon. Only when Baryan completely vanished did Luisina's tears well up. Why did it have to be like this? It could have been a happy ending. Luisina watched Baryan leave and clutched her stomach. A few months later, on a battlefield near the border of the Nanning dynasty, Balian was engaged in a fierce battle with Holy Kingdom soldiers. He discovered that the weapons and equipment these Holy Kingdom soldiers possessed far surpassed those of his own Nanning dynasty. But this did not faze Balian. With a single sword, Balian held off the attacks of over 30 Holy Kingdom soldiers. Balian's bravery quickly caught the attention of Kuenberg. Kuenberg immediately drew his sword and advanced directly upon Balian. Balian instantly felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Who are you? Who am I? And who are you? Chapter 534. Baryan looked at the young man before him. For some reason, he felt as if he and he were one. Kuenberg also felt a strange feeling as he looked at the young man before him. It was as if they were destined to meet. My name is Baryan, a soldier of the Nanning dynasty. What about you? My name is Kuenberg, leader of the Holy Kingdom. The two introduced themselves, and Baryan suddenly felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Although he didn't know what a leader was, Baryan knew that in the Holy Kingdom, a leader was a king-like figure. Watching Baryan's wary gaze, Kuenberg gave him an expected expression. Then, looking at Barian, he spoke. Young man, I see you have considerable skills. Why don't you join my team? Is the Nodding Dynasty truly worth your all? Listening to Kuenberg's words, Barian chose not to respond. After months of battle, Barian had long since seen through the corruption of the Nodding Dynasty. The lower-class soldiers had absolutely no rights, or rather, no chance to speak. Barian witnessed his comrades, who had followed him from the same village, die before him one by one. They were carrying out ridiculous orders from above. Dead fish, no medicine. This was the Nodding Dynasty. But Barian chose not to agree to Kuenberg. Although he had long been utterly disappointed with the Nodding Dynasty, Barian still fiercely protected it. For no reason, simply because their superiors told them that if they could hold off the Holy Kingdom's army, they would receive a knighthood. Naive Barian didn't realize this was just the nobles' rhetoric. The Nodding Dynasty's army had no chance of stopping the Holy Kingdom's attack, and even if they did, the Nodding Dynasty's nobles wouldn't acknowledge it. In the founding era, the nobles cared only about their reputation. But in a decadent era, would the nobles truly care about their reputation? Seeing this, Kuenberg drew his sword without hesitation and engaged Barian in battle. Barian didn't back down, instead taking unpredictable turns, repeatedly pushing Kuenberg into desperate situations. Followers nearby tried to come to Kuenberg's aid, but Kuenberg stopped them. This was a duel between the two of them. The two fought with increasing intensity. Although Barian had never practiced Do-Chi, what no one could have imagined was this. Barian was born a Do-Chi master, or perhaps, the Do-Chi within him had been sealed. Since Barian had encountered the Do-Chi of the military, his Do-Chi cultivation had skyrocketed. On the first day, Barian reached the rank of a third-level Do-Chi knight. This immediately astonished the frontline commander, but the shock was yet to come. In less than half a year, Barian had become a sixth-level Do-Chi knight. This level of cultivation speed would be unmatched even by scorpions across the continent. At this point, Kuenberg hadn't yet become a legendary holy knight. He had only reached the seventh-level Do-Chi. But he simply couldn't defeat a gifted individual like Barian. Barian was more than just a gifted individual. Kuenberg noticed that as their fights dragged on, Barian would disassemble his moves to anticipate and counter his attacks. And in the instant of blocking, he would look for flaws and counterattack. Kuenberg could no longer suppress Barian with skill alone, or rather, even victory was becoming difficult. Kuenberg had to resort to his ultimate move, using his fighting spirit to repel Barian. The two fought fiercely for half an afternoon, and ultimately, thanks to his fighting spirit, Kuenberg gained a slight advantage. But by sunset, dusk had already fallen. Kuenberg ultimately chose to retreat. Watching the Holy Kingdom army retreat, all the soldiers of the Nodding Dynasty cheered. They had not only held their position, but had also repelled the Holy Kingdom. This was a tremendous victory for them. But what made them even more excited was that they had completed the mission assigned by the nobles. They could receive their titles. However, reality was cruel. When Barian and his brothers went to their superiors to request a reward, the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. What reward? It's completely fabricated. You ordinary soldiers, you still dream of changing your status? After hearing this, the soldiers present could no longer suppress their anger. Any normal person wouldn't choose to provoke these soldiers. But the problem was, this commander was truly not a normal person. He was a retainer of the king of the Nodding Dynasty, in other words, a eunuch. A eunuch becoming the supreme commander, isn't that absurd? Barian didn't hesitate. Fuming with rage, he placed his sword on the eunuch's neck. We clearly agreed on this. Why did you change your mind? When Barian learned he had defeated Kuenberg, he was filled with immense excitement. Because he was finally going to receive his title, finally get to marry Luina, but reality dealt him a slap in the face. How could Barian not explode? But the eunuch didn't care. In his eyes, peasants were always peasants. Any small favor would lead to one of them betraying their leader. The eunuch spoke. Capture Barian and I reward you with 100 gold coins. After hearing this, Barian couldn't stand it any longer and struck his sword through his throat. The soldiers present were stunned by this scene. But Barian showed no regrets. After cleaning his sword, he left the camp. The surrounding generals made no attempt to stop Barian. Even the soldiers didn't attack him for 100 gold coins. Because Barian was a true hero, he had fended off several attacks for the Nodding Empire in the past 6 months. He no longer owed the Nodding Empire anything. Everyone watched Balian leave in silence. Balian finally arrived at the Holy Kingdom camp where Kuenberg was. He was homeless, or rather, he had no other options except this one. But Barian's choice proved to be the right one. Seeing Balian approach him, Kuenberg smiled as expected. Little brother, you have finally chosen the side of justice. Balian didn't understand justice, but he knew only that this was the only path he had left. But Balian's choice was the right one. Without Balian, the Nodding Dynasty collapsed instantly. Without Balian, the army, their pillar of support, switched sides in a flash, launching a counterattack against the Nodding Dynasty. And Balian became a general, beginning his glorious life as a Violet Knight. Chapter 535. Barian successfully became a general of the Holy Empire, commanding 10,000 soldiers. And this was just the beginning. For Barian, he could now return home in glory. But the Holy Kingdom and the Nodding Dynasty were at war, and Barian had to fight his way home. And now the Nodding Dynasty was in turmoil, ever since he had slain the unit commander with a single blow. The Nodding Dynasty's frontline troops instantly collapsed. 3,000 men, upon seeing him defect to the Holy Kingdom, decisively chose to follow him. But many more soldiers were simply divided among the generals. Though they knew the eunuchs were detestable, the Dragon Slayer would eventually become the dragon. After the eunuch commander's death, the entire Nodding Dynasty frontline forces instantly fell apart. The 4 generals divided up 200,000 frontline troops. And not far from them lay the Holy Kingdom's 80,000 elite soldiers. Kuenberg had learned of the internal divisions within the Nodding Dynasty, but he didn't rush to launch an offensive. Instead, he focused on cultivating Barian. For some reason, Kuenberg had a nagging feeling that Barian would surprise him. As it turned out, Kuenberg was right. With sufficient resources, Barian advanced to the 7th rank Dochi Knight within a single month. And his cultivation continued to rise at a rocket-like rate. At this moment, rebellion finally broke out within the Nodding Dynasty. The entire Nodding Dynasty was instantly divided into 5 factions. Seizing the opportunity, Kuenberg ordered the Holy Kingdom army to invade the Nodding Dynasty. But to everyone's surprise, the Nodding Dynasty, with its tenacious fighting spirit, held on to its last sliver of territory. And that sliver of land was Balian's hometown. After 5 unsuccessful attacks, the Holy Kingdom finally abandoned its offensive against the Nodding Dynasty, and instead launched offensives eastward and southward. Kuenberg's original plan was to unify all of central China within 3 years. But Balian's appearance forced Kuenberg to realize his plan ahead of time. Led by Balian, the Holy Kingdom army rapidly conquered half of central China in just 6 months. Finally, Kuenberg bestowed upon Balian the title of Earl. This was only the beginning of Balian's journey, not the end. After receiving the title, the young and energetic Balian practically flew off the ground. After receiving it, Balian immediately desired to return home. By this time, the Nodding Dynasty had reached a truce with the Holy Kingdom, which gave Balian pause. After repeated consultations with Kuenberg, Kuenberg decided to allow Balian to return home. Because Balian hadn't been home for almost a year. Balian returned to his hometown. Where Balian had once quietly departed in cloth armor, today he arrived in full armor, riding a white horse, conspicuously. Many thought he was some noble, but when Balian arrived at the village entrance, dismounted, and removed his helmet, everyone present was stunned. This was Balian. When they saw it was Balian, they should have welcomed him, but now they all fled. Seeing this, Barian was puzzled. He walked towards the village, but with every step he took, the villagers distanced themselves from him. At first, Barian thought it was because he had defected to the Holy Kingdom that the villagers had turned away, but he discovered that a returning Holy Kingdom soldier was still in the village. This meant that the villagers didn't object to this. So why was this happening? Barian met a child, who told him something he would never forgive himself for. Grandpa Blacksmith seems to be ill in bed. After hearing this, Barian rushed straight to the blacksmith shop. Opening the shop, he found that even the forging table was covered in dust. Barian made his way to the innermost room. Here he saw his master lying in bed, his breath weak and his vitality depleted. Barian approached his master and knelt before the bed. "Master." Hearing Barian's voice, the master turned to look at him in disbelief. "Is that you, Barian?" "Master, it's me. I'm back. How did you get like this?" I accidentally fell," the master said, feeling somewhat guilty. Barian hurriedly checked the master's injuries, but the result left him stunned. The master's legs were completely broken. Or rather, they definitely weren't broken by a fall, they were definitely broken by someone. Thinking of this, Barian was enraged, suppressing his anger and asking, "Master, who did this?" The master remained silent. Finally, the village chief came to Barian's house, because someone had seen Barian's warhorse outside the blacksmith's shop. Now that Barian had met his master, the villagers felt compelled to tell him what had happened. However, after the village chief recounted the story, Barian's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Barian awoke in the village chief's bed. The village chief immediately sent his wife to bring some food so Baryan could enjoy a hearty meal. But Baryan stared blankly at the rooftop. Baryan, I don't know what you went through out there, but Luina is dead, and your master's leg was broken by those nobles. Baryan spoke slowly after hearing this. How did Luina die? Who broke my master's leg? Hearing Baryan's calm tone, the village chief felt a sweat dripping down his spine. But he spoke nonetheless. Miss Luina was forced into this by her stepmother. Shortly after you left, she began arranging a marriage for her, but what I didn't expect was that she actually fell in love with you. Her stepmother found out about this, and in her words, she said that for noble women, there's no love, only profit. Then Luina was traded away by her stepmother. How could Miss Luina endure this? After repeated attempts to persuade her to do so failed, she ultimately chose to commit suicide in a sea of violets. Hearing this, Baryan's internal fighting spirit erupted, but he managed to restrain it in time. But the village chief's bed still shattered under the weight. Seeing this, the village chief showed no sympathy, because Baryan would compensate him. The village chief looked at Baryan, about to speak again. Baryan gestured for him to continue. As for your master. Chapter 536. What happened to my master? Your master's leg was broken by Luina's stepmother. After hearing this news, Baryan closed his eyes, his breathing becoming rapid. The village chief continued. When your master learned of Luina's death, he rushed to her house to demand an explanation. But the outcome was just as you saw. Now it was Baryan's turn to explode. Baryan fainted from rage once again. When he awoke, it was already dusk. Baryan left some gold coins as compensation to the village chief, then declined his offer and rode back to the same sea of violets. In just a year, time flew by. Baryan was back where he had started. The same flowers, the same sun, the same wind. But the people were different. Baryan looked at the sea of flowers before him, his gaze drawn to a new grave. Looking at this grave, Baryan had the answer in his heart. Baryan arrived at the grave and looked at it. He fixed his gaze on the tombstone. There it read, I'm sorry, I couldn't wait for you. Little blacksmith. I broke my promise. Seeing this, Baryan's heart ached. Were he and Luina truly just not meant to be together? Baryan didn't believe it. But then, a flash of light appeared before Baryan's eyes. An unexpected scene unfolded. The light converged into a human form, and finally, Luina appeared before him. Baryan stared at Luina in disbelief. Is that you? Baryan said, his voice trembling. Luina came to Baryan, stood on tiptoe, and hugged him. Promise me you won't leave me, okay? Watching Luina's movements, Baryan froze in place for a moment. Feeling the warmth of the person in his arms, Baryan found it hard to believe. Is Luina dead or not? What was all this before his eyes? But Baryan didn't think about any of that. He just wanted to hold Luina tightly. It wasn't until this moment that Baryan's memories overlapped. Thousands of years of waiting had brought Baryan's longing for Luina to a terrifying level. For Baryan now, all he wanted was to hold Luina tightly. As for anything else, he didn't care. I promise you, I won't leave this place. Then will you stay with me forever? Luina suddenly uttered something strange, a smile spreading across her face. Seeing that smile, Baryan almost couldn't help but agree. At that moment, the silver sword at Baryan's waist suddenly trembled. Baryan then remembered that he seemed to still be in Dian. Everything before his eyes seemed fake, but looking at the person in his arms, feeling her warmth, Baryan's eyes were already blurred with tears. Why? Why is it that love is always unrequited? Why does fate always play tricks on those of us without power? But when we gain power, we look back and realize it's already too late. Seeing Baryan suddenly burst into tears, Luisina reached out and stroked his cheek. What's wrong with you, little blacksmith? Baryan grabbed Luina's hand, his voice trembling. Nothing, I just don't want time to pass. Then let it stay this way. Luina hugged Baryan, saying innocently. Baryan spoke helplessly. But I know time can't stop. Luina looked at Baryan pleadingly. Baryan cried as he spoke. You're not her. But I really want to think of you as her. After 1,000 years, I still haven't resurrected her. There's still so much waiting for me in the real world, and Leon still has to complete what he left unfinished. Luina voluntarily left Baryan's embrace, then spoke softly. Since you already know, why don't you push me away? Because I really want to see you again, Baryan said, covering his face and collapsing to the ground. After hearing this, Luina squatted down and hugged Baryan. How do you know I'm not real? But it doesn't matter anymore, because we both know we can't just freeze like this. You have your mission, Leon, you must not die. Perhaps we meet again at some point in the future, and then we both be fine. Remember that, little blacksmith? Baryan stared blankly at Luina before him. What on earth was this? Then, Luina disintegrated into fragments and dissipated into the air. The whole world began to crumble. Baryan reached out to grab Luina, but found she was moving further and further away. Finally, she vanished from his sight, and with her, this world. Baryan slowly opened his eyes, and found himself still in the square in front of the capital. And time seemed to have passed without a trace. Stenia stared at Baryan in shock. She couldn't believe that Baryan had actually awakened from his dream. After all, she had woven this perfect dream for Baryan. She had even used her divine power to create a dream so perfect that Baryan would be forever trapped in it. But now, Baryan's awakening was a slap in Stenia's face. It was as if Stenia, the witch of evil, was a joke. The other witches looked at Baryan with astonishment. Antea was drawn into the nightmare, but Irina wasn't. And neither was Fushia. But the witches certainly knew how terrifying Stenia was. She had once plunged 100,000 soldiers into eternal sleep. Baryan ignored the gazes, wiping away the tears from his eyes. He then coldly gazed at Stenia. When you sided with the Papal State, we were already enemies. And when you used her against me, we were at war to the death. Baryan drew his sword without hesitation. Stenia clapped her hands and ordered the dozens of golden-robed bishops to attack. The golden-robed bishops chose not to attack head-on, but instead chanted spells in groups of 3 or 5. Baryan saw that the golden-robed bishops were preparing to cast summoning spells, and immediately prepared to intercept them. But Stenia stood in front of him and engaged him in battle. Stenia's weapon was also a long sword, a pitch-black one. The two clashed, drawing the attention of everyone present. At the moment the two collided, the scorching sun missile had already streaked across the sky above the Kursk plain. Chapter 537. As Sin City came under attack, Fabrice also ordered all Crusader frontline troops to launch an attack. Because Fabrice had received news. The Crusader assault on Sin City had suffered a serious setback. Although they had captured the northern part of the city and inflicted some casualties on the Wehrmacht, Fabrice knew that Lion was trading these soldiers for civilians. Now that the civilians in the northern part of the city had been completely evacuated, Lion would inevitably tighten its defenses. By then, Sin City would be completely impenetrable, and the Crusader attacking forces would be driven to despair. But now, something even more unexpected occurred to Fabrice. Fabrice saw 12 scorching sun missiles flying from the sky above the Demon Empire. And it was clear that these missiles possessed terrifying power. Fabrice didn't even need to think, he immediately knew they were Wehrmacht weapons. Only the Wehrmacht possessed such terrifying weapons without any magical fluctuations. Although Fabrice couldn't feel the power of the sun-scorching missiles, he could guess. He just attacked Sin City, and now these missiles were flying towards him. Isn't the intention obvious? Isn't this a clear sign of retaliation? And Fabrice was certain these missiles were no toys. Wehrmacht positions. Wehrmacht soldiers engaged in a fierce battle, with the Crusaders suddenly detected a piercing sound in the air. Many soldiers thought it was artillery support, but as the missiles approached, they noticed something was amiss. Why weren't the missiles falling? Then, they watched the missiles fly overhead, both sides stunned. At first, the Wehrmacht prepared to cheer, while the Crusaders braced for attack. But to their surprise, the missiles flew overhead, right above the area where they were facing each other. Now it was the Crusaders' turn to be stunned. Fabrice watched the missiles fly overhead, entering the Papal States. Fabrice finally lost his composure. So from the beginning, De Yen had possessed the capability to strike the Papal States from a distance. But De Yen hadn't done so, instead exercising restraint. It wasn't until this moment that Fabrice understood the true disparity between the Papal States and De Yen. Fabrice began to pray that the Papal States could intercept the missiles. And he hoped they wouldn't attack civilians. Isn't this a classic example of double standards? However, Fabrice's worries were unfounded. The Papal States immediately detected the missiles. However, the Papal States' response was unexpected. After discovering the missile, they immediately ordered the magician to intercept it. But the magician only gave one answer. The cost of intercepting a missile was extremely high, and it wasn't 100% certain to succeed. This was because the sun-burning missile reached a speed of Mach 10, which was unimaginable for the natives. Furthermore, a Pegasus Knight who attempted to intercept it was shattered by the sun-burning missile. To ensure that the sun-burning missile was impervious to magic, the ingenious designers at the Research Institute created a special metal from the outset. First, it possessed the hardness of steel and the ability to resist magical forces. Mixing steel and scrap wood. You might think this is ridiculous. But it turns out they actually did it. Initially, the designers hadn't considered this idea, because scrap wood is inherently extremely hard, and how could such a large volume of scrap wood be incorporated into steel? But De Yen Industries had developed a brand new device, a hydraulic press, and a crusher. The researchers tentatively threw the scrap wood in, and something unexpected happened. The once incredibly solid scrap wood was instantly pulverized. Looking at the scrap wood powder, it was the designer's turn to be dumbfounded. "Brother, I just tried it, and you came out with something so smooth and sleek?" Then the designers began testing the scrap wood powder. The results astounded them. They had originally thought that the scrap wood's effectiveness would be greatly reduced once it was ground into powder. But what shocked the designers was that the scrap wood powder not only retained the magic resistance properties of the scrap wood, but could also be added to other metals. But the proportions needed to be carefully controlled, otherwise the metal would become extremely brittle. After months of hard work by the designers, the Research Institute mastered the perfect ratio of steel to waste wood powder. Adding a certain amount of waste wood powder makes the already strong steel even stronger and possesses excellent magic resistance. Although the burning sun missile is a product of a unique era, it possesses immense power. In other words, if it were deployed in the real world, it would not even reach the range and power of an intercontinental missile. The reason why intercontinental missiles are so powerful is because they carry a different warhead. The warheads carried by the sun missiles are different from ordinary warheads. In other words, there are 3 types of sun missile warheads. The first is the most common conventional warhead, which can split into 16 fragmented warheads. Each warhead has the power of a 240mm cannon. A single sun missile could destroy anyone and everything within a kilometer radius. The second type is the Gustav warhead, which has been stripped of its propellant. The Wehrmacht cleverly installed the Gustav warhead on the sun missiles. Not only does it save money, it also saves a lot of trouble. After all, a warhead weighing several tons can create a massive hole. The third type of warhead is the most important. It's the special warhead from the secret base. Thanatos isn't the end, the secret base also has a special weapon. The Hades series. This thing is significantly more powerful than the Thanatos. The biggest difference between the Hades series and Thanatos is that Hades is far more powerful. Hades possesses a power Thanatos cannot match. Thanatos' effect is limited to human lifeforms. But Hades possesses the power to destroy everything. In other words, it can devour all the magic power in a space and destroy countless buildings. Each Hades missile can cause a devastating destruction. And according to statistics, the damage caused by a Hades missile takes 3 months to recover. To make the Papal State understand the severity of its mistakes, Leon personally ordered that the Papal State be strengthened. Of the 12 sun missiles, 2 were equipped with Hades warheads, and 1 was equipped with a Thanatos 4. The Papal State had no idea what was about to happen. One sun missile was aimed directly at a key military town on the eastern border of the Papal State. At that moment, the residents of the town were preparing armaments for the Crusades, unaware of the impending danger. Chapter 538. A sun missile descended directly. It was a sun missile loaded with a Hades warhead. This strategic military town served as a crucial transportation hub for the Crusaders on the front line. It was also a key offensive area for the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht had made this strategic town the primary target of their counterattack. Originally, the Wehrmacht had no intention of destroying this strategic town, even when the two sides were at a stalemate. Never had they considered using heavy artillery to attack this strategic town. But today, the sun missile had made the Wehrmacht's stance clear. The residents of the strategic town were captivated by this sudden missile strike. Where had they seen anything like it? Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at the missile in the air. At first, Leon had considered sparing the civilians, but these civilians of the Papal States were also executioners. So, do these people still deserve my pity? Perhaps there are innocent people among them, but as the decision-makers, indecision only leads to chaos. In the end, the civilians in the town witnessed the missile's impact with their own eyes. The Pegasus Knights were stunned. They didn't sense any magical power from it, but they wanted to intercept it, but they had no way to do so. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the missile plummeted into the city. Boom! A massive explosion echoed. The civilians of the Papal States at the center of the blast were instantly reduced to smithereens. Before the civilians in the vicinity of the explosion could react, Hades' warhead unleashed its force. Countless gray gas drifted in all directions. Wherever it passed, people and buildings instantly turned to liquid. Then it actually boiled in the air. This bizarre scene shocked everyone present. But even more shocking was yet to come. This gray gas rapidly spread, enveloping the entire town. At first, there were numerous screams. Within 2 minutes, the entire town was instantly silent. Even further away, the remaining 11 sun missiles also hit their intended targets. The sun missile carrying Thanatos flew directly towards Asgard, the capital of the Papal States. And, As everyone watched, it struck the Papal States capital. Of course, this didn't mean it hit the ground. The missile exploded directly in the air. In fact, it did fall initially, but it was intercepted by powerful men from the Papal States. Thankfully, the Sun missiles had self-protection features. Of course, this self-preservation had a different meaning. The blazing Sun missile sensed an interception attempt, and the mana sensor on its body detected excessive surrounding mana. The missile instantly detonated. The entire blazing Sun missile exploded midair. The location where the blazing Sun missile exploded in midair was directly above Asgard. And then the outcome was, because Thanatos exploded at high altitude, the inertia caused the gases to sink downwards. They landed perfectly within the city of Asgard. Asgard, already ravaged by Latifas, was already devastated enough. Now, it had suffered this devastating disaster. Thanatos appeared much gentler than Hades, relying more on its corrosive properties. This gave the residents of the Papal States a false impression. They thought it was some kind of fireworks. They stopped to watch. But they soon saw the falling Thanatos gas. The moment they touched it, they instantly screamed in agony. They watched with their own eyes as their bodies corroded bit by bit. Just like the dwarf soldiers, who suffered a catastrophic disaster in Sucra's city. Perhaps they, like the civilians of the Papal States today, were filled with curiosity about Thanatos. But they didn't realize that curiosity kills the cat. As the Thanatos gas completely fell into Asgard, the entire Asgard instantly became a living hell. Although Hades was destructive, the pain it caused was much less than that of Thanatos. It's like giving you a peanut and bludgeoning you to death with a hammer. Hades is the former, and Thanatos is the latter. The inhabitants of Asgard were corrupted by Thanatos until not even a bone remained. You might think this is tragic. But don't forget what these civilians of the Papal States did. The inhabitants of Asgard are not only dull, but also the kind who are sold out and then have to count the money. First of all, Asgard isn't as glamorous as you might imagine. Any outsider entering Asgard is almost always questioned by the locals. If you don't have money or connections, you're likely to disappear from Asgard that very night. Yes, you heard that right. Disappear, because in their eyes, there was only the so-called goddess. The Papal States had been brainwashing them. They had been getting all the common people in the Papal States to join in this so-called lie. They had been brainwashing them. If you are willing to offer sacrifices to the goddess, you will have the chance to ascend to heaven after death. However, this was not the most fundamental point. After some people betrayed the foreigners for the first time, they might have given up. But the Papal States was not happy. If everyone only contributed one person, how could the Papal States experiment be successful? So, after this, the Papal States implemented a new policy. That is, every common person in the Papal States who captured a foreigner and handed him over to the church would receive a gold coin as a reward. So this was the fundamental reason why the foreigners in the Papal States had disappeared. If it was for the gods, perhaps it would have ended at most once. But what if it was for money? Human greed is endless. Because of the brainwashing of these Vatican officials, even children of a few years old know how to deceive foreigners. These are the kind of people, this kind of country. Leon felt that using Thanatos was a bargain for them. When the mushroom egg is finally made, Leon will definitely deal them a couple of them. But now, the burning sun missiles will punish them. 12 burning sun missiles hit their designated 12 targets. Among them were 10 towns and 2 supply centers. These towns and supply centers are crucial transportation hubs for the Papal States. This round of attacks has completely silenced the Papal States. It's like a clown just made a surprise attack, and then you suddenly slap the clown, sending him flying into a 3.5-turn spin. Then the clown covers his face and stares at you in bewilderment. And Diane's second round of attacks is about to arrive. Chapter 539. Cadis quickly learned what the missiles flying over the front lines were. At this moment, the Wehrmacht was locked in a fierce battle with the Crusaders on the front lines. Fabris hoped to force the Crusaders to break through the Wehrmacht lines. But 3 consecutive attacks had failed, resulting in the deaths of over 5,000 Crusaders. Seeing this, Fabrice immediately ordered the frontline troops to withdraw, and the offensive came to an end for the day. In the age of firearms, a battle that resulted in thousands of casualties in a single day was considered a major battle. So Fabrice felt deeply sorry for his troops. Frustrated with the fruitless attack, Fabrice decided to wait, bide his time, and see if tomorrow would bring a turnaround. At this moment, Fabrice was monitoring the Crusaders in Sin City. They had received the latest battle report, indicating that they had abandoned their main offensive in the north. He ordered 20,000 soldiers to block the Qingqi Kingdom's reinforcements. The remaining 80,000 soldiers formed a pincer attack, launch a fierce assault on Sin City from both the east and west. The Crusaders' initial thinking was, 100,000 versus 20,000, the advantage is mine. But they soon realized that 100,000 versus 20,000, the advantage was theirs. So they decisively abandoned the positional battle against the 20,000 soldiers, and instead opened a new front, forcing the Guards division to split up and respond. However, the Crusaders' tactics proved to be exceptionally effective. The pincer attack successfully forced the Guards division to split up, and they hoped to break through the Guards division's defenses tomorrow and enter the inner third ring of Sin City, directly approaching Sin City's iconic landmark, the Reichstag. But just as Fabrice was lost in his sweet dream, at a Wehrmacht position not far from Fabrice, Caddis looked at the brightly lit Crusader camp. A strange smile appeared on his face. You guys, right? A surprise attack on Sin City, huh? Come on. Bring Gustav to my side. With Caddis's command, the 6 Gustav cannons hidden on the front lines were all deployed. At this moment, the Crusaders had no idea what they would face next. The 6 Gustav cannons were pointed directly at the Crusader camp. Beside the Gustav cannons, numerous soldiers were operating them. The Dochi Knights, in particular, were manually loading the 7-ton shells. While 7 tons of shells were certainly heavy for ordinary people, for these Dochi Knights, they were natural-born human loaders. What is a human pillar? This is it. In just 5 minutes, the Wehrmacht artillery had completed the loading of the cannons. Upon receiving the news of the completion of the loading, Caddis's expression was grim. Boom! 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 A few loud explosions jolted the Wehrmacht soldiers awake. Then, still dazed, they heard a fierce roar overhead. Some experienced soldiers instantly sensed something was amiss. Ordinary artillery shells wouldn't make this kind of noise when they passed overhead. Only the extremely large caliber cannons could produce such a roar. Some soldiers had already guessed it was a Gustav shell. Many soldiers secretly rejoiced, while the opposing Crusaders were taking some damage. Inside the Crusader camp, a soldier standing guard suddenly heard a roaring sound in the air. Before they could react, the nearby magician had already sprung into action. Although they didn't know what it was, the sense of urgency was enough to stun the magicians. Fabrice also rushed out of the tent, not even giving it a second to think, charging headfirst into the cannonball. The next second, a Gustav shell struck Fabrice directly. The magic power Fabrice had just gathered was instantly shattered. The Wehrmacht had long suspected that someone would attempt to block Gustav's shells. So, they employed a tactic. They tampered with the Gustav shells, equipping them with a counter-explosion system. If anyone attempted to intercept the Gustav, then the shell would explode. However, one thing cannot be denied. Sometimes, an airburst can cause far greater damage than a ground burst. Fabrice was thrust downward by the terrifying explosion, slamming hard to the ground. His armor was already tattered, but that wasn't the end. The terrifying shockwave descended directly into the Crusader camp. A large number of soldiers were swept up while still asleep. Many of their tents were blown over by the rage. Then, dazed, the soldiers woke up, staring blankly at their tents, blankets, and mattresses vanishing. What was going on? Although Fabrice intercepted one shell, more were still falling. Why didn't the others intercept the shells? As delicate clergymen, how could they possibly block the shells for a few soldiers? 5 more Gustav shells fell into the Crusader camp in perfect parabolas. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosion jolted everyone awake. Even the Wehrmacht camp could feel the terrifying tremors. After these 6 rounds, no one on either side of the front could sleep. The battered Crusaders were stunned. Fabrice struggled to his feet and ordered a full retreat. He knew that a cannon of this caliber would undoubtedly fire far more than just 6 rounds, and the Wehrmacht could likely continue its attack until dawn. This was the punishment for the Crusaders' assault on the city of Sin. Soon, with the exception of a few remaining to defend against Wehrmacht counterattacks, the rest of the Crusaders retreated dozens of kilometers. As they retreated, Gustav's shells would rain down on them. Eventually, they reached a point 37 kilometers from the Gustav. They discovered that as long as they exceeded this distance, the Gustav wouldn't hit them. But that was just their assumption. The Wehrmacht was actually harboring evil intentions. The Gustav's true range was 47 kilometers, and after the modifications, its range would only increase. But why did the Wehrmacht do this? It was to trick the Crusaders into placing their important facilities along the 37-kilometer dividing line. This would give the Crusaders a false impression. As long as I placed them here, I'd be safe. But this was just their self-righteous safety. War is all about tricks. Gustav bombarded the entire night, while on the other side of the Great Yin, besides the bustling Sin City, Nanjuan City in the far south was also bustling. At dawn, a thick fog enveloped the entire Nanjuan harbor. However, in this weather, all the ships of the Great Yin fleet departed Nanjuan harbor. They were to carry out a secret mission, to bombard important coastal cities of the Dwarf Empire, to suppress the Dwarf Empire, and delay its war against the Elf Empire. But this time, the Great Yin Intelligence Agency made a mistake. Because just last night, the Dwarf Empire had already decided to declare war on the Elf Empire. Chapter 540. The Great Flame Fleet took advantage of the dense fog to launch its attack, heading straight for the Dwarf Empire. The Dwarf Empire is located in the southern continent and occupies almost the entire continent. But interestingly, the southern continent is a barren land. Only the northernmost and easternmost areas, near the sea, are habitable. The rest is either Gobi Desert or desert. The entire southern continent is considered a dead zone by the world. If one must compare Great Flame and the southern continent, many would choose the southern continent. After all, Great Flame's land is truly barren. Great Flame, 6. But even within this barren land lies something no one could have imagined. Its mineral resources are incredibly rich, to an extreme degree. The entire Dwarf Empire's industry was able to gradually catch up to Great Flames in just a few years. This was due to the vast reserves of minerals within its borders. Thanks to the Dwarf Empire's unique natural conditions, they didn't need to worry about mineral consumption, and instead pursued progress based on quantity. This type of industrialization is extremely crude, and the utilization rate of mineral resources is extremely low. But one thing must be acknowledged. This approach can achieve a rapid industrial overtake. Although the Dwarf Empire's economy is currently on the verge of collapse, its heavy industry has reached 60% of the level of Great Yin. And the dwarves are also accelerating the production of warships. This is because they witnessed the Great Yin Navy's battle at Sucrus City. When they saw the dreadnoughts bombarding the city of Sucrus, they were filled with admiration for the Great Yin Navy's sturdy ships and powerful guns. So, they began to build the so-called God of War battleships. And it's named after a god. According to intelligence agents, the data for this God of War battleship was presented to the De Yin High Command. A battleship with a tonnage of 100,000 tons. Yes, you heard it right, 100,000 tons. When Leon heard this data, he was stunned. Lion picked up the intelligence and carefully reviewed it. Finally, he concluded that the Dwarf Empire wasn't kidding. They were truly planning to build an 80,000-ton battleship. And according to the intelligence agent, this God of War battleship had a 600mm main gun. Lion stared at the 600mm main gun and fell into deep thought. Are you sure this is a naval gun? Not a massive cannon? In theory, a battleship can be built with an unlimited tonnage. But you have to consider two factors. The first is the hull's bearing capacity. Can it actually withstand this weight? The second is the ship's power. Can it maintain a normal speed? But as he read the intelligence, Leon became even more certain that the Dwarf Empire indeed had this plan. This intelligence revealed that the Dwarf Empire had mastered a new technology. The Dwarf Empire possessed a new type of magic crystal ore. This ore was extremely unstable, requiring a great sacrifice of human lives to mine. However, this unstable ore possessed extremely powerful magical power. A single piece of ordinary unstable magic crystal ore was worth half a top-grade magic crystal. It was with this unstable magic crystal ore that the Dwarf Empire built the engines that powered its 100,000-ton battleships. Looking at the intelligence reports of a 100,000-ton battleship, Leon almost thought it was a Yamato from another world. The Dwarf Empire had kept the War God battleship so secret that even the top operators at the Great Flame Intelligence Agency were limited to this information. As for where the War God battleship was manufactured, the intelligence agency couldn't confirm. But they could confirm that at least 5 more were under construction. When Leon heard this news, his mouth dropped open in disbelief. Where did the Dwarf Empire get the money to build these 5 super battleships? Honestly, if you asked Great Flame to build these 5 super battleships, they wouldn't have made the decision immediately. Since the advent of missiles, battleships have become obsolete. Battleships are designed to attack and destroy large enemy ships to seize control of the sea. Also, their heavy firepower allows them to be used as artillery batteries, to attack important targets on the enemy coast or support landing operations. So what can missiles do? Missiles can do everything a battleship can, and even things a battleship can't. Although they now possess some battlecruisers, their primary weaponry has shifted from naval guns to missiles. Even Lion didn't bother building new battleships, simply approving 4 Bismarck battleships for the Navy. This allowed the Navy to replenish its fleet's firepower and smoothly transition to the missile ship era. After all, The current aircraft carrier escort firepower is far too limited. In an emergency, those destroyers would struggle to protect the carriers. And Chester wasn't omnipotent. So Lyon ordered the Research Institute, especially the Sun Missile Engineering Institute, to find a way to shrink the Sun missile so it could be mounted on a battleship. The Sun Missile Engineering Institute has developed the Sun Missile 3. It can be mounted on various battleships, even aircraft carriers. It has a range of 1,000 kilometers and is equipped with magic guidance. Lyon also wanted to develop computers, but computers were the most successful product of the Cold War. Whether it was fighter jets, rockets, space shuttles, or even mushroom eggs, in a sense, none of them could compare to the significance of computers. But to build computers, you must understand how to construct very large-scale integrated circuits. This means you need a very important thing, a lithography machine. Lyon had very complicated feelings about lithography machines. In his previous life, his country had been stuck for a long time because of this problem. So, in this world, Leon would not allow anyone to stop him. He would only stop others. That's right, I want to be a great power. Lyon, the rise of the great powers. After a day and night of sailing at sea, the Great Flame Fleet successfully approached the Dwarf Empire. And at this moment, the fleet received intelligence from the military. That means the Dwarf Empire has declared war, and most devastatingly, the God of War battleship has already departed the Dwarf Empire's port. The vast Dwarf Empire fleet has already joined the army heading north, preparing to launch an attack on the Elven Empire's southern border defenses. The Dwarf Empire fleet is preparing to cross the border and attack the Elven Empire's vital supply centers in the rear by sea. Upon hearing this news, Leon immediately gave Chester an order. He was to lead the fleet to encircle and destroy the Dwarf Empire fleet. Strive to sink the Dwarf Empire warships as soon as they leave port. Yamato, I was just thinking about my own business.